Rise and shine, sports fans, racing fans. Welcome everyone back to another sensational stream. My co-commentator's camera has just frozen on him, so we've got a nice mid-shot there of Zach O'Reilly for everyone to enjoy.
Classic.
Good morning, Vietnam, as the words of the great man once said. I tell you what, happy Bathurst Day to everyone out there. We've got 12 hours of racing coming up. I'm excited for it, Zach O'Reilly. I'm sure everyone else out there is as well. You're frozen. You're that excited. You're just suspended animation there in in the broadcast box. I'll see if I can shake him back to life. It's not going to happen, but his microphone's working, so that's a good thing.
Well, it's not the first time someone's frozen in mid sentence when they see me, Chris. You know, just there's the appearance of my good self there in the looks department. No, I'm joking, obviously, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm back and unfrozen on the stream, so that's good.
Oh, that is good.
Cracking time for everyone in Simland, and we are 12 hours away from finding who the first winner is of the ESO 12-hour special here at Bathurst. Wowee, what a qualifying session we had last night. That was bloody fantastic to broadcast. It was a pleasure. But now it's all balls to the wall stuff and a different mindset for today. They were doing 2 minutes already, 2-minute laps in the practice server at this point in time. All our drivers are up and ready to go for this 12-hour marathon that we are witnessing here today at Sensational TV.
Yeah, absolutely. So the top three last night, absolutely caning out there in the pace department. With a bit more fuel on board, few more cars around, we might see a little bit of action out there as well. As we know, when it comes down to the race, it's a very different story than just out there hot lapping for an hour. So see if these drivers can keep their wits about them and avoid any adventures off the black stuff today. We're about 4 minutes away from a race start here, ladies and gentlemen. So I guess we can get our predictions in the chat. Who's going to take out the crown? Can Adderton's crew just show the blinding pace that they did last night in qualifying and put that all together in the race? Can Mia Rose, as predicted, well, she reckons that Adderton's more of a hot lapping specialist. So the accusations are flying and a few little inter-garage rivalries happening already.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the whole Mustang debate's going to be there, trim and proper for the whole bloody day in the chat.
Yep.
I'm excited. Everyone get on and around because 8 a.m. start is an early one for a Sunday. That's not too early for our races and not too early for myself or Chris here. It's going to be interesting. Qualifying last night was heated up. So what are we going to see on lap one, turn one? Who bloody knows? But I hope there's nothing going on there. Between all those drivers, make sure they get through single file, just tail up out the other side and get into that rhythm and flow, and then we'll start to see some battles throughout the day. But we've got everything here at Sensational TV. It's going to be a crack up.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go down trackside now because we can get a nice little view of these cars in the pit lane. All of the apps up at once. Very good. Very good. Thank you, ACC. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we've got who's that on screen? The 772 of Valkyrie Motorsport. These guys were up there for the most part. I think they're starting third on the grid today, or second or third. Keep an eye out for that Mustang. It is looking racy as ever.
Yeah, they were also, don't worry about the Mustangs. I reckon there's going to be one Lamborghini that's going to be absolutely dead set in the eye of everyone. Mia Rose, that car in the leopard print in the background there, you can see that car will be on there as well. And Chris's favourite livery was just on the screen there, I reckon. A bit of green, bit of purple, bit of this and whatever.
Yeah, that one
he
there
likes
for
that one.
Pit Viper Epsilon.
Vipers.
That's absolutely cracking stuff there. Mia Rose here in the 420 Pit Viper Alpha. Joining her is Herbert and Begg. So let's go through the pit lane here. We've got a little bit of time. The Bentley number 52 of Kovacs Racing. That's Pickford and Johnson. And after that is Chris Taylor in the 17 of Smokestack Racing. He's racing with the chef, so I'd love to be in the catering section of that garage. It's going to be delicious, to say the least. The 121 of BCR in the Lamborghini. That's Blankeister and Lucas Keys. Keep an eye out for those guys. Ethan Cale in the 555. That is OES Orange. Cracking livery as well. Is Bud now in the 165 Aston. That's Team Torva Messel Racing with Muller and Cooley. But it looks like we've got cars out on track now. This might be a practice 2 session, just to, I guess, warm the wet the whistle, warm the tyres up, and get one last little bit of practice in before the big race.
I was about to say the same thing. Just a couple. Wet the whistle. Well, that's a 1930s saying for sure. Here at AK Racing, we got current, we got past, bygone era, anything. You want all those wordisms, we got them here. But yes, a very, very nice looking Kmart Ferrari there, Greg Murphy style. Number 512. What an absolute cracking livery that is. I love it. And those guys there will be looking to get further up the grid as the day goes on. That is Red Rebel Racing, and they know what to do. Now we've got, what have we got? Is that 433 or just number 4?
That's 433 of Fargone Racing.
Fargone,
yep.
Yeah, thought it was. Yep, you go ahead, Chris. Sorry, I'll shut up.
I'll just turn this autopilot off. Gee whiz, where were we up to? Mad Matty there in the Fargone Racing department. That's they are joined by Reese and Pantano, so keep an eye out for that one. You can't miss it, bright purple. Phil Turner in the 557. That is OES Black. He will be racing with Michael Clark, former Australian cricket captain, and Nash as well. Greg Brock and the boys in Godzilla Racing there for the one of the only Nissans, 2 Nissans out there on track. He's with Austin and Rando today. Darby Murray. Someone had to come last in qualifying, and this guy gets to look at the entire field there in the number 40, DURL Racing, joined by Baker and Ford for 12 hours of Bathurst. Who's next out on track? Here's Mark Stevens in the number 10, Slipstream International, joined by Larry Perkins' son or love child there in the hot seat.
Just Larry Perkins.
Yeah,
just
Larry
himself.
Perkins. Yeah, look, he's made his way out of retirement. Excellent stuff. He knows the mountain better than anyone. And he's joined by Lewin as well. Jared Hoffman there in the number 11, Slipstream International, joined by D and Johnson. Johnson and D, they go together, don't they? Certainly too early for those kinds of wordisms there. But the number 74, Repsol Honda, the Race Factory. That's with Bishop, Sanakis and Witchell. Who's next out there? We've got the number 777. Dew Arrowsmith at 777 Racing. That's nice and easy. Joined by Davidson and Robertson and Michael.
And the Hoos.
And Haas. Hoos.
The Moose Man.
The Moose Man in the Hoos. Hoos is in the Moose is in the Hoos.
Moose is in the house.
Could do that with a Scottish accent and just absolutely, I don't know, bury
Whose
myself.
Moose is whose?
Yeah. Yes. There's Hayes there in the number 8, putting me right off. That's Skill Issue Racing. Rundella, Sweeney, Hayes are piloting that machine. Dylan King, the one and only King out there in the number 91.
Moorham and King.
Moorham King.
Your
That's
favourite.
Yeah, that's the best team name I've seen. He's joined by Whitmore and Hammond. Or Herman. We can do a Jeremy Clarkson impersonation, much to the dismay of my missus there. 623 of Red Rebel Racing. That's Adderton, Tonkin and Merritt. They're one of the faster teams out there. You saw them last night. I think they were off. They're off pole, ladies and gentlemen. The 623. Keep an eye out for that car. It's going to be lightning today off the line. Paul Huddy in the 421. That is Pit Viper Omega, joined by Price, Purcell and Fleming. We'll get through this field slowly. We've got enough time here, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes and 25 seconds till they line up. Alex Capano in the number 25. King, Mr. Apex Racing, joined by Dorado and Noor. next one out there as well is the number 9 of Vintner. That I don't have in my... no, it's actually number 183, but it's got 9 on the livery. Very confusing. Ladies and gentlemen, Win or Bin Racing. They are now on the grid, ladies and gentlemen, waiting to do... I assume it's a full lap. I hope it is, because we might not have enough time to go through all the proceedings. But here's the number 830 of Capsized Motorsport with Spence Ficori and Abranosa. You nailed that pronunciation last night, Zachary.
Pretty good from yourself there too, Chris.
Yeah, so I've been led the way. Bishop there in the 74. We saw earlier on Carlson in the number 75. That's Missed Apex Racing with Chan and Livingston. The Ferrari version of Missed Apex Racing. Johnny Eaton. I know that name. He's a part of the Sparco Garage. In the number 27. James Delaney, Tony French, Ross Macarone as well. Excuse me. Jared Hoffman in the 11. That's Slipstream International with D. and Johnson. We saw him earlier on as well. Greg Brock we saw earlier on. Ethan Payno in the 423. That's a cracking livery. I'll be going back to that one all day. James Atkinson in the 12. Positive Delta Racing. Hope for a positive...
Don't mind that one.
Yeah, positive day of racing. Nice and simple livery, that one as well. Keeping it simple is good for the most part. Phil Turner in the 557. We saw already, didn't
Black.
we? Yeah, OES Black. OES have a good turnout today with 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Stevens in the number 10 for Slipstream International in the Ferrari version. Stephen Lewis in the 959 Ferrari. That is Ruatama Spin. Is that how you pronounce it? Joined by Dale, Lewis, yeah. Brooker, and Wood. Yeah, that's I think that's how we'll say it. Martin Glastonbury, fresh off the festival circuit there in the 15. That's Brown Brothers Racing. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll be having maybe a little crack at the Brown Brothers later on today, perhaps after 11 a.m. That's probably a good time to start. GC8 down there in the 808. Fantastic drum machine, if anyone knows about that. VRC Corsa Esports, joined by Takahashi Takamichi. Sorry for absolutely fucking up those names. I'll get them.
Too early with that.
Niemeyer. Yeah, my kids are in earshot. Sorry, kids. Darby Murray, we've seen Copper Boyle down there in the 61. That is Le Mans MKC Racing and Cooper Boyle. That is the whole grid, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get back to the let's get back to the Helicam. They are going to do a full lap around. Harley Marshall in the chat says, you boys are in for a big day. We certainly are, but we're excited for it. Mace says, hello from the back of the grid. Hello, Mace. Good to have everyone on stream. It's going to be a big day of streaming, Zach, but I am dead set excited.
Don't worry about that, Chris. With the expertise here at Simsational TV, we have got you covered for the next 12 hours, and special guests will be in and out of the box too. Cannot wait for that. Only a minute and a half left here, ladies and gentlemen, before we start a procession lap around Bathurst. Wowee, are we getting excited in the chat? Surely we're getting there, ready and rocked and rolling. Risky Pierce is in there. Stephen Rees is in there. He's hyped as well. Ready to go. Are we here? Basically, I think this is just going to be one of the cracking enduros that we can ever see here. This is the best of the best, and in ACC, right here at ESO for the Bathurst 12-hour. 1 minute to go before they start rolling, and I'm excited. We've got very, very quick drivers on the field. We're going to see driver changes. We're going to see a bit of carnage, bit of pit manoeuvring, bit of strategy here, there, and everywhere. I wonder how many stops these guys are going to ping themselves throughout the 12-hour. There's going to be heaps, and we are going to have to keep our eyes peeled here in the box as well, just to see where they are in relativity to where they really will be by the end of it. But 30 seconds has just been let us know, and we are absolutely ready to rock and roll around the greatest track here in Australia, the Nordschleife of Australia, Bathurst. And I'm excited Adderton will be nervous. Rose will be nervous. Kale, Hignett, Chan, Lamb, Taylor, Matty, Conboy, and Slade in the top 10. Wow, that's going to be exciting. Headlights are up. We are ready to have an absolute belter of a procession lap here, Christopher Munro. I'm excited.
You certainly are, ladies and gentlemen. Let's run through the grid positions as they happened last night. Red Rebel Racing are joined by Pit Viper Alpha off the front row. OES Orange off the second row with Valkyrie Motorsports. Off the third row is OES Blue with Laundry House next to them. Smokestack Racing joined row 4 with Fargorn Racing as well in the Ferrari. Pixel Racer. We're going to call him Pixel Racer. Off row 5 with Red Rebel Racing next to them. BCR and Moreham King off row 6. Row 7 is Kovac Racing and Skill Issue Racing as well, with Mist Apex Racing just behind them and Pit Viper Omega. Row 9, 777 Racing with Torva Messor next to them in the Aston Martin. Watch out for them. Win or Bin Racing in the 183 and Capsize Motorsport in the McLaren occupy row 10. Row 11 is the Race Factory with Bishop, Sanakis, Mitchell with Mist Apex Racing, the number 75 just next to them. Sparko Garage in row 12 with Slipstream International, Godzilla and Pit Viper Epsilon occupy row 13. Row 14 is Positive Delta Racing with OES Black. And that is the grid, ladies and gentlemen, for today's Bathurst. 12 hours. We've got, I think it's about 6 a.m. in game, so we've got enough light to see what's going on, but the headlights are blazing, Zachariah.
Look at that sunrise come over the top of the mountain there. The headlights are on well and truly, but geez, that looks good. That looks fantastic. I love the anticipation. It is ever so building. These cars and drivers, co-drivers and the guys behind the wheel at the moment will just be getting that racing brain ticking in to the cerebral cortex and the frontal lobe. Maybe they can get some sort of skill ready to rock and roll. The arms are warmed up, the fingers are warmed up, the toes are warmed up too now after that practice session of an hour we had previous to this session. So they are all ripping and roaring, ready to go. Hopefully they all got a good night's sleep. We've got a couple of Chandler Man fans in the chat there. 777's got a awesome support base there too. Even their own YouTube is just chiming into the chat, so welcome to you. Harley Marshall, how many drivers per team? Well, it's between 3 and 4 depending on who is showing up and who isn't. I know Ross Macaroni and Cheese is not showing up for the race today, unfortunately, so they will have to go with a 3-man setup there, and 3 times 4 is 12, so 4 hours in total behind the wheel, I would say, as an average for each driver. Geez, that's a marathon. That is a marathon.
Except for Jamie Conboy in the Ford Mustang. He's going to be doing it solo, ladies and gentlemen. So watch for some fatigue hitting him later on in the day. But that is a massive effort. If he can finish off and do this solo, I take my hat off to him. Absolutely. They come down Conrod Straight for the first time today. This is the first time of many. I was going to take the time this morning to make up a few bingo cards for today, but I've ran out of time, unfortunately. One of the options was how many times I get confused and say the Bathurst 12,000 instead of the Bathurst 12 hours. So keep an eye on that one, viewers at home, and keep a tally of how many times I messed that one up. Go OES, says Phil Anton in the chat. Let's go Cooley. Or Cooley.
Yuli.
Michael Merritt leading the field around now through the chase for the first time. He's got Regan Herbert there in his rear view mirror. Hobbs and Hignett behind them. They start to form up in double wide, 2 wide. Here they go, ladies and gentlemen. We might get ready for a start here. As they all come down. Headlights are blazing. We're going to stick with the Helicam for now. It's a better view for everyone. And they line up, ladies and gentlemen. Mustang versus Lamborghini off the front row. Who's going to get the whole shot in this Bathurst 12 hours? They're just coming down onto the pit straight now. And I think they're about to go green, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats. The revs are starting to build, ladies and gentlemen. We are green and racing in the ASA 12-hour Bathurst. And look at the start from the Lamborghini. Swoops around the outside. Thank you very much. Leads into turn 1. There's a bit of a battle going on down the field here with Hignett and Lamb, I think, in the... Hignett and Hobbs there battling for third position. They're going to go side by side up the mountain. The inside just has the better run and the preferred track position. Going into Griffin's Bend, sweeps out to the racing line. Plenty of room given in there, but there is a cheeky little McLaren getting up the inside. That is Laundry House. The 999 of Matthew Lamb getting a nice little suck up the hill as well, coming into the cutting for the first time. Too wide in front there. Wow, that's tight. Just squeezed him into the fence, but giving plenty of room. Very respectful racing up in front. These two are going hammer and tong. Geez, that's close. Almost coming together there on the first lap of the 12-hour. Meanwhile, Regan Herbert out front is taking advantage of this battling and just whizzing off down the road. Thank you very much. These two are going to go side by side across the top of the mountain. Insane stuff here on lap 1. Through McPhillamy side by side, down Skyline side by side. Finally, they yield, and Hignett takes second position. Michael Merritt just thought, you know what, it's better just to get out of this stuff. I don't want to go down through the dipper too wide. That is certain death, Zach O'Reilly.
Absolute certain death, don't you worry about that. That was some cracking driving, giving each other enough room just to maintain some sort of formality. And we are all racing ready to go, and that is a yellow flag. Safety car has been called already. Precision is in single file. And we've got some errant cars at the back. We saw some carnage there. There was about 3 or 4 cars involved on turn 1. We just missed them in the background. And then halfway through the Skyline section, there was a car facing the wrong way.
Oh, dear.
Do not want to see that at all. See if we can get a replay of some sort of form.
Let's have a look.
And see what cracked there. As we can see, we had a lot of incidents basically coming to fruition here. We're just seeing the Repsol Skyline go over Skyline into here, and then there you can see the errant 3 or 4 cars spinning and rotating, and there is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 car pile up to start the race. That is damage and a half, and they cannot make themselves any better in the damage department. That is an early trip to the garage for some of these cars already. There will be aero damage there. There will be steering damage. Oh, goodness gracious me. Not the way you want to start a 12-hour.
No, certainly not. Anyone in the front half of the field just avoided that, so they'll be thinking, what has just happened behind? They'll probably hear on the comms it was going going mental, I assume, over there. A few P's and Q's being thrown around, I'm sure. But the race director has these guys under control. So we are under safety car conditions now. Once they get all that mess cleaned up on the top of the hill, and you'll see a lot of these cars diving into the pit lane now to get some of that damage sorted out, because now is time to get that sorted out. There's still plenty of race to come, so any sort of hiccups at the start of this race can be overcome with some good driving and good fortune for the rest of it. Plenty of time to make up for those, Zach.
We've got definitely plenty of time. We've got Kuehl in the pits. We've got Fakuri in the pits. John McAdams also in the pits there too. Riley Price in the pits as well. Not the way he'd want to start in the BMW, that's for sure, even though it's a cracking looking sprunk livery there. But those guys were obviously involved in some of that carnage at the top. And we'll see natural proceedings get back, because at this pace they won't go a lap down, thank goodness, if the damage is not too significant there. But that's okay. All that replay, we'll see it once more if the chopper cam decides to get itself on board. You can see the parting of the seas there, and then just 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whack, 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 concertina effect. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is nearly car park style there across the top of the mountain over Skyline into the S's. But they managed to get themselves all the way back up there again. So don't stress. We are line astern and ready to go racing once more. I reckon race director will probably get the green flag ticking along as quickly as we can for the next session. Riley Price is just exiting the pits now. That was a driver swap. So that is all done. And I'm pretty sure there'll be a new driver come in, unless I've just been completely dudded by the timing tower here.
Yeah, no, Riley Price still sitting in the pits there in the 4-2-1. But just coming out now, so they will rejoin the back of the queue. Ben Collins in the number 35, I think, is...
Don't tell me that's...
No, he's at the front of the queue, so he's going to have to maybe try and make up a laps here somehow.
That's not our Ben Collins Top Gear style, is it?
Maybe it could be, but they're missing a livery at the moment, or indeed that is their, I don't know, that's their livery, just nice and simple, silver in the 002. But that's he's got the leaders behind him. Regan Herbert in the 420 Lamborghini for Pit Viper Alpha leads this race. We saw just skipping away to a lead. They didn't really want that safety car to come around at that time. Oh, sorry, that's the safety car in front. What am I talking about? That is Ben Collins driving the safety car, ladies and gentlemen. So,
yeah. Turn it up.
Turn it up. A little bit of research goes a long way. But here we go. Regan Herbert just waiting for the safety car to come in. I think it's going to go around for one more lap by the looks of it. It does. So that's all right. Plenty of time to go through the field again. Vic Chan made up a fair few positions there. Let's actually have a look and see if we can get a current lap. No, position delta for personal best. Maybe not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. The timing tower's doing funny things for me again, but we'll get there in the end. We got 12 hours, so get your predictions in. That was a... the safety car needs some safety lights, says Risky Pierce. Well, one brings two, so we might see Ben Collins out there a fair bit today, especially at the start of this race. Once they're all bunched up, I think the blood starts to pump, and people get a little bit hot under the collar, trying to make up as many positions as they can at the start of this long race.
Yeah, definitely, and it's also just a little bit of a settler too. Hopefully that carnage and the aggression, testosterone, estrogen, because we've got both XX and XY chromosomes here racing tonight and today, we'll just settle down a little bit and just get that race brain back on instead of sprint race brain, because it is a long ass day here. The last thing you want to be doing is getting yourself turned up into some sort of tomfoolery around Bathurst, and the drivers are now setting themselves and getting ready to go for another crack, and it is green light racing, so the safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap. Benny Collins, Mr. Top Gear himself, will be back into the pits and having a break for now and going along, and it's going to be one of those days, I reckon, Chris, where safety cars breed safety cars, and we've already had one safety car, which is the same amount that we had in the real life Bathurst for the Gen 3s last time. So we are already as exciting as that, because that series is just dying a slow death. Don't care what you say, anyone out there. As much as I love supercars, we need to see some more racing. But GT3s is where it's at here at ESO and AK Racing. Oh, AK Race. ESOs and Sensational TVs. 12 hour. Ready to go.
Should have had that one on the. Should have had that one on the bingo card as well. As we see, I've got I've got the timing towers up here and working. Sean Brimbleton is your mover and shaker early in that race, making up 11 positions, as you can see. Behind him, James Atkinson as well, making up 10 positions, and Byrne as well in the Ferrari down there, making up 10 positions. So great net gain for those guys early on in this race. He'll be absolutely cheering with that in the Mercedes. 11 positions off the start. He'd be wanting for another 11. Weather says Risky Pierce. But yeah, he'd be wanting another 11 positions coming up if any more safety cars get involved. That's a cracking result there for that team. We might be ready to go green light racing again soon, ladies and gentlemen. Get a nice view out the back of the leader here. That is Regan Herbert. Look at that field, ladies and gentlemen. That is a beautiful sight. Cars out there keeping their tyres warm. Mercedes liveries. We've got BMW. You've got all the supercars here, ladies and gentlemen. The gentleman drivers are out in force. Plenty of money in that field, Zach O'Reilly.
Oh, yeah, I reckon we're talking nearly billions of dollars at the moment of race cars on the field. They're not cheap, these things. No. They're definitely not cheap. And the R&D that goes into them all is ready to go. But I think Mr. Collins is just peeled into the pits, and we are probably about to go green light racing here, Christopher Munro, as we round the final corner here at Bathurst, and we are go, and another great start there for Mr. Herbert in the Lamborghini. And he's straight out into the lead, 420. Yeehaw. That could be a good one later on, that's for sure. Maybe the drivers are getting amongst that sort of number as we speak in the co-driver department. Regan Herbert straight away down the mountain straight we go, climbing the hill. Everyone gets through beautifully there, single file, and have a look at the view there. All of those cars just circulating around fantastically, and the liveries are spot on. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, BMWs, Aston Martins, bloody Bentleys as well, Mustangs, you name it, it's all there. And everyone's now just gapping the field a little bit. We can see first and second very close, but then just 2 seconds away is Michael Merritt. Right behind him is Matthew Lamb, pressuring him for third place at this point in time. Mitchell Hobbs is also wanting to chime in on that battle too. That would be also a cracking sort of session to get right under the skin early and just put a bit of pressure on at the moment. Chris Taylor, Vic Chan, Andrew Long, Jamie Comboy, the solo driver, the Conman, and Kafil Slade are your top 10 circulating at this moment, navigating the mountain beautifully for now.
Yeah, they are done. They've done themselves a great service here, getting around nice and clean. I think maybe that that little accident at the top of the hills really scared them straight for now. No one's going for any silly moves down the mountain or across the top this time around. Good to see. We're going to get some green light racing very shortly. But as you can see, Michael Merritt is being hounded by Matthew Lamb here at the moment in this opening stanza. You can see Lamb's just got a bit of the slipstream down Conrod Straight. That McLaren sliding up the inside. Thank you very much. And that is third position. Thank you very much. That's great stuff. And here comes the Lamborghini as well. Mitch Hobbs trying to, a Ferrari of Mitch Hobbs just trying to get around the outside of that Mustang, just being very slow off the line and loses 2 positions in the space of 2 corners. Going backwards at a rate of knots is Michael Merritt. Who's next to have a crack is Chris Taylor here, looking up the inside, showing the nose, maybe compromising his exit there of Hell Corner because he's got Vic Chan right behind him as well, and he's going to leave himself vulnerable now going up the hill.
Yeah, very much so, and that will be something to behold because they've got the suck now down the back mountain straightaway here. Look at that for a bit of slipstream side-by-side action. Here we go. Who's going to blink first? Oh, geez. The Mustang around outside just goes bang. Thank you very much. That is cracking driving. Taylor's just said, nah, not happening at the moment, but Merritt's still there with him. That is exciting. Here we go. The battle of the Mustangs. The 2 Ford Blue Ovals, and bang, that was a touch, but it's straight around the outside, Trailer Park Girl style. There we go. Into 5th place goes Merritt and Taylor. That was, thank you very much, sort of mother for the rabbit style. On board now, look at this front bumper cam. This is exciting racing here. We are looking at the moment here. I think that is Vic Chan. We are on board here at the moment.
Correct.
Driving around beautifully in the number 556. And as we go through the skyline section here, look at the sun rising there off into the distance, straight into the chopper cam. And that is single file racing, but that's how you do it. Clean, mean, and straight around the outside. That's probably the move of the day so far. That is a hairy place to start making some moves around into the cutting.
Yeah, sure is. You don't want to be going for any kind of gaps down there. That's crazy stuff. But we're going to go back in the field. Sean Brimblecombe, our mover and shaker from the first opening stanza, down here in 15th position in the Mercedes. Not many Mercedes out there either, Zach O'Reilly. One of the less favoured cars around here. Last time I was at Bathurst, it was the only car out on the track. So this time a little less favoured, but I think it wins in the livery stakes. I just love the look of that thing, and I'm just going to crap on about it all day. Jet set in the fair income department. That's the first time of many, I'm sure. But keep an eye on that team. They're going well indeed. Looking for gaps down the field, ladies and gentlemen. Edward Fakuri. You want to get that one right at 7:30 in the morning. That's
you don't want to stutter on the first syllable of that last name.
Yeah, dead set. But he's hounding the back of Takahashi for 28th position.
Yeah, looking very nice are these cars. It doesn't matter what position they're in. They're all driving relatively well in terms of being gentlemanly like, but then you can see the behaviour and the strengths of different cars. Mind you, speaking of the cars and the differences, these have all bit of ballast differences because of the performance. So some cars have more weight, some cars have less, just to get them as close to BOP as we can see. Bit of defending going on here. This is spewing up here nicely. Bentley versus McLaren. Who's going to come out on top? And the Bentley just sails up the inside and says, thank you. That was definitely some Pirates of the Caribbean-esque style around there. That is sensational stuff. We want to see that driving. And now they're still having a crack at each other, but single file into the car. We don't want to see that too much. Any moves in SSR, that is a cracking looking car as well. Those are SSR BMW style rims. Sponsorship there for Curry, looking very nice. Black, light baby blue. And red to finish, and a bit of purple as well. Into the wall, and there's incident. See you later. There's the accident. That is absolutely a crap ton of damage. That is steering, air, you name it. And they're both off. DNF already for Mr. Ford. He's out. And that SSR McLaren is going to have to trundle his way back to the pits. Oh, that's not what you want to happen already. That was heating up. But then we unexpectedly saw a love tap into the wall, and that pirouetted everyone into each other. And that is the end result there for the McLaren. We'll see it right here, right now. Bit of aggression here, just stuffed up that exit there. And that is what happened. There was a bit of suckage. Now some overambitious driving coming into it, and just taps the wall. Bang, concertina effect into each other. DNF for the Mustang, and then the McLaren is trundling its way down to the pits. They all both pull off to the side, and that is the end result there. Look at the front end of that McLaren. That's looking very second-hand. That's got more hits than Elvis already, that car. And bit of Mike Tyson knockout style to the front nose of that McLaren.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for both those teams as well. The first DNF of the day as well, just teleporting back to pits. Whether they rejoin the race or not, we will see later on. But we just saw Jamie Convoy getting around, I think that was Andrew Long or Vic Chan, one of the two, for 8th position back here. This is Jamie Convoy. He is doing it solo, ladies and gentlemen. So get behind him. He's got a long day in front. Harley Marshall in the chat says he reckons he's racing from the toilet, because how's he going to go 12 hours without a dunny stop? Well, I reckon he might have the old, the old water bottle there next to him, and fill up down or release some of that engine oil down Conrod Straight when the time comes.
Engine oil and some bearing grease as well, I reckon, coming out at some point. Maybe the misso's got the duties for the day to just be the boudet, let's put it that way, for the rest of the day for Mr. Convoy. But that is an effort. Don't worry about that for Jamie. I'll tell you what, that guy must have the biggest bowels in human possible, or he's either got the best hold on to a game, because once you release the seal or break that seal, I think you're in a bit of trouble for the rest of the day, but it doesn't matter. He's gone out alone, and he's probably just happy to be here, Chris. He might even, just sit in the pits for a bit longer and just see where he can last for the first stint. If he does have to go to a bathroom break, that just is what it is for him. Mr. Lucas Keys, beautiful stuff. We know that man.
Yep.
And he is circulating very, very nicely here. That's a cracking looking Red Bull livery there, Lamborghini. Number 121 in 11th place. And a little bit of a battle spicing up in front of him. That could be interesting. That's going to see what we can do. A Mustang's pulling out in front of everyone there too. So watch out. Andrew Long is having a good crack here. I think that is Andrew Long having a bit of a dip there in the Mustang. Let's see what he can get done here. It's got the job done there, or did he? I completely looked at the wrong screen.
Yeah, no, that's Convoy. That's our solo competitor. Just having a look up the inside of Vic Chan, but Vic Chan just all over it and has the straight line pace to hold him off for now. But looking up front here, that's Michael Merritt. He's starting to become maybe just a little bit of the cork in the bottle. You can see they're all lining up behind. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 cars doing well, all just sort of stuck behind this Mustang at the moment. As we saw earlier on in the... Oh, no, he's just hit the wall down through Skyline. That is... Oh, geez, just got on back on the racing line. And the Vic Chan giving him plenty of hurry up. Probably wanted to centre punch the back of that Mustang, but had to think better of it. But he's going to be very vulnerable now coming down the straight. Vic Chan all over the back of him now. We're going to ride on board with Vic Chan, if I can get the correct... There we go. On the front splitter as well. Coming up alongside the 623. That's a nice livery as well, the old HRT livery inspired by that one. But these two side by side now coming down through the kink. Vic Chan has the better of it. He's on the inside, almost contact through the kink. But Vic Chan getting on the brakes and just covering off that racing line too. Thank you very much. And now he is released. And look at the gap already, ladies and gentlemen. He's off chuffing down the road, and the competitors behind, that's Convoy, Long, Keys, Slade, Johnson, all wanting a piece of that action because they want to be free of this this cork in the bottle. That is Michael Merritt at this time.
Yeah, very much. That was some cracking driving. I'll say that. And Chan the Man has just been released. We've got his fanboys sitting there in the chat, and good to see them supporting Chan the Man. And that Mustang's looking very, very racy at this point in time. The galloping horse on the side of Mustang, just paying tribute there to their history of those Mustangs. And see you later, Alligator. He's already 3/10 better on his lap time now than his previous one. So he's definitely galloping away from that gap at the moment. Andrew Long is now stuck in a bit of a battle of his own. And I reckon Lucas Keys behind him can give a bit of a sniff just to see what's going on there. Wow, that was some graphical glitches there. That wall just turned into a mountain for a second. Unreal Engine doing its best work there just to stuff us up. But it doesn't matter. Andrew Long having a good drive. Lucas Keys now sitting on the back of him, just getting that nose ever so closer. The McLaren versus Lamborghini. Here's Keys. He's looking racy here across the top of Skyline. Yeah. Is he going to go single file? There he is. Going to be wise. It's a long race. Don't go too deep into over Skyline into the S's now through to the dipper section. And there's a cork in a bottle situation here for Andrew Long. He's got 7 or 8 cars lining up right behind him. So Keys is going to get a move on here down Conrod Straight. Hopefully get a great exit. It does add a Forest Elbow. Beautiful stuff. Will this be a slipstream battle, or would the slipstream in front of Long just basically be a neutraliser because he's catching off a slipstream from Convoy in front of him? But here goes Keys. He's getting ever so closer here now. It's increasing in the delta time just on the nose here now. He's probably a car length and a half too far, but he's sent it anyway. See you later. Express Post style. Convoy and Merritt have got together in front as well, and this is going to be a 3-way battle here. What's Keys going to do? Is he going to go defensive or attacking? He's going to go straight up the inside, I reckon here. Maybe underneath. Merritt has gone for it, too wide. Oh, they've just touched each other, but it was very gentlemanly-like. Just a door-banging sort of situation. No one came out really bad, but now Long's been invited into this battle. Merritt's going to lose another position here too, and I think this could be a job done here for 3 of them. There's contact in the background. The Bentley has gone completely wide, and I think that was Johnson in the Bentley just getting nudged out of that, and he's been overtaken by King, but Lucas Keys has just been released. Thank you very much. Merritt, the biggest loser out of that in the 3-way battle department.
Yeah, we've just seen Michael Merritt dropping like a stone in the opening stanza of this race. I think maybe just maybe out of position there in the pace stakes with his teammate handing the car to him, and probably a little bit up the field, maybe a little bit more than he's used to. So, or just taking it easy on the tyres in these early stanza of this race. But yeah, as you see, everyone just getting past him now. Lucas Keys released, Andrew Long released, and who's next on the production line? It's the Kmart car of the 5112, Kafil Slade, but he's just got a little bit of a gap there to Michael Merritt. So Merritt doing his best now to just maybe hold that position, and these cars in front will just hopefully just pull this whole group along just a little bit, because they're starting to lose touch with the leaders. They are there's about a 12-second gap there in between 5th and 4th. So that is Chris Taylor and Hobbs. So that the top 4 cars just streaking out to a big lead here already. We're only half an hour, not even half an hour in, of 12 hours to come. Jesus Christ. I say that and I just remind myself I'm going to have to go to the toilet at some point. I did have a very strong coffee this morning to wake me up, ladies and gentlemen. You can put 2 and 2 together. But looking up the order, Benjamin Hignett is now up in tow of the leader here. Look at this. This is a 4-way battle now for the lead as we join the leading group.
Yeah, he's under a bit of pressure here at the moment, I reckon. That's some pressure point motors here for Herbert. I don't know what Reagan is thinking inside that helmet of his, but he can see them ever coming so closer in that rear vision mirror, and that Mustang's looking very racy of Hignett. Only a 10th away now, is he, from the back of that Mustang, that Lamborghini, sorry, in the Mustang. That would be very, very hairy as well. or a Kappa style, it'll probably just take a couple of speckies, hopefully, but ever so closely now. That is some tyre turning on. The temperatures in those tyres must be in the better window here for the Mustang. That Lamborghini just struggling a little bit as we see another round here at Bathurst. We've got 11 and a half hours left to go, and we are already racing like sheep stations here. Over the top section, the Mustang is just a little bit slower into the second half of the mountain, so they've all got their strengths and weaknesses here. The Lamborghini just a bit more settled with that mid-engine, rear engine sort of setup, just gives it a bit more grip over the hairy bits with that weight in the rear, just holding the rear down, giving a bit more stability. And off into the distance does Herbert Gallop. There's now a 1 second difference. It was only a tenth and a half, and within a lap and a bit, we are now up to 1 second. And there's going to be some suckage here. The Lamb Chop himself is underneath the rear wing here of Hignett, and now he's looking for a bit of a slipstream. Down the outside is going to go, oh geez, they're too wide. This is going to be job done here. Thank you very much. I reckon if they give each other enough room, they're not giving up easily as Hignett. He's just muscled his way back into position and said, you're not getting it that easy, champ. That is too bad for you. And now we're going to have to see one more lap, I reckon, before we have another crack here for the in the McLaren of the Lamb Shank himself.
Yeah, and while all this is happening, Herbert again just goes out to a little bit of a gap as well. But here comes the Laundry House car looking up the inside, just showing the nose. Oh, geez, they're just giving each other enough room. But if we can get a top-down view here, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to show the real picture of the Laundry House car just in front here at the moment. Oh, God, that was just enough of an overlap. There was a little bit of a touch trying to cover him off, really putting the brown stuff pants in the pants, should I say, of that BMW or that Mustang, should I say, behind him. But that is Matthew Lamb up into second position now. He's going to have to try and chase down Herbert, who's got out to about a 3/4 lead at the moment, or a little bit more. Actually, it's a 1.5 second gap. So, geez, that gap opened up really quickly once these guys started to battle. So it's probably within their best interest, these two now, just to work together and not try and battle each other too much. Otherwise, they're going to lose touch of that Lamborghini out in front.
Yeah, look, they've got plenty of time to do so. It's let's face it, we've got 11 hours of racing to go. But when it comes to driver strategies, these guys will have certain drivers point into the car at certain points as well. So we'll be able to see when the quick drivers, the second or the third quickest drivers, jump in and out, and the pace will then be relative to that too. So a bit of strategical genius going to be inserting itself into the race here by the end of it, that's for sure. And that gap has now just petered out a little bit, that battle. They're all 3 or 4 tenths away from each other, and now they're just on the brink of maybe a second each from second to fourth there, so not too bad. Victor Chan's up into fifth, Chris. He's gapped everyone, so the Chan the man is on a charge, albeit 2.5 seconds away from anyone at this stage on the track, but he is up on his current delta, so he's really circulating very quickly around this Bathurst sector, and that is a cracking looking Mustang. They're getting a bit of free air. This is good stuff. He is now 2.5 seconds away from anyone behind him, but 11 seconds up the road, I'm pretty sure, is the next guy or next compatriot on target here for the Chan man. Yeah,
Chan the man, plenty of pace in that Mustang. He's, as we saw earlier, released from Merritt, I think it was, and he's just done nothing but overtakes since then. So he's got a nice bit of clear air in front of him. That's cracking, that's cracking fortune for him in this race anyway, because in these early stages of these endurance races, you don't want to be stuck in any sort of queue for too long, because that just damages the overall lap times, and you can just find yourself slipping down and down to the other cars around you. So looking down the order here is Hayes in the McLaren, just back behind Merritt as well. The the cork in the bottle in this opening stanza has now found himself with another couple of cars up the rear wing there. So these two probably trying to get past as quickly as possible. But Chris Cooley there in that fantastic looking Ferrari down there, chrome green. Yeah, I like it. I'm all for it. We could have 35 green cars out there, and I wouldn't complain. Zaccarelli, I reckon it is absolutely cracking stuff.
Kermit's everywhere. And all you need to do is get Miss Piggy, and Christopher will have a bit of stretched in the pants department for maybe 12 hours. That will be a world record, I'll tell you that, without any assistance of the blue field. Chris Munro will be ready to rock and roll, I'll tell you what. But don't worry, Carlson having a good time over the mountain. The sun is now starting to rise. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, just speaking of sun rising, it is sunny conditions. The temperature outside is 14 degrees currently in the sim racing land, and then the track is also only 14 degrees. So very, very cold temperatures on the circuit, which means these tyres at the moment will probably just be getting into a window of operation, but the pressures will be up from the start just to get some heat and generate that. So once that sun starts to rise, I reckon we'll start to see some pit stops and then some tyre pressure changes just to get it back in, because that track temperature is going to rise. It is black, so does absorb all of the sun's UV, and I reckon we'll probably get somewhere between maybe 25 to 30 odd degrees in the track temperature department as the day goes on, and then back into the night as well for the Bathurst 12-hour. Wowee!
Yeah, if you're familiar with ACC, it's a fiddly sim when it comes to the tyre pressures. A matter of decimals of the PSI can make a big difference out there on track. So all these teams doing hard work behind the scenes to try and keep the tyre pressures in that operating window. So there'll be communications between the drivers and the engineers and co-drivers in the garage, just relaying information back and forth about how the tyres are warming up and how they are staying in pressure or indeed going out of pressure, over or under. But as we see here, Samuel Austin in the number 1 Godzilla having a move around the outside. You've got the Sparko garage of Tony French trying to look up the inside, but there is just nothing he can do. The straight line pace of that Nissan, just too much there for the Lamborghini. He makes his way up into 19th position. But look at this little gaggle of angry cars here coming up the mountain, headed by the Nissan, and Starkey Brown back here as well in a little three-way battle. The Bentley of John McAdam trying to find his way through. There's just nowhere through across the top of the mountain. Very dangerous place to try and make an overtake indeed. Oh, who was that in the background? Alex Clapano. Very close to the wall indeed. He might have even made contact with that, as the gap is, he was a bit further back than he was before. So, riding on board here with the 183 Bentley coming down the hill. Look at the sun just poking its head over the top of the mountains in the distance. What a beautiful sight that is indeed. But coming down the mountain, the drivers won't really be admiring the view too much, as Aston Martin gets a little bit squirrely in front, and that invites the Bentley just a little bit closer coming down the main straight, the world famous Conrod Straight here, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that Bentley just getting a bit of the suck, like a woman of the night, as my co-commentator would say. Coming down the hill now, doesn't really look like he's going to want to make a move here. He just shows the nose, but the Aston Martin has the better of the braking performance there, heading into the chase, gets in there first, but the Bentley is still there underneath the rear wing. There's a bit of an we've got yellow flags up here for 19 and 20. It looks like everything's okay, but oh look, that's who's that? Riley Price getting around the outside of the Sparko garage, Tony French. And there's another position lost for the number 27 Sparko garage Lamborghini. So they're just up against it at the moment. But back to this battle again, and the Bentley and Aston are side by side going up the hill, Zach O'Reilly.
Yeah, great call, Chris, but the Bentley has got aero damage on the front. That bonnet is popping, so he's going to be struggling, I reckon, here. Now he's been lined up well and truly, because he's got Calpano and Witchell ready to take the inside line if something happens there. Starkey Brown is struggling. He's getting a cork in the bottle sort of scenario happening here too, but McAdam has made the position up, so that's okay, but it's already some damage there for the Bentley. That will hurt the overall pace of the car. You can see the bonnet just popping there a little bit as we watch him go through. What is Starkey Brown doing at the moment? He is defending something chronic here from Calpano right behind him. That's the Light McQueen-esque livery as well. Very, very cool to see in the Aston Martin. But the battle of the Pommies is coming down to the wire here. They're getting a bit feisty. The car's behaviour is darting inside, outside, left, right, up and down. Bit of red hue now over the top of the mountain onto the track. Wow, that's looking sensational. Yeah. If I can say so myself. Love the graphics here. Love the new setup that we've got here. And it's just looking crisp as a packet of chips here on the stream and also in real life. Oh, Calpano just showed the nose there in the Forest Elbow. And now he's going to dummy himself into a move, I reckon, on Starkey Brown. But Starkey's got him covered on exit. And this could be another lap before we see something happen, unless barring a very big disaster.
Yes, for sure. you don't want to see that early on in the race. But look at this, Capano in the Lightning McQueen. Aston just really hounding the back of Starkey Brown here around the outside of the chase. Thank you very much. And that's maybe a misshift there from the Aston, because he just loses 2 positions in the space of 1 corner. Capano goes through. Witchell having a look as well at the moment, but he's back there in 25th position. It's all happening up and down the field here, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to know where to look, but wow! I'm just loving the look of this game at the moment. The sun just rising over the hills. It's enough to just want to break out the wine and cheese, throw a little blanket down track side, and enjoy the view.
Yeah, by jingos. It's just it's by jigger, by crikey, as someone famous would say. Chris Brooker, though, this is a battle. This is a little one heating up here between 18th and 17th position. That's Byrne. And I'm liking the look of Charles Byrne's car, but the yellow Ferrari behind, Christopher's arch nemesis, says any Ferrari should be red. I don't care what you say. Quotes Chris Munro, is now hunting the back here. So it's a dual prancing horse battle. And look at that, gone defensive already, just really coming into the left-hand side of the circuit over Skyline into the S's. Through the dipper section they go, but looking very racy, these two. It doesn't matter where you look, as Chris said before. There's racing happening everywhere. These guys will still be doing this at the end of it, so stick around here for 12 hours of sim racing. I don't care if you think you need to go to the toilet. I'm demanding that you viewers just sit here, because that's what we'll be doing. And maybe trying to find some sort of mobile nurse service to come around in between the next 11 hours, because I reckon we're going to be needing it like old people do. And in the retirement homes, by the time the bows start to fill up, and we will be here, rain, hail, shine, toilet stop, you name it. We're going to be here at Simsational TV. If you're liking what you're seeing so far, please give us a like and a subscribe. And any sort of remuneration does go a long way as well for us to improve the racing and everything like that. In the grand scheme of things, we just bring you the best, and that's where you find it here at Simsational TV. Don't worry about Formula One with that bloody circus announcer sitting there absolutely talking rubbish the whole time, pretending he knows what racing is. We know what racing is, and we'll give you everything. And it gets spicier as the racing goes on. Their commentary, it's exciting.
Yeah, certainly is. It's all starting to happen here as well. We've got Chris Brooker just on the back of Byrne here, going up the hill. It looks like he's not in too much of a hurry to get through. He's giving him a little bit of pressure, but nothing to really set Byrne looking in the rearview mirror too much. I think they're happy to just hold stations here, perhaps both on around about the same pace. So they just want to try and work together, the couple of Ferraris. But I tell you what, if Byrne makes a few more little mistakes like that, Brooker will start to apply the blowtorch and hopefully maybe get a position out of it. But as I said, you don't want to spend too much of your time battling through the early stages of an endurance race, because that just hurts your times later on. But we'll hold on to this little battle here for the time being, because this is where it's all happening on track. Down here in 18th position, looking up the top of the field, Matthew Lamb has actually taken the lead off Benjamin Hignett in the time being. We must have missed that. Mitch Hobbs down to third, battling the back of Hignett as well. Regan Herbert down to fourth, so he's dropped down a few positions here. He was in the lead of the race not too long ago, so I don't know what happened there. We might see if we can get a replay up. That's the car 420, so let's just have a look. There is a bit of a replay here for an accident. Let's go and have a look.
Well, we can see here, look at that, a bit of a run up Mountain Straight. Getting a draft. Oh, geez, that's hairy already. Oh, geez, on the grass. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's not where you want to be. And he's going to get an overtake done here. Here's the Lamb. The Lamb chopped himself. Just a bit of bumping draft side by side. And that's just bumped him wide right at the end. We could see what was going to happen. And I reckon he just got absolutely smacked there. And that allowed everyone behind just straight through and lost 4 positions in one corner with a bit of door banging. That will be something for the stewards to have a look at. I guarantee you the stewards channel is also filling up. I've just checked on the reporting section, and I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, we've already got 10 or 12 in there. If that's anything to go by, I reckon we're going to have 150 for the stewards to look at. They'll be busy after this race, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Seeing that, but the driving standards, though, Chris, in the grand scheme of things, considering what is at stake, $1,000 on the line here, prize money, ladies and gentlemen, for the winner.
Wow.
It's been pretty bloody good, if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a cracking spectacle put together by ESO as a part of the ASA Discord server. A lot of acronyms coming at you today. 3 letters indeed. That's where it's all at. But yeah, get around it. The link's down there in the Discord. As the race just starts to level out a little bit, we're going to put the spotlight on a few of these leagues that we have in the ASA under the ASA banner. So we're going to look down the order here. We're going to go the first one off the cab rank. It's the one that we're involved in, Zach O'Reilly, and it's the AK Racing Discord server. We are the home of Australian V8 supercars in Assetto Corsa, using the original Assetto Corsa. But we'll just get that off the screen because this is a battle down through Forest Elbow between Turner and Robertson. Turner just getting the better of it there. Robertson dropping a position, and Carlson trying to get involved as well, just trying to aid the overtake by getting a little bit of a slipstream now down Conrod Straight, and he's going to be lining up at the end of this one going into the chase. That's for sure, Zach O'Reilly.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a slipstream battle. Is he going to send it under brakes? He's too far away, so that will be line of stern racing here for one more lap, I would say. But the BMW 717, I think it is, or 777, sorry, going around in Brad Robertson, looking very, very racing at this point in time. Be it down at the back end of the grid, doesn't matter where you are. It's racing, and a bit squirrely there.
Yep.
For Turner on the exit, and that will give Robertson something to think about too. Those tyres on the Ferrari, not liking it at the moment. Maybe he just hit the grass, or maybe a bit too much power. Maybe turn that traction control up a little bit there, Mr. Turner, please and thank you, because now you're getting a little bit of a slipstream on yourself here. The BMW now is starting to catch the back of the Ferrari. Are we going to see some defensive driving here? Swing it to the left? No, straight. I reckon the BMW's just thought twice, and yep, thank you. He's thought again. Not worth the risk here. Only 11 hours and 18 minutes to go. Just too early to do some dicey sort of stuff. Just keep it racing. The quicker you guys go is when you line astern each other, rather than battling and hounding each other over the positions. It just hampers you. We saw that at the start of the race. Nearly 2 seconds gap was done because the second, third and fourth were all battling, and first was just clear and galloping off into the distance. Yeah,
they're pretty close on pace as well. So a little thing I used to do in endurance racing, instead of just sitting up the rear wing of the car in front, you're better off, if you can, and in this position he probably can't because there's a couple of cars lined up behind him as well, but just getting off the throttle a little bit and opening up a gap in front. Oh, look at this, it passed down through the dipper. Thank you very much. That's overtaken the day so far for the 777 racing team. That is fantastic stuff. Now he's released, going down the hill. Who would have thought we'd see an overtake into the dipper in 43 minutes into this race? That is absolutely unheard of. But there he goes. He makes the move happen. That is fantastic racing there from the BMW team. Wow.
Wow, what a drive. I can't believe he pulled that off.
No.
I don't think he'd pull that off in most simulation racing, let alone in real life, and he's done it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Now he's released. Hopefully he can clear some sort of gap and delta between himself and that little battle pack forming behind him, because that is something you don't want to get involved in when it gets further down the grid. It can be a bit hairier in the grand scheme of things, but that is the battle at the moment. I'll tell you what, the Lamb Chop has just galloped away. He is 3.5 seconds in the lead at the moment over Benjamin Hignett. So they are battling too, line astern, those guys at the moment. It's a bit on like Donkey Kong sort of style for the lead here. And you can see what is happening there in the background. But Kafil Slade looking very racy. Here's the Lap of the Gods-esque livery. And that McLaren's looking very nice up the back of Mr. Long himself. That will be pretty good. Andrew Long just driving nicely behind the solo con man himself. Chris Taylor, that is, in front of him.
Yeah.
I'm getting them right and wrong already. It's a bit early in the morning for my brain to sort of turn on, but that's okay. We're here ready to go. 3 wide, 3 line astern, and it's looking very, very good here for our, what are they? They're in 10th, 9th and 8th position here for the moment. I'm looking at the chat. Good morning to Ronald Marshall. Welcome, son.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us and tuning in. One of the chief engineer for Marshall Brothers Racing there in the V8 Supercar Series is in the chat. So is Jesse, the younger of the Marshalls too. Let's go, AK Racing, he says. And Dean Hanley says, yeah, big day for us, gents. That's for sure. Thank you very much. And cheers to Jason for complimenting the stream. Looking fantastic as always from now on here in Sensational TV land. Wow, we've got some racing ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have drivers come into the chat. We're going to have some special guest commentators as well, helping us out through the day. And that's going to be very, very interesting. We can see the car behaviour, though, just looking very similar for all 3 cars on screen at the moment. Just smooth driving, conservative but aggressive at the same time, and just making sure they get around this circuit without incident and keep each other in the forward momentum department, because top 10 is a hot position to get. You want to be inside the top 10. We know what happens for some drivers when they get a top 10. Not if you're going to slap the wall there. That was slayed into the wall, and he tapped it there. That was not good. Maybe some wing damage or maybe some side aero damage for him.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. So he'll be checking the HUD there to see how long that's going to take to fix in the pit stops. That's certainly going to hurt them over the day, unless it's only a minor bit of damage there, and that's not going to affect their pace too much. They might just leave it as is. But where were we? It's all calmed down again just for a second, or has it? The battle's on for second position. Hobbs is up the back of Hignett once more. So these 2 cars have been fairly locked together for the most part in this opening stanza of this race. It's almost coming up on the hour. So first one down. That's gone pretty quick, Zach. I reckon we could do 12 in the blink of an eye. But here we go. Especially when there's so many battles up and down the field. It's a what do you call it? I've lost my words all of a sudden. It is too early. I'm going to need another coffee. So when we get on a little break, I'm going to make myself up one of those. A super strong one indeed. But this battle here is on and off all day. So these 2 guys very evenly matched in the pace department. I'm going to go back to our little promo here for the first league off the cab rank. It is AK Racing. If you're interested in the original Assetto Corsa and all the modding goodness that it provides, we do hold the biggest V8 supercar league in the land. We've had this season, I just had a look, we've had over 100 sign-ups in that league alone. So it's absolutely popping off over there. Very well run events there by Risky and yourself, Zach O'Reilly, and all the other admin team. It's good stuff. And we also offer the Wednesday Cup, which runs, you guessed it, on a Wednesday evening. And again, we get over 30 cars, around average about 30 cars every Wednesday night. And it's a good place to cut your teeth and learn a bit of racecraft, because they're usually low-powered machines, aren't they, Zach O'Reilly? So it's pretty easy to pick up, arrive and drive and just have a bit of fun on a Wednesday night.
Yeah, lovely stuff. The Wednesday Cup cars are. We generally choose easier ones to drive, but then we've got Formula Masters at the moment, which are quick but easy to drive too. So awesome stuff. Yes, we will be broadcasting AK tonight as well, Jason. I will be tuning in myself as Chris wraps up this stream, and we'll have 2 races on at the same time here at Sensational TV. It's onwards and upwards for us, don't you worry about that. And the V8 Supercars will be live there as well. But the next one off the rank there, Christopher Munro, for the promos is what?
We'll get to that, because we're going to do one every hour for the next 12 hours.
Every hour.
Yep.
Loving it.
Yeah, we're going to space them out a little bit, give us something to talk about once the cars start to level out a little bit. But I'll tell you what, is that ever going to happen? Because there's another little three-way battle heating up again. It's Slade, Long and Taylor all locked in together here as the sun hits us in our faces here in Bathurst on a beautiful, clear morning. People were in the chat predicting a bit of rain, but I tell you what, looking out there now, I don't think that's the case at all.
No, not at all. We'll see what happens to Bathurst in the live weather sort of department. Are we going to see some rain? I don't know. Probably just clear skies and maybe some overcast coming in later in the day. But that's all for us to guess because I'm in Victoria and Chris is in Queensland. If anyone's from Bathurst in the chat, get yourself involved and give us some live weather updates or even some radar information as well. That'd be great to see because these guys will be wanting to look at that too. Will we see some drizzle? Maybe half the mountain. Maybe half the mountain wet, maybe half the mountain dry. If there was something like that, that would be cool to see. And we've got a replay coming up here at the moment. We're seeing, oh geez, this is Riley Price getting a bit of suckage down Conrod Straight. Is he going to overtake the Ferrari in front of him? He's going to send it just up the inside. Bit of contact here. That's hairy stuff onto the grass, into that, and that is not what you want to do. He's going to have to redress that position, surely. But he does not at this stage, but that is some hairy stuff. Another stewards report coming their way.
Yeah, the stewards are going to be busy today. Lots of little bumps and grinds along the way, which when you're under the helmet, everything seems like the worst incident possible and everyone else is at fault. But usually what happens is they send it through to the stewards. The stewards look at it objectively and they come back and say, actually, mate, that was your fault. So that's a 5-second penalty. Thank you very much.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's all to worry about at the end of the race. Speaking of the end of the race, it's all happening at the front here. Hobbs versus Hignett is on Christopher Munro. This is on. They are about to switch positions here for the lead. Second place, sorry. And Hignett just ran wide there at Hull Corner, which has invited Hobbs around the outside here. And what are we going to see? That is going to be Harry coming here into T2. Oh, this is going to be stuff. Oh, no, he gives us a ghost and says, thank you, I'll just keep it there. But pressure point here now for Hignett. He's feeling it all sorts. And I reckon Mia Rose has probably given half a prediction, a bit of feistiness in the chat last night for the post qualifying broadcasting. Mia said that Hignett is a sprint specialist. Let's see how he can do in the long stints at the moment. Maybe something of truth coming out of a fellow competitor, but doesn't matter because it all comes to fruition at the end of the race. You've got to be in it to win it, and it's not over until that fat lady sings and the checkered flag is waved here in just over 11 hours time.
Yeah, a little bit of a wall tap there from Regan Herbert in the Lamborghini as well, so maybe a little bit of damage just starting to add up on the side of that Lamborghini. You can see very fast down through the S's and the dipper makes up that gap, to the Mustang in front. And then let's see how they fare together in the top speed department coming down the straight. The Lamborghini being aided by a little bit of a slipstream, but you can see the gap not really closing too much at the moment. You'll see how much closer they are coming into the chase. Now that gap starts to lessen. Look at this. They might even have a little bit of a look. Goes defensive, tries to hold off the Lamborghini, the Ferrari around the outside.
Ferrari.
Look at that fantastic view from the chopper cam. Thank you very much. The sensational chopper driver doing a great job today. And that gap stays at about 4/10 of a second. Now they go around for another lap, nose to tail.
Yeah, we just saw some stewards reporting as well. 5 second and 10 seconds added up for car number one there for causing a collision. So already they're dishing them out left, right and centre here. The stewards just like $20 notes. Just here, you can have some, you can have some. Doesn't matter what's happening there, but this battle is really, really good. They've been fighting for probably about 3 laps in a row here, and it's just who can get the best exit on one corner and who blinks first sometimes, because Hignett is definitely under pressure here on the Mustang. The Ferrari is red hot in the rear vision mirror. That is the funniest rear wing note I've said. It's saying, what does it say? It says something about your mum. It says Brad's mum is on the back of it, so maybe some inter-team joking there as well. Wonder if Brad's mum could be that'd be a really good name for a beer or a gin or something like that, I reckon. Maybe I'll copyright that before someone takes it and make my own gin distillery up soon. Very, very close to the wall. Wowee, Hobbsy just absolutely flying around here, but nearly loses it over filming into the skyline here. Just getting it through the S's. Now the dipper section coming our way. Oh, just near the wall there was that Mustang. Oh, ever so hairy there as well. Speaking of which, just coming in now into Forest Elbow, Herbert nearly brushed the wall, had to get knocked out of it, and that's why he's a good 3 and a bit seconds away from that battle once more. That Lamborghini not behaving the way it wants to in 4th place, but the battle is still on here. Too far away for Hobbs on Hignett for a slipstream.
Yep, that's it's not happening for them this time around, but looking up or down the field, should I say, John McAdam and Riley Price And Charles Byrne locked in a three-way battle here at the moment. We're going to ride on board the Bentley and see what he can see going up the mountain. He's got BMW there in front with Charles Byrne just in front of those two in the Feather. So going up the hill, who's got the better of it? Looks like the Bentley's really nice and planted through the cutting over that little kink there. Flat to the floor here from the way in. Maybe a little lift just to get the nose settled. And bang, from here on out, the downforce takes over, and it's pretty much how big are your balls? Can you just keep the foot stuck to the floor all the way through here? Maybe a little lift there just to get the front rotated as well. And now it's time to get on the brakes as late as you can and just send it down through the S's and down through the dipper as well. Just throw the car down, get a bit of air out of the front left corner of these vehicles, and then another braking zone down into Forest Elbow. Very great pictures here coming from the track in the Bentley Motorsport number 183 for John McAdam. Can't make any ground up for the 18th position here. Riley Price just doing a great job there in a straight line. Actually, Riley's the one to watch now because he's right up behind the car in front of Charles Byrne. Will he make a send? Maybe half a send there. Didn't quite commit, but did not commit. So maybe just getting on the power a little bit later than he would like to, and that invites the Bentley back up behind him as well. So the plenty of invitations being handed out left, right, and centre here from these drivers.
Is the price right or not? And that's what Riley Price is going to find out. If he can send something up the inside there and take some chockies, that will be pretty good to see. But that Bentley is looking very, very racy, albeit a little bit of aero damage on the front. Hopefully they can get that fixed in the pit lane. But a bit of suckage here now for the Bentley and also for the BMW Price. We'll see if that's going to hamper anyone. They're going to battle it here. Oh, no, they just duck out of it. Did Price versus Byrne. So we'll find out later in this lap who's going to get the best run. Now really, really locked in a centipede here of cars at the moment. Three astern, and just looking at the behaviour of everyone, they're all sort of having to brake and be very, very cautious here. That Bentley on board looks super strong under brakes. Just gets it right, but the oversteer is something to behold there in the Bentley. That's where it's the weakest here, just across the top section of the mountain through Silver Park into the great section as well. And then we see him make up all the ground again, because in front, the BMW and Ferrari are going hammer and tong here. Wowee, that is going to be close here across Skyline. What are they doing here? Left, right, upside down, looking in the mirrors, looking frontwards, get through the dipper nicely there. Beautifully done by the both of them. Not too close in the grand scheme of things for a move. It's BMW of Price. Is he going to send it now? A bit deep on the brakes there was the Ferrari, but gathers it up nicely for an exit out of Forest Elbow, and just gets a run there. He just used all that slip angle there to the Ferrari. Now he's weaving just to break the toe a little bit, but not close enough is Price in the BMW for now.
Yep, doing their best out there at this point in time. Just can't get close enough, can he, in the BMW to make a move on Charles Byrne. Doing a great job just holding these guys at bay, but you can tell that he might just be a little bit of the cork in the bottle as these guys are lined up behind him. So maybe once they do make a move on him, you might just see them chuffle off into the distance. But as we said, in the endurance racing stakes, you don't want to be making too many wild risks or taking too many wild risks. So you just want to maybe just apply the blowtorch to the car in front and hope for a little bit of a mistake, and that you can make or take advantage of in the long run. You don't want to be trying to force any overtakes too often, because that can really, be a detriment to your race. It could end it completely. So always a balance of risk and reward.
Definitely.
Welcome to everyone in the chat today. It's going to be a big day, so looking towards the chat for a bit of inspiration as well. So keep up your comments there. It's coming in thick and fast. We're going to look up the order here because these guys are just holding toe for the moment. Up at the pointing end. Yeah. Yeah,
I was about to say cross to that man right there, because the Chan man is getting pressured by Lucas Keys here. This is battle for 5th and 6th place, and it looks like Keys has got that Hurricane absolutely bound up to the nostrils, and that car is clogged in the setup department as a nose is on the old COVID jam. and looking very, very racy here onto the Chan Man. The Chan Man has not made up any ground on fourth place of Herbert in front of him. He's still 6.5 seconds away, but Keys is just ploughing his way through the field here. Got that Lamborghini pointed and settled very, very nicely. Only one bit of traction control dialed into that thing, so using the slip angle at the moment is Lucas Keys. But we'll see what he can do. He's on the 3 out of 8 engine map, so just turn the engine down for now. Just keep it real. It just touched the wall there, I think, maybe just missed it. And this is where we can see a bit of battling here. The car behaviour over the top of the mountain is very, very poignant at this point in time. The sun is now definitely in the eyes of the drivers as they're crossing over Skyline. Wowee, what a sight that is. Coming into over the 7 News overpass there through the S's into the dipper we go. Bang, straight away. Beautiful driving from both cars here. Are we going to see a battle here coming? Who's going to get the best exit out of Forest Elbow? No oversteer coming into the right hand, and now we dip it down to the left. Keys just a little bit closer now, but he's just lost a bit of momentum. If you go fast in, equals slow out, ladies and gentlemen, in the racing department. Maybe get the slow in, fast out one going, and you will be a better for it at the end of Conrod Straight.
Yeah, but if you drive like Zach O'Reilly, it's fast in and fast out, ladies and gentlemen. There's not many that can do it better out there. But these guys just locked in a tight little battle here. Vic Chan, very racing indeed, mate. Very much pace in the Mustang there. But Lucas Keys maybe just has his number covered here for the moment. We saw the position deltas there. Vic Chan must have had a bit of a bad start because he started up there in 5th position apparently. But here comes Keys now. Got the aid of the slipstream, showing the nose into turn 1. Not close enough to make the dive happen. But maybe just sacrificed his exit there a little bit. Maybe just wanted to stay in tow there and get the better exit out of Hell Corner, and he might have been able to make a move up into Griffins, but as a result of showing the nose there into turn 1, that has completely messed up his run up the hill, and he will be stuck behind Vic Chan for another lap indeed, unless he can make up that ground across the top of the mountain and maybe look for a move into the elbow or maybe even the chase.
Yeah, definitely something into the chase, I reckon, is where we're going to see. Look at that run there. Wow. That was really, really close. That was some good stuff there, I can tell you that. Now Keys has got to reset his brain, get out of that aero wash, because it is a thing here on ACC, that's for sure. If you're too close across the top section through that grate where they just passed into Sulman now, you could understeer off into that gravel trap on the outside. You don't want to do that. But it's another go here for Keys. He knows he's strong across Skyline and through the S's now. He's got that car pointed and nicely. Beautiful stuff there from both of them. Just on the exit there, a bit of ground here, bit of ground gained. But dyslexia sticking in already at the moment. Oh, very hairy there was Keys. Just pointed it and got it saved there. Oversteering left, right and centre. Loves a car loose at the moment, is Keys, that's for sure. But he's lost all that momentum. Now here to Victor Chan, the man. Jan's off into the bunda. What is he doing?
Oh.
Get off it. He's just belted the Amarok signs out of the way. There is foam and debris all over the circuit. Is that going to produce a safety car? I don't think so. But geez Louise, foam all over the Conrod Straight at the moment. I think Victor Chan just might have taken a sip of his coffee while he was going down Conrod.
Yeah.
Or just maybe the missus sent him a beautiful text message in the picture form and he just got distracted. Bit of motivation there for the Chan man. But Keys is now still up the inside. He's trying to look left, right and centre. Can he make another move there? Out of Murray's corner. He's right up the back end again. I don't think he's going to go for a move here this time. He is. He's sort of showing the nose, dummying Chan into a late braking manoeuvre. Settle the car nicely. Get it pointed on exit. That's how you do it. Here goes Keys. Now they're bump drafting each other up the straight. Wowee. This is very, very cool. Mountain Straight bump drafting coming your way, but Chan in the Orange Express Mustang definitely sticking it onto the inside, staying there at the moment. Keys going to have to back out of that and just give it a go, but he's going to try and dummy that nose up the inside. Hopefully a bit of oversteer for Chan on exit, but now he's got the run. Just had to back out of that. Wowee, that was some close wall riding stuff there. And here we go, another one into the cutting we go. Just on the rear end of that Mustang is the Hurricane. Wowee, this is classic driving. This is excellent stuff. This is top notch. And as we said, 2 minutes around here in Bathurst, wowee, and race pace. That's some quick bloody driving. And Keys and Chan showing us exactly how to do it. Fantastic driving.
Yeah, 2:01.4 the last time around for these guys, both doing pretty much the same lap times as well, because they are locked in this bit of a time battle. No one's really deviating off the racing line either, so they're not really stunting their pace too much, I'd imagine. But I'll tell you what, when you are out there with a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of pressure from behind, it does take its toll. So he will be looking probably in the rearview mirror just a little bit, Vic Chan, at the moment, and it might just be worth letting him go and maybe try and just hit on the back of him at the moment, because Lucas Keys obviously has a little bit more pace than Vic Chan at this point in the race. So maybe just for the better of the big picture, to let that Lamborghini go and hold on to him for the well, as long as you can, really, in the pace department. But you know what it's like, sim racing. These guys get the red mist descending as soon as those lights turn green. So no one wants to be overtaken at the best of times, but sometimes just a little strategic lift off the throttle can go a long way towards the end result in one of these long races. But we're going to have to leave that battle, because it's on now for the second place on the ladder here, with Hobbs and Hignett both side by side going up the mountain straight. Oh, geez, just covering him off over the into turn 2 is Hignett, but Hobbs sticking fat and sitting underneath the rear wing of that Mustang and doing a pretty good job of it. But I tell you what, Hignett's doing even a better job just to hold him off as well at this point in the race. Matthew Lamb just scooting off, getting out to 10-second lead now in the opening hour of this race. We've just ticked over an hour. Thank you very much, viewers, for sticking around for that. It's very early in the morning for most places in the world, well, in our time zone anyway. 8 o'clock, 8:20 for me. Gee whiz, that's early stuff. But I'll tell you what, all this action on track has woken me up well and truly, and there's plenty more to come.
Plenty more to come. Plenty of racing to be had, as we can see here. But you can tell these guys here know what to do. They're not going to fight tooth and nail. If a position is definitely on, they will go for it. But if it's a half a chance, they'll just keep racing each other, because that gap at the moment, as you said, Chris, good 10.3 seconds now away is the leader. And I reckon for Hobbs, it's only hurting his chances to get up to the end, top end of the field, and make that $1,000 stick into his back pocket. But cracking driving, 291 k's at the top of 6, just showing the half the nose there at the back of Conrad Straight. Into the chase we go. That Mustang has got some lateral grip, though, I can tell you that. I wish that grip was all over every single car, because that car, missing apexes, still manages to keep the same speed around the corners as the compatriots behind, the Ferraris, the Lamborghinis, you name it. That Mustang is gripped up to the Scheisenhausen.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthew Lamb coming into the pits. Leader is in the pits, ladies and gentlemen, and there is a new race leader. That is Mr. Hignett there in the Mustang. So, in the Mustang. What am I saying there, ladies and gentlemen? Getting very confused with so many manufacturers out there on track at the time being. There's been a couple of little yellow flags and incidents. We might just go and check one of them out and see what it was all about in the instant replay. I'm loving this replay function here, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at Phil Turner, the 557. He's going to go off on his own, I think. Or have I hit the wrong one? I have. Yeah, just a little bit of a off-track excursion into the fence. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not what we want to see. But joining back to the action at the front, Hignett has skipped away to about a half a second gap to Hobbs. Herbert in third position, with Vic Chan making a position up in fourth thanks to the early pit stop for Matthew Lamb. He was one of the first, but now that triggers a lot of other pit activity now. Johnson, Taylor, Hayes, all in the pits. There's blue flags waving, so these leaders are starting to catch the back of the pack as well. That is one of the McLarens there. These two are coming up on. And I think we're going to see a bunch of pit activity now as well. How long is that? That is 31 laps. So that's about, I guess, how long a tank of fuel lasts, Zach O'Reilly.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Lamb Chop is back out on the field, circulating nicely, eating up some of the pasture and just getting himself ready to go. And it's on here at the moment. McAdam is still in a battle of attrition here on Chris Taylor. Wow, these guys have not let go of each other. And here he goes, the Bentley versus Mustang S coming our way. This could be a really cool battle to watch here. See what the main man in the Bentley, John McAdam, can do. Blue flag's been waved again, so still cars everywhere getting lapped already, an hour in. geez Louise, how many cars we're going to see blue flag to get out of the way? But the Bentley just a little bit hairy coming into the cutting, and that's released the Mustang in front of Cook, and he will be galloping his way down off into the distance. Cook last night in the top 10 shootout did a great job. The chef was on fire and managed to start the race inside the top 10, obviously, and racing a fair way off where he was. Maybe some first lap incidents there has put him back down the field. Don't you worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. It's all going to come to fruition at the second half of the race. And that is in a fairway time. Geez, that was some hairy blue flag stuff there, just getting out of the way when possibly can did the Mustang there, wowee, but didn't hamper the racing. So that's how you do it. Take note, drivers out there watching. That's how you be a blue flagger. Get the hell out of the way and get right off the racing line if possible. And then you are out of any sort of love-hate relationship between drivers on the field.
Yeah, you don't want to be making too many enemies at this stage of the race. But I think a lot of these guys have raced each other in the past, so they probably are fairly familiar with the racing styles of each one. So they know how much gap to give, how much racing room to give, and how much not to give in a few cases as well. I'm sure there's no love lost between a few of these competitors from past encounters. But it seems like it's all petered out now for the time being. The closest gap on track is this one we're looking at, Chris Brooker and John McAdam and Brad Cook, all three by going 3 around, and the blue flags are starting to wave. That is the sign of an endurance race where those blue flag marshals are going to be busy today. I'll tell you what, there's always going to be someone coming up behind one of the slower cars. So good luck to those guys earning their money as well as the stewards. Shout out to them out there in the stewards box, going furiously through all the replays, trying to figure out who's at fault, who deserves a penalty, and who has paid or slipped the brown paper bag of $100 notes under the table, so they are free from any penalties for the rest of the round. No, that doesn't happen here, ladies and gentlemen. There's none of that going on behind the scenes. Very professional league we're a part of here at ASA.
Absolutely. Now, our main man, Carlson, he's still flying along somewhere, and we've got a bit of a funny fact about him. I don't know why, but he seems to be good at archery, in his own words. Pretty decent at archery, he says. His favourite car is a 1967 Ford Mustang Eleanor as well, but he's doing the solo today, and it looks pretty good at this point in time for him. Can't find anything on McAdam. He didn't want to fill out the profile, so bugger you, mate. We won't have anything funny to say about you later on. That's okay. You snooze, you lose. But plenty of stuff coming our way, and that Bentley is looking pretty cool. The old Haviline. Geez Louise, that's some exciting stuff there too. I'm loving it. The battle is heating up here. The Lamb Chop is making his way through the field, and we'll see what he can do later on as he comes back out into clean air and just loving a bit of action, and this will be helping him in the grand scheme of things. Time that pit stop to absolute perfection. He did. Clean air is what you want, and he can just gallop away and get some deltas peeling his way, which will increase that gap that he had over the field of about 10.5 seconds when he pitted, and just maintain the lead of the race once he hands it over to one of his co-drivers. Yeah, one of the formidable teams in endurance racing over the years has Laundry House been. From the days of Andy O'Hara. Is he still around, ladies and gentlemen? I've been out of the ACC game for quite some time, so is he still racing? One of the nice guys in sim racing there is Andy O'Hara, a former teammate of mine, and we had some good battles in the V8 Supercars League back a few years ago as well. Be good to see him around for a future Enduros, if he's still racing, that is, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't heard from him in a few years, but Laundry House, yeah, one of the cracking teams here in this country for sure, and to get a seat in that team, you have to be a speedy customer, and certainly Matthew Lamb is proving that point to us all at the front of the, in the net lead of this race for the time being, as the cars in front have yet to make their pit stop. So he's pitted himself into clear air as well, so that's fantastic news for the Laundry House team. That will be an even bigger lead once the other guys come back out onto the track.
But I'll tell you what, now's a good time as any, Zach O'Reilly, if we want to announce the raffle that we're holding today.
Announce the raffle we are holding today. We are giving away a lucky subscriber a $50 Steam voucher coming their way. We're going to pull a name out of the hat at the end of the stream, and that will be Chris Munro's job because I will not be here. And the lucky winner who likes, subscribes, even donates to us, will give us a chance, or give you a chance to win a $50 Steam voucher. That will go a long way with Assetto Corsa Evo coming out in a couple of months' time, I reckon. Or if you just want to go and buy some game hacks off some dodgy person in Steamland to crack the code and just cheat your way through the field. No, you don't want to do that. It will be handy for you.
Yep, absolutely. We probably should have gone through that in the pre-game show. But the conditions for entry is you must either super chat or donate to the stream or be a Patreon member. So simply subscribing isn't enough to get yourself into that draw because we've got over 600 subs, and I will not be going through 600 names, putting them into a random number generator. So you must give us a small donation. The links are in the description box below, and your name will go into the hat to win that $50 Steam voucher by the end of the day. That's $50 off Assetto Corsa Evo when it comes out in a couple of months' time. A few of the previews dropping for that today. It looks pretty exciting.
Yeah, it looks very nice, and hopefully they will get some sort of more development happening over the course of the game, because free roaming is one of the big things in AC, and ACE will want to be on that from the get-go. Let's see what the new physics engine does. Let's see how it races in the grand scheme of things. But I reckon with anyone who donates can maybe go and get that grip.exe thing that everyone loves to have, and see if we can get that on song. But have to donate, and throughout the stream, that's we will reward one lucky donator for a $50 voucher. That's exciting to see, and I can't wait for that to be announced. Whoever it is, you are one lucky person.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep an eye out for that one, ladies and gents. It's a good little bit of fun as well. Who's going to win the prize? Well, it's it's anyone's game, but you just got to donate to the cause here. We are live today on YouTube for 12 hours, so really earning our cash indeed here. But who's in the lead of this race? It is Lamb. Lucas Keys is the what would you call it? Provisional. That's a good word. I will use it.
Oh, no! Sorry.
You're right.
There was an incident up the top. Mia Rose has come off. Came off the circuit, but then in front of her, that was I think it was Shawnee Brimblecone or someone. We'll have to get the replay there. But Mia Rose was all the way up the out and up the inside, and then they came together. An unforced error over McPhillamy sent one car darting off into the wall. We'll have to get a replay of that. We'll see it here now. Who was that in front? See this, look at that tank slapper. Just misses the fence, but then straight into the other one. And Mia Rose had to go straight through down into the runoff area and just missed all of that. Wowee. That was some hairy stuff there. And that was definitely going to be some damage. And I think it was Jamie Kosa. I'm pretty sure it was. Who was the guy who just came out of that and saved his life, because Mia was hounding the back of him at the moment. Jeez Louise, that was some hairy stuff.
Yeah, that would have... that's a
That'd wake you up.
Code Brown moment, yeah. And Mia Rose just getting in the car as well. So with the baptism of fire heading her way very early in the stint, hopefully can avoid a bit of that mess going later on. But Lucas Keys has now found himself in a little battle here with Jamie Kosa, who's just jumped in the car for the 555 racing and
sent it into the wall.
Yeah, so a bit of damage on that car as well.
Bit of damage, I would say, 100%. How he missed the top of Skyline wall, I'll never know. That was some incredible stuff. Only just managed to pull it up, but now Keys is well and truly in the rhythm, and I reckon Kosa is now rattled from that sort of behaviour. So Lucas Keys got the psychological advantage here, I reckon, at the moment. And thank you very much for the tip there from Morale. Wowee. Thank you so much. Was that $50 I just saw, Chris, on the screen?
Could have just bought a Steam voucher.
Could have bought a Steam voucher. But don't worry, you could get your money back. That's all the luck of the draw. But thank you so much. Wowee. We are ever so grateful and appreciative of the donations coming through. Thank you very, very much to everyone so far last night and today, mind you. That Chris, that's the T's and C's.
Yes.
People donated last night as well in the running as well for the running of the Steam gift card. Not even I can speak either.
No, it's still very early in the piece, so we'll get used to it. We'll warm up as the day progresses, and then we'll hit our peak, and then it will just descend into insanity, I assume. So,
Yeah.
one of those things, ladies and gentlemen. But a few more subs to the channel as well. Thank you guys indeed for that. It's going to be a long day, so hopefully we can have a bit of fun and bring you guys some good content here on the channel at Sensational TV. If you're new to the channel, this is what we do, ladies and gentlemen. We try and broadcast these races with a bit of fun in mind as well, but also keeping somewhat of a professional tone to the broadcast. I don't know if we do that too well anyway for the most part, but it is a lot of fun for me indeed in the hot seat as well, and I get to share it with a good mate of mine, Zach O'Reilly, as well. We are broadcasting live from Bathurst today in the ESO Bathurst 12 hour. It's an hour and 20 down, and we've seen more action than I can remember, Zach.
Yeah, it's been cracking stuff. And, you know, trials and tribulations have already happened. A couple of cars exiting early after lap one incidents across the S's through Skyline. That was some hairy stuff. We've seen love taps with the wall. We've seen cars just darting off into the bunda and then recovering nicely. And then we've seen some cracking overtakes already. I cannot believe the overtake of the day is still through the S's, mid-corner. I cannot believe what I saw there, and made it stick too. But Phil Rando's having a good time. He's about to go up the inside and make a positional change. That is for 25th place. Thank you very much, Mother, for the rabbits. He says on Takamishi. So up one place here for Rando, and he's got 38 seconds in front of him of clean racing to go. So he'll well and truly get that Skyline off and running in the rhythm department, that's for sure. We've got a couple of our top 15 drivers in the pits, Pickford, McAdam and Brooker now in the pits there too. You can just see them. And Starkey Brown, well, he was racing a bit further up the grid earlier and has now dropped a couple of places. So not sure what happened to him, but he'll get back up there with the brown man himself and see what we can do. And it's on still here, Chris, between Keys and Koza. That is pretty hairy. They are side by side here at the moment. If we can cross back to them at some point, you can see that battle too. They're having a good crack. I reckon Chris has gone to the toilet.
I have just gone to sleep. Sorry about that.
Gone to sleep, but that's okay. It is on. Keys has got past Koza now, so that is fourth place for Lucas Keys. Koza's going to have to go around the outside to make this work into Hull Corner, but it's not going to work here. And Keys has finally been released. That took 3 or 4 laps to get done. And now Lucas Keys can make his way further up the road by Jingo's. He's got, what has he got? He's got 3 and a bit seconds between himself and Mia Rose in front. So this Lamborghini is looking racy here. And I'll tell you what, still looking racy at the moment is Koza. He's wanting to get back in the action, but too far away for a move there. And Keys will now sail off into the distance. Pace relative is my prediction.
Yeah. Koza just getting into the car as well, so he's not quite warmed up as much as Keys is. He's probably coming towards the end of his stint as well. As we can see on the timing tower there, the amount of pit stops taken by these top 20, and everyone has taken their pits. Sean Brimbleton probably one of the last. Phil Turner down there in 18th positions, yet to make a pit stop. So the Ferraris have certainly a big fuel tank. I'm not sure how long you can go on a tank of fuel, but certainly 38 laps so far for that team. 0 pit stops. You can see a few teams around them have come in twice as well, probably for a little bit of damage repairing at the start of the race when we saw that car park up on top of the hill. But I reckon we're going to see, well, how many we're going to see? About 10, at least 10 or more pit stops over the course of the day. That's anyone's guess, really. Are they going to short fuel, go for like all balls to the wall stints of qualifying laps? and under-fuel it a little bit, or go long, try and conserve the tyres for a whole lap or a whole fuel tank's worth of lapping around. The Merc has incredible fuel economy, says Shane W.
Yeah, he does, and also so does a Ferrari and a Lambo too. So those guys probably be a little bit longer in the tooth of the fuel department between breaks, so that's okay. But we'll see what they come to fruition, because yes, they might be good on fuel, but it might outweigh that self in the tyre department. Are they easy on the tyres, or are they a harder car to drive based on where the engine is positioned or the aero set up to? It's anyone's guess. But we're definitely proving themselves right at the moment. The Lamborghinis 3 and 4 at this point in time. The Ferrari in 5th. McLaren leading the race. The Lamshank is 9.2 seconds away from anyone on track to hamper his position. So a little bit of a lossage in the grand scheme of things for the Lamshank. He was 10.5 seconds after a pit stop. So maybe just a second more fuel was all it took at that pit stop, and maybe going for the long run here. But in 10th place, purely having a good time here in the Aston Martin. That's a cool looking livery itself. Bit of matte black and you name it, it's got everything on it. That livery, blue flags are waved there too. Looking very, very nice. Matte black with the gloss blue racing stripe down the middle. And then on the side, it's got some, I can't see what that is on the side. It looks like a coat of arms of some sort of setting there. Triangulars, everything. It's called a livery, Zach, you idiot. Just stop talking about it and move on.
Yeah, that's right. He's just making his way up behind the chef there as well. He can smell what's coming out of the kitchen, and he wants a bit more of that. So he's sniffing the rear wing of that car ever so slightly, about a second down the road. But yeah, as we said, talking about the leader as well, Matthew Lamb, about 10 seconds gap to Connor Hind as well. They're in a great position here at the start of this race, only an hour and a half in and a 10-second gap. That affords them the luxury of strategic options, really. They can probably set that engine mapping down to a bit of a fuel-saving mode and just lap at about the same time as whatever that car is behind them. They don't need to stretch the lead at this point in the race, because what could happen is a safety car could come and they've just blown a bunch of fuel. Oh, there's a damage.
That's a damage.
There, that's the 421 of Tim Purcell. Let's go back and have a look if we can see what happened to him. 421, here's a yellow flag. I can't see that popping up in the logs, so we'll just go back 30 seconds and see if we can find what happened to him. Looks like his car's in good nick at the moment. No, that's not it. That's the wrong one. Maybe it's the 423, ladies and gents. So we're going to go and have a look at that one. No, we're going to have to wait for this one to go. Just getting used to the replay system here in ACC. This is only our second broadcast in ACC, the first one being last night. So getting used to all the controls here in the control room. But that looks like we're back live. So let's go back to the 423 and the incident that has caused this accident here. There he is. He's turned around. We've gone back not far enough. So thank you very much to this this replay system. Very hard to work out.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, he's just in big trouble there. Parked in
that is not
spot.
where you want to be. Oh, no. That is disaster. Sorry for overtaking you there. Mia Rose got around all right, but that was the lead pack that came through and tagged the back of him at the end there as well.
Here we go.
But he's okay. He's got the bonnet fixed.
No, this is the replay.
That's the other
guy.
This is the replay. Here we go. We'll find out what's happening. And he's just lost it there. Full oversteer. That was Davey Reynolds style. Wacko into the wall. 43 G's of impact there. Oh, geez, that's not what you want to do, and that will hurt you for sure. He's in the pits now and getting that fixed. I can guarantee you that bonnet looking very, very uppity and second hand. I'm watching him in the pits now. He's been in there for a while, and it's still getting fixed. So we'll see where he pops out in the grand scheme of things. There's Mr. Psycho, and we'll see what he can do. Purely going looking for a move here for P9.
P9. Yep, he's made his way up behind the car in front now. Yeah, he can smell something good coming out of the back of that car.
Bit of ribeye.
Yeah, bit of ribeye. Oh, what a thing to have for breakfast as well. But Mr. Who's in the Brad Cook? We've got his stats up here. His favourite real life driver is Cam Waters. So funnily enough, they've gone for the DJR livery. They could make sense of that one. But his funny nickname's Bert, so here we go. Bert the cook, Bert the chef, is under all sorts of pressure here from Chris Cooley. A couple of front engine cars, should I say? So plenty of grip in the front end department here, coming up the mountain. Wow, you can see, just scraped the wall as well. Did Cook. This is a tight little battle here, ladies and gentlemen. He's given him plenty, is Cooley. So putting the pressure on over the top of the mountain, as you can see there on your screens. Cook just doing his best to hold him off for now. He's going to try and make a move down there. No, he wants to get the coveted prize of overtake of the day, but I don't know if anyone's going to be able to do better than what we saw earlier on with that move down the dipper. A little bit of a gap now and some lapsed traffic to deal with. This could be the invitation that Cooley needs, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming down the hill now, getting the aid of a little bit of a slipstream there from the blue flaggers. That's one getting out of the way. There's another one there in the Lamborghini, the Sparco Garage Lamborghini there, about to go a lap down. And, wow, just get out. Oh, the blue flag is certainly hampering here at the moment. He's going to actually make contact.
Oh, no!
That is not what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen. That has invited the Aston Martin to have a look down the inside here into Murray's corner. Is he going to do it? Oh, this is a late move. Very big lunge there for the Aston Martin. Gets the job done, though. What a great overtake and very opportunistic there from Chris Cooley.
Well done, Chris Cooley. That's taking every bit of opportunity, as you said, Chris, by the skin of its teeth, and he's got the job done there. So thank you very much, Mother for the Rabbits. He is going to gallop away up the road now. Poor old chef got absolutely smacked there, and that's not what you wanted to see. That's for sure. I reckon there will be some angry helmets there. We'll see the replay of what's happening here. The Sparco Garage. Lamborghini just not getting out of the way when it needed to be, although I think that car is in a battle, to be honest, Christopher Munro. No, it's not. It's not. Got it in. Bang. Straight. Thank you very much. And lap traffic becoming an absolute nightmare for the chef. Gordon Ramsay will be wanting to get the oil straight out of the pot and spray it all over the Sparco Garage liveried Lamborghini there, because that was some tip-top ruthless behaviour there for a blue flagger. First one of the day we've seen that has not complied to the rules, and that's the end result. A position lost there for the chef.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy in the blue flag that takes out one of the guys coming up behind you. So certainly we've seen what can happen in the past. Max Verstappen and what was his name, Esteban Ocon there a few years ago. Ocon taking out Max Verstappen, leader of the race at the time there, and a bit of heated words exchanged after the race. Perhaps the same thing can happen here in this race. So you don't want to be that guy getting yelled at in the Discord voice channel. So do your best out there, guys, in the race. But here we have a couple of purple cars. I feel like we've gone back in time a little bit. We've got two absolute bright purple cars to deal with here. Convoy, the solo man himself.
Oh, man.
And Steve Rees, who is responsible for all these beautiful graphics that we are going to show with the league banners. He sent them to me today, or last night, should I say. So thank you very much to Steve. But he's looking pretty quick here at the moment. He's got Convoy in his sights, getting the aid of the suck up the mountain, but just doesn't have the legs to make a move on the Mustang just yet. They're going to go in one by one up the hill. Oh, there's a car just off there, the number 10.
Oh, no.
Slipstream International in a terrible spot. Indeed, the yellow flags are waving. We don't know how to go back to that. We do. Let's see what happened to the number 10.
See what happened to Charles here. He's just making his way up Mountain Straight. This is okay. everything's looking good, but something's going to happen here. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Turns it in late. Looks like he just got into the wall. No, onto the ripple strip. Bit of a tank slapper. Then wacko into the right-hand side wall. Wowee. And that is a bonnet looking very second-hand. Front splitter. Just tried to get out of the way. And he did so, but that is a cork in the bottle there on the circuit at turn 2. Not the ideal place to be there for Charles Byrne, but that's okay. Everyone's still racing. No safety car called at this stage. And look at, speaking of the convoy, Chris, probably one of the funniest driver introductions I've ever heard about the man himself. It was one to behold. I think we're going to have to save it later for the session as we get going, because it's about him, it's about his missus, it's about GPSs, it's about everything else under the sun that you could probably think. And I'll give you one fact about him. His favourite in real life driver is his better half. Constantly reminds him where to turn, even though maps is on. And she warns me of other cars within 3.5 kilometres of me. Screams if we brake for every intersection as well. So that is his favourite in real life driver. I hope his missus is watching, because we've just thrown him right under the bus. The 902 came straight down the road and flattened him pretty flat, I reckon. Maybe no celebrations there for Convoy tonight after his solo effort.
Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Convoy there in the chat as well. Your husband's thrown you under the bus. So, but look, it's all done with love, I'm sure. Steve Reed's just dropping off the back of Convoy as we speak as well. Maybe just doesn't want to apply the pressure too much. Maybe just believes in Convoy's pace and just says, look, if I give you maybe just a couple of tenths to think about, maybe you can just up the pace a little bit without me having to try and force an overtake. But as I say that, I don't know if these guys really take into that consideration. Once you're in the sim rig, it's just all balls to the wall. Go as fast as you can for 12 hours. It's a test of endurance. But we're going to swap down to Purcell here in the 4-2-1. He's got his team squad, or cheer squad, in the chat. Huds21 says, go Team Viper. That's Percy in number 421. Here we are riding aboard with the BMW now. He's got Alex Clapano in front of him in the 95. That is the Lightning McQueen Aston Martin. Very nice livery indeed. We saw the 423, the Pit Viper. What team is that? The Pit Viper. Let me check my thing here. Pit Viper Epsilon in the Mercedes are getting into all sorts of dramas earlier on with a massive accident, and that's put them right down the order as well. They're down in 30th position now with Brent Sykes behind the wheel, so they've got a bit of a recovery to do. Indeed, they were up there in qualifying yesterday, I remember. So big day in front for those guys. 10 hours and 23 minutes to go. Zach O'Reilly. Steve Rees still giving pressure to Jamie Convoy as well. He's going to want to try and get around this guy as quickly as he can, because I think he's just starting to hold him up now in the pace department for Bargorn Racing there in the Ferrari. Might even think about a move, but you can see there just the straight line speed of the Mustang is enough to hold him at bay. Even with the aid of the slipstream, he's pulling away down the straights. So that's going to make it very hard indeed to make an overtake here at Bathurst, because a lot of the overtaking that happens on this track is at the end of the straight. You'll see it. It's either into Griffins or into the chase, unless you are making the most of a mistake that comes in front of you. If you need to force an overtake, it's going to have to come from a little bit of the suckage and getting on the brakes later than your compatriot down into one of these heavy braking zones.
Yeah, bang on, Chris, bang on. And I think with that sort of mind frame, that is what can win you races. And if you do that, Chris is a proven race winner himself. He knows where to do it and how to do it. I myself have got go-karting still in my blood, and just like to do it where most others will not venture. Still come out the other side in a pretty good position, mind you, too. But everyone is different, and these races are 100% different. They are in an alien league. Some guys mentioned in the chat earlier, Chris, that I don't know how they're doing 2 minutes in race pace. I couldn't even get a sub 2 minute in qualifying trim. So that just shows you how quick these guys are around Bathurst, and it's a credit to them all, that's for sure. But the Convoy definitely doing a good job here, doing it solo and just having an absolute ripper of a time. And looking at that gap there, just into the chase there. That was pretty hairy there from Stephen Rees, but having a good crack at this point in time, that's for sure. And he will be one of the guys to watch out at the end of the race, I reckon. He organised a lot. He helped us out with the graphics, Steve, so thank you very much there. The grid looked fantastic as we ran through them earlier in the stint. What's the grid going to look like at the end? That's a question to behold there. Bit of net coding going on the server at the moment, just sort of looking a bit hairy. So, this could be exciting. Hopefully it doesn't catch too many people out. There you can just see the car sort of petering forwards and backwards there as we run up Mountain Straight. Not ideal in that grand scheme of things. Another lap down, another lap run and one here for everyone as we come through the quarry. Now we're coming up to the cutting section here of Bathurst, slapping it down into second gear, maybe first if you're in any car, not the Mustang. The Mustang definitely in first gear. Second gear up into Griffin's Mount as we come through there. Third gear, 180 is the approach into that corner. Then coming over Griffin's Mount into Reed Park and then Tillman Park. It's about 230 k's an hour, if you don't mind, just navigating your way through the Bathurst section. Then we're in McPhillamy, 230 odd as we approach Skyline, braking at 238 k's an hour, slapping it down the gears from fourth all the way down to second through the dipper section now, 103 k's an hour through there. Beautiful driving here by everyone in Sundry. Nearly 200 k's as we approach Forest Elbow. Breaks it down 86 kilometres an hour, the minimum speed there at Forest Elbow. Slapping it through the gears into third, now into fourth gear we go. Fifth gear coming our way down Conrod Straight. If you're in the suck, you can get around 290 kilometres an hour of slipstreamage here in the GT3 car, too far away. At the moment here is Stephen Rees. You will approach about 286 by the time he gets onto the anchors. 288 in fact. Slaps it down all the way from 6 down to second. 120 at the apex there of the chase. 130, 140, 150, 60, 70, 80, 90. Fourth gear now and braking heavily just after the 100-metre board. Into second gear, 100k an hour minimum speed there at Murray's Corner. Whacks it into another lap. And he's just done a 2:01.36, only 0.4 of a second away from his personal best this far into the race. They're definitely on song here, Christopher Munro.
Yeah, not too bad at all in the pace department. Convoy's just picked up his pace just a little bit over the last couple of laps as well. Steve Rees just cannot get close enough down these straights to make an inroad on that overtake either. So Convoy got that thing set up nicely in the top speed department. Maybe a little bit more wing added to the Ferrari of Fargon Racing. They're just struggling in the top speed department, at least in comparison to the Mustang in front. But we know those Mustangs are way OP anyway. Isn't that right, chat? So plenty to argue about there over the course of the day. But these two are the closest battle on track at the moment. Unless we go back and have a look at Timmy Nash, who's up behind Phil Rando in the Godzilla Nissan team. That's one to look out for. They're in the Pro-Am class. So these guys are locked in a tight little battle here. Timmy Nash in the 557. That is OES Black. So they've got the former Australian cricket captain Michael Clark coming up later on to do a stint in that car. So looking forward to a few boundaries hit by him. Maybe smash a couple out of the park as well. One of my favourite batsmen of all time, Michael Clark. Shit of a bloke, but could bat.
Good bat, and definitely could bat as well in the external department as well. Yeah. He's nabbed a couple of beauties in his time, that's for sure. Him and Lara Bingle, I think it was at one stage. Then his beautiful wife that he decided to do the dirty on as well in the end, and got in a bit of a fist fight between him and a couple of other famous people outside his house at a drunken rampage, did Michael Clark. So what an absolute flog of a bloke. Could bat on the field though, and they say keep your performances, judge them on your performance on the field, not the man himself. So that is a debatable topic. I debate them on the person that they are. They can get stuffed if they're a shit bloke and move on with life. Doesn't matter. There's nothing about shit blokes here at Sensational TV. Myself, Zach O'Reilly here commentating. Christopher Munro is my co-commentator, and a beautiful man he is himself, looking like Wolverine at this point in time, but in about the complete opposite shape of Wolverine, I guarantee you, in every department. However, he is in shape, the fat man. Mm-hmm. He is round. and ready to rock and roll around Bathurst here at the moment. I too am also out of shape, so I cannot talk whatsoever. Neglecting the gym for a best couple of 6 weeks at the moment, and shrinking by the day are all those gains. But all the gains are happy to be here on track at Bathurst here today, where the leader is still flying around the lamb chop. He is 2.1. No, he's not. He is. Yeah, he is. He's got a little bit of a gap between himself and the next guy behind. Yeah. 12.8 seconds, nearly 13 now. So it was 9.5 about 10, 12 laps ago for the lamb chop, and now it's 13 already. So Mr. Connor Hind is going to be wanting to get onto the back of him at some stage, because here comes Mia Rose. Definitely got that Lamborghini hooked up a little bit better than her first driver in this stint. He nearly yeeted it into the wall a couple of times, but already having to avoid some accidents in front of Mia Rose, so she'll be getting that eye in for sure. And Lucas Keys not too far back as well. He's doing a long stint here in that Lamborghini as well, but driving the wheels off it. Wowee. Those guys came from absolutely nowhere and sitting in 4th place. Yeah,
we'll get the positional delta here and see how many positions these guys have made up. Matthew Lamb in front's made up 5 positions apparently. 2 for Connor Hind, dropped 1 for Mia Rose. Lucas Keys in that car up 7 positions since the start of this race. That is absolutely cracking stuff. Very, very good racing there from Keys. He's on a charge. He's going to have to hand it over though to the rest of his team. Maybe perhaps just waiting for them to wake up and get their morning coffees in and get ready for them to come in and have a stint, because we've seen just about everyone do a driver swap so far, except for our man in 7th position, Jamie Conboy. We're going to see his name in the timing tower all day long. Absolutely. What is the in time and the air and track temperatures, Zach O'Reilly?
We are 1 hour and 45 minutes into the race. Bang on right now. It is sunny, 16 degrees ambient, and the track still says it's 16 degrees as well. Probably a little bit inaccurate there on the track department from what I can see, but if that's the case, that's what the server is set at, and it's just going to match the ambient temperature by the looks of it for the whole race. Although starting at 6 a.m. in the morning, it's probably still a little cold out there in Bathurst at this time of the year. Spring is sprung, and you can see a little bit of mist in the background there on the fog department, just hanging over the hills there in the background of the circuit. So probably just accurate, I reckon, at this point in time. So that's your answer there. Vinicius Cano. Oh, what else? Geez, I'm going to have a crack at his last name here. Caneiro, I think would be his last name pronunciation there in Zach's language accent department.
Love it, love it. Rolling the R's like a true Spaniard. Very well done indeed. It's 7:55 a.m. in game, says Mace, and the ambient temperature is 16 degrees. We've been told in chat. That'd be absolutely beautiful out there today. As I said earlier, a little picnic blanket set up at the top of the hill. Bit of wine, bit of cheese. Even if it is 7:55 in game, I'd be right down for that. What a sight to behold, these beautiful GT3 machines making their way around. That's 50 laps down as well, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark as well. Morning to you, ARK01. Good to see everyone in the chat this morning. Benjamin, Shane W, Blunt Horse Studios, HUDs, and the rest of the gang, all here to enjoy the coverage. Here goes Lucas Keys up the inside of a blue flag. That's an ambitious spot to have that done. I've seen that manoeuvre just backfire on people over the years. Even if they are a blue flagger, you've got to assume that they haven't seen you, and be very careful doing that move at the top of the hill. But Lucas Keys on an absolute charge, only 3.5 seconds off the car in front, which is Mia Rose in the 420 Blaze It. Absolute outrageous livery there with the leopard skin print. So can't miss that car either. They are in touch as well with the car in front, which is Connor Hind in the 772. So 3 manufacturers in the top 3. Make that 2 Lamborghinis in the top 4. Might be the car of choice here today.
Might be, but in saying that, it's a McLaren out in front. No one predicted that, I don't think. Everyone's yapping on about the Ford Mustang being OP. And next minute, we've got a McLaren just dominating the lamb chop at the moment. They're absolutely firing his way. I reckon the chef would want to get a hold of him and just cook the shit out of him, maybe, to get somewhere. Would the chef himself sitting in 10th? But that's okay. It's going to be sunshine all day at Bathurst, according to Jesse Marshall. So this is the race conditions that we will see for the rest of them. And sorry, Vinny, I will just keep it to Vinny. Now we've got McLaren OPs. These guys are taking the absolute P155 in the chat. McLaren OP, Lamborghini OP, Bentley OP, I would say, sitting down in 18th. That thing is just absolutely flying at the moment, is the Bentley. But, yeah, Lucas Keys versus Mia Rose. Will that battle come to fruition? The battle of the Lamborghinis, the other horse in the Italian landscape. That is a cracking movie if you've ever seen the Ferrari movie. Mr. Lamborghini wanted to join the forces with Ferrari, and Mr. Ferrari said, you know what, mate, you can ship right off. Go and build your tractors, son. And that was it. That's where it started. And then Mr. Lamborghini thought, buggy, I'll sell tractors and start making cars. And that's where it was all born. The two Italian manufacturers. History time here with Zach O'Reilly at Sensational TV.
Yeah, you learn a bit as well on the broadcast here at Sensational, so a bit more than you bargained for perhaps, but a good little history lesson indeed. We'll get into all sorts of life lessons as well throughout the broadcast, I'm sure. Once we hit past 12 lunchtime, then we can start to crack open the Sensational catering pack that has been so kindly donated by the Bathurst track indeed, and they're taking good care of us here trackside. I tell you what, it's been an absolutely cracking event over the last couple of days. Qualifying last night, action packed. It came down to absolute thousands in the end.
Yeah.
Who was it? Connor Hind? No, it was Brady Adderton set the tone for the pace department, dropping a 59 dead, and he was looking like hitting that 58, and I would have had to drunk wine out of my shoe, as I was told after the stream by my lovely partner. Said, we don't even have any beer in the house. If you had to do a shoey, it would have been red wine. So yeah, go figure. That would have been the most crook shoey you'd ever see in your life. But I'm going to hold it to these boys. If they can pull out a 58 during the race, I'll have a crack at it.
Yeah, that's right. But I think we've already promised ourselves last night, Chris. We've already hit 600 subscribers, so that already put a shoey onto the mark for us. So, I think Mrs. Munro is going to have to get out there and go and get some hit and miss for you.
Yeah.
And stock up, because that's it. We're done. Sensational TV celebrations coming your way. Post-race, or maybe even mid-race. Who knows what we're going to do? We'll see what we can jump up there. But we're talking about the leaders there earlier, Chris. I know we've got Lewis on screen here at the moment, just getting a bit of a hurry up there from McAdam behind him at the moment. I'll get back to what I was going to say later. This could be the battle to watch here for now. They're closest on the track at this stage. Looking very, very racy here is McAdam, and Lewis. Stephen Lewis is under a bit of pressure here. Can that Bentley use that V8 brute power and just power his way into a slipstream here down Conrod Straight? We'll find out. He is just on the brink of being close enough here for a bit of suckage, and he's already hitting 6th gear right as we speak, and he's got enough run here at the moment. Lewis is under pressure. That yellow Ferrari looking dark and dirty in the rear end there, and here he goes down the inside, goes McAdam. This is for position 16 and 15 at the moment. Hairy there on the final section, but he's just got it pulled up. Did the Bentley of that boat. Absolutely sailing around the outside and sideways. Your movement there on the bow and the stern. Geez Louise, he got it pulled up beautifully and promoted himself up into 15th place now has Mr. McAdam. Beautiful driving.
Yep, calculated as well. Knew exactly where he was fast, knew where to get on the brakes, and makes that move easy as you like. Really, in the end, just slides up the inside of Stephen Lewis in the Ferrari. So he will make headway up the order to try and make contact with Tim Purcell up there in the 4-2-1. But that gap is at about 15 seconds, mind you. So we might tune in to these guys later on in the broadcast when they have made up that position. But looking back now, Michael Pickford in the other Bentley here on the broadcast, up behind a beautiful-looking Nissan GTR. A couple of older models here in the grand scheme of things in the GT3 world. At least 3 or 4 years old, these cars. So a good representation of the millennials generation of these GT3 cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And tribute to Nissan Skyline, about to approach into Skyline as well. How ironic is that, circulating around the field? And they dominated in the Bathurst. They did history lessons again, did the Skyline, and Jim Richards just got done on the thing and said, you're all a pack of arseholes, after booing him because of the feat that they did, just because they had the better car than they're the smarter ones. Well, that's everyone else's fault, according to Jim Richards. So that's where it was in the Skyline, looking very, very nice over the top of the mountain there too, as is the Bentley. That's a cracking looking Bentley too. It looks very, very nice. Love the racing stripe down the middle of the, and with the Union Jack on the back quarter panel there, flying the flag here for UK is the Bentley, looking very racy. Only 0.3 off their personal bests here, so they are now on a move. Their last lap was a 2:03.2 here for Pickford, so now he's back on the pace here. I reckon maybe that was the overtake that we just missed there from Sacanius, I think it is, in the number 74 Nissan Skyline Repsol livery, looking very, very motorbikey indeed.
Yes, it is. So you caught me with a...
He's having a full... At least he's getting fed. I've got nowhere near to feed me, so I'm just going to have to exit stage left and get fed at some time. I'll keep talking there. I was going to say earlier, the rate of attrition here is going to come into fruition, I reckon, around the 8 hour and 30-minute mark. We will see the other driver hop in for a stint. It looks like most drivers are going for maybe an hour and a half each behind the wheel, and then do a driver swap between that hour and a half. But here we go. Look at this. Pickford having a good look around the outside of that Nissan Repsol. Honda and Nissan, both Japanese, so that's okay. They're in the same country. We'll give them that. But not close enough. Just thinking second best and just getting out of that. And that was an error there. For Sanakias, or whatever his last name is. I'm just going to call him Kokonakis. That's easier to pronounce. And just a little bit of a wiggle there for the Skyline, and that was enough to invite the Bentley back into the battle here. Thought all was lost there, and it's just dancing all over the road. Is that Nissan Skyline? Wow, that front end looks loose as a goose here at the moment. Chris Munro, have you finished your breakfast meal?
Yes, I have. I've just been nibbling on it, and I thought I'll just have a bigger bite because you should see the gut on me. Needed just a little bit more. And of course, that's when it was my turn to speak. So caught out already
okay.
in the nibbling department. But
I'll be
Pickford
back
just
for the nibble.
Yeah, absolutely. Zach will go off and have some breakfast. You got to stay nutritioned up. You got to have your nutrition, is what I was trying to say. But there goes Mr. Rotatori past Phil Davison there. For 18th position. Nicely done too. Just slides up into Griffin's Bend. Easy as you like. We're going to go forward because all these battles are starting to heat up. Chris Cooley on the back of Steve Rees as well. I think he just got overtook by Steve Rees, but they're on the back of Convoy as well. So this is turning into about like a little three-way battle here. Two purple cars and a Ford Mustang. Thank you very much. And look at that. Cooley just having a look, showing the nose to Steve Rees in front. I don't know if it's the smartest option there, because you could see it did just stunt his exit on the exit there of Hell Corner. But look at the acceleration there from the Ford Mustang. Very quick in a straight line, these cars. He's going to find himself up on the back of that Ferrari in no time. Yeah, a lot of battles on track happening at the moment, so it's hard to know where to look. But we're going to focus on this one here for the time being, because it is probably one of the closest ones. If I just have a quick look up and down the order, it is the closest one on track so far, and it's almost a little three-way battle. So Chris Cooley just trying to keep in touch with Steve Rees at the moment, but Rees very quick over the top of the mountain, as we've seen over the broadcast so far. Jamie Convoy still just holding fat in that Mustang. The gap is at about a second, and it has been for quite some time now. These two just happy to sit line astern, one behind the other for this part of the race. I don't want to take too many risks. I've said that before, and I'll probably say it again, I'm sure. But Chris Cooley now just looking the quicker down the mountain as well. If he can get in touch with Steve Rees in front, he might even think about a move into the chase. But we'll just see what happens here coming down the hill. If he can get that Mustang into full flight and a bit of the suckage aided down the straight. But I tell you what, that small little Ferrari doesn't punch a huge hole in the air around it. So maybe not the most slipstream coming out the back of that Ferrari, but you can see it just closing up a little bit there as well for Chris Cooley. Sorry, Brad Cook, should I say. It's not Brad Cook, it is Chris Cooley. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, it is still early. I'm still sipping on my coffee as well. Thanking everyone for joining the broadcast here, and good morning to anyone who has just joined. If you've missed all the action, Matthew Lamb has skipped away to a 14.5-second lead over Connor Hine. And they're in tow with Mia Rose making out your top three. Lucas Keys, a big mover and shaker of the day, up 7 positions there into 4th, with Jamie Koza sitting fat in 5th position. Brandon Webley as well in 6th. Just a little bit behind there. And Convoy and this little gaggle of cars that we are watching at the moment are about 20 seconds off that lead crew. So a couple of big gaps starting to form in the field with just coming up on 2 hours now, actually, ladies and gentlemen. It's lap 56. So 2 times 5, 56. We're going to get about 250 odd laps out of this race. And it's gone pretty quick so far these last couple of hours. Oh, you can see Cooley just maybe tapping the wall there at Sulman Park. You don't want to be doing that too often, I'll give you the hot tip. That damage does start to add up, and when it's time to have the pit stop, you might find yourself having to sit there for a little bit longer to get that damage sorted out. Dead set in the fair income department, they say. Where's everyone watching from in the chat? Let me know where you're from. So thank you. So my son is now featured on the stream. Everyone say hello to him. Little loud man indeed. Chris Cooley, this little battle pack here just neutralised here for the moment. No one really making any headway. No one really looking for a dive or anything like that. So we're going to keep one eye on them and scroll down the field. We're going to go back to the Bentley of Michael Pickford, who is back again behind the GTR. We got Bathurst. Yeah, we know the Marshall family are Bathurst locals, so they might be out there watching the race in Simland. I wonder if you could do that. Go and sit trackside, pop a virtual reality headset on, and park yourself there, and just imagine that these cars are actually going around in front of your eyes. Warren Baker joining us from the Gold Coast. Carson Fitness from the sunny coast. A couple of Queenslanders there. A couple of Queenslanders there. We've gone international here at Sensational TV. We had some viewers from the UK last night as well. Looking at the analytics, we had some USA viewers tune in for a little bit as well. So somebody stop us, Zach O'Reilly. We're going international.
Big, long and hard we are going here at Sensational TV. That is for sure. Loving it. And we've just ticked over the 10-hour mark. 10-hour mark left in this race, so 2 hours gone, and the track has not got any hotter at the moment. It's still sunny, it's still 16 degrees out there, and they're all circulating very, very nicely indeed. Rondinella is circulating nicely as well in 21st, and he's on the back there of Tim Nash, good 0.7 of a second away. But that looks like he is probably going to be somewhere up there, I reckon, within the next lap, because that pace is coming to fruition. Doing 2:04s at the moment is Jaden. See what he can do and produce, just braking really heavily there into Hell Corner, and he's just found a little bit of time there. He's not close enough for the suck, just keeping out of the hot air of the Ferrari in front of him. The 557 Ferrari of Tim Nash sitting there driving very, very nicely as well. What can they do around here? Is he going to get any sort of braking advantage? He does, Craigland style. Very deep under brakes, and just a bit of oversteer on exit there for Tim Nash. Wow, he just caught that that was pretty good to see. And we've got a fair bit of car movement here between the two of them. It's just not looking very fun to drive, is that Ferrari for Tim at the moment. Bit taily on entry and a bit taily on exit as well. Mid-corner seems to be fine, but that's where the strengths and weaknesses of your setups come into play. More commitment there over the mountain from Rondinella. Wow, he is right there too. In a bit. Oh, geez, that's not where you want to do it. Holy crap, he was just about to get there. And we can ride on board with him to see what's going on at the moment. The car behaviour is very nice, but just a bit wide there from Rondinella in front. And he's hit the wall, and that's it for Tim Nash. Thank you very much. So Timmy's in the wall and progressing very slowly. He's just got back up to speed. Blue Flagger gets out of the way there from Rondinella, and now he finds his way down Conrad Straight. A position up into 20th at the, albeit at the detriment for Timmy Nash there. Not what he wanted to be doing at this stage of the race. Yeah, under pressure.
Yeah, a little bit under pressure there. We'll go back and have a look at what happened indeed. Timmy Nash just getting a little bit wide through the... where has he gone? He's just slapped the outside wall there at the dipper. So unfortunate stuff there for the 557. That is OES Black. So they will... they'll pick themselves up and keep going, I'm sure. Maybe a little bit of damage on that car as well. It just looks a bit second-hand at the moment. But the mechanics could do their magic in the pit lane and get that back spanking brand new for sure. Chris Cooley on the back of Steve Rees again. These three have compressed again, and Chris Cooley doing his best job here. We're going to go on board, see what he can see. He's got that Ferrari right underneath the front splitter there. Look at this, pulls out of the slipstream, looking for a move into Murray's, gets the job done. Now the side by side, Steve Rees and Chris Cooley going up the main straight. Cooley has the inside line, but the Ferrari had the better run out of the corner. They're going to go side by side again, almost touching as they come through Hell Corner, and the advantage goes to Chris Cooley there. The 165 makes up that position. Very well done there in the Aston Martin. That is great driving, and he will chuffle up the street. But Steve Rees wants to stay in touch and hopefully return serve in the next couple of corners, but I don't think he's going to do it here, so he's going to have to look at the back of that Aston for the time being until he can just maybe come up against these little blue flaggers that they're about to come up against. This could all kick off here very shortly, as you don't want to come across blue flaggers across the top of the mountain. That is, it's always a dicing with danger, I suppose, because you've got that desperation of knowing that the car behind you will take advantage if you make any sort of mistake, and knowing that you really got to be navigating these blue flaggers with a bit of carefulness about you. You see Cooley just slapped the wall there as well. Yeah. These drivers really taking the liberty with the bodywork on these cars. You don't want to smash them up too much. There's plenty of racing to come. You've got to really treat these cars gently and hope that they can make them to the end of the 12-hour race. It's it's more about driving. It's not less about driving skill and more like these endurance races are marvels in mechanical engineering and how they can get these cars to perform on the ragged edge of blowing up and make it to the end in one piece.
Yeah, definitely. And it's all happening in front of them too. I'll tell you what, Convoy is now in a lap sort of battle, I guess, at the moment, just getting past the blue flaggers, and he's galloped off into the distance. So there's only 2 and a bit seconds between Convoy and Chris Cooley. And now that gap has just sort of petered into a little bit of a bottleneck between the blue flaggers. So will they get out of the way? They do. Beautifully done there by the looks of it. Or are they? No, I thought they were just going to let them go past, but no, they are not. They may be up Mountain Straight into Hell Corner we go. Are they going to get that job done out of the way there too? I think that is a race for the blue flaggers at the moment. They're just going to have to neutralise that gap, because here comes Cooley and Rees. Hammond gets out of the way. No shouting from Jeremy at this stage, and now we've got Kokonakis in front of him, now in front of Cooley, ready to form up. But as you said, Chris, this is getting hairy. Yeah. This is a section where you don't want to be, and the blue flags, the Oracle has predicted another one as well. This is where it's all going to happen. Are they going to get out of the way? Is the Repsol Nissan just going to be, no, you go first, sir, I'll give up my position. because through the top of the mountain, it's single file generally. If you're really brave, it can be 2x2, but it never ends very well. It always ends in tears, I would say, across this section. Or you could do a move into the S's if you want, like we just saw earlier in the stream. That was just incredible stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But wowee, the blue flag is keeping the pace at the moment. It's going to be a Conrad straight job, I think, here for Kokonakis to get it out of Cooley's way.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve Rees just getting hung out to dry there as well. Could not keep the pace with Cooley up the straight, and now he finds himself with, I think it's a Bentley blue flag in between them. So advantage Cooley in that little battle for now. Here he goes down the straight. It looks like that GTR is just pulling up to the side, getting out of the throttle slightly. And I think those two guys are locked in a battle as well. The Aston, or the Aston and the GTR there. So doesn't want to get off the throttle too much to invite the positional loss from behind. But those two guys can carry on at the moment. But they've still got Steve Rees there behind them. Couldn't make his way around that Aston either. So Chris Cooley, massive advantage now over the Ferrari. 1.7 seconds now, and he can just go eyes forward. Looking forward to, I think that's Jamie Koza up there in fifth position, as we see Jamie Convoy taking a pit stop. First one for him, or second one for him for the day. He'll look to take some water on board, maybe a bite to eat, and maybe a quick toilet stop for him, because he's got a long time in the seat.
Oh yeah, got a very, very long time in the seat. And race control is just given a drive-through for car number 40. So I don't know if that's Convoy or no, it's not Convoy, but we've seen some penalties be handed out over the time. I've got a big mouth, Chris. I can just move it to the side and keep commentating.
Well done.
That's the beauty of that. A big mouth only for one thing only, and that is food. Don't you worry about that. Convoy on the move, getting his way down the pit lane now. So that was a relatively quick stop for Convoy. Good to see him back out, 32 and a bit seconds in the pits, and he's finding himself in 10th at the moment. And I think he'll come out just in that in that position. No, he'll be even further down, I think. Maybe, unless Time Tower's doing the right thing. He is in 10th. Well done to him. And he'll be back in for his second stint, and wishing at this point, I reckon, that there would be another driver just to hop in and give him half a chance for the end of the race, because he's got 9 hours and 50 minutes left of racing.
Yeah, it's a long time, isn't it? But I'm sure he's prepared for this day in any capacity. But as we see, the car 623 here of Brady Adderton now is in control of our pole sitter from last night's qualifying and top 10 shootout. He was untouchable there in qualifying, dropping a 59 dead, and I think a 59-1 in the top 10 shootout as well. So watch out for this guy now. He's going to start to make some inroads on these cars in front, but he's got a fairly big gap up the order, and I don't know what happened to this car to be so far down in the order. They had I guess the B driver in to start the stint. Oh, you can see he's really driving the wheels off that thing at the moment. Only millimetres between him and the outside wall there going across the top of the mountain. He's got a big task at hand, but I'm sure he's going to start putting in some hot laps indeed. And we'll see that gap start to disappear to the car in front. It's actually in the 80-second mark. So he's almost a lap down to the car in front. So George Sakanius, we're going to say, in the number 74, has got a fair bit of time before he needs to look in the rearview mirror.
Sakanias, I reckon.
Yep.
I reckon that's what it would go. That's one of the Greeks out there.
Yep. Just
celebrating the Greek Pride Day here. I'm announcing it. That's what it is. As a fellow Greek man myself, looking at that man. But yes, Adderton way down the field. So something has come up proper there, well and truly. Not too sure. They're actually more than a lap down, Chris. They are, what are we? We're in the 63rd lap, and they have only done 61. So 2 laps down is this team. Wowee. A prediction from another competitor has probably come right there. Wonder what happened to him at that stage. We're seeing Alex Clapano in a bit of a dice here with Mia Rose, who's just coming up the end. No, don't tell me something's happened here. This is not good. Or is he going to go straight off the field? No, he's going to dive up the inside and take out Mia Rose. Oh, my goodness gracious me. That's not what you want to do. That's going to put Mia Rose further back than where she wanted to be. Oh, geez, she's still sitting in second, but that wasn't what you wanted to see from a blue flag marker on a lead lap driver at all.
Yeah, that's you know what? I'm going to butt in. Sorry for overtaking you there. That is absolutely piss poor driving there from the number 95, getting overtaken by one of the leaders and then returning serve up the inside only to outbrake yourself and take the second car off the track. That is absolute rubbish driving there. Sorry about that.
I reckon we should get WM Waste to sponsor the rubbish driving channel that we have. There's a car off the field.
Clean away.
Yeah, clean away, whatever you want. They're ready. And it is rubbish. That is an absolute joke, or an una broma, as you would say in Spanish, for that kind of behaviour. Ridiculous sort of stuff. But nonetheless, Mia Rose came out the other side relatively unscathed, thank goodness. And she's galloping off. She's still in second place at this moment. And she's, albeit a fair way off the leader at this point in time.
Yep, good stuff there. Didn't hurt the pace department too much. So eyes forward again. Lucas Keys though, that has invited him just a little bit closer. You can see in the distance there, just getting a little bit closer. 1.2 seconds there to Rose. The two Lamborghinis now starting to spice up in the battle department. We've got a yellow flag there for Convoy. I don't know what's happened to him. We'll just have a quick look. He is off the circuit, ladies and gentlemen, having a bit of dramas down there at the chase, getting on the circuit cleanly. But geez, he's got some damage. Oh boy, we're gonna have to go back and have a look at what's happened to Convoy, because that looks like he's had himself a massive incident here somewhere across the top of the mountain here. Looks okay so far, dipping it down through Skyline. Oh, gets a little bit sideways, slaps the outside wall. Oh, jeez. That's disaster for Convoy. He was going so well, and he's parked in a very awkward spot there as well, and he's actually teleported back to pits. So, geez, that's a top 10 hopes and dreams maybe over there for Convoy, but he's sitting in the pits getting that damage sorted out. As we see our race leader now coming into the pits, Matthew Lamb, in the 999 for Laundry House. He's come back out onto the circuit in 6th position as well, so nicely timed. He was one of the first in on the first round of pit stops as well, so the first in again for the second round. So these guys just taking a shorter approach to their stint times, and maybe just that less amount of fuel on board is aiding their pace department. But what I said earlier is that could all change with the safety car, and this field could bunch up again very easily. But since everyone is so spread out now at the moment, the chances of a safety car now are getting slim indeed, unless we do see a multiple car, I guess, pile up at the top of the hill somewhere.
That's right. Well, and in saying that, it's now the Land Chop has gone off the burner, and now Paul Britt is in the seat of the 999 McLaren, and yes, this will be interesting to see what he can do now to get in front of that man in front of him, Chris Cooley, who is a little bit further down the field at the moment, but the lap traffic markers coming up here for Paul Britt, and hopefully they get out of the way on Conrod Straight there. It would be nice, and hopefully do not do a Lightning McQueen Aston Martin nonsense we saw 2 laps ago. But looking very racy are these guys, and the shorter driving stints, I reckon, Chris, and the shorter fuels just give you that mental reset that you need after circulating for a fairly long time in the seat, and you can basically start doing your head in. Little bits and niggles of unforced errors just creep in by a bit of fatigue in the brain department. So it's interesting to see, but they are well and truly in the lead of this race officially. By the time everyone filters through for their pits, Mia Rose has inherited the lead, but she's definitely now under the pump here, because Lucas Keys is getting ever so closer in the rear vision mirror. Only 1.4 seconds between herself and Lucas, so that gap is coming closer and closer.
It's coming down by the minute, but I tell you what, those couple of speedy customers up there, so it all averages out in the end. It will. It's one thing to catch up to these speedy drivers, but it's another thing entirely to get the job done and do an overtake. But tell you what, it's that time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put the spotlight on another of the leagues here at ASA, and we've got Vic Mania Racing League. It's a community started in 2020, so a COVID baby there for Vic Mania Racing League. Primarily revolves around Assetto Corsa when it comes to racing. We pride ourselves on having a very welcoming and friendly community that is always interested in helping people enjoy sim racing and become better. Not only become better sim racers, but better people as well. So good stuff there from Vic Mania Racing League. Jump in today and enjoy your time at Vic Mania Racing League. So the links for the Discord, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone's after it, it is in the description box below. You'll see a Discord link to ASA, which is the Australasian Simsport Alliance, an amalgamation of a fair few leagues in Australia and New Zealand, all working together to put on cracking special events at this point in time. For Assetto Corsa Competizione, a Bathurst 12-hour in particular. So we've got 35 cars out there on track and at least 120 drivers partaking in today's efforts, or at least 100. And it's good to see the sim racing community alive and well here in Australia.
Yeah, definitely. There's no shortage of it either. And I think if you did some research the other day, the net worth of sim racing globally, if you put Amazon and Google together as a company worth, sim racing all together with every single company that does it would beat the net worth of that. It is a huge industry, sim racing. And Australia, we are only 2% of the world's population and the economy, yet we have got amazing talent down here in Australia. And unfortunately, in real life racing, money outweighs talent, and you get to race at the big stuff here in Australia. You have to be a squillionaire here to get some sort of chance to race in the big dance. But if you don't have any money, this is where it's at, sim racing. And sim racing is 100% where you'd want to be. You couldn't want to be anywhere else. There was a car teleporting to pits. That was not good as well, but got it out of the way nicely. I wonder who that was. We'll get a replay. But all the best drivers and the quickest drivers are definitely turning to sim racing for a cost-effective but professional way to go about it here in Australia. It's great to see. We've got the replay here now.
No, that's the
that's the wrong one. We saw that one earlier.
Yep.
We'll
watch it again.
We'll watch it again and see this absolute garbage here. WM waste, cleaner way style, local Shire Council nonsense. That is a lap Lightning McQueen just having flashbacks to Cars 2 where he was angry about getting beaten and having a sook. And just doing that here in sim racing as well. Cop that.
Well, I can't figure out who that was teleporting back to pits there, not showing up in my log, so it'll remain a mystery for now. Lucas Keys just 2 seconds off Mia Rose there for the lead of the race. Jamie Koza up to third position in the 555. Chris Cooley has made his way up to fourth as well. Paul Britt in the Laundry House 999. Last lap around a 2:01.8, so pretty good pace there from the top. See what Mia Rose is doing out there in front of 2:01.2, so about a 6/10 difference there between first and fifth in the pace department. Steve Ree's still sitting pretty out there in the 433 for Fargone Racing. He's got a gaggle of blue cars in front of him as well. It's sometimes gets frustrating out there if you're on the lead lap still, and it's just a constant barrage of blue cars, blue flagged cars, and especially around this circuit, you really, really want to come across them as you're coming down the hill, not when you're going up it, because if you can't get that job done into Griffin's Bend turn 2, from there you're pretty much stuck behind them all the way across the top of the mountain and down into Forest Elbow, and that's where you can lose a hell of a lot of time if you're stuck behind a few of these lap cars, especially if you're the ones right towards the back who may be causing a little bit of an issue there as well. We see car 40 getting a couple of slaps on the wrist by the stewards so far. A drive-through penalty for him. But 117, that's Convoy. He's been involved in another accident, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and see.
Oh no!
Let's go and see what's happened. coming across the top of the hill. He's going to lose it in the same place he did before. He's coming through McPhillamy here, pushing it to the limit, trying to make up the mistake from what happened earlier. He has. Oh, no, it's a...
no!
A car stopped in the middle of the road there, and that's just balked him coming down the hill. That's just gone from bad to worse for our solo man out there.
Oh, it's shocking, and that bonnet is bent at right angles. It is that thing is not straight anymore at all. So for poor Conboy, maybe you should listen to his missus navigating him around 3.5 k's ahead of the next car, because if he did listen to her, he would have been warned about that Mustang parked on the side of the S's there. But anyway, straight into him. It is a bit of yikes sort of stuff with the lap cars there, Mello, that's for sure. But it's just starting to get to that point where we are over the average sort of in-seat time of a sim rig that everyone is used to if you're on the track. Like a good hour and a half, 2 hours is a fair old whack to be in the racing department. So mistakes are now probably going to start to come into fruition by the back markers, I would say, more so than the front runners at this stage. Their relative pace versus skill generally breeds some sort of safety flag marker, and at this stage it's looking pretty good here for Paul Britt and the Lamb Chop himself, both having their stints at this time racing around, and Jamie Kosa looking very, very nice there in the McLaren, liveried McLaren. How ironic is that? Now Bishop in the seat in the Repsol Nissan Skyline. He's got a fair bit of time between anyone there, and that is that the chef or the chef's teammate behind him. That's definitely about to get lapped, I would say. There is Bishop, unless I'm completely wrong, but he will be a blue flagger at some stage. And this man, wowee, what a drive from Lucas Keys at this point in time. Hasn't driver swapped. He's just letting it all happen at the moment, and I wonder if there's a maximum seat time you can do in here between teammates. I'm not too sure what happened there. I didn't get that information beforehand.
No,
but
there is none. There's no stint limit and no driver seat time. So these guys can go as long or as short as they please, which is kind of a good move to do in a 12-hour, because if you can go, like, you know, you could put Adderton in the seat all day, but that's not going to get you the win of the race, is it? Because after, as you said, the mental fatigue comes in as well as the physical fatigue of muscling these cars around. If you've got a direct drive wheel or something like that, it does take its toll on the old Warwick Farms and the back as well. So a few aching, sore bodies, I'm sure, by the end of today.
The Onka Paringas.
Yes. Very good. A few sore bodies by the end of today, I'd imagine.
Oh, definitely, that's for sure. But yeah, a lot of guys have weird driving positions too that don't help the old farm. What did you call them? The
Warwick Farms.
The Warwick Farms, sorry. And they definitely do get pretty tired if you've got your 5 Newton meters, 6 Newton meters, force feedback pulled up just to feel everything. Yeah, can get a little tiring, and Bathurst is not a place where it's going to be an easy drive. It is literally pulls your wheel everywhere, left, right, when you're wanting it to, and then you have to fight it each time. And poor old Jamie Conboy, speaking of fighting, wowee.
Yep.
The guy, he was in 6th place and absolutely monstering everyone else, and a couple of mishaps, and that's what happens in racing, ladies and gentlemen. He can have one issue, and he's not getting Champ Street. Surely he can't get Champ. The only time no, that's ridiculous. Conboy, I don't give you Champ Street. That's Chris Munro. He can ship off. I reckon Mr. Lightning McQueen can get Champ Street. That was an absolute joke before. But definitely listen to the missus next time. Get her as your co-driver, and make sure that she is on board next time, and she'll tell you what is happening up ahead before you hit them.
Yeah, absolutely. Have that spotter there as well, and it's good to have one in the room, because you can get snacks hand fed to you while you're navigating this monster of a circuit. It's very important to keep the nutrition up during the day, not just for the drivers, but for the spotters, for the viewers, and for the commentators as well. I'm on to my second cup of coffee for the morning, Zach O'Reilly, so a little pit stop might be required for me in the next half an hour, that's for sure.
10 kilos lighter will Chris be, and the talent just runs straight out the body at that stage. We'll hear absolute rubbish. And after 12 o'clock, it's definitely something that Chris Munro loves to do is his coffees, and he makes a good one too. I've been a privy enough to have 1 or 2 coffees made by the man himself in the past time. But I reckon Mallow Ninja needs to just get onto Farmers Union Nice Coffee and just give them some sort of G up, because that man does not shut up about that drink at all. He loves his Farmers Union. He's even got it on his liveries in the racing. Whatever car he hops in, and it's got Farmers Union on him, and that'll keep you up for 12 hours, according to Mallow Ninja. And maybe even a toilet broadcast there, Chris, suggested from Brandon Pearce in Risky Racing. Yeah. And not good at all. And we just had Jen Jamin sitting there telling us at number 420 the chuff car has been speeding and sped into the pits, and that will be a penalty for them.
Yeah, penalty for Mia Rose there, heading through the pits. Pit Viper Alpha, they were in the lead of the race, funnily enough, or at least until the pit stops start to even out. So that's going to certainly put a dent in their overall time here in the Bathurst 12 hour, a scenic route through the pit lane. It's a lovely pit lane to go through, but you don't want to be going through there unnecessarily. As we see Tim Nash just on the back of Davison here at the bottom of the hill, looking maybe for a little bit of a move, but just deciding against it and just trying to get a little bit closer before he pulls out of the slipstream, perhaps here into Murray's. But Davison goes defensive, so defensive, in fact, he's in the pit lane. So that releases Tim Nash, and he'd be absolutely wrapped with that. He doesn't have to battle anymore. He can just set his eyes forward and up the pace as much as he can here for or at least the remainder of this stint. He's got a fairly big gap, 13 seconds in fact, to the car in front, and it looks like a fairly clean run as well. No blue flags in front of him for now.
Well, I've just seen race controllers actually dismissed the pit lane speeding drive-through penalty for Mia Rose, handing the keys over to Liam Curran.
Yeah, right.
So that is all done and dusted there. That won't be a penalty for them, and they can skip on their way. That will be a sigh of relief. Maybe there are some some sheets have been handed out there, I reckon, maybe from that team. But who knows? Maybe it was just a glitch in the ACC Unreal Engine department there, and has been declared a non-issue. So good on them. But Nash definitely not gnashing his teeth anymore. The only thing he'll be doing is chomping his way down Bathurst and making sure he can get somewhere up into the top 15, I reckon. And this man, geez, what a story for this team. They're 100% on song yesterday in qualifying, finding themselves a couple of laps down there in 23rd place. Going to be begging for safety cars to come through, maybe be let through for a lap or two to get back on the lead lap. But that is a long way away, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2-minute 2:30. So nearly into the 1:59s now at race pace. Wowee, that is bloody unreal.
Yep, great stuff there from Brady Adderton. You'd expect no less, certainly in the alien category there. But we're on board here with Paul Britt, and he's got I think that's a lap car. It is, just getting out of the way of Paul Britt there for Laundry House. These guys were in the lead of the race as well. So they're certainly one of the cars to look out for today. It looks as if it's going to be a 4-horse race at this stage of the race.
It definitely will be. We saw Johnson just go straight into the wall as well when nearly collected Curran. So that car is just been avoiding everything today. It's been hit by blue lap markers and nearly got pulverised again by another one just coming straight back onto the circuit through the dipper into the S. Is not the best place to be, but look at this. Chan is coming on the back of the said rubbish man, and will he get out of the way and obey the blue flags this time? Sort of does, but sort of doesn't. And now he peels off and gets out of the way nicely. But that is incredible. But Paul Britt inherited the lead of the race and has got past, I think at the moment, unless that is completely wrong. No, it's done. And Lucas Keys has basically given up P1 at the moment, and Paul Britt now taking the lead of the race as Keys was in the pits.
Yep, absolutely. That's their second pit stop. So the top 6 on track now, all being in the pits twice. Sean Bubnow for the 165 team. That is Torva Messor Racing. they have completed 3 pit stops. So it might even be 4 now. They've just disappeared off my timing tower. They've jumped in the, oh no, there they are in 7th position. 3 pit stops for those guys, and still in touch. So they're doing quite well there for 3 times through the pit lane. Maybe getting caught up in some of that car park business on the first lap and having to do a little bit of repairs. But they're on song here at the moment. 2:03 dead for their last lap around. So not too bad in the pace department. But can anyone catch? Where is he? Down here in 20-something position. Adderton, I don't think he's too used to being that far down the order, but a 2-minute dead last time around. Wow.
Oh, there goes the Sparko car sideways into the fence, I reckon. There it goes. That's the Sparko Lamborghini accruing more damage there on that car, as well as Adderton just sails past. Wow. We'll see that replay now and see what happened here. Or something else happened here at there. Is this the second go, or are we going back 30 seconds for Johnny Eaton? Just circulating around here nicely, getting out of the way there, and then I think he's going to yeet himself into the wall and do something proper here. We'll see what happened. Oh no, the replay function's just absolutely shut itself.
Yep.
Don't worry about that. Adderton's got through, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good here at Sensational TV. I'm loving this, and we have got 9 hours and 26 minutes left of racing to go. Anything can happen. This guy will probably end up being on a lead lap by the end of it, I reckon, Chris, at this race pace. So I wouldn't stress too much there at this point. Braden Moore, welcome. Yes, the cars look very comfortable over the top of the mountain. They are heavily downforce GT3 cars, my old friend. You should know that. And with that fact, you should get shipped off.
Off he goes. FYI, 4:20. So here we go from Mia Rose. Is she in the car at the moment? No. She's jumped out. 420 car got its drive-through removed because of a wheel glitch turning off the pit limiter, but lost enough time during it all anyway. Okay, so
I'm still saying sheets.
Yeah, I reckon the old brown paper bag shipped off to the steward's room, and we're sticking to that story. Thank you very much, because that's a bit more exciting than a wheel glitch. So we're going to run with that narrative for now. The 420 Mafia are at it again. Thank you very much. But Liam Curran is in the car currently, and he's got Chris Murphy just in his rearview mirror there, getting a little bit sideways through the dipper as well. So maybe a little bit not as comfortable over the top as one might think. But that 420 car just being held up again by the blue flag BMW there coming down the hill. And that invites Chris Murphy to be almost a second off the car here at the moment. So maybe a little battle heating up for second place for the time being, or for the foreseeable future. If he can get around that BMW, that is yet to be seen. What is going on there? There we go. Gets around the BMW, and look at that gap. It's under a second now. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have a battle on our hands coming right up.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Murphy is on a charge, and coming up to the back of Liam Curran at the moment. That could also be a cricketer as well, to be quite truthful. But we'll find out anyway. Don't stress about that, ladies and gentlemen. It is awesome to see these two Lamborghinis having a good crack. Keys did an absolutely sensational job there for the opening stanza, and just handed the keys over to Chris Murphy and got that job done. That BMW we saw there, Chris, is of I think it's James Ford, sorry. And if a bit of fact about him, he only got the game a week ago.
Yeah, right.
So he's racing here, and he already knows how to be a blue flag marker. So for all those guys doing it for yonks and years and whatever, and still don't know how the hell to do it, you should eat your own shoe, because that is just unbelievable behaviour here from James Ford, doing it very, very nicely and circulating. That's a cool-looking BMW too, as well as Nigel Lammerman comes into the pits by the looks of it now for his pit stop. James Johnson coming in. Stephen Lewis, however, is not. He's flying around at the moment in his Ferrari. That is a very dirty rear end on the back of that. Want to get some toilet paper onto that and give that a clean. Might become a bit itchy later on. Who knows? But he's still going pretty well. Very, very nicely. There is Stephen Lewis.
But here's Kafil Slade, just one position up here in 9th position on the back of Chris Taylor in that 17. We had a bit of a fan base for the car 17 earlier on in the chat. So here we go. He's under pressure here from Slade, and big time. Look at him hanging it fat. Geez, that's close. We're going to go on board here and see how close indeed it really is. The windscreen's starting to get a little bit dirty on these cars as the time progresses. But look at that view over the top of the mountain as they start to descend. On the brakes early there for the Mustang in front, and that gap just comes down just ever so slightly, almost hitting him in the back there. There's an errant car off in the background. That's one of the blue flags. That's a BMW, I think I saw. But that is that's really almost just ruined both of these guys' races. But Capiel Slade now, eyes as big as dinner plates with the with that Mustang right up in front of him here. He's right up under the rear wing, getting the full aid of the suck. Thank you very much. Down the Conrod straight. Is he going to pull out and go around the outside here at the kink? He thinks about it, but that Mustang has it all covered. Maybe he wants to go defensive, but doesn't. Stays onto the racing line. Knows very much so where that Ferrari is behind. Getting a little bit squirrely out of the chase as well. Can he make the move down here into Murray's corner? It remains to be seen. Sticking fat on the racing line. He's going to try maybe just get a little bit closer. Maybe a little bit closer. How much more close can you get, ladies and gentlemen? He's right up under the rear wing. Are you going to have a pull out and have a go here, son? He does into turn one. Gets up beside each other here, almost banging wheels, giving each other plenty of room as well. These two are now side by side, Zach O'Reilly.
Very, very good driving from both of them. Just gave enough room and aggressive enough just to be on the better side of the of Hell Corner as Phil Slade, and got that job done very well. That blue flag marker we saw is poor old Reece Johnson. That BMW is second hand. The wheels are pointing in the wrong direction too. So he's well and truly going to be stuck in the pits for a fair while. Yep. And nearly cleaned up these two. Wowee, dinner plate size eyes, as Chris said earlier. Whew. That would have been an awakening if you were just in that rhythm. That's for sure, as we climb the mountain once more under the BP Ultimate sign there. Beautiful section of the circuit. I love this. All the fans up there on the top of the hill also cheering on their favourite drivers too, virtually. But no, Harley Marshall, the better PC will not be taking over the V8 stream. I have literally just got the graphics optimized through some custom shaders patched wizardry, and it will help for tonight. Don't you worry. But that's streaming at 1440p as well, and all the viewing will be fantastic. So that's later on. What is happening now, though, is definitely some cracking racing. Chris Murphy is 2 seconds away now from Liam Curran, so that gap's still at the same where it was, but still circulating nicely. Luke Keys will be cheering him on at this point in time. Carl Johnson, the other Johnson in the field, circulating nicely in the Bentley. He's 1.7 seconds down the road from Riley Price in front of him, who is 38 seconds or 37 seconds away from anyone else on the track. So just getting in that rhythm and finding his way around Bathurst is something to behold, and keeping it out of the walls. If you can do that all race for 12 hours, well, then you can call yourself Mr. Consistent, that's for sure.
It's all about consistency in this game. And you know what, if you go faster than everyone else, if you cross the line first, ladies and gentlemen, you will put yourself a long way towards winning this race. Goes without saying. But yeah, consistency is the key here in these long races. You don't want to get stuffed up by going off track. You don't want to be in and out of the pits, fixing the damage from little mistakes that can creep in over these endurance stints. These drivers all doing, well, at least 3 or 4 hours behind the wheel today. A very, very much, a very, very big amount of sim racing. Anyway, to what people are really used to, I'd imagine, as Zach said earlier on, sprint racing. And even on your average night of racing in any league, it's probably only 2 hours max that you'd have to be sitting in the chair for at any one time. So today, a very special day, and we can see the flashing headlights there of that BMW, perhaps signalling to the car in front to get out of the way. But, he is still in the way, but we'll get to him later on. Johnny Eaton having some problems down through the... oh, my God, he's just almost getting in the way there. The number 27 Sparko Garage is absolutely done for here, just limping down the hill, trying to get back to the pits in any way possible, and impeding least amount of cars as possible, and he's done so. I think that's the 421 there or is that the 423? It is Ellipsion. Pit Viper crew almost making contact down the hill, but gets through safely. Johnny Eaton, though, having a bit of a Barry Crocker at the moment.
Yeah, Barry Crocker, you name it. It's I can't even think of any other names, but absolute disaster for them at this point in time. It's a good-looking car, that livery for sure. But geez, it's going to be one to forget at the moment. Can't even turn into the chase there as well. So looks like a bit of front-end damage there, but no steering damage unless that steering wheel was right-hand down or something without us being able to see it. In he comes to the pits now to repair whatever damage is done, costing the team another 200 grand there just by whacking it straight into the wall. And yes, one of those things we do not want to see and you don't want to see. But Carl Johnson, Mr. Consistent, still having a good crack. And it's good stuff. I really enjoy watching this Bentley go around. It sounds good. It looks good. One of the best looking road cars out there, and surprisingly quick as a road car too. And proving itself here in the top 20 to be very, very quick at Mount Panorama Bathurst. He is under a second away here from Riley Price once more. So BMW versus Bentley, made in the same factory, I believe now. Are these cars off the same platforms too?
Wow.
So albeit one is handmade for the interior and the other is not. And you can guess which one that is. I would assume you know which one that is, viewers out there. But the Bentley's looking very, very nice indeed. Where are the other battles at the front? We've got some heating up there. Slady is also getting up there too, but he's 1.7 seconds away. He's in the lap traffic marking battle at the moment.
Yeah,
Wow, there's some blue flags. This is going to get spicy here, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully get some excitement into the call. That is the other Johnson that had his BMW pointed the other way and steering right hand down, just getting out of the way nicely there too. And through goes Kafil. He will be in there and he will be filling up his juices to get past another car in front of him, which is not that BMW in front of him. It is the Aston Martin of Bubnow, about a second and a bit away down Bathurst.
Yeah, I like what you did there. Just got the Slipstream International car in front of him, holding him up for the time being. Probably wants to get out of the way for sure. Kafil Slade can see the rear of the 165 car of Sean Bubnow, and just geez, maybe take a little bit of that slipstream on the way past. But that BMW not getting out of the throttle at all. Thank you very much. He's going to have to go around the hard way. Maybe make a little inside overtake up into turn 2, which is not ideal, but he does get out of the throttle nicely and lets that Kmart car get back to the racing line and up the hill. Here he goes. He's about a 1.2 second gap up to the car in front. We're 78 laps in, ladies and gentlemen. Most of these cars have taken at least 2 pit stops. We can see a few down the order. Who is leading the pit stop charge here at the moment? It's the car 40. They've been through the pit lane 9 times, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that's a record, surely already.
You can guess which position they're in the racing terms.
Wow. Well, we'll leave that for everyone else to guess. We might have some wizardry coming through saying, oh, no, they won't be in 17th, but you'd be completely incorrect, that's for sure. I reckon in that grand scheme of things. But it is a nice looking battle here, just starting to heat up a little bit. Car 959 forgot to put fuel in at the last stop. Well, mate, if you're just a fuel guy sitting there going, oh, I should be doing something at this pit stop. I'm not sure what, but something seems amiss. You'd think you get up off your seat and go, maybe I'll put something in it. But didn't at that point, and that's where they're sitting. Greg Brock, the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend. We haven't called him much tonight, and he's sitting in 19th place. This is the guy organising this, and he's just about... Well, it says he's just gone down a position when he got overtook, so I'm not too sure. And they snowed, that's correct. He was in 19th, now he's in 18th. And circulating nicely. This man has put this show on for us tonight and today, last night and today, and it is a credit to him. And he can prove that even though you're organising, doesn't mean you can't race well. And he's doing that at the moment inside the top 20 is Greg Brock. So well done, and thank you for putting this event on behalf of us here at Simstation TV and to all the drivers competing tonight. I hope to goodness gracious me, any drivers out there, if you're listening, co-drivers, you name it, do not hit this man. Just give him 4.5 car lengths every single time you go past him or near him. Don't flash him. Just be nice and be kind, because I reckon with those sheets that are offered at the $1,000 at the end of the race, he will probably be willing to just maybe give you only half of that, or maybe even a quarter if any misbehaviour does come into fruition.
Yeah, that's right. Every time he gets whacked, that's another $100 out of the kitty if you end up taking the prize money at the end of the day. $1,000 put up by ASA here in this endurance series. Just a cracking load of prize money there to be had. So these guys, although racing for pride as well, there is a lot more at stake in the financial department. And Paul Britt of the 999 in Laundry House Racing there in the prime seat. They're 25 seconds in front of the 420 car with Liam Curran at the helm at the moment. And Chris Murphy sitting there in the 121 car. That is BCR Racing, or BC Racing, perhaps, whatever the acronym stands for. But they're sitting pretty in third position. So the top three, well, the second two, so second and third are locked in a tight little time battle at the moment. Any mistakes and Murphy will be right up on the rear wing of the 420. But yeah, say goodbye to the 999 car. Barring any kind of disaster there, if they stick to their game plan, they're going to be very hard to run down later on in the day. That's a 25-second gap is quite a big gap here with, well, we've only gone almost 3 hours in now. Gee whiz. The time is ticking down, ladies and gentlemen. It's funny thing about time. It just keeps on going. But back here, Phil Slade is now made his way up behind Bub now and looking to make his way up into 7th position. So putting plenty of pressure on here at the moment, Zach O'Reilly.
Oh, definitely. Look at this. This is awesome racing by the two of them. Now a bit of suckage here. This is going to be interesting. We're flying up Mountain Straight at this point in time. Is there going to be enough slipstream by the time they get into the braking marker? Gone full defence mode as the Aston Martin. Oh, geez, Bub now just not giving anyone an inch. So Slade's going to have to think about that one more time. But now he's got the run. Oh, this is going to be spicy coming into the cutting here. What are we going to see? We're going to see a move here under brake. Surely not. On board. Here we go. Geez, they're dancing on the rear end, that's for sure. Just enough grip there to pull it up. Got the blue flag in front as well. That's going to cause some major havoc if he doesn't get out of the way. And I reckon Slade's just seen that and going, I don't want to get caught up in anything like that.
Yeah.
I'll just pull back for now, because if he hits that car, I'm hitting that car, and everyone else behind is absolutely dead.
Yeah.
And you don't want that to happen. The Skyline's still not getting out of the way. Should have just pulled off into the runoff area there, if you ask me. But nonetheless, this is heating up now. 3 cars line astern behind a blue flag marker. Wowee. And the car at the back there, I can't see exactly who that is. I think that's Adderton behind, circulating around too. So that is a quick car, but not on the lead lap. Is that Nissan Skyline going to get out of the way? Surely down Conrod here, just enough to not give everyone enough slipstream. Or is there inter-team battling? Who the hell knows here? But not getting out of the way at this moment. And they want to get out of that straight there. Done. Thank you very much. 1 goes by, 2 goes by. And that is the battle at the moment sorted. What are we going to see from Slade? Can he outbrake himself into this into the chase? No, he can't. But he's right on the rear bumper now with Bub now. Bub now will be looking to be bubbing nowing off into the distance there. Doesn't want to get something properly done here into the final corner. Gets that car pointed in nicely in the Aston Martin, and off we go for another lap. That would probably have been a better battle. I reckon the next lap here is going to give us the real event, because that blue flag marker sort of petered out whatever was on, and that is a very, very nice exit out of the whole corner there.
Yes,
from Kafil Slade.
Yeah, Kafil Slade.
Sorry.
Just keeping up appearances here up the hill, getting a bit of a suck. He's going to look to maybe make an overtake here. Looking in, oh, geez, you can see maybe just a little bit of rubber banding effect there on the Kmart car, just going back and forwards a little bit up the rear of the car in front, but not close enough to make a move or force an overtake just yet. Going through the cutting now for the 82nd time, mind you, coming down onto 3 hours run here in this race, and it's been mostly green flag conditions. We saw that safety car and in the early part, pretty sure it was lap 1, and since then it's all been green light. So the the entertainment stakes starting to peter off in terms of battling, but that's not what endurance racing is about. It's more battling against the clock once everyone starts to run out, and the strategy plays that come in endurance racing and all the other variants and factors that can either make your day or ruin it. So these two here are the closest battle on track, ladies and gentlemen. Kafil Slade has been pretty good around. Safil. I've messed that up twice in a row. Very good stuff there from Chris Munro. 2:01.3 was his last time around, so pretty quick in the pace stakes as well. These guys all in the top 10, very fast customers indeed. Maybe looking for a move down here into the chase, sticking it fat around the outside.
Oh, yes.
A little bit of contact, goes off into the grass, narrowly avoids the outside wall there. And here comes Adderton looking to take an advantage of all this battling because, look at that. Bang, bang, bang. Did not see that coming, did Slade. And there goes Adderton just unlapping himself on that occasion. And maybe just a little bit of damage. I think he might have just clipped the wall there in that little exchange, did Slade.
Yeah, not the best thing to do, but that's okay. Race on, and it's still happening. So Slade now has to make up all that position and get back somewhere in the grand scheme of things. Dylan Smith now in the battle at the moment. No, that's for position at the moment. He's right on the back of Dorado, the Dorito, I reckon I'm going to call him. And the Haviland Bentley, very, very racy. But I'll tell you what, Smith's even racier at the moment. No, Dorado, sorry, even racier at this point in time in the Aston Martin. So look out for those guys. The infamous Dorado there sitting at this point in time, the one who did not get out of the way, is now in a battle of his own. Let's see how these guys go about it. Very angry sort of racing, I think, is about to come our way here. Only half a tenth off at the moment. At the moment is Mr. Smith, and he's going to catch him. This is going to be a slipstream battle down the Conrod Straight. Here we go. Who's got the better exit out of it? Looks like they got both pretty good exit there, and looking very, very racy. Now the slipstream battle's on. Is the Bentley going to be able to outpower the Aston Martin? We'll ride on board and see what's going to happen. It's definitely coming. It's coming harder and fast at the moment. That is definitely what we want to see here. Holy mackerel, the Disney-sponsored bloody Lightning McQueen Aston Martin still outpacing the Bentley, even with a bit of a suck for the Bentley down the straight. That thing is slippery in a straight line, that Aston Martin. Cracking looking car in this grand scheme of things. And now he's going to have another run here. Is Dylan Smith going to make a move? He's too far back. He's just going to stick it right up the backside there and hopefully put an unforced error on for Dorado. The chip in front of him is on. Now the extra cheese chip is getting outdone by the Cheezel, and Smith's chips is going to take the lead over the Dorito here for 11th place into Hull Corner and gets the job done very, very nicely indeed.
Thank you very much for the Rabbits. Dorito just getting outpaced there and outsmarted as well. Very, very well done in the overtaking department. Had that set up a few corners in advance, so a good thinking there on his feet with Dylan Smith. We'll see more of him later in that car as well in the Bentley. He's making moves on the way forward. Mad Maddie here for Far Gone Racing. We haven't called her name yet. One of the other females in the race today. Currently in P10th for Far Gone Racing. Stevie Rees handing her the car just a while ago. So probably halfway through their stint at the moment. Cracking stuff, cracking livery, cracking racing. What a day to be alive, Zach O'Reilly. It's all happening here at the ASA Bathurst 12. Might be time to put the spotlight on another one of our partner leagues here at ASA. Sorry, I've lost what's going on here. The Pro Series is one run by ASA itself. So this is one of the I guess the amalgamations of all the leagues combined. But this series is for those looking to fight with the best of the best. This is the Alien League. This is for the pro racers indeed. The qualification will be the top 40 drivers from all of the ASA leagues that come under that umbrella. So there'll be a dedicated hot lap server, and if you make your way into the top 40 for the lap times, you will be granted access and pre-qualification into the Pro Series, and they will have one race per month varied race formats and the conditions over about a 5 or 6 round series. So that is about to kick off, or yet to kick off, so there's still time to get your hot laps in. Just inquire within the ASA Discord server when you want to come and join the fun and get involved in the ASA Pro Series. So that's
plenty of practice to be had between drinks there, Chris. Once a month.
Yep.
For 6 rounds, wowee. No wonder these guys are quick in the Pro Series. They'll definitely have ACC done and won. And here comes Slade again. Now he's right on the back here of Bub now. This is surely a move on here. Breaking around the outside. Give us some entertainment. Doesn't do that at this point in time. Thinks better of it. And pretty smart, I would say, there in the Slade helmet. And this is definitely a cork in the bottle situation here for Slade. Bub now definitely holding him up at this point in time. We can see that every time he gets in his rhythm, Slade, he just finds another way to creep onto the back, and he's just got to put a couple of laps together and do exactly what happened last time around for that Bentley, is set that move up a couple of corners before. That's what you need to do as a racer. Just pressure here, no pressure there, dummy into a move here, make sure they run wide, and then set that move up and get the job done. But 8th and 7th, 100% racing for sheep stations here. It's cracking to see. And they're giving each other enough room where it needs to be, although Slade nearly put it into the wall on the outside with a bit of tomfoolery, so he'll be looking to make amends with that, and they can get a suck down Conrod straight here. The ladies of Bathurst are starting to tune in, Chris. The viewers are going up, and they're starting to see, and they've come right at the time here for the suck, and I think there's going to be half a chance here for something to come at the end and maybe explode into a 7th place there for Kafil Slade.
Bit early for that, but I'm all for it indeed. Kafil Slade has proven himself to be a very calculated driver, very cautious as well in the terms of overtaking. But here,
and he's got it done.
The easiest one he's had all day. Poor old Bub now's just succumbed to the pressure. And,
into the wall.
Almost put it in. Oh, he has put it into the wall, and getting out onto the circuit just cleanly enough for Chris Taylor to just shoot his way up the inside as well. Mad Matty a bit too far back, but look at this, a couple of blue cars. That's Greg Brock in the GTR Nissan trying to get involved there as well, but he's got his own issues with a car behind. He's being blue flagged as well by the other Nissan. So it's all happening here on track. Lap 85 to 3 hours gone now, ladies and gentlemen. We're into 9 hours to go. Absolutely lightning stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. It's all happening. Shaggy's in the chat. Good morning, mate. It's been a long time to see that name popping up in the chat. It wouldn't be a Bathurst 12 hour without some super coach commentary out there from the chat in the way of Mr. Shaggy Smith. So let's go back to a replay we saw of a bit of an accident earlier on involving the car number 808. We're going to see what happens to it. Hopefully, we get a better TV view here. This is Takahashi in the number 808. You might just have a bit of we witnessed a murder, ladies and gentlemen, on the stream. We'll be getting called into the police station to give our witness account there. Holy moly, the car 61 at fault and at large. The coppers will be out looking for him, that's for sure.
Going a bit faster than the 40k an hour zone around Bathurst. That's definitely a car impound crushing and maybe loss of licence for 20 years or so at that speed. Yep, absolute murder there. Yep. Not the way you want to go about racing, that's for sure. Just a love tap, and then even after he was in the wall, just give him another bit and just smack the side door just to give that consolation prize a bit more of a go. And poor old Aerosmith, talk about consolation prize. That car is looking very, very second-hand. Is that poor old BMW? More hits than Elvis, Elton John, Queen, and George Michael all put together. That car's looking very second-hand at the front, albeit a very nice burnt bronze and black livery scheme there. It's pretty cool. I don't mind that. Yep. It's a bit different, a bit BMW-esque, I reckon. You see a lot of M3s going around today. And thank you, Mr. Kumar, for your subscription to the channel. If you want it, just to remind everyone, ladies and gentlemen, if you donate to the stream from last night and for the remainder of the stream today, you're going in the running to win a $50 Steam voucher courtesy of us here at Sensational TV. So keep your subscriptions coming through, but even a little bit of love goes our way, and it could end up being a massive profit margin from yourself. You put in $3, you win 50. So you've times that by 4,000%. With my math not mathing correctly.
That's why we're commentators, ladies and gentlemen, and not astronauts. But we're bringing you the best that we could do out here in the commentary states. So yeah, get your donations in and go into the draw for that $50 Steam voucher. I think there's only one, or actually there's about 4 in the draw at the moment. So chances are high at the moment if you want to bag yourself that bit of sensational kit there. It's all happening, but look at this. Stu Arrowsmith on the back of Greg Brock at the moment, giving him plenty of hurry up going down the mountain. Look at this. Leaving nothing on the table either, right up behind the rear wing of that GTR in front as he chucks it down in through the dipper, maybe trying to look for a little move into Forest Elbow, but I don't think he's close enough here at the time being. Goes the wide line looking for a great exit, and he gets one there. That's a fantastic driving line through through Forest Elbow there, but I don't know if he can just match the straight line pace of that Nissan GTR. Look at it go, stretching its legs down the back straight. That is a slippery GTR if I've ever seen one. Indeed, they're coming down through the kink. What's yours? Mine, racing cars at 280 k's an hour. That is anyone's kink if you ask me. But yeah, just can't make up any ground down the straight. Can the 777 there of Stu Arrowsmith? But yeah, maybe that damage just making a little bit of aero wash there, and not being enough to get on the back. Risky Racing, thank you. Super chat at $5. Thank you very much. You go into the draw for that Steam gift card. His comments there.
Trying to con us.
Just give me that Steam gift card. Well, you're certainly one of the members in for that running, and that draw will happen at the commencement of the race.
Absolutely.
End of the race, should I say.
End of the race, I'll give it to you, either way. And the BMW behind, Chris, that will be having a fair bit of aero wash hunting underneath the bonnet. The engine will be bloody freezing, but the aerodynamic department, not the best. So that Nissan Skyline of Greg Brock's looks pretty straight compared to the BMW in front. Maybe that's why he couldn't get the suck down Conrod Straight, but he's right on him here at the top half of the mountain, coming all the way through the BP Ultimate section, just touching the wall there. Millimetres away was Greg Brock, getting his absolute hurry up at the moment. Arrowsmith knows he's not in for the prize money, so probably doesn't give a rat's toss bag about what he does to Brocky, being in 20th place. So, see what they can do. Now, Brock is very quick through this part of the section. He's nailed this section, I reckon, but then just through the cutting, through Forest Elbow is his Achilles heel, and maybe that BMW can get onto the back this time around. He's about a car and a half behind Greg Brock. Shallow entry there for Greg Brock and a wide exit versus a wide entry and then a mid-corner exit for the BMW of Arrowsmith. Now he's in the suck at the moment. What are we going to see here from Arrowsmith? Can he get enough down slipstream down the front straightaway? But it's still pretty neck and neck at this moment. That is 100% hurting him with that aero damage on the front of the BMW. Top speed-wise, just cannot get anywhere near that Nissan Skyline, and Greg Brock survives another Conrad Straight-esque stanza and keeps 19th place for this point in time. A battle just keeps going on and on and on. And speaking of battles, Chris, for 5th and 4th is on like Donkey Kong. 0.3 of a second between the Chan Man and Mr. Holmes as well. Josh Holmes in the car, and they're only 0.3 of a second and looking very racy, the two Mustangs. This is going to be a cracker. Yeah, absolutely. They're locked in this battle here. They're both in the OP car, so who's going to come out on top? Who knows? But Vic Chan, we saw getting back in the car now after his first stint, where he made up quite a number of positions off the start. So he's looking to make up another one here on Josh Holmes in front of him. This is the battle for 4th position on track, ladies and gentlemen. Warren Baker wants the gift card as well. Thank you very much, mate. It could be coming your way. Don't you worry about that. So keep an eye on the stream. What we're going to do is to announce the winner as well. If you have made a donation, make sure you message one of us on Discord and give us your email address or something like that, so we have a way of contacting you after the race is done, just in case you're not tuned in for when the draw takes place. So thank you very much for that. Warren, you're an absolute legend. So is Risky and everyone who donated yesterday. Fantastic stuff. Vic Chan now pulling out of the slipstream, showing the nose into turn 1. Getting back on the racing line nicely to try and apply the blowtorch again. Whoa,
bad exit there from Holmes. So this is going to invite Vic Chan right up on the back of Holmesy here going up the straight. Look at the gap there. He's going to have to pull out of the slipstream coming down the hill here. Holmes goes defensive. That's a wise idea, but here goes Chan just looking for a way through. He's going for the switchback. Not really possible in that corner because of the long radius. So both cars on equal playing terms here at the moment, but they're coming up on the back of a bunch of lapped cars as well. So that will certainly throw a cat amongst the pigeons, or a rabbit amongst the horses, the stallions of these two Mustangs.
A rabbit amongst the horses. Oh, I love it. That's absolutely hilarious. Love it. Yeah, but the two neck-and-neck drivers in the pace, 2:02.6 versus 2:02.7, were the lap times on the previous lap for Holmes and Chan. For Sherlock and Champ Chan himself, the man, the Chan, the myth, the legend, and they're neck and neck in the pace. Now they've got blue flag markers in front of them. This is going to be spicy. They'll get out of the way, I think, on Conrod Straight and see what happens here, because Chan's just made a meal of that exit at Forest Elbow. So Holmes has got some sort of breathing room. 5-second penalty for car 512, causing a collision there as well from the stewards. So they can ship right off. Mr. Slade has caught himself a 5-second penalty there in 7th position. But the battle is still on between Chan and Holmes. Those blue flag cars just having no inkling of getting out of the way of the blue flaggers. Now Prince does, and he'll be noted for getting out of the way nicely. Indicator on there for Holmes. Is he going into the pits? He is. So into the pits comes Holmes, just crosses that white and yellow line, and out of that battle, that's going to release Chan the man. And it could be an undercut situation here for Holmes.
Yeah, that'd be ideal for him now, just getting out of that battle and getting some fresh boots on, maybe pitting himself into clean air. That's what it's all about here, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much more to endurance racing than just going out there and going hell for leather for 12 hours. It's such a multifaceted way of racing, and it may seem boring on the outside because you don't really get the big pack racing like you do in sprint racing, but it's a different beast entirely, and just as much skill, if not more, to navigate your way through an endurance race like this, because a lot of these teams don't have the technology that they do in the real world. So they have a team of engineers, a team of everything sitting down there in the pit lane, going through all the data and telling them when the best time to pit is. A lot of these guys have to come up with it on the fly, so they've got only themselves and I guess a couple of teammates to do the sums in the background, just to know how much fuel you've got to put in, when you should come in for a pit excursion to come and maybe pit yourself into some clean air, whether you want to go for that undercut or that overcut. Do you want to go longer? Do you want to come in for some fresh tyres? How much PSI do we put in? All these drivers have got to do these sums on the run, and it's absolute credit to them to get it done. I'm going to say that the most talent in the world of racing will, if not now already, come from the sim world. So that's a big call there from myself, but I reckon it's the way moving forward in this world. Once fuel prices get too much, the main form of racing will be virtual. Don't you worry about that. Mark my words here. 2024. Chris Munro said it.
11:23 a.m. or 10:23 a.m. Queensland time on the 20th of September 2024. Chris Munro. But I'll tell you what, talking about fuel prices, irrelevant to the racing here, we don't have to pay for it. $1.60 was the fuel for about a week and a half down here for just normal unleaded. Mm-hmm. And then within a 24-hour period, we'll just charge you $2.30 again. So where's the ACCC when you need them? Absolutely nowhere. They can ship right off, and all of them running that. The government just have us all by the neck of the hands of their own around our neck and starting to throttle us out of being able to enjoy cars these days. But anyway, good to see you on the chat there, Shags. How are we and Munro going 3 hours into a 12-hour stream? Well, mate, why would you even ask a question? That should just never be in doubt. We are rating in the top 100 at the moment on YouTube, and we will always be fine here in the Sensational TV commentary box. That is okay, and it's very good to see you. Hello, Killing It 4x4. Good to see you as well. And I'm not sure what Shaggy Smith is going on. $2.30. Oh, for the fuel. Yeah, that is insane. Bloody Victoria, mate. Dan Andrews just smacked that state into debt with the Chinese and scrapped all these projects costing us $6 billion just for one road project that he got scrapped just to get into power, and then basically just shoved his hand up our bum. So it's great. And now we're paying for it here in Victoria. But anyway, the racing is here in New South Wales at Bathurst, and what a great state the New South Wales is, and what great state of racing we've got here. Hobbsy is only half a second away from Chan now. So Chan is all under pressure here because, with that release from, I think it was Chris Taylor, who was in, or was it Hignett? Hignett came into pit to undercut. He's now getting past, and there goes Mitch Hobbs straight down the inside of Chan. Just got out of the way there, Chan, and thought, well, you're not in my race, so you just go for it, son. That was some very, very nice racing indeed.
Yeah, I love to see that. Drivers aware of the situation. Vic Chan knows that he's probably not in the same race as Mitch Hobbs. He's going to just let him through and not sacrifice his own lap times to try and defend the faster driver coming up. That is what I love to see in endurance racing. A bit of thinking outside the box there from Vic Chan. What a very smart driver he is indeed. We saw him in the AK Racing V8 series a while ago. One of the first adopters of the Mercedes-Benz over there in the AK Racing Discord. And he was very quick in those as well, but seems to have found his home here in the GT3 world. Hopefully we see him back again in the purity of the V8 supercars. No ABS, no traction control indeed, just all driver skill required. But that doesn't mean that these cars aren't hard to drive. They're just a little bit more accessible, ladies and gentlemen, and the game looks fantastic. Look at that on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. Coming at you today, sensational in 1440p, if your monitor will handle it. It's all happening here from the NASA Spec computer. Thank you very much, UMart, and thank you very much, Visa, for absolutely screwing me on the credit card stakes. But hopefully we can make up a bit of that in the next few weeks. Coming at you hard in the streaming department.
No one forced you to go to UMart, mate. That was your range call.
Yeah.
Just turn it up a bit. Turn it up. No, it was money well spent, and money comes back. So you only get one chance at life, and money does come back to you. So all worth the while, I guarantee you, in the long run. And just for Harley Marshall's entertainment, there is another sim rig on the way, and that will be from me as well. So we'll have two NASA. We'll have NASA from Munro Aeronautics and Space Aviation, and then we'll have ZASA. So we'll have two computers in the spaceship department at the end of it. So we will check and see what we can do in the grand scheme of things, but looking crisp as ever on the stream is Munro's Super Whiz computer at the moment.
I'm on the big bus, says BZ. Yes, I am. Currently driving the big bus. Thank you very much. And it feels
and
good.
on the bucks.
No, on the big bucks, I doubt it. It's all come from the credit line. Thank you. So the
28% interest.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can get it paid off in the next month, and we'll be all good, ladies and gentlemen. But it's time I treated myself. I was living life in 2017 with the old 1070 graphics card, and I think I had an No, I didn't have an i5. I had a Ryzen 5 old 1700. So, yep, a massive upgrade there, and I'm loving life in the commentary world here, looking at a very nice and smooth gameplay indeed. So, loving that. Thank you very much. But I'll tell you what, that is 3 hours down. What's the next cab off the rank? As far as league spotlights are concerned, we've got a few to get through here. Let's go for this one here, Fargone Racing. Stephen Rees, we'll get him up on the screen if he's racing. What number's the Fargone team? Let me try and find them.
You keep talking, I'll find it for you.
Yeah, 433. So we'll find that car, and we'll focus on that, because that is the team car for this league. Mad Matty in the hot seat at the moment. This is Fargone Racing. They're an Australian-based semi-casual racing league running a variety of races, and on ACC and AC. How many times can I say that? Are available to drivers of all levels. We don't take racing seriously. We do take racing seriously, but we don't take ourselves too seriously at all. So it's a nice place to be. I've done some racing over in Fargone myself, so hats off to all the admin team over there. If you want to get involved, check out the link in the description to ASA's Discord channel, and you'll find links to all these separate leagues as well once you find yourself over there. So thank you very much, Fargon. Thank you very much, Steve Reese, for putting all this together as well. He's one of the main men behind ASA, doing a lot of the heavy lifting behind the scenes in the Discord. So well done to him, and well done to Mellow Ninja, our man Nick Mello there, jumping in the pool for the $50 Steam voucher. I'll add your name to the list, my young son. And who's this? BZ. We raced together on a Far Gone series. We did, absolutely. That was a lifetime ago, it feels like. But I do remember, sadly, punting Mr. BZ in a race at, let me think, it was at Le Mans.
Ooh.
And I said sorry to him in the chat, in the DM, and got absolutely zero in return. So sorry about that. Hopefully he doesn't hold a grudge over all these years, but I didn't mean to punt you. I just lost me braking marker, as they all say, ladies and gentlemen.
Jeez Louise, Munro, Punter Munro, race team at the moment. It's going to be good. Hopefully we don't see too many of Munro's behaviour on the stream here today. We've seen a couple. We don't need too much more of that sort of behaviour. But it's good racing here for the time being. Mad Maddie at Fargon is circulating nicely, so it's going to be good. She is a fair way off anyone, 69 seconds away from Bub now, and then 54 and a bit seconds away is the Dorito closest competitor. And I'll tell you what, Addison's making his way through the field. He was in 26th at some stage, and now he's 16th, and that was only an hour and a half ago. So that rate of knots, do the math, ladies and gentlemen, you know where that's going to be by the end of it. If he can get himself back on the lead lap at some stage, that will definitely help the cause, and he is now just getting around these blue flag markers and hopefully getting 7.5 seconds further up to lead to get on the rear end of Hayes and battle that for 15th position there. But 16th is where he's going to have to sit for the moment and hopefully get around these blue flaggers of cleanly and quickly. That's for sure as well. We got the donation there, Mello, so that's okay. I don't know what you're going to do about YouTube, but good luck getting your money back. That will be a tough task indeed. And there goes Addison straight down the inside of the blue flaggers. Thank you very much, Mother, for the rabbits. He says one down, another one to go, and then clean air in front of him to get around the rest of them. Is that Brocky in front of him? I think it is. So Brocky will know who right there, and then he's behind him and just kindly get out of the way, sir, knowing where his place is in the grand scheme of things.
Well, it's actually Austin, so the team...
It's Austin now?
Yeah, Godzilla have come in for a driver swap in the meantime. So Sam Austin out there at the moment. Now, I'm pretty sure I did see a profile there for Mr. Austin in my browsing. His favourite number is 121. What number is the car? It's 1. So almost there. Ricky Rudd and Jensen Button are his favourite real-life drivers. That's a left field one, Ricky Rudd.
Yeah.
I don't even think I know who that is. Must be with a name like Ricky Rudd, I'm tipping he's a NASCAR guy. What do you reckon?
Something like that. Yeah, you gotta be.
Do a quick Google.
Sort of in that wanker department, Johnny Football-esque, in the NFL. He's called himself Johnny Football and then absolutely yeets himself into oblivion on the Bolivian Booger Sugar and still thinks he's a good player. But anyway, Ricky Rudd, there you go.
Yeah, NASCAR.
Another famous NASCAR driver.
Yep, there you
go.
Hall
of Famer, indeed. Well, good to see we're all out there racing and having a good time. What else do we need to know about the man himself there, Christopher Munro?
A random fact about himself is that he says Phil Rando is older than him, and Greg Brock is even older than him. So we're all they were getting stuck into each other in the Discord the other day about who is the oldest. And they all reckon that Greg Brock's about in his late 60s or something, but I don't think that's the case. He just looks that way. But tell you what, he is younger than he looks, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm younger than he looks. Okay.
Sorry, Brocky.
Yeah, geez. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what the age of Brocky is, but we'll call it the over 40s just to be safe, I reckon, and go forwards from there. But yeah, a couple of good cracking profiles we got out there as well. A bit of information coming our way. Speaking of Brock, his favourite driver is Lando Norris. and his dream car is a 72 Chevy Nova. Well, I'll have to be in agreement there with him. That is a fantastic looking car. Saxon Hayes, I just saw him as well. We'll focus on him. Where was his? Oh, geez, I'm trying to find his one as well. But circulating nicely is Saxon, and he'll be cracking on, I reckon. What position is he in at the moment? He is in 15th.
Yep.
And circulating nicely, top 15. Can't complain about that at all for the Hayes man. And it's good to see a lot of our drivers just getting onto the rear end here of Stockton, and is Ryan Whitmore. And going for a move here up the inside in the Asaman. Can he get that done? He does, because there goes Stockton just as wide as the track allows him without hitting the wall. So that is job done there for Whitmore. And pressing himself on 14.5 seconds up the road is his next compatriot in Mr. Austin. We'll see the replay of something happening here to Sam Austin. What did he do? Does he hit the wall somewhere? Maybe at Forest Elbow here, just nudging the inside barrier or losing it coming on the outside. Or maybe some contact there as well. No, just, yes, contact between the two. Oh, that's a Mustang into the wall. Wowee. That's not what you want to do, but Austin on the better half of that collision. And there's only one winner out of a collision, and it's generally not the person who perpetrated it, that sort of the section. Yeah,
it's funny how that happens too sometimes. You can just be Mr. Magoo style and just eyes to the front, not caring about whatever happens to you. Bump into someone or get bumped into, and all of a sudden you're just still going, and the other car facing the other way. So that's certainly what happened there. But poor old, I didn't see the car that it was happening to. I think it was car 117, I think. Was it Jamie? It wasn't Jamie Convoy, was it? That would be disaster. One thing leading to another for him today. But he's made his way up to 18th position. He was down as low as, I think it was 24th at one stage, and he was up as high as 5th. So he's been up and down like a yo-yo today, the solo man in that convoy. But BZ has donated to the stream and goes into the running for the $50 stream voucher. Rubbin is racing. He says, race hard, call harder. We're doing our best out here today. Thank you very much, BZ, or Dean, as he's known in the real world.
Mr. Hanley himself, is that who I'm thinking?
No.
Is that correct? No.
Dean Verrill, I believe, is his name.
Oh, Ferrell Verrill.
Yep.
Wow, that's exactly how I know who he is. All this time just giving me shit as well, and it's good. Love to have you on board there, Verrill. Thank you very much. Appreciate the donation. Hopefully you can be the lucky winner of the $50 Steam card coming your way at the end of the event tonight and today. Well, we've got 8.5 hours and a bit left to go here at Bathurst, and the highlights of the race have been a lap one pile up, as we probably all assumed was going to happen. We had a beautiful overtake through the cutting. I think that was the Shell Helix Mustang just sailed straight around the outside through one of the S's and got the job done cleanly. We've had blue flag markers get in the way and then send it back up the inside. It's incredible stuff to see what a blue flag can do to a lead car, but all in sundry that was okay. We've had cars just park themselves in the middle of the S's there, and somehow not many people collect them. We've only had one safety car period, which was the lap one incident there. And from there on, it's been moves and overtakes that are quite unbelievable. And the pace difference between the top drivers is so consistent. It's literally only like 2 or 3 tenths a lap difference between most of the cars. And it seesaws each this way, that way, or whatever. And it's been absolute fantastic so far here for the first 2, 3 and a bit hours that we've been on stream. The movers and shakers on the positional chart. Bub now up 10 places, is from 18th to 8th. That is cracking driving. Poor old Adderton, the biggest loser, 16 positions down, or is that 15? I can't read it from here. I think it's 15.
15, yeah.
And then we've had a couple of others just make their way and stay where they are. Hobbs has stayed where he is. Slade's got up 5 as well. And Mr. Dorito himself up 4, nearly on the brink of the top 10 there too. He'll be wanting to get up there as well, but cracking driving from everyone. Poor old Convoy in 11th. So that means he started, what did he start? 11th. He started 9th and got himself up into 5th. And then poor old Convoy just conned himself into thinking he was better than he was, not listening to the misses on the GPS, and yeeted himself into a couple of walls there and then into some lap traffic as well. And that's why he is down there at the moment. But long race to go. I reckon he'll be back on the lead lap by the end of it.
Yeah, for sure. And especially if we get some safety cars, we might get a few people back onto the lead lap and back into contention for this race. But currently, Liam Curran is in the lead of this race with Laundry House just making a pit stop and a driver change. Terry Rayton now in command of that vehicle. Tough. Terry, tough. I can't say that on the stream. Well, I don't think I've ever said that one on the stream, but we'll see. After 12 hours, it might.
Don't tell me that was that going to be an Olivia C-bomb there, was it?
Yeah, it could have been.
No.
Caught myself just in time. So that one didn't make it through to the keeper. But yeah, Terry Rayton out there on track for the time being. I've seen his name up there in the past for Laundry House, so probably one of the speedy customers. As I said, you don't get into Laundry House being a mid-pack bloody battler. This fella will have the pace, don't you worry about that. He's got a lap car in front of him as well. His last lap around a 2:02.6, so just easing into things here on a Sunday morning. It's only 10:40 a.m. Oh, geez, it feels like we've been in here forever. 8.5 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. Geez, it's gone quickly. And Harley Marshall was asking how our voices are holding up. Mine's holding up actually surprisingly well.
Yep, mine's fine too. Don't you worry about that. As I said, I can talk the mortar off a brick wall if you want me to, and I got lung capacity the size of a whale. I can call for 2 minutes straight of battling and not take a breath, and I don't explode. So Chris Munro is definitely getting there as well in that grand scheme of things. Oh, there's a bit of contact there for I think that is a lap traffic marker in front of Hobbsy. Yes, it is. Rayton, sorry, getting out of the way. So Tezza on the prowl at the moment. Chris's favourite livery of the chrome green there, just taking a bit of that wrap off that car. Chris will be crying in the corner there. No, don't damage my favourite looking car on the stream. But that is a sensational drive here from Rayton. As you said, you don't get into Laundry House by being slow. They definitely get the speed wash on the program there, hang the washing up, put it in the dryer, and then get back out there before their pit stop is done, I've heard. That's how quick they are, hence the Laundry House racing team.
Yep, absolutely. It's one of the premier racing teams here in ACC, so keep an eye out for them. They are currently in the lead of the race. Once all the pit stops wash out, no pun intended. But we are joined actually in the commentary box now by our pit lane specialist here, Lindsay Larko. Do we have you on the line, mate?
Yeah, I am here, but I only was just able to get here now, so I'm just catching up on what I've missed, and then I can give you some insights.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. If you want to take over and have a little chat to my friend Zach while I just take a little pit stop myself. It's been about 3.5 hours in the chair now, so I'm just going to stretch my legs, and I'll be back in just a moment.
Alrighty. How are you doing? How's the race been going? Sensational.
Welcome, Mr. Puddle of Mud, Mr. Larko, whatever you want to be called. It's been a cracker of a race so far, mate. I hope you've been watching it and keeping tabs on of what has happened. We've had safety car at the start. We've had a lot of incidents on track that were minor, some major, but most cars have been able to get their way back and in circulation. So overall, it really hasn't been a stop to this race. It's been nearly balls to the wall stuff for the best part of 3.5 hours so far.
Yeah, well, that is good to hear, but as I was saying, I was just doing other stuff, so I'm catching up on what I've missed now, so yeah, I'm happy to be here, and now I can help you guys out.
Great to have you in the box with us, mate. It's always nice to have another commentator in there as well. You seem to be a specialist in your own right of racing as well, and broadcasting too. How do you rate the GD3s at this stage as we circulate around in ACC?
I think it's one of my favourite combos. GT3s at Bathurst on ACC. It's always a good bit of fun, always on the limit. You've got to be vigilant all the time, especially up the top of the mountain. A couple of cars will bite back at you, and some of them just a little bit more tricky to wrestle around the corners, but don't try bite back so hard. So it's always car to car on how you've got to drive it around here. And right now we have two Lambos, 1 and 2. I don't know if that's pit stop related or not, because I haven't been watching along, but they always typically go well over the top of the mountain. They are a car that stays stable, and I think that car to car, it's really good to see the variation on how everybody has to take the mountain. And yeah, I personally love commentating here, and I love racing here as well. So.
Well, you can't complain about the racing department. It has been absolutely fantastic, and these GT3s are living up to our expectations. That's 100% sure there as well. You mentioned about the Lamborghinis. They're obviously a rear-engine car. Is it the same thing with the McLarens as well? And why would you say we're not seeing any Porsches here tonight?
With the McLarens, they are normally very, very quick around here. I would say that the BOP definitely takes them back a notch, which is why we are seeing obviously a couple of different cars being competitive with what you'd see in base ACC. Obviously LFM BOP helping out tonight with the cars being closer together. And the McLaren is planted rear engine, and same with the Lambo, so that's why you'll see them driving pretty similarly, but the Lambo normally has a bit of tricky stuff in the straight line. It's always a bit slow, so the McLaren doesn't have that much issue. So I think there's just a bit of a difference there in the speed that they carry and wear up the mountain. And when we're not seeing the Porsches, that is because the Porsche is a Porsche at the end of the day, and it loves to spin. It takes a very, very good driver to get around here competitively in the Porsche. It's always very snappy at every single track on ACC and beyond, even on iRacing and other services that have the 992 GT3R. It's always very, very tricky to drive, but here, Bathurst on ACC, it is always trying to bite back. It is always trying to spin or do whatever it can to put you in a wall, and being a 12-hour race, survival with a mix of pace is what you want here, and that's not what the Porsche delivers.
Yeah, spot on. There'd be that pendulum effect with that engine sitting right across the rear axle, and then a very, very, very light front end those Porsches are. They are notorious for oversteer in most racing, as you said, so definitely 100% spot on. Not the car to race tonight. The McLaren is effectively in the lead there. Terry Rayton is behind the wheel, so McLaren the quickest car by a long shot at the moment, but the other car that we haven't really seen either is the Audi, as Dean has pointed out in the chat. Any other reason for that in your expertise department?
When it comes to the Audi, I mean, it was dominant in the early stages of the 1.9 version of ACC, but as we transitioned past 1.9.5 and into the 1.10s, it lost its pace. I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know if it's because LMP, but a BOP from LFM basically dug it into the ground, or if it's just the way it drives. It's always a bit dead in the mid-corner. You can never really feel what the car is doing when you're trying to wrestle it, and especially around a track like Bathurst as well. It's not something you want to be having. You want to know what the car is doing at all times, otherwise you will find yourself slipping out into one of those concrete barriers.
Okay, well, that's exactly where you don't want to be. I'll give you the hot tip. We've seen BMWs plough into the wall left, right and centre. I think the BMW factory bill is the highest at this point in time for the Bathurst. There has been bumpers and bonnets and everything smashed up, steering arms bent, you name it. And I thought for one, the BMW would probably be a pretty stable car around here at this stage, being overall balanced car spec-wise in terms of the weight distribution, but just not the case as a choice of drivers for the quick guys at the moment. But speaking of balance of performance and whatever, this Mustang debate, mate, can you weigh in on that and just settle it here for all of our viewers and chatters in there? Everyone's saying it's the OP car, but not showing at the moment here over a long race distance. Maybe a good qualifying or a sprint car. I'm not too sure. Give us some more info on that.
Yeah, well, the Mustang, as you said, a hotly debated topic, especially in the ACC scene, and its main issue is how quick it is in a straight line, which definitely helps here, and it is normally the quickest car at Bathurst. I'm not sure why it isn't shining this afternoon, going into tonight, and through this morning as well. But I would say that it's probably just track conditions plus the fact that the Mustang is not good on its tyres. That's its only drawback. It is so good in the straights, it's reasonable in the corners, although it doesn't like slow speed corners that much, and getting on the power is a bit of a tricky job, but particularly it's terrible on its tyres. and that is the main drawback to it. You will go over the mountain and you need the tyres with you. It's not just aero grip through that mountain. In GT3 cars, you're always using the mechanical grip of the car, and that's what the Mustang doesn't have, and you'll even see it in sprint races towards the end. The Mustangs will drop off in pace a bit, but normally they can manage to hold off with their straight line speed compared to the other cars on the grid. The only car quicker than it in a straight line is in fact the Nissan, and that just shows you how powerful that V8 Mustang is. But I think the reason why it's not doing so well tonight here 103 laps in is tyre wear.
Yeah, because I noticed yesterday in qualifying, that Mustang, through a couple of lap stints, it was missing apexes left and right, and it would still hold the same mid-corner speed. And I was just putting that down to the amount of inertia grip that car has. So tough on the tyres makes sense, because if you can grip and hold on, that's good, but that's just using all the tyre to its advantage. And once that tyre goes, it's see you later. That's all in a bit. Now, the quickest Mustang was the qualifier, and it's the quickest car on track at the moment. Alexander Tonkin behind the wheel at the moment. Brady Adderton put it on pole position last night, and did it in qualifying as well by 0.3 of a second. So definitely was quick, that's for sure. But yeah, we can see that difference starting to come to fruition at this point in time for those cars. It's very interesting to see what these different behaviours of all those cars do, and it's awesome to have that level of insight from yourself here, knowing a bit about ACC and how it works. That Nissan is quick in a straight line too. We had a Bentley before, just not even be able to catch it, and it was completely there. And we can see Whitmore now on the back of Stephen Austin. He's going for the move around the outside here. Oh, geez, he's going to go for the switch back up on the inside. Not going to get the job done. Gone defensive already. Has the Nissan Skyline even more defensive, but now attacking on the inside. Trying the outside now. Goes Whitmore, trying to go around the outside there of Austin. Is he going to get the job done? Not now, but will he get the suck up mountain straight? He's got a great exit out of Hull corner. Look at this, sideways. Just getting the nose anywhere he could, going left then right and then up the inside. Surely that Nissan Skyline's going to win the drag race department here, but if he could just have that nose stuck up the inside of that rear wheel of the Nissan, he's going to get the job done here, and he does that beautifully at the moment, just sticking it around, and that is 22nd place done for Ryan Whitmore. Thank you very much, Mother for the Rabbits, he says. And Aston Martin, I was going to ask you too, while that battle is just extrapolated, one of the most beautiful looking cars on the grid, surely.
Yes, it is, as I have no biases from maining this car for a season or two at all. It is a very, very stunning car, but it's also a very, very nice car to drive. But the thing that the drivers will be tackling with the Aston is its pointy front nose off the brakes. So when you release the brakes in the Aston, it rotates a lot, which also plays into its strength. It allows you, even with more worn tyres, to get the car pointed into corners, which is good. But in the opening starts of the stint, you've got to be cautious into a couple of the slow speed corners, including here at Forest Elbow, as you don't want to release the brakes too quickly and end up pointing your front nose too quickly but towards that barrier that sticks out on the inside of the elbow. But overall, the Aston, a very, very planted car, very, very stable car, reasonably quick in a straight line, although it does top out towards the end of the Conrod straight towards the chase here, which he is going through now. But still, it's no slouch in a straight line, good on the acceleration. It can handle a couple of bumps and scrapes, but sometimes it does get a bit wayward in the mid-corner, but not very often. It's a very planted car. It's just a very solid car. It might not be the quickest, but it is just very solid.
Just nicely balanced, and that exact explanation you just said there will open the eyes to a couple of drivers who like a car that steers itself from the rear and gets the nose pointed in. As you said, that's how I drive a V8 supercar, at least anyway. Brake bias alone, I still have it set pretty much to the frontwards, but I use the rear to dance the car in and then accelerate and plant that rear onto the ground and just use that apex speed to my advantage. And it sounds like the Aston Martin, I said earlier, it's the best looking car and I'll just drive it just because it looks good, because I'd feel good driving it. But it sounds like it's also just better driving the car as well. What a cracking looking car as well. And this guy here is what we're talking about, Alexander Tonkin, quickest car on the circuit at the moment, making his way through the field in that Mustang, which I've noticed too there as well, Larko, that they only hit fifth gear in the straight line unless they're getting the slipstream down the straightaway. Is that just because the gear ratios in that car are completely different to the rest of the field?
Yep, the Mustang has very, very long gear ratios. In fact, a lot of the slow speed corners, you'll see the Mustangs go all the way down to first gear, whereas cars such as the Aston and the McLaren and the Ferrari will all be running second. I think here they actually carry second gear. Obviously, I'd need an onboard to confirm that, but they have very, very long gear ratios, which means it's very tricky to get to sixth, even with their immense straight line speed. Unless you have a slipstream, it's going to be tricky to find that sixth gear, and yeah, it's a game of getting used to the gear ratios, and that's what a lot of drivers who are coming from other cars that they drive in other series and just getting used to how this car drives with its gear ratios. It's not too big of an adjustment, but it's definitely something to consider, especially through the slow speed corners where going down to first gear for some may feel a bit unnatural.
Yeah, definitely. It's a weird one, but if it gets the car pointed in and turned a bit more, then it's all to your advantage as a race driver. So long gear ratioed Mustang makes it quicker in a straight line because it's in that power band for a longer period of time between gear shifts. And gear shifts equal fuel not going into the engine, albeit for a microsecond, but at that speed, that can be the difference too, between getting in front or losing a position as well down Conrod Straight, and looking very, very nice. And I would attest to all that knowledge. It's a great insight to have here. Now, talk me through Bathurst. So what's your quickest time around here in a GT3 car?
Oh, not as quick as a lot of these guys. I've done a 2-minute flat .5 is my personal best around this circuit. Is Tonkin getting a bit wayward on the rear, but yeah, no, I'm not the quickest around here, but I'm not a slouch either. 2-minute flat 5 is not too bad, but I know a lot of these guys are probably dangling in the 59s when they've got a bit of lower fuel in the car.
We saw yesterday 159 flats nearly. If we got into a 158, Chris was going to do a shoey on stream, but luckily we didn't get there. But they were quick as well. But 2-minute is no slouch at all. I'd definitely attest to that. Cracking stuff from you. And you're obviously an Aston Martin fan. Before that car was in there, what was your favourite car to drive in?
Before the Aston, well, that's actually a tricky question because the Aston's always been in ACC since I started driving, but I actually started with the Aston, but then it was version 1.8 when I started, and I moved over to the Honda, which was very, very quick at the time, but it was very, very hard to drive, and I've kind of rotated between a few cars at this point now. I went from the Aston to the Honda. Oh, that's Mark Witchell off the track. The Nissan
he's off the track.
Biting back at him, and he's just coming across the grass.
Just getting out of the way. Yeah, just getting out of the way. Rejoining okay. We'll see what happened to him. Chris is back in the replay section here, and is he going to lose it under brakes here into the chase? I think he is. He's just going to come out the other side. A bit too hairy, way too much entry speed, and just not enough downforce there for the Repsol Nissan to handle. And that's him off into the bunda. Not where he'd want to be unless you're in the 420 racing team, that's for sure. Grass is their specialty, but making his way back onto the track beautifully. There is that Nissan Skyline Repsol Honda. That's a cracking looking livery too. I love that one. It's a sensational sort of stuff. It takes me back to MotoGP days. Do you dabble in any other sports other than car racing, or what would you say is your second favourite sport in the world?
I don't. When it comes to motorsport, I'm all with the cars that have four wheels, and I might dabble into the bikes at some point soon. My uncle's been spurring me on to get to the MotoGP as he absolutely loves it. I know they're at Phillip Island this weekend, but my second favourite sport is rugby. I love myself some rugby.
League? On it. Surely league.
Yep, league.
Oh, good. I was going to, not the union, just turn it up. That's just
There's nothing wrong with union.
Oh, mate, that's just the dying and slow death the union is in Australia, but that's okay. Thank you very much, Angus, for subscribing to the channel. If you are new here, my friend, we have a $50 Steam gift card coming your way, or possibly someone's way, if you donate to the stream live there, puts you in the running. And our man, Chris Munro, I think is back here in the commentary box, and we'll be drawing that at the end of the race. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, mate, back in the hot seat. I was just down getting a sausage roll from the catering area, and I saw a grey-haired old fella, the voice of Australian commentary down there as well. So he was just hanging around the front section waiting for the bar to open. So Ray Rabbit's Warren was down there circulating around in the pit area catering section. So keep an eye out for him around the track if you're down there today, ladies and gentlemen. I've just locked the commentary door, so he won't just come barging in at any point. But it's hard to keep a good man out sometimes. So keep an ear out for him later on in the stream. But what have I missed so far? Terry Rayton for Laundry House is now back into the lead of the race now that these pit stops have just all shaken themselves out and looking very racy indeed. His last lap, just a 2:02.6, just a casual 2:02.6, not pushing too hard, maybe just conserving the tyres for the front half of this stint and maybe push a bit harder once the fuel level evens out. But I'll tell you what, he's got a 17.5 second lead over Grant Begg in the 420 Blazer car there for Pit Viper Alpha. They're on a good run indeed as well, with Mitch Hobbs there in third position, 9.5 seconds away for 555. It's all been happening down here. Brandon Webley now is actually on the back of Lucas Keys, who's back in the car for 121, which is, let me just try and find my notes, which I've just jumbled them all up. It's certainly one of those teams that's racing today, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day already, but we're coming up on the 4-hour mark. Yes, that's right. We started at 12 and it's coming down to 8, so 4 hours in and only a 17-second lead. So Grant Begg making up some ground there to Terry Rayton. I think it was about out to 25 seconds when the previous driver handed that over to Terry.
Yeah, it was, and Lucas Keys has come out of the pit, so this is his outlap now, flying around. So he's just getting himself back into the rhythm, and hopefully he can keep Webley behind. He's 7/10 away now, is Webley, so just finding that rhythm here is Lucas Keys, and he's going to cross the line and do a 2:01.7. So quick driving there for Lucas Keys. Brandon Webley just did a 2:01.8, so they're basically bang on in that pace department, but we'll see what happens there as well. That is your man on the screen, Jamie Conboy, the solo man himself, back into 16th place, climbing his way up the ladder, and it's cracking driving here. And I'll tell you what, the car behind him in Tonkin is just at the fastest lap. That would be the quickest Mustang on the circuit and the quickest car once again. Thank you very much, Mr. Angus, tipping the $5 to get himself into it. I have not seen it on YouTube, but we'll see it somewhere, I hope. My goodness gracious me, YouTube just robbing everyone of money at the moment. Poor old Mallow got done over $5 as well for him before. Hopefully that comes through and you're in the league, in the entry list, and the draw for the raffle at the end of the race.
Yeah, it comes through on my end on the back end side of things, so I'll let you know. It should show up on the stream if it does. So if it doesn't show up on the stream, it just means it hasn't gone through. But for the time being, thank you very much, Angus, for that donation. You go into the draw, typing your name in now to the chocolate wheel, which will be spun at the conclusion of this race. Tell you what, let's pick a driver to go on board with, and we'll just get to hear the dulcet tones of one of these engines hitting the track. Let's go on board with 420 because they're about to start a lap here in the Bathurst 12 hour. Let's ride on board and let's turn the sounds up, ladies and gentlemen, and hear the roar of that car. What a cracking sound, ladies and gentlemen. I can't think of a better soundtrack to complement the 12-hour here, put on by ASA. If you want to get involved in the racing, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, the link for the Discord is down in the description down below. So make sure you get involved, because there's plenty of racing over there to keep anyone's whistle wet, well and truly. A bunch of different leagues over there. We might even put the spotlight on a different one this time. Let's have a look at Slipstream International. They are founded by racers for racers, so it's catering for the racer at heart. Slipstream International is dedicated to showcasing Australian Simsport on the global stage by scheduling races at times that accommodate for European friends as well. So if you're up in the Northern Hemisphere, this might be the one to check out. They aim to bring together a diverse and international community to make the thrill of racing accessible to everyone, no matter where they are. So very inclusive down there for Slipstream International. If anyone wants to get involved, you know the drill. Just join the ASA Discord and search for Slipstream International, or just jump in the general chat and ask some questions. I'm sure one of the friendly admin will get back to you in a very short amount of time and set you on the right path, so you know where to go and to get all your racing needs sorted out, and anything else really. You can just ask for anything in the chat, and Greg Brock will be there to welcome you with open arms and whatever else open. Hopefully not the old fly, but we'll see how that goes later on in the day. Starting to get later on in the day. 8 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're just ticking down to it now. 112 laps under the belt of this Bathurst 12-hour. I still haven't made the mistake of calling it the Bathurst 12,000.
No.
It's going good. I thought for sure I would have made that mistake by now, but Brandon Weebly is still hounding the back of Lucas Keys. There's about a second between them, but just wants to make up a few little inroads to try and get up underneath the rear wing of that Lamborghini and give him some pressure going up the hill here.
Yeah, looking very, very nice, and just planted at the moment is Weebly. He's it's a cracking looking livery anyway. I like that. That reminds me of, there was a V8 supercar back in the day. Oh, it wasn't even a V8 supercar, it was an ATCC car. Geez, I can't remember the livery, but the same colour scheme, the green, the orange, the red, and it's absolutely sensational. I like that colour combo. Very George Russell-esque style helmet, I reckon, in that colour department, but looks cracking. And 1.2 seconds away here from Keys, and Keys just finding his rhythm now. So that was only 0.2 of a second 3 laps ago. Now it's 1.2 seconds. So Keys all the way up into 5th place. Great moving, shaking from him. 7.7 seconds away from Hignett in the Mustang in front of him. So wanting to get on there. And Brian's cousin has dipped in and wants himself, hopefully, a $50 Steam gift voucher. Thank you very much, Jason. That is fantastic to see. Loving having you around and watching the broadcast. Saw you watching it live on the big screen in your living room all the way in New Zealand. So thank you very much. Hopefully you're enjoying some lunch at the moment and sitting back and relaxing, watching the 12-hour here with the dulcet tones of myself, Zach O'Reilly, Christopher Munro, and Mr. Larko himself coming in as well and joining us in the combox now for some racing. I'll tell you what, as you said, Chris, we might have an infiltrator later. I hope he hasn't brought a cricket bat, and I hope the bar opens up and he's got Carlton Draft sitting there, even some Melbourne Bitters too, maybe. Just a couple of pints in, and we might hear a couple of knocks on the door from a Mr. Ray Rabs Warren, but we'll find out in due course. Plenty of time left here in the race, that's for sure.
Yeah, I saw him. He actually had a crowbar to the opening of the bar, so he's definitely started to sink in to the cans. So we'll get a fistful of a red-faced Ray Warren later on, I'm sure, as he makes his way up the stairs into the combox. He will still have his crowbar in hand, so he'll have no worries getting in through this flimsy little lock that we've got on the door here. We do our best to keep him out of the box sometimes, but he certainly makes his presence felt. The dulcet tones, the sweet dulcet tones of Ray Warren. Is Lindsay old enough to remember who Ray Warren is? He's an NRL fan, so I'm sure he does.
Honestly, I only have knowledge of the NRL that goes through my time, so probably not. It depends how far back does that go.
Oh, I think he stopped commentating a few years ago now.
He was State of Origin, mate.
Yeah,
Mr. State of
Mr.
Origin.
State of Origin. He'd do all the big events, all the grand finals, but he's getting a bit long in the tooth these days. His favourite pastime is sinking cans and annoying us in the commentary box, but still certainly welcome in here. But yeah, so a little bit before young Lindsay's time, but you'll get to know him. Don't you worry about that if you stick with the commentary. Tell you what, this is, who are we looking at here? Johnny Eaton. He's about 0.4 seconds behind Starkey Brown here for the 26th position there, Lindsay. So these guys getting stuck in.
Getting way stuck in there.
It is an Aston versus a Lambo, so we will see the different nature of the two cars as well coming into play with this little battle for position with a Ferrari also in front of them as well in P24, I think that is actually. Is that P24? Is that a lap marker? No, the blue flag's being waved, it is a lap marker. So Johnny Eaton will be quicker than that Aston over the top, and then the Lambo will get pulled on down the straight, so it's going to be I'm stumbling at the moment.
It's already started,
it's gonna be,
ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's already started, man. Anyway, it's going to be a case of being right behind that Aston going onto the mountain to get all the slipstream, and then that Lambo should be able to attack through the chase and into that heavy braking zone.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to do his best here. He's getting right up behind whoever is in front of him there. Sorry, he's right up behind Starkey Brown at the moment in that Aston. But he's got a little bit of lap traffic to deal with over the top there. That's a Ferrari just getting out of the way of one of these slipstream international entries. But both of those guys gaining a little bit of a slipstream advantage. How fast is this Lambo in a straight line? We're going to find out. Coming down through the king. He's not close enough to make a move down into the chase this time. But still just applying the pressure is Johnny Eaton. We've seen that 27 car have a few little moments off track as well around the traps. James Delaney, who was one of the registered drivers. I haven't seen him in the car yet, but he was in the chat earlier on. So let's get him in the car, ladies and gentlemen. He's by his own standards the fastest sim racer in the world, and so get him in there, and let's see that blue car shoot up the order a little bit. Dean Hanley with the $20 tip. Thank you very much, mate. That is cracking stuff. Very much appreciative of that. That is absolutely floored me. That's a big one. Thank you very much, mate.
Thank you, Dean Hanley. You're an absolute legend, mate. Love your work. Love racing and getting on board your Discord as well. It's fantastic. And he is one of the funniest people I've ever spoken to be quite truthful, is Dean Hanley. So, good man. Thank you very much. And that was some blue flag action getting out of the way nicely. Thank goodness that Johnny Eaton just managing to get through that unscathed. That car has been in the wars all day, that Sparko Lamborghini, and not enjoying his time at Bathurst at this moment. But hopefully, in about 3 hours' time, he finds himself underneath into the top 20, I reckon, because those guys will just start to wane. We get to this point here, Chris and Lindsay, that the brain is starting to fade a little bit, and the reactions just start to get a little bit slower, or you get a bit complacent in the car too, and start thinking about what you're going to do tomorrow at one corner, and that same thought repeats itself in your head every time you get to that corner. That's something that happens to me, and I have to shut it out. It is just something unbeknownst. So maybe some unforced errors popping in at some stage at the moment. Hobbsy now is putting all the pressure on Begg, and that guy will be begging to the high heavens that something doesn't come up proper and he can keep that second place, but not if Hobbsy has anything to do about it. Look at that, right on the rear engine and the gearbox there of the Lamborghini at the moment is that Ferrari. This is Ferrari versus Lamborghini once more. The Italians having a good stanza here. Can they get a good run out of Forest Elbow? They can. Now they're side by side about halfway down the straight. It's going to happen because the suck is strong. Here we go, Bathurst ladies. take some tips, get some sideways action going on. He's got the overlap now already. Down Conrod straight. Oh, he's just hung out at the dry there. Just had to back out. Is he going to go for a reverse switchback dummy into a move there? Make sure Begg just doesn't go begging. And if Begg keeps his position for now, he has got a couple of dollars from a random bypasser and put that straight in the hat because he survived one more go. And I don't think it's going to last for long because Hobbs is still showing the nose. What's he going to do? Nothing at this point in time. Oh, this could be sensational stuff here. What are we going to see as we come into Hell Bend coming our way? Hell Corner is approaching, surely showing that nose now. He's just putting that pressure on. He's setting this move up, I reckon, Chris, for about four corners time and forcing the error as we've now got a beautiful run. Surely there's some defence happening here for Begg.
Yeah, as we see them, a line astern up the mountain straight here. Hobbsy just pulls out of the slipstream, goes to the outside of the road here. Begg going defensive into Griffins here, looking for a switchback. But as we explained earlier, the radius of that turn just a little bit too wide. There's no switchback to be had, as you can safely hug the inside, whether you take the racing line or go defensive. So smart move there, smart racing from Begg. He knows that there's really no way around at the top of the mountain. But as we said that, we did see the overtake of the day happened really early here, as I forget which car it was too. That's such a shame because they made a move down through the dipper, which I've probably never seen before, but they made it happen and they did not bin it, so that's fantastic stuff. But look at this, Begg is right under pressure here, coming over the top of the hill. Hobbsy just staying in tow, not getting too close because you never know. Just, one little wall slap here and both cars could be pointing the wrong direction. This is here now where you want to close up that gap and really focus on your exit coming out of the Forest Elbow down the hill here for Conrod Straight. And how fast is this Ferrari in a straight line? Is it gonna bloody make some ground up in the suck coming over the crest? Now he is. Look at this. He's right in the box seat now. Is he going to pull out of the slipstream and have a little go? Lindsay, let's talk us through this overtake. He's going to have a go here. Up the inside into the chase. Thank you very much. That is second position to Mitch Hobbs. Thank you very much. And look, it just opens up the gap completely, Lindsay.
Yeah, that was a stunning move under brakes there from Mitch Hobbs at the chase, but you can already see the Lamborghini trying to close back in as we head onto another lap 117 here of the mountain. And as we head into Hell Corner, the Lambo definitely has quite a big gap to close. 7/10 is the margin as they head onto the mountain straight. A little bit of a slipstream potentially. No, the gap has broken out to 1 second, so that Lamborghini is going to have to make its time where it's the strongest over the top of the mountain. But now we're going to look to Michael Pickford versus Mark Witchell down towards the chase, and the Bentley is going to try it the long way round versus the Nissan. Both cars are a bit of a tugboat in the corners, but Pickford getting the move done under braking round the outside, and now the Aston Martin is going to try get involved, or is that a lap marker? It's car number 95, I can't even tell.
Yeah, lap marker there for the Lightning McQueen liveried Aston, so just needing to get out of the way of the Nissan there.
Not again.
Mitchell. Yeah, we've seen that car being a bit of a pest in the blue flag situation, but I don't know who the driver was at the time. We've seen all three of those drivers rotate through there in the car 95, but tell you what, the blue flags have been a little bit cheeky today overall, so I guess that just goes with the game here in ACC, and perhaps the blue flag rules here in endurance racing a little more close to real life, where they're not obliged to just jump out of the way of the lead drivers. They can quite firmly and rightly stick to the racing line and make them overtake them the long way around. But you want to be that guy, you want to be polite, just get out of the throttle at the end of the straight, let them go through, and you really don't lose that much time over it. But if you are just sticking it fat, being a cork in the bottle there for the guys on the lead lap, it can really hamper not only your race but your reputation around the traps too. So back here to, let's have a look, Johnny Eaton now on the back of Starkey Brown again. We've seen these two guys battling it out for the last few laps, but Johnny just a little bit closer this time around.
Yeah, not too bad there for Johnny. Trying to get that, nursing that Mustang around. Geez Louise, more hits than Elvis that car today. And I reckon Johnny's probably the more consistent of the drivers out of that team at this point in time, and showing in 26th place that he can get the job done. Starkey Brown is one of the funnier profiles as well there too, Chris. We'll get onto that later because this battle is heating up as well. Looks like we've got 118 laps done. And these two guys are racing as if they're on lap one. They're not giving each other an inch at this point in time. Looks very, very racy. Over Skyline we go through the S's. Now we're coming up to the dipper section. And this could be where men are made or dying, I guess, made or not made. And we'll see what he can do out of Forest Elbow. A bit distracted here looking at 4 different screens here at the moment. Sorry about that. But he's got a very, very nice exit there now. And just a lot of drive off the corner there for Starkey Brown. That Aston Martin just flying, but not close enough here for the slipstream. That's going to be enough, I would say, to get onto the back of that Aston Martin is the Hurricane. But we'll see what he can do. Is he going to make another car advantage or so? Under brakes here coming into the chase. We'll see what he can do. Late under brakes, nearly about the same by the time they come out of the corner. And it is play on still. 0.7 of a second between these two drivers here. Looking very, very racy indeed. But we'll see what what it comes to the pit stops, because I think Johnny Eaton will probably come in and maybe do an undercut on these guys. He's a quick and smart man, that's for sure. That car's getting out of the way nicely. That's how you do it, viewers. That is how you do it. Just nice and quickly out of the way off the racing line, and let everyone else play on up the mountain.
Yeah, and that way people don't have any problems with you post-race or even future down the road. There's 8 hours to go, so any sort of incidents that happen with blue flag markers could come back to haunt the car at fault, as there's always the potential for drivers just getting a little bit angry and giving a bit more of a squeeze than normal, which obviously we don't want to see. But looking back to Johnny Eaton still chasing down Starkey Brown, he's going to have to really dig deep here in this Lambo. He's been chasing for quite a while now, since I joined the comms box and probably a little bit before, but that Aston just looks pretty rapid. And as they head onto the straights, the Aston just accelerates so much more quickly and just gets to the top speed quickly. So I think that the Lambo is going to have to be right behind that Aston at Forest Elbow to get it done, but it looks like that Aston is absolutely blitzing Eaton right now.
Yeah, just changing up engine modes perhaps, and popping the afterburners on and saying, all right, I've had enough of this little squabbling, I'm just going to get me hurry on now. Perhaps getting ready for a driver change or a pit stop there in the Aston Martin, really pushing to the limit, maybe just getting a little bit of a gap to that car behind, so as to give them a bit of a leeway when they come into the pit lane. And hopefully when all that is said and done, they are even further up the road once they have both completed their pit stop. I was going to ask you about slipstreaming, Lindsay, and if you know how much fuel is saved if you can just sit in the slipstream of a faster car in front, and whether that's worth doing in the long run in one of these endurance races.
In an endurance race, yes, I would say that saving fuel in slipstream is quite important. It depends car to car on how much you can save, but over the course of a stint, you can save quite a few litres of fuel and end up going a lap or two further, which, depending on what strategy you want to take, if you want to be pitting on the hour, some cars struggle to make the hour, depending on how much fuel you're putting in, because once you're full tank, all cars can do an hour and actually quite a bit over. But a lot of these drivers, just to maximize the pace, are under fueling and just trying to make it the hour, and slipstreaming to save fuel is definitely something that helps them do that at a maximum pace. So I think fuel saving will play a huge factor into this race, and we saw it in supercars in 2014. Jamie Whincup didn't save enough fuel at this very racetrack, and ruined his win.
Absolutely dominated and just put it balls to the wall. He thought he had one more lap left in him, but he was getting hounded, wasn't he, at that stage of the race too, and just didn't have enough. Chazzy Mostek comes through and takes the win off him in that race. What a sensational drive that was from both those cars, and hopefully we don't see any of that this afternoon, Lindsay. Just pushing it to the limit. We've got a replay here of Mike Lewin. What's he done? Has he decided to put it in the wall or lose it on the curbage as well? Just a bit of oversteer there. Something's going to happen. It's about to brew up, maybe up here into the cutting. We'll see what he does. Oh, he's got a love tap there, or did he? Or did he downshift a couple of times too much? No. Who knows? It sort of looked like a love tap, I reckon, and yeeted into the wall by the Aston Martin. Yeah,
punted by number 91 there, but redressing the position as the gentlemanly thing to do in these gentleman races here in the GT3 land. So maybe just a little bit of a mistake there from the 91, maybe not anticipating the car in front to be on the anchors when they did, and just a little love tap. No, not too much damage there, I hope, either for the number 10. but they will both look forward and survive another lap here of the relentless Bathurst circuit. I tell you what, the mental fatigue and physical fatigue will be certainly starting to set in for some of these drivers. It's absolutely a test of both mental and physical capacity around these long endurance races. A lot of these cars are running 2 or 3 drivers. There's a couple of duos out there, which means 6 hours at least apiece, and and the one solo man who's sitting down in, where is he? I've not seen him around the...
He's in 14th.
He's in 14th at the moment. Yep, there he is. Jamie Conboy still out there, still battling away after a bit of misfortune there as well. But he'll be close to a toilet stop soon, surely. He's probably done a fast for the last, 16 hours before he started the race, just so he didn't have to frequent the toilet. But that's something to behold. But look at this. The battle is on now, starting to heat up for the 3rd place on the podium. It's Benjamin Hignett just giving Grant Begg something to look at in his mirrors there, and it's a Ford Mustang to look at in his mirrors. Thank you very much. And that is this is a race 4 position. Holy moly, he's right up there on the rear wing of that leopard skin print Lamborghini. What a statement that is for sure. Look at them coming up on some lapped cars as well, so this could end any way you want. Oh, jeez. That's Grant Begg just pushing the limits of the tyres across the top of the... Oh, look at that. Almost a little love tap there through Sulman Park as well. He is right on it here, and now just coming up on these lap cars at a rate of knots. He's going to have to just get out of the throttle a little bit or risk losing it all in this downward section here. That's Johnny Eaton in front. Is he going to get out of the way? He's not obliged to. Let's put that down, ladies and gentlemen. It's endurance racing rules. He sticks to the racing line and makes these 2 guys go around the long way. But down to Conrod Straight now, you probably find Johnny Eaton just moves to the side and gets out of the throttle and leaves these two to battle their own. But Begg just taking all of the slipstream too off the brethren Lamborghini too, and just stretching that lead to the Mustang behind. So that battle was on there for a minute, but it's just fizzled out for the time being.
Yeah, we'll have to ride on board here, I reckon, and see what these 2 drivers are doing, because that Mustang is driving completely different to the Lamborghini in front, and you'll be able to see from the dash, he's coming to the pits as Bignett, so no point going on board with him. A bit more onboard action we will get to later on, because when it comes to tight battles, you can just see what lines these guys take, and it's different per car. As we heard before from Mr. Larko himself, Lindsay, and he was expert, Chris. Missed some absolute gold there on the cars. It was fantastic to listen to.
Yep.
But he's coming to the pits, and that has released Mr. Begg, and he has not gone begging into the night at this point in time. The afternoon is now well and truly on. Doesn't matter where you are in Australia. It is surely now after, I know it's sort of 11:30 still in bloody Queensland. You guys are hopeless. But he will definitely be going at this rate of knots, watching that pit stop, and maybe a reaction here for the team to come in and just do something to make sure that this that gap stayed at 3 or 4 tenths of a second, realistically, is what it was, barring that blue flag car, by the time the next pit stops come around.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a question in the chat for our very own Larko, and it's from Mellow Ninja. He says, it's interesting to underfuel. Does Larko know how much tank of fuel affects the pace?
It depends car to car, and also how much the driver is pushing the car throughout the stint, as how much your car being heavier affects the pace. But I'd say probably 4 to 5 tenths, maybe even a bit more. I mean, it's basically comparing quali pace to race pace. So a full tank versus a minimum tank is well over a second with fresh tyres, but with the way that the pace balances out with the worn tyres with the lighter tank later on in the stint, you won't actually see too much gain at the end of the stint like you would think, but I think it's normally about 5 tenths or a bit more depending on the driver.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, but I guess not too much of a degradation there really in the grand scheme of things. Half a second over a stint, I guess that only comes into play once the fuel load gets a bit lighter. But you might see maybe some teams thinking about a splash and dash finish towards the end, so you get a bit of lighter fuel load and new tyres. That's when you start to see the, I guess, the second and a half, 2 second pace advantage or difference here between full race fuel and worn tyres and quali fuel levels and new tyres. So these cars really hold on to the tyre deck pretty well by the looks of it. I guess the aerodynamics help with that.
Kind of to a point. The Mustang chews its tyres very, very badly.
Okay.
So you'll find about 30 to 40 minutes into the stint, you'll see the Mustangs have a fall off in pace quite significantly. And that's when they struggle to get into the corners, and then they have to make it all up where they are strongest down the straights. A lot of the other cars don't suffer from too badly with tyre wear. The Nissan GTR isn't good on its tyres either. It just seems like any of those big, heavy front-engine cars are a bit poor on their tyres, but then you look at the Aston or the BMW, and they are pretty good on their tyres. The Aston is actually exceptional on its tyres, so I think that later on in stints, the Astons normally ramp up a little bit, and then you have the BMW, which is just kind of average tyre wear, and the Ferrari is always pretty good at nursing its tyres until the track conditions get hot, and a couple of the other mid-engine cars like the McLaren, the Lambo, they're good on their tyres, but the second it reaches about over 30 degrees track, they choose for their tyres.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the track temps are up to at the time being. We'll have to get our roving reporter Zach O'Reilly to give us the tip on what the track and ambient temperature are doing now. It's starting to get on into the midday section of this Bathurst 12 hour, into 7 hours and 42 minutes to go. But you know what? We're closer to halfway than we were a couple of hours ago, and funnily enough, that's the case.
That's how time works amazingly, isn't it, Chris?
It's brilliant. Yeah.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. We don't know how it works. It is sunny and 19 degrees ambient out there today here on the Sensational TV weather wall, and the track is now warming up. It is 23 degrees on the track surface, so that equal pace that we saw between track and ambient temperature is now gone. At the morning, oh no, there goes Sean Muller. Oh, into the wall. That is a hard hit into the wall. Poor bloke. We'll get a replay of what happened to him just in case you missed it. That's dead set not good. He was in 9th place at that point in time. Michael Pickford is in 12th place now, and just getting on the back of our commentator's nemesis here, the lovely looking Lightning McQueen, blue flag extraordinarily not obeyer, if that's his even words, but we'll see what happens. In the grand scheme of things, is he going to get out of the way? Down Mountain Straight, we'll find out soon. But Shawnee Muller's got back up and running again. And to be honest, that doesn't look too bad on the front wing side of things. I thought that bonnet would be popping more bottles than bloody, I don't know, an alcoholic at a wine festival. But look at that, just straight off himself into the wall, hit the curb, and just too much power on the gas pedal. And laws of Newton did not play in his hand there at all, unfortunately, but he's okay. He was a distant 9th anyway, and he's only got 5 and a bit seconds behind him now is Mr. Pentano, and then 45 seconds up the road is Mr. Tattleman. So a bit of clean air, and he's getting hounded by a blue flagger, just getting in on the action to see where he actually sits. A bit butthurt that he's behind someone at the moment, I reckon, but that's okay. Keep going on, Shawnee. You'll be up there, and I'm sure you'll be still within a top 10 at the end of the race.
Yeah, you're allowed to unlap yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think
you're
not. It always feels awkward when you do, because it's usually you've made a mistake somewhere along the line, and you're on that recovery drive, and you come up against a few drivers that you can outpace, but they are a lap in front of you. So it feels awkward, because sometimes you will end up doing this, getting overtaken, or doing the overtake, and unlapping yourself, and then making a bit of a mistake, and then being forced to give that position back because the blue flags are waving. So it's an awkward position to be in. But it looks like that car there for Slipstream International just getting past Sean Muller. And Sean's a fair bit of damage there. That car looking very squirrely on the way into the pit lane. So he's going to go and get that car serviced and lose quite a few positions. I think there's a fair bit of damage on the front of that thing. But he will live to fight the rest of this Bathurst 12 hour, that's for sure.
Yeah, and when it comes to Bathurst, you can come back from pretty much anything. Some of the best performances at Bathurst have been made from races that feel pretty much over. They start at the back, or a driver will end up a couple laps down, then they manage to find their way back with a couple of incidents, and then they end up taking the victory. Not saying that'll happen with Muller, but it could as well. It could happen to anyone here in the field. It's not a guarantee, but it's always a possibility, as Bathurst stirs up many, many challenges, especially over the course of 12 hours or even 6 in the case of a Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon a little strategic safety car with an hour to go might just throw a few cats amongst the pigeons, or a few rabbits amongst the horses. That's the coin that I turned earlier on when we were following a couple of Mustangs around. But I'll tell you what, you could get a few Mustangs, a few Ferraris out there as well. That's certainly the case.
Oh, absolutely. And I reckon when you throw the rabbits amongst the horses, it definitely stirs up a couple of paddocks, and it depends on what horses they are. They might be wild horses, they might be just the normal stallion sort of racetrack, or they might even be a dressage type of horse, and depending on what you get, they'll get startled by those rabbits running around at the moment. However, I've never seen a rabbit bite a horse's ankle, and they probably know what's going to happen if they do, so they're a bit cleverer than that, I would say. But this is a cracking battle here just brewing. Lucas Keys has been on fire all day. Yes. Literally, this guy is just driving the wheels off this Lamborghini, and super consistent. I've not seen him hit a wall. I've not seen him touch another car. I've seen him just get up on the back of anyone in sundry and do it as clean as a whistle. And it's a cracking setting to be in here at Bathurst, and a testament to his driving skill and also his on-track behaviour too. I wonder what his safety rating is in ACC. I'd love to see it. That would be something to behold. But ever creeping so slowly, now 0.3 of a second. Let's jump on board and see how they go about it. The two Lamborghinis, and it's looking very, very racy. Very stable are these cars across the top. As Larko said earlier, just the car in the rear engine just sits nicely and keeps that rear planted where you don't want it to be, apart from the Porsche. The Porsche is a pendulum wanting to kill you, hence why we see none here. From the comments from Larko earlier, that was sensational insight, that's for sure. But just a bit quicker over the top there was Begg, and just holding his own. Lucas Keys, look at that pace under brakes, just confidence over that ripple strip through the S's, now into the dipper as we come into the Forest Elbow section, just hugging the inside right hand wall, both of the Lamborghinis. A shallow entry there for Hobbsy, for Begg, sorry, and then Keys, just a bit of a mid-corner apex. Doesn't matter, they're both different lines, but it's helped them extensively there. What an absolute cracking drive. And now we're going to get a bit of suck action down Conrod Straight. Here we go once more. I reckon there's been about 58 sucks, and I'll tell you what, 420, you're in trouble here. Lucas Keys is trying up the inside. This is brave stuff, 2x2 at 290k an hour. Hurry up, camera, get there again. And Keys has just nudged him. Just as I said, they were absolutely clean as a whistle. He's nudged him. That's going to be a position redress, surely. And he's done that. And that was a bit cheeky, I reckon, from the both of them. I think one was going wide and trying to stay on the circuit, and the other just kept the racing line and nudged into each other. Maybe something, just a racing incident to keep on going. And that will be it. We'll see the replay here. Look at the absolute bravery and gutso here from Lucas Keys. Both on the anchors at the same time. No one giving an inch at all. And yeah, a bit wide there on the apex, I reckon. That's my judge there. And just ran into the side of Lucas Keys as he was trying to stay on the track, keep a track width between, or keep both cars on the circuit is the rules under overtaking. And that just didn't happen. But let's play on again, and I'm sure we'll see a battle. Another one more time Daft Punk style coming our way this lap.
Yeah, absolutely. These two locked in, and I reckon just after that little incident, it might have ruffled the feathers of the 420 car in Grant Begg. So he'll be looking in the mirrors, just waiting for that to happen again, perhaps at the end of this lap, because the pace in Lucas Keys at the moment, he's managed to claw that gap back to less than 2/10 at the moment across the top of the mountain. Very tidy indeed from Lucas Keys. Look at that, less than a tenth now, right up under the rear wing. He's going to try something down through Skyline. That's insane. He just wants to hold on to the back of this car and just consolidate towards towards Forest Elbow, and just concentrate all your energy on getting that exit out of Forest Elbow, because that's what you need to do here to make that overtake happen. Get on the power early, be under the rear wing as long as you can. Use all of the suck of the women of the night out there at Bathurst doing their best impersonations out there. But here it goes again. We're going to see a repeat of what happened last time around. Lucas Keys he's a bit closer this time, right up under the rear wing. Which way are they going to go? Grant Begg looks to go defensive, just sort of halfway in. Lucas Keys dips out of the slipstream, gets the job done properly this time, keeps it on the black stuff. That third position there for Lucas Keys. Well done, but Begg's not going to let him go yet. He might just even try and return serve down here into the final turn. He thinks better of it. Lucas Keith going half defensive, just putting his car just where it absolutely needed to be to hold off Begg for just a one last final challenge. And now he can now stretch the legs of that Lamborghini up the hill and maybe just get enough of a gap in front to break that slipstream. It's not going to happen this time because Begg, look at the ground he's making up now, Lindsay. This is all going to happen here at the top of the straight.
Yeah, so it goes to the left-hand side of the mountain straight towards the braking zone at Griffins. Surely he can't get this done around the outside, but he's going to try it anyway. The two Lamborghinis going wheel to wheel. Keezy just pulling in front as we head towards the exit, and now towards the cutting. We head single file up the mountain, and Keys gets the move done, but Begg will now be the one chasing tail as we head up the hill and we head through the trickiest, twistiest section of the racetrack. You've got to keep it fully committed through here, through the right-hander, completely flat out in the two Lamborghinis as Begg will be trying to chase, but Keys already pulling a bit of a gap, but they have blue flags in front of them, a couple of blue flags in front of them as they head through McPhillamy Park and towards Skyline. So Begg is going to be the one chasing now. He's really got to give it everything he has, but Keys is stuck up behind some lap markers here as we head through the dipper, and now the run down towards Forest Elbow as Grant has closed right back up as we head towards the elbow. So now Keys is going to be the one under attack as we head onto the Conrod Straight and down towards the chase. So here we go. Begg behind Keys, and Keys is behind a lap marker, so they're both getting slipstream here. So this could hurt Begg's chances of going for a move as Keys pulls to the left-hand side and Grant pulls to the left-hand side as we head towards the chase. Surely Grant is too far back, but he is still closing and closing and closing. We saw Keys do it from a similar gap. Keys defends the inside, returns back to the racing line. Begg not attacking on this lap, but I think he's going to continue his efforts. But Keys is very, very quick out there. Normally, he's driving any sort of car that isn't on the pace. He's normally driving a V12 Aston because he's just that quick in normal lobbies. But now, when it comes to a serious behaviour at a serious pace in a serious race, he's now in a Lambo, pushing away and showing what he can do.
Absolutely. He's getting out there and he's extending that gap now once he got through that mess with the lap markers. So Lucas Keys absolutely caning in that number 121. And I think that might be the end of this little battle for the time being, but there's always more lap markers which will play into Begg's hands. So we're going to see how that goes around for the second time. Rack has asked how's car 40 going, and we've replied in the chat 32nd out of 32. We'll go and have a quick look at how Darby Murray's going there. They've had 11 pit stops so far, and I think they're a few laps down as well, 6 laps down, but that's okay. Still plenty of time to come, and it's good to see they're still sticking with it down there in the DUBL number 40 car. So keep an eye on those guys, see if they can make their way out of the bottom of the timing tower. How are we looking, everyone, for gaps? James Atkinson on the back of Phil Rando in the number 1, Zach O'Reilly. This a couple of front-engine cars going hard at it up the hill.
Up the hill, that is a Skyline and that is a Mustang. And we're looking at two very, very different cars, as we heard earlier from Larko. Absolutely sensational stuff there. And look at the speed that the Mustang can carry. That mid-apex speed is just ridiculous. And he's going for a move up the inside there at Skyline. Wouldn't think so, champ. Keep that on the racing line there for now. Get on him on Conrod Straight. But don't worry about that. We have got a battle here. James Atkinson looking very, very racy, apart from Chris Rando. Rando on the defensive there. Bit of a wide line into Forest Elbow. But now the suckage is going to happen. But that Skyline gives suck, but it can also drag itself down the straight. That's for sure. Very, very quick and slippery. Horsepower just coming into its own drag coefficients very, very different for the Skyline, but he's getting up close there. I reckon that distance got a lot of rear wing on it because the Mustang just powers its way through it. 300 k's nearly now. They're millimetres away. Oh my goodness, too stern there. And who's going to outbrake himself? Surely the Skyline's off. See you later, he goes. And that's Atkinson taking over Rando. Absolutely no contact there, just a complete outbraking dummy manoeuvre. And into 21st goes Atkinson. Wow, that was some suckage and a half there, ladies and gentlemen. Get your heart out. Maybe just start upping your prices a little bit, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get a instant replay of that because that was as tight as you'd want to have it here, ladies and gentlemen, on Sensational TV. Look at that, just squeezing up the inside through the King and forcing the mistake there from the number 1 Godzilla team to outbrake themselves into the chase. And thank you very much. A nice little dummy there thrown from James Atkinson. And up he goes the order. Fantastic driving all around. Number 1, just getting back on the track safely. No harm, no foul. I'll tell you what, it's all happening here, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming up on 7 hours and, well, we are at 7.5 hours to go. It's all happening pretty quickly as well. This day's going faster than I thought. Nick Talon up there in 7th position. We're going to follow him around here in the Kmart livery, the lap of the gods, Greg Murphy style. Looks pretty cool on the Ferrari as well. Let's have a look what she looks like there. Very nicely done. The hats off to all the livery creators out there in the field, showing off their creative side indeed. It's becoming half the fun in sim racing now. Is you're not only in charge of driving the car, you're in charge of being the engineer, you're in charge of livery design and all aspects of running a team in sim racing. So you really got to wear multiple hats when you take that delve or that deep dive into sim racing.
That delve, deep dive, underground, whatever you want to do.
Yep.
It's incredible stuff what these guys can do for all aspects of sim racing. And the strategies are one thing that we can see masterclasses of here at Bathurst. And it will be the difference. It'll be interesting to hear from our drivers post-race to see what they say they did and how they went about it. But it's just an absolute gallop in the park. Maybe a Sunday drive here at the moment for Hobbs out in front, 13.7 seconds away from any danger at this point in time of getting second place taken off him in the the Ferrari, just flying around here and looking very good. But the chop is on the track. He is back, Matthew Lamb, and he will be wanting to make amends once the pit stops come around. I guarantee you the Laundry House Racing is definitely on song. We said they have to be quick to be in that team, and by jingos, are they ever. So the chop is back on the track. Where is the chef in Cook? He'll be back in shortly, and hopefully those two can come together because I've got some ripper calls to come along with that one. I guarantee you there'll be puns left, right and centre for that sort of stuff. But it's good to see Lammy back out there, and we'll see what other drivers can do. They're all sort of petered out a little bit in the gaps department at the moment for now, which is just that point where he expected it to, about 4.5 hours in. Nearly approaching just over the third of the way mark. Thank you very much. Done and dusted. And it's looking very, very racy. It's just that lull period, I think, here, boys, in the chat as well. When do we think of safety cars going to come out? If we ever see one again, will it be a lap marker? Will it be the race leaders? Give us your predictions in there as well. But it's been very, very clean driving. I thought that my comment at the first lap, safety cars breed safety cars, and that has proven me wrong for the last 4 hours and 28 minutes. That's for sure, because there's been nothing but clean racing. Risky gets in there and says in 18 laps time, he reckons, at lap 150 there's going to be some sort of action. There we go. That's our prediction. Hopefully for the race's sake there is none, because that's what they want. They want to be out there racing in the rhythm and circulating around beautifully here at Bathurst.
Yeah, they do. So 150, he reckons. I would like a safety car on the next lap. That'd be nice. And then one every hour after that. I reckon that would just absolutely spice up the action on track. Those listening in race control, just make it happen, lads. Yeah. You don't need anyone to tell you what to do.
Come on, Benny.
Yeah, do your best, ladies and gentlemen. Get that safety car out on track. It's always good fun as well to add a little bit of realism. But I think the 12-hour this year or last year was pretty much all green light running, was it not? It was, again, the drivers are getting used to not crashing these cars and just green light running all the way. So good to see that, I guess. But we want action at home, don't we?
Well, if we're not getting action at home,
Well,
in either way, shape or form, it's a pretty dull evening. If you ask me, horizontal dancing, but a bit of line dancing as well. Turn your pants around the right way. Who knows, all the wrong way. But a bit of action on track, it never goes amiss. Jonathan Carter looking very, very good as well. I love that livery. I still can't think of what car it is that is painted in that colour scheme. But anyway, we'll keep going. Bike Life with J&K says, show James. He is me dad.
I assume
that's-
James Atkinson?
Could be. Let us know, Mr. Bike Life.
Looking through the order here, he seems to be the only James we can see, so we're going to stick with Mr. Atkinson here. Missed out on a pretty good overtake a few laps ago. Bike Life with J and K, making a cracking move down the inside of a GTR right in this very position only a few laps ago. So that was cracking stuff. Go back.
Yeah,
on
we've
the
got
screen.
confirmation that that's him.
Off the track
Yes.
there in the background.
Yeah,
Who was that?
Yeah, I missed that. Let's go back 10 seconds. The old replay-aroo. That's a car. That's an Aston Martin back
Aston.
there. Yeah.
Is that Muller again, potentially?
Sean Muller, perhaps. Number 61, maybe. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, Lockie Prince.
Like your Prince.
There in the number 61, heading into the chase. Maybe just locking the rears up. No, just going wide, hitting the curb, and that's a bit of a hit. That's a bit of a hit.
That's a
there.
toughie.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Getting back on track nicely though. So there we go.
There's James Atkinson. Hopefully your dad is doing well there in 20th, circulating nicely there, Mr. Bike Life. And we've also got the chef. He's sitting in there at the moment. I think that's the chef who was there, Brad Cook. Connor Hind, I'm pretty sure that would be in 772 in 5th. That is the son of the chef, by the sound of it. So, yeah, looking very, very nice here at this point in time. Or maybe another chef we've got here. We've got a chef on track and a chef in chat. Wowee, two chefs here. Gordon Ramsay, get your heart out.
Yeah. Despite the saying, you can never have too many chefs in the kitchen.
chefs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Hell's Kitchen is probably the only thing that you could say that goes against that rule, because I've never heard that much swearing and carry on by one chef at about 28 other chefs too. My goodness gracious me.
It's a good watch, that show. I'll
Uncensored is beautiful.
Yeah, I love Gordon getting right stuck in to those lot. I tell you what, there's some cars going side by side down there in front. They are not fighting for position, so we won't worry about changing the camera angle here for Connor Hind. Do we have? Let me just have a look through the driver intros and see if Hindy has got himself involved while we talk about the team. Who is that? Connor Hind in the Mustang 121. They fared pretty well in qualifying yesterday. I think he started off the second row today. Certainly a lot of pace in that car.
Definitely a lot of pace in that car. Mustang, give us some more technical stuff about the Mustang. Surely there, Larko, you've got some magic there that we don't know, and the viewers would be interested to know about that Mustang.
Honestly, the Mustang's pretty simple, if I'm honest. It has the V8 under the bonnet, and it just goes in a straight line and then doesn't like the corners that much. There's not much to it. A lot of drivers really like it. It got ACC only a couple months ago, and it has been the #1 pick ever since. It has been absolutely dominating the scene in ACC with all of the drivers underneath it, and yeah, it's been good to see a new car making such inroads on everybody else. The McLaren was actually challenged for once when it was on a reign of dominance for a couple of months before the Mustang came around. Yeah, but it's big V8 American nature. Everybody just seems to love it. Everybody loves putting some V8 Supercars liveries on it, and some of the sprint series I look at, and yeah, it normally creates quite a fun atmosphere with the Mustangs always just flying past in a straight and then almost not pulling up to the corner. It's always a bit terrifying.
Is it the way that the aero is set up on that car? Because surely these are all homologated to a certain extent on the amount of kilos of downforce they can produce. Is it just the way that the car is shaped, do you reckon, with all those body lines, or is there just not enough width in the car to put on some different body panels to channel that air in an efficient direction?
Honestly, that is something I never really thought about. I just kind of knew it didn't turn well, and I think it's just because it's a brick. It's very heavy as well. You'll notice if you ever get behind the wheel of it, when you're going through the slower speed corners, it is very, very heavy, and it loves being a boat, much like the Bentley that's in front of him and the GTR, which actually the GTR has swayed into the pro scene recently due to some BOP changes, but yeah, the Mustang just doesn't like corners much. It's very heavy, it's a brick, but it has that big rear wing which creates a little bit of downforce on stuff. Too bad in the medium and high speeds, but it's the low speeds where it really, really loses out.
Bloody interesting to hear that sort of stuff. Thank you very much to Naval Tart. They're giving us a donation. Give Connor Hines some love. We definitely do. Don't you worry about that. We're not giving anything bad about him as a driver. We're just asking about this OP Mustang that everyone talks about on the stream. But thank you. You are also in the running now, my friend, for a $50 Steam voucher that will be drawn out of a raffle at the end of the stream just for donating live on here as well. So all the best to you in that grand scheme of things as well. Connor Hine driving very well, using that Mustang to his full ability at this point in time, and I'm watching him on board on another screen, and it looks pretty settled and planted there, that's for sure. Not too much oversteer, just bricking its way through the circuit as we described it before, the flying brick itself, doing everything possible and just looking stable. I think that extra weight helps it across the top of the mountain here, that's for sure. Once it settles over Skyline, as we dip down through the S's here, using all the inside curvages, then the right up to the coat tyre, spares box side now. Spares box again through the dipper, out to the Shannon's board there too. And just past the Super Cheap Auto sign into Forest Elbow, into the Bentley corner, and that looks absolutely fantastic to drive. Just descending it nicely there and driving very, very smoothly as Connor, so he definitely can steer. And we will see more of that as the race comes to fruition at the end. He has got 19 and a bit seconds between himself and the chop in front of him. As Mia said before, 2 chefs, 1 lamb. That could be something to behold if you're in that sort of entertainment industry for a title. But anyway, don't go too wide there. Let's curse him and get the hell off him, because Hindy is gone now. We got Mr. Begg. He'll be begging for something to happen very soon in a safety car. We're coming up to 136 now. We're going to approach 1 lap 37, so only 13 laps between Risky Pierce's prediction and now of maybe a safety car incident coming our way, Christopher Munro.
Well, that would be nice for the action department, but in the meantime, we are joined in the commentary box by one of the drivers from the 420 car that is on screen right now, Mia Rose. Welcome to the broadcast. How has the race been panning out for your team so far?
Like a metronome, we've just been hitting laps, getting lap traffic in really bad spots, and yeah, at the moment, I think Grant's had a couple of little issues, but you know, the car's still on the track. The car isn't in a wall yet, so we're still going strong.
It's good to hear. We've seen the the car in the timing tower just sort of going up and down like a yo-yo, and I think we saw just as you started your first stint, had a pretty hairy moment coming down the hill with a lapped car just sort of bouncing off the wall in front of you, narrowly missing the leopard skin Lamborghini that you were piloting at the time. That would have been a bit of a brown pants moment, I assume.
Yeah, it was a bit. It was funnily enough, I think there was a slow car. I think a slow car was further up the track, and I was asking the guys in the chat, I was like, oh, where's the car? And then as the moment I asked, they decided to collect each other in front of me, and it's like, oh, okay. And then, yeah, the gap opened up, and yeah, sadly that was how Connor Hines' car came to a bit of a falling off race there. So, but they're coming back through the field slowly, so they shouldn't be too far away.
Yeah, there's plenty of time as well to make up for any sort of errors, whether it be your own fault or from other cars out there on track. It's a long race and plenty of time to make the recovery. If you've got the pace and you get a bit of good luck as well, you can certainly make your way up through the ranks. Look at this. You're about to get on this 95 car has been a bit of a pest in the blue flag department. We saw these two cars come together actually at the bottom of the chase as well. I don't know if you were in the piloting seat of that, but what were the team comms like when that happened?
Yeah, I was the one in the car. It was
were,
actually near the end of my stint, because we were dealing. We had, I think we had lap car issues, and then my wheel was having its own faults during the stint, and it was trying to control that, and then yeah, it was stuck behind the 95, and I think another lap car down the mountain lost a bit of time, and then the first lap car let us go, and then the 95 car let us go into the chase in a pretty good spot, and then they must have missed their brake markers. They just shot straight down the inside, and sorry, I'm watching the broadcast. Yeah, so it was an interesting sort of 500 meters there with letting us go and then missing the brake marker entirely. I tried to miss hitting them, but yeah, they must have been really committed going straight, so I just got them, and yeah, that sort of, we lost a bit of time in the pit stop because we had to fix damage from that incident. So yeah, we're still going. Going. I think the car looks pretty clean at the moment, which is good. So yeah, can't wait for me to jump back in the car later.
Yeah.
What was the damage there, Mia? Or was it front splitter, or was it side damage? What was the?
I think it was mostly front, because the front of the car felt a bit understeery over the top for the last few laps. And usually that's when the car's the most pointiest, is when it's got a light fuel tank on board. The tyres are a bit iffy, but yeah, it was a bit understeery over the top, so we weren't going to fix damage, and then yeah, after that we had to. So
yeah, right. How much extra time does that sort of damage give you in the pit lane? Is it 5 seconds, 3, 10? What extra per sort of, I guess, severity of the damage is the applicable pit stop time?
Yeah, so I think we had to fix 8 seconds. No, sorry, it was 8 seconds of damage, but we only got, I think, 4 seconds from that little incident with the 95 car, because we were collecting damage throughout sort of the race up until that point, and I think the 121 car must have got some damage in their stint, because they were in the pits for a long time, which explains why they were a bit farther back in the field after their pit stop. So but yeah, they've found a gear and a half, they've pulled away, and yeah, I think at the moment, we could start worrying about the pace, but we've still got over 7 hours left. Anything can and probably will happen, especially with some of the lap traffic today. It's been somewhat a bit unpredictable, maybe a bit dangerous at a couple points, but it's an endurance race. You've got to deal with them, and yeah.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of that sort of incidents coming on nearly us. We sort of clench a little bit. The fists get a bit tighter watching when we see blue flags just parked on the middle of the S's section, and goodness gracious me, do we want nothing to happen there? My last question for you, and I'll hand it back to the boys, is the Lamborghinis, and I've noticed them both, you all seem to run only the third engine map out of the 8 selected. Is that for fuel saving, or do you just not need that power circulating around the field?
So the Lambo's a bit different to other cars, where so engine map 3, 4, and 5 are max power, but it actually changes how the car is engine braking. So 3 is max power. There's like no difference between power or fuel consumption. It's just how much the engine helps you under braking. So engine map 3 has got the least amount of engine braking. Engine map 5 has got the most, and it's really aggressive compared to other cars in the field. So, but once you've tuned the car up a bit and you use engine map 3, you can't really go to an aggressive engine braking map, because if the car's already set up a little bit dancy on the rear and you come into a corner and the rear just sliding out, that engine braking might actually make it more of a problem. So yeah, we've been running, so I think the Keys car as well is running engine map 3, so we're running a bit of engine braking, but not maximum the car can have.
We've just seen your teammate lose it over Skyline, just about into the wall, and I don't know if there was a love tap from that car behind. We'll find out the replay here. What exactly happened? We just missed it.
I think he just got the outside wall as he turned in there. I've done that before, because you're riding so close to that wall to get the the widest line into the corner. It's just sometimes the rear of the car, because the Lambo sticks out a tiny bit more than you think, and if you just get the wall on turn, and yeah, he just got the wall there. So because it can also happen. Sometimes it can. I've had it happen everywhere, I think, around this track. So, yeah, especially into Solomon Park, it can happen where you just go a little bit wide on turn in, and the rear just taps the wall slightly, just sends the car out a bit. So, but the good thing is that he didn't hit anything else. So, and he's coming in. This is not great. So, yeah.
Yeah, we might let you go there and jump back into your team comms to decide what you guys want to do. Jump back into the channel if you wish after that. But also, this goes out to the rest of the field. If any of the other drivers are sitting there and want to come in for a chat, talk about how your car and team are doing, please do so. There is a channel in the Discord called, where is it? It's called Broadcaster Waiting Room, and that's just underneath the main Discord voice channel. So jump in there if you want to come in for a chat. It's first in, best dressed. We can't have you all at once, but thank you, Mia, for joining us. For now, I'll let you go and sort out what's happening with your team.
Thank you.
No worries. Tell you what, that's a bit of commentator's curse there. We had the camera on the 420 car for maybe just a little bit too long there, boys.
Yeah, I think so. And talking about the engine braking as well, and talking about how the car can get a bit wayward and then the car spins as well. So, unfortunate time.
I would think, I was just going to ask a question. I didn't get time, obviously, but you can answer it. I thought with less engine mapping, or more engine mapping with the engine braking, doesn't the engine brake based on a fuel delivery to the cylinders? On how much it actually lets the car overrun. So if you had less engine braking, it'd still be pumping fuel into that cylinder at that stage even though you're off throttle, because if you just take full fuel out of it, that's just going to mean full compression back into the engine. So I thought less engine braking would be using more fuel effectively.
Yes, I believe you are right with that one. I actually did have a question for Mia that I didn't get to ask because of the spin.
Sorry. I'm sure she'll be back in the box later on.
I was going to ask if they're ever planning to go for a really, really aggressive overtake into here at the chase, if they would turn the engine braking up so they can get the car pulled up a bit better. Because it makes sense, but then also they did say the car gets a bit wayward, so...
Well, I've been watching Onboard and on just actually in the game itself live, and I can see their mappings and their throttle tracing and their braking, what their ABS is, etc. And none of them change. I've not seen one person change. I was interested in that question as well there. So, yeah, nothing happens in the Lamborghini at all, and nothing else really anywhere else. So interesting, because the Mustang's running number one. Pretty sure the Ferrari's running number one as well. So. Yeah, interesting that different cars, as you said there, Larko, that they have different characteristics.
Yeah, and the engine mapping is something that is different per car. I will actually, I used to know what all the engine maps were for the cars, but I'm going to pull up a little sheet. So, for the Aston Martins, when you go up the engine maps, you get slower. So 1 is the highest, 4 is the slowest, etc. And then your wet engine maps are 5, 6, and 7. And then when you're under safety car, you'd put your engine map to 8. The Audi has engine map 1 as its highest, but we don't need to worry about that as there are no Audis tonight. And the Bentley has 1 as its fastest, 2 and 3 as its mid option, and 4 as its slowest. The BMWs are the same. The 488 doesn't really matter. Where's the 296? Okay, would match the 296 anyway. Yeah, it's just 1 all the way down to 8, being the slowest because of fuel or wet weather. Then you have the Honda, which is the same. Or actually, no, the Honda is all full power, but it changes the throttle map. But we have no Hondas tonight. And the Lamborghini Gallardo doesn't matter because it doesn't get raced. Now, the Lambo, 2 and engine map 5 is similar to dry map 2 and 3, like Mia said, but with more of a progressive throttle map and more engine braking. So Mia is absolutely spot on, but what would you expect from Mia? She is very, very quick, very, very knowledgeable. The 720S is a bit strange, so it's 1 is qualifying and the highest fuel consumption, 2 is a bit slower, but then 3 is race 2. It has more of a progressive throttle map, but it's the same as engine map 2 speed-wise. Then you have just further down different throttle maps, and then engine map 6 fuel save, and 7 is when the car's overheating. The Mercedes is just as you go down the numbers. Now, the GTR is also similar, and then the Porsche has so many engine maps, it makes me want to cry. So engine map 1 is normal power consumption with the least progressive throttle map. Similar with engine map 2, and now engine map 5, 6, and 7 are the highest. I mean, 8 is the highest consumption with a linear throttle map, commonly used for dry driving. But then you also have 5, 6, and 7, which are quality high fuel consumption, and then you have 4, which is normal power but used for wet.
Right. So all the engine maps in the world, basically, that you can have, and different per manufacturers. They're interesting to see and hear all of that. The more information we can get, the better. And where else to get it from Larko, our own Larko here for the GT3s racing around here, Bathurst. Like and subscribe to the stream, please, and thank you. We're producing absolutely 10 out of 5 broadcasting here tonight and today and last night as well. You see the teams there on screen as well. If you're unaware on what teams are running in each car and what car types they are, you can get it familiated with the liveries up there in the top right hand corner of the screen as they scroll through. And speaking of teams, there is no I in team unless you're Jamie Conboy, and there's definitely an I in his name, and he's doing that's all by himself, still circulating around. This guy, Chris and Lindsay, bloody quick. Like, to have the incidents you were back down to 20 odd and then come back out and now circulating in 13th and doing it nicely solo, and he's 4 hours and 57 minutes into racing time behind the wheel. This is surely this guy gets half the winnings just for being one person in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Cracking effort there from Jamie. We've had a little incident here with the car 10. Oh, just ducking it into the wall there at Brock's Skyline, right where it says that. So that's going to be a little bit of damage there for the Slipstream International entry. Number 10 Ferrari. Oh, and again, no, that's the, what car is that? That's the 556, is it, Jonathan Carter?
It is. Yep, and he's still finding his way around. He is getting smashed here at the moment. He has just got pummeled again and teleported back to the pits.
That's got to be a safety
understandably.
car. Surely. That's held up a lot of ground there at the top of the hill. That was dead set in the fair income department for this team, the 556. That's heartbreak, because that was really not his fault at all. Just came across at the most inopportune time. And number 10 there for Slipstream International was just trying to battle a car that was extremely damaged. And, just ended their race just about. That's heartbreak.
That's a shame. That's really a shame. Lindsay, you know how that feels with all that sort of stuff, just as much as Chris and I do. Unfortunately, getting together, no fault of your own there, and having to go a lap or so down, that hurts.
Yeah, and it'll be a big repair time, I can imagine. Being hit so many times down the bottom of the hill and having to tow is a big sign of a lot of damage, and definitely a meatball flag for the Ford Mustang. And I would say definitely a good 5 or maybe more minutes of damage, and being so aggressive. I always forget how aggressive the damage is on ACC with how much time it takes to repair, but I would imagine it's over 10 minutes with the amount of times that they got hit.
Geez, 10 minutes, far out. That is very, very costly. To quote Greg Murphy with his 5-minute time penalty, he said, I might as well go have an effing sleep sitting out of the car. With a 5-minute time penalty back at Bathurst all those years ago, he might as well go and get a beverage or two and just wet the whistle a bit and calm the nerves, I reckon, there. But maybe a driver swap time as well. He'll be filthy after that to see what they can do in that team. Be interesting. I wish we could hear from one of them at some stage during the stream, just to see what the plan is from their fourth. But we're still to go racing. There's no safety car here. Everyone's just balls to the wall stuff still. And that could well and truly have been something to behold, and kind of a lucky thing that the teleport to pits button is still in use and not locked here on the server, because that could have taken a while for something to get back down the field. I saw a Mustang earlier of one of the Johnsons, it was in the bronze Mustang, had tow out by about 48 degrees on his BMW and still trundled his way back to the pits. And he's nearly about to cut off. That is the car in sundry I'm talking about right there. Speak of the devil. That was the one there that was tow out at some stage, but just gets his way out in the nick of time there. Ethan Cale would absolutely have shat his pants there. Full brown poo moment. And I reckon the Misso is going to be in his sim rig soon just to clean up that damage.
I doubt it. Whose Misso would clean that up? I'd be out in the doghouse for at least 2 weeks if that happened here. I'll give you the hot tip. But yeah, poor old car 40 just in the wars today, not having the best of times out. They've now done 14 trips through the pit lane. God knows how many of those have been penalties, but just being a bit of a danger out there on track at the moment, as we saw on the screen here. But Ethan Cale just managing to navigate it nicely and didn't end up turned around. These guys are third on track at the moment in the car 555. So keep an eye out for these guys doing their best out there. Hopefully, no more little mishaps with blue flags. There's a car off in the background. That's car 40 again. Tell you what, they should be maybe opening a Jim's mowing franchise at this stage, because plenty of grass being hoovered up there by the car 40.
Yeah, that is basically race car lawn mowing services right there, and I'm sure that a Jim's franchise would love to have that under their belt as their little call to fame, even though Jim's name is famous enough. He has about 1 trillion different branches of that company, but race car mowing would definitely be a new one.
It might work out in the end. I'd be employing these blokes in car 40 for sure. They're doing a great job of it. But
I reckon they should do Jim's tarmac, and then that's if you're a really quick driver, because you're on nothing but the tarmac. Just stating your name there, and if you go off onto the grass, then you can have a laugh about it. If you're Jim's mowing and just sitting off in the bunda, might as well just going into rallying, I reckon, there for the rest of everyone else. And Ethan Cale coming up the back here of blue flags of the Nissan Skyline. As you said before, is the Skyline a Pro-Am car by default there, Mr. Larko?
I don't know. I'm not sure how the classes have been assigned for this ESO 12 hour. But yeah, it all depends on, I mean, I know in other sprint series that I do, I'm not sure about endurance racing, that normally it's either set by qualifying or the drivers can kind of guesstimate their pace and select it themselves. But I would imagine that the classes would have been based on qualifying for this race. So depending on where that Repsol Nissan qualified would have been what class it's in.
Well, I saw at the start of the prize money being announced that there is Pro-Am prize money. Only $150 though for Pro-Am and $50 for second, and no one else after that. So be interesting to see who is in that and who is qualifying at the top of the pace for $150. But obviously the Nissan in general must be just in the same GT3 class as everyone else here on the racetrack. And the Bush himself, Mr. Cale, looking very, very nice. Hopefully he doesn't get fried at any stage and put in the oven, but fried kale does taste pretty nice with a bit of salt, just saying. I am a meat eater, don't worry about that. I'm not a plant eater by trade, but kale that is fried in the oven tastes very nice. Christopher Munro.
Oh, you're a fan of that? I wouldn't have thought. I don't think I've even had any of that. I don't mess around in the kale department, but maybe I'll give it a try after your recommendation. Certainly I'll go down to Woolies maybe tomorrow and have a little look-see there. But it's all starting to peter out here in terms of on-track battling, and you usually get that a little bit of a lull through the halfway point as all these cars just getting into their rhythm now and circulating at maximum consistency, I suppose. They're just trying not to get involved in any sort of drama. But as Lindsay said earlier, as Mia said earlier, it's all about navigating these blue flag cars as well. can be quite dangerous out there from time to time. So you do run the risk of getting a little bit complacent, I suppose, in these mid stages of the race, where you're just you feel like you're just doing lap after lap in qualifying spec or just a race stint mode, and then you can really get shocked back to life when a blue flag goes bouncing or pinballing off the walls there in through Skyline or the Dipper or something like that. So you really got to keep your wits about you in every single corner. Every single input needs to be thought out, and these guys are doing their best so far. The ones who are doing the best at it are on screen at the moment. Matthew Lamb and the 999 car of Laundry House. They have a 21.7 second lead over the 772 car. That is Valkyrie Motorsport, Connor Hind, piloting that machine at the moment. They're in second position, and they've got a 5-second gap to Ethan Cale, who we had on the screen just before. So not too big of a gap there between second and third. So keep an eye on that one, because that could heat up just
that
just
gap is closing. That gap is closing between P2 and P1. There was a yellow over Matthew Lamb's name.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at what happened there. He has lost about 10 seconds. Let's go back and have a look at what happened to Matthew Lamb. So he comes up over the top of the hill here. Maybe a little moment through Reed Park, through Solomon. Looks all right. There's a blue flag being waved in the background. I think. Just getting on the anchors. Very wise idea there from Matthew Lamb. No damage to the car, just had to slow down because an errant blue flagger getting in all sorts of trouble in front of him. So great awareness there from Matthew Lamb, keeping the car nice and straight.
Yeah, that was a heart and mouth moment, I'm sure, for Matthew Lamb. He would have stomped on the brakes and just held his breath and hoped he didn't run into the back of the car that's spinning out in front of him. But he's managed to get away scot-free, and that is that sums up about how they're leading this race. It isn't all pace here at Bathurst, although Matthew Lamb and his teammates are very, very quick. Survival is also a huge thing, and Matthew Lamb just having the insight to slam the brakes there, dodge the crash and not give themselves any more damage so they can just continue pushing on. And I think that is just how they're getting such a big gap. They're just keeping their nose very, very clean here at Bathurst.
Yeah, good to see him doing all that sort of thing. Nose clean, eyes forward, throttle pedal loud, brake pedal on song, and those steering inputs just doing it where they need it to be. And that's exactly what the chop is doing at the moment on the track. Carlson, however, in 23rd, he's circulating nicely. He has got a fair bit of a gap between himself and the next car. These pit stops are just giving the timing towers something to think about, and the calculations are going up there. But he's circulating nicely too. That's a cracking looking car, the green and black. A bit of Chris Munro style there. Yeah. Looking very, very nice indeed. Circulating under the Liquimoli sign. And one of the many Ferraris on the field. I think there is about 5 or 6 in the grid, and circulating very, very well there at this point in time. And he's got some funny things to say about himself as well, but I cannot find them for the life of me. We'll get back to him later with some of those information.
I'll let you have a look at that, because we've just got a chat through from Not Fast Just Furious. Says he wants $100 on Cody Carlson getting the win. So I'll tell you what, I will act as the bookie, and I will give you 50 to 1 on that bet. If you just pop that $100 in the donations box, I will give you $5,000 if he wins. So pop your donation through. I'll act as a sports bet on that one for sure. Cody Carlson back here in 23rd position. For him to win is a tall order indeed. But as we've seen here on the broadcast, anything is possible at Bathurst. So I'll take the bet on that one. Absolutely.
It's one of his favourite tracks too. It's Nordschleife, Bathurst, and Le Mans are the 3 favourite tracks he's got. This is a guy that is decent at archery, and I'll tell you what, he's missing the bullseye at this point in time, sitting down there in 23rd. Maybe getting maybe stick to darts, I reckon. Maybe the smaller form of archery there. Chris, you know about that.
Yep.
And his nickname is Patches. So we'll work out. We'll let the listeners and the viewers work that out on why his nickname is Patches. Maybe someone can tune in, Mr. $100 Man. Give us why he's called Patches, if you know exactly why. His favourite driver is Sebastian Buemi and Toby Price, the great Australian there, Toby Price.
Oh, yeah.
And his dream car is a AMG GT3. Well, he's not driving it at the moment, so I'm not sure why. And Mustang Eleanor. So good on Cody Carlson.
Yep, good to see him out there in the number 75. I'll hand it over to you, Lindsay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when it comes to his nickname, I'm not even sure. I've been teammates with the bloke a few times. Cody's a great, funny guy, and most recently got himself some new sim equipment a few months back. But yeah, I never asked a question, so maybe at some point when he's out of the car, I should get in touch and say what's the story behind the name Patches, because I'm genuinely not sure, and I've been teammates with him in 2 or 3 races now.
There you go. We'll drag him into the commentary box and we'll give him the interrogation. And I'll tell you what, we'll share the winnings of the $5,000 if he makes it not onto the top step of the podium. Stuart Turner with the sub. Thank you very much, Stewie.
Thank you, Stewie. We've even got the answer.
Oh,
we went to the skate park as kids, and he had a bit of an off. Mum ended up emptying the first aid kit on him, and Dad said it reminded him of Patch Adams. Very, very good.
That's good stuff. We're going to ride on board with one of the front runners who we have not ridden on board with, Regan Herbert. We haven't seen him back in the service, so he's back in the hot seat in the Lamborghini there in the 420. Actually, he must have just jumped in the hot seat. We'll go with Chris Taylor in that awesome-looking DJR Mustang. We're going to go on a onboard lap with him. Turn up the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a quick break here at Simsational while we enjoy the sounds of the Mustang. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Little fill up there on the H2O here in the commentary box. It's getting down to the halfway mark, 44 minutes to go, and that is halfway through the Bathurst 12 hour here at ASA, which means we're going to pop the spotlight on another one of our leagues here at ASA. We're going to go with the one we are racing in right now. That is ESO, the Endurance Simsport Oceania. It's an endurance-based sim racing group that specialises in these longer endurance-style racing, from 2-hour solo events right up to the 12-hour team events, which we are streaming right now, coming for you live on YouTube here at Sensational TV. It's not as regular as a sprint series with one race per month, but the whole lot more fun as it's an all-day event. It's an all-weekend event here in this case, as we had qualifying here last night with the top 10 shootout. That was action-packed, actually. I quite enjoyed that indeed. And today, obviously, the main event, 12 hours. It's like it's a carnival out there. We've got raffles going on to remind the viewers, if you make a donation to the stream, if you join the Patreon at all, any sort of monetary support goes into the draw for a $50 Steam voucher, courtesy of Sensational TV. So it's good to have everyone on board today watching from around the globe. We've gone international. We've got we're up to 600-700 odd views as well on the stream so far. So far so good, and everything's running smoothly here from our end. It's good to have everyone around. But that is ESO. That's what we are streaming for tonight. If you are interested in joining any of these leagues we've shone the spotlight on, make sure you jump into the Discord. The description is in the link below. The link is in the description below. Oh God, it might be time for me to have a little bit of a break, but we'll see where we go. Still following Chris Taylor around in the car 17. Matthew Lamb out in front, Connor Hines second, Ethan Cale in third. They are your top three, ladies and gents. And that gap from third to second is slowly starting to come down. Ethan Cale just turning the screws slowly in that position. We're back here. We've got Starkey Brown having a bit of a moment down here on the exit of the chase, trying to get back onto the racing line nice and safely. He does so. Look at that, even taking a little excursion off to get that car out of the way. And he comes into the pits for maybe a scheduled stop, maybe not, maybe to fix some of that damage that just happened in the spin. But how's your day faring up, lads? How are we all feeling about this endurance racing? It's cracking stuff, isn't it?
Well, it's always racing, and it doesn't stop, obviously, because the timer is still ticking. And that's the beauty of it. It just throws curveballs at you left, right and centre. Doesn't matter where you are on the track. Leading, coming 5th, coming 23rd. There's a car going off in Nilimia, going off and coming back on safely. And that's a curveball right there. Just something unexpected. You outbreak yourself somewhere. And I'm loving this endurance series. And endurance racing is very, very good. And it's also growing. It's Le Mans 24-hour is just absolutely killing it at the moment. The innovation in that alone in real life is just amazing stuff. Those cars are nearly as quick as Formula One cars, and that's incredible stuff to see that in closed wheel cars. We had a question about endurance racing there as well. How long are the driver's stints, Gearhead? They are as long or as short as they want to be. There is no minimum or maximum time there inside the cockpit, so they can do whatever they like, as we already have one Mr. Where is he? I can't see him. He's not even there on the field. One with the John Boy, or Conboy, as we like to call him,
he's up there
doing it all by himself, and he's in 12th position. And that is a full server lockout, I think, or maybe a controller glitch there for Nilimia. It just went straight on. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe a screen freeze on the game, because that was very, very unlike a normal car sort of behaviour there. That was something to behold. We'll have a look at what happened to him here. Just him or her. I'm not sure which one. I think you might be a female. Going very, very slowly and just trying to get out of the way, nearly touching all the walls there as well. So just doing its best, and then wacko, straight into the concrete barrier. That will hurt the car something chronic, and travelling very slowly still. At this rate of knots, not going at race pace, I would say, at this point in time.
Yeah, no, that's very unfortunate there. Just trying to get out of the way of the cars coming up on the lead lap, and maybe just being on that opposite side of the track, did not anticipate needing to get on the brakes a little bit earlier, and finding themselves into the fence up there on top of the hill. Not ideal at all. We've got a couple of questions there in the chat as well. Here's one from Project Delta. I'm not quite understanding. It's a philosophical question for the comms box from car 772. Is Ocean Gate in or under the sea?
Oh, no.
That's interesting.
Well, I think as soon as you put anything that's human-made, we're in the sea, because whatever you're on, you are technically diving underwater in the sea. So I would say in. Then the crabs will probably have something to say about it, the deep-sea crabs, whether they bury that thing underneath the sand. Then you could probably say it's under the sea, or I don't know. What do you reckon, Lindsay?
Yeah, but then you said you're diving under the water, which would then mean you're under the sea. So there's multiple arguments here. I reckon this is actually a pretty good question.
Well, I'm going to keep debating this, because if you go under the water, you're still in the sea. Doesn't matter where you go. If you're underwater, you can be underwater in a pool. You see, everyone says, "Where are you?" "Oh, I'm in the pool." So if you and you're under the water, so you must be in the sea. Then that's my argument.
I've seen a better answer in the chat. It's submerged. There we go. That's the answer.
Surrounded by water. Thank you, car 772, for the philosophical insights there, getting us all thinking in the commentary box. I've got one. What if you're down in the let's say the Mariana Trench, which is technically the ocean, but you're underneath the ocean, you're underneath the sea. You might even find a little singing crab down there giving us a rendition of that song.
Under the sea.
In a very, I don't know, a casually racist Jamaican accent. So, under the sea. Good stuff. Maybe Zach O'Reilly will sing that one if the car 24, was it car 24? Whoever it was that had $100
car
on.
7.
Yeah,
car 22. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Carson wins. I'll give him $5,000 and you'll sing Under the Sea for all the viewers at home.
Fair enough. As long as I get a share of that 5 gorillas, that'll be fine. Bit of sheets coming my way.
Sure. Yep.
And Gearhead says it's under because, and hear me out, he says, SpongeBob house is on the ocean floor and the pineapple under the sea, and the sub is on the floor as well, so I would say it'd also be under the sea. Oh, just...
Good call.
It's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a good one.
It's got me scratching my head here. This could be the topic for the rest of the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 hours and 36 minutes of talking about oceans, whether we're under them, in them, or surrounded by water in one way or another.
I want to watch the definition of what the sea is. I'll Google that, and you guys keep
That's
talking.
what I was doing. I was literally in the middle of typing it.
Boys are on the Google train.
An expanse of salt water that covers.
I'm wet either way with the action that's been on track today. I'll tell you what, I'm sitting in a pool of my own sweat, we're going to call it, for the daytime listeners here for Sensational TV. Thank you very much, everyone out there, for your lovely comments and chats and donations and subscriptions and all that fun stuff that comes along with streaming for 12 hours today. It's a marathon effort here from the boys in the comm box. I'm joined, as always, by Zach O'Reilly and our special guest, Lindsay Larko, in the third chair here in the comm box. It's almost that time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling like a red cordial, so I might chuffle off soon if this headache goes away, and we'll get stuck into that. And that's when the commentary really starts to ramp up towards the end of the day. Keeping one eye on the gaps as these boys do their best Google impressions there, finding the big questions in life. It's a 30-second lead, and Ethan Cale has actually taken over second position there with the 420 car doing a pit stop. So it's all happening here at the front, ladies and gentlemen, but a 31-second lead for Laundry House. That's just going to be hard to run down from here if it's all green light running, ladies and gentlemen. Even with the pace of some of these guys in the cars, and girls, should I say, in the following pack, it's a tall order indeed. So tell you what, a couple of safety cars would just blow this field wide open. But I tell you what, when there's big money on the line, I suppose they're right. You can't just be chucking safety cars out willy-nilly. There needs to be a good reason for it. So we'll see what happens for the rest of the day. Some of the
These comments, man.
Yeah, got me going. Stuart Turner, under the sea. Are you kidding, guys? Under the sea, we reckon. True. If you're on the ocean floor, you're just on wet land. That's an interesting take as well. I'm down for that.
Oh, we've got a new question though. We've got a new question. If a safety car crashed on track, would that cause a safety car?
Well, it depends how many they've got sitting there in the pit lane. Or does it negate the title of safety car? It becomes. It sort of rubs its own name out if it's unsafe on track. It's no longer a safety car anyway. So that poses the question, can a safety car actually crash? Because when it does, it is no longer a safety car. There's
Well,
one
it's happened.
turned around on this.
It has crashed. A safety car has crashed.
Oh,
I've
seen it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 examples of it. So there was the Corvette in, I think it was NASCAR,
Yep.
that spun
Yes.
on the exit into the wall, and the whole pack got very, very confused. And then most recently, back in Monza for the
Yeah,
F1
Bert.
before the race.
Brake failure.
Yeah, brake failure in the Aston Martin at Parabolica, and went straight into the wall.
Yeah, Bert Mylander has been driving that safety car for years, and he's never made a mistake up until now. So I think he was pretty embarrassed about that, but blaming the tools there for the Aston Martin Vantage, or whatever that car is. I'm pretty sure it's a Vantage.
Well, yeah, we saw what happened. He was just in the braking zone and wasn't pulling up, so he Scandi flicked it. He knew that he was in trouble, so he Scandi flicked it to retard any speed at that Monza circuit, and still managed to send it into the wall. But at that speed, yeah, just a passenger, doesn't matter what happened. So a full brake failure is my guess on that one for the Aston Martin. And the point of the safety car by Gearhead has come back, and he says if the safety car crashes, you need a red flag in most series. So they would just red flag it and start all over again, which we don't want Benny Collins in the safety car tonight to do. He's only had to do 3 or 4 laps so far, and he's probably singing to the high heavens and maybe for his supper that he doesn't have to get back out there, and if he does, not to crash, because we've commentator cursed him here at Sensational TV, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got his work. Well, he had his work cut out for him early, but now he's kicking back with his feet up in the air. So that's all good and well for him.
Couple of rosés down, I reckon.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what, it's sounding better and better by the minute. Don't get me wrong. The lull in action has caused us to go down a bit of a rabbit hole here in the philosophical terms, which I'm all for actually. Send us your questions, ladies and gentlemen, and we will nut out the meaning of life. 959 having a big moment there. Oh, gathering it up. Fantastic stuff. Autopilot should have just left it on there for the team 959. Where are they? Let's go and find them again. Chris Booker having a bit of a moment there. Holy moly, that was insane. We'll go back 30 seconds and we'll check out what happened at the end of that little sequence. For the replay, here we go. Oh, there's cars off there. There's 2 cars off as well. There was
going on.
yeah, that I think he was just avoiding some of the other things that were happening in front of him there. Let's see if we can try and find out what happened. Maybe it was car 808. Let's go back again to
The bass drum.
Yeah, let's go back a little bit further. Yeah, the bass drum here. That's car 808. Not happening there for the replay stakes. So I guess that's a mystery on what happened there. Thank your mother for the rabbits.
It was a lot of cars spun around, and it was 1 or 2 cars in the wall, another car hit in the background from what I could see, and then the Ferrari nearly spinning. That was super well held. That was nearly a safety car moment there, but I guess not. The race directors are not handing these out at all.
No, very quiet in the race director box. This might be it here, ladies and gents, up the top of the hill. It's car 10.
I reckon there's a car sitting in the middle of the track and he's had to go wide to avoid it. That's my prediction here. Nope, he's just done it.
Ooh.
Oh, there's one. That's not the same incident,
though.
though.
A while ago, I think.
Not the same incident. Maybe the other car. But That's
to
my
find.
prediction.
Hard to
My
find. We'll have to
prediction.
go back with the fine-tooth comb there in the replay stakes, but one for the mystery box for now. Hang on, we got some more questions.
Oh, we've
here.
got some more questions. Yeah.
That's all happening. You can read that one out.
There is no way of reading that out. That is ridiculous. The Italians will be rolling in their grave at this point in time, I reckon, listening about that, listening to us debate it. We want to keep ourselves worldwide here, that's for sure. And if we start debating that sort of nonsense, how about we just go, should you put pineapple on pizza? Let's just keep it at that.
No.
Come on, viewers, give us that one.
No.
Should you put pineapple on pizza? Give us your answers in the chat. And tell us why you do, and if you don't, tell us why you don't.
I mean, I might have the Italian mob coming after me for this, but I don't even like pizza, so...
Wow. I think you might be the first person I've ever come across in my entire life that doesn't like pizza. It's one of the staples of everyone's diet, surely. When you're feeling a bit lazy and you don't want to cook anything too extravagant. Or cook at all. Get on the old 131 888. Domino's, get it straight to your door.
Well, straight to your door, and cheap, nasty dog shit of quality, if you ask me. But we'll just keep it at that. No, we're not getting sponsored by them, and I don't care either, because they rip off their brand to make it look a little bit better than what it is. But anyway, that's what all fast food chains do. Don't we see that? Have any of you seen out there how they make the ads for the food to see what they produce on screen? They get buns and they put bloody they just put lip gloss all over the bun to make it look a bit shinier. They spray the water on there. The piece of lettuce is plastic. The piece of meat is just basically covered in what they call a fake sweat that they put on actors and stuff, and then they just pile it up nicely and well and truly plastic sort of behaviour. It's amazing how they do it. They don't use actual food anymore. So go figure.
All movie magic, and it's a shame to see. But I tell you what, I've had a few burgers from Macca's in my past, and you don't need to use any lip gloss on those things. They are shiny as all hell when you bring them out of the box, and
they really are.
Box included. Usually is the most greasy thing you pull out of that bag. It's unreal. So always carry the little box of wet wipes if you ever go into that fast food chain.
Is a hot dog in a bun just a sandwich? Now we're getting into stoner territory here, I think, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're on the chuff in the chat there, that's for sure. Oh my God! Well, I would say it has to be something different, because to me, a term of a hot dog is a sausage in a long roll cut down the middle and separated. That's a hot dog. So if you just chop up sausage and put it in a bloody sesame seed bun, then it's just a sausage bun, surely.
Yeah, well, technically a pizza's then a hot dog, because it's just the same thing, only laid out flat. Silence in the commentary box. So not a popular opinion.
Absolute
there.
stupidity.
Yeah.
Oh, it was mid-gulp of a drink. I was mid-gulp. I nearly spat it out too. I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah,
where are we heading here?
In the fair income department. It's the witching hour here on Sensational TV, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who's just joined,
At least.
welcome to the stream.
Rusty's just said a hot dog is actually a sub, but then a sub it's branded as a sandwich.
It's
There
true.
you go.
Yep.
If tomato is a fruit, would ketchup be considered a smoothie? Well, it's not called ketchup, Pearso. We're in Australia, champ.
sauce.
It's tomato sauce, mate. That's like calling McDonald's chips fries. Like, turn it up, mate. It's chips. That's what they are.
Well, the Americans call burgers sandwiches as well. You get a well, even, not that I'd go near one with a 10-foot pole, but the old fillet of fish. They call it a fish sandwich. That's the most disgusting.
Fillet of fish.
They're the most disgusting things you've ever seen.
That ain't fish, champ. I swear that's
less
like
fish in that than you'd
that's
ever.
just bone cartilage just mushed into some sort of God knows what. But then, how if Americans call a sandwich a burger a sandwich, then how come over there? Well, we have Hungry Jack's, but over there the same thing is called Burger King. Riddle me that.
know, some sort of trademark issue along the line, I assume. But actually, there was a shop down in the Gold Coast called Hungry Jack's, or Jack's Hungry or something. A little independent, independent burger store who got sued by Hungry Jack's or the Burger King Corporation, whoever's in charge, to change his name. He told him to get stuffed, and he ended up getting sued. I don't know how it turned out.
I think Dick Smith did the same thing. Tim Tams, he called them Temptums on his packet. So like Tempt Tims, but Temptums.
Right.
So Tim Tams came after him as well, I think, and he also gave him the Tijuana, and that was that.
There you go.
Well, you don't mess with Tim Tams though, because Tim Tams they're an Aussie icon. You can't go wrong with some Tim Tams. They are the best.
Oh, I won't argue with that. That is the best. Absolutely. They've come out with a few suspicious flavours, though, over the last couple of years, to be honest. But you can't go past the old tried and true original. The only one that rivals it are the double-coated ones, which I don't mind every now and again. Yeah, they're the two they're the two goated flavours. But I don't know. I've seen some cherry-flavoured and all sorts of bloody rubbish coming out of the Tim Tam factory. Keep it simple, keep it mean, keep it clean. Arnott's, Tim Tams, goated biscuit for sure on the tier list.
Well, they took away the Marie biscuits, or the Marie biscuits, for a while there, and I nearly absolutely smashed them to bits. I was like, where are they gone? And then they brought them back due to popular demand. So if it ain't broke, Arnott's, don't fix it. It's simple as that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nothing wrong with all the biscuits you put out.
I'm just going to quickly take us off topic off topic at the biscuits conversation for a second.
Fair.
We're on lap 162. We've officially passed 1,000 kilometres completed, because 161 laps is 1,000 kilometres like we see in Bathurst. We're now on lap 162, so we are past that 1,000 Ks mark.
Oh, congratulations everyone out there to getting this far. That's a 1,000 under the belt. And,
blink of an eye.
Yeah, and not even halfway through. So another 1,000 Ks to come, one would assume, unless we get a couple of safety cars.
That's got to be the quickest
there,
161s
yeah.
ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
5 hours 37.
Yep. 5 hours 37 minutes at an average of 2:01. And that's including pit stops. That's it's hot pace out here, ladies and gentlemen, at the ASA ESO Bathurst 12 hour. Welcome to everyone who's just joined the stream. We do have a raffle for a $50 stream voucher. If you are stream, it's all hard to say at this point in the day. Yeah, a Steam voucher for $50. All you got to do is donate to the stream, whether it be Super Chat or the donation button itself, Patreon as well. Anyone that signs up gets to go in the draw. I'm just looking over the names now. You've still got a pretty good chance of taking that $50 voucher home.
Absolutely, and I would say that just for the T's and C's, it's coming out of Simsational TV's pocket. Steam gave us absolutely nothing when we requested it. They said, "How about you can get absolutely STUFFED?"
Yes.
And we were just like, "Well, okay then, all right, fair enough. We'll just gift it to someone worthy." And you, the donors out there on the chat, giving a donation here, there as well from last night here. The people in the running, and I'll tell you what, there is a good chance here at the moment. So if you want to get in on it, that chance is only going to get better. If you enter, you got to be in it to win it, and that's exactly where we are here at Simsational TV Land and on the racing side of things too. Wow, what a sensational kind of event we are putting on here. Thanks to the compliment in the chat as well. Still a better broadcast than this year's 1,000. Well, mate, that was never in question from the start of the broadcast, honestly. And not fast, just furious. Is in, and $10. Thank you very much as a donation to the chat here. The mic is just going on and off. We'll give me 1 second here, Christopher.
Yep, you're right. I'll just type that in.
Okay, now we're back. Not sure what was going on there, but anyway, hardware issues aside, thank you very much. Now you own a chance there, Mr. Not Fast, Just Furious, for the Steam voucher at the end of the day. Andy Bishop, flying around in the skyline, 16th place, not bad for the Nissan, to be honest. The top of the Nissan drivers sitting mid-pack here. and doing a very, very good job there in the Repsol Honda liveried car. Love that livery. That just, as we said last night, Chris, takes me back 15, 20 years, that's for sure.
Yep, I had a poster
15
of...
years, I was just born, mate.
It's good to be in touch with the younger generation as well. It keeps us all young here in the commentary seat. But going back to that point before, I had a poster of Mick Doohan up on my wall as a young fella. Absolutely loved the MotoGP back in those days. Would religiously watch every race when I could. Back in the days when it was on. Oh no! I've just commentator cursed the Repsol machine. He's managed to keep it off the wall. Very nicely done. But now this is the next part. He's going to have to turn traction control off and do a little bit of a flick spin here to get back out on the track if he can safely. Oh, it does so. No cars coming up behind. Oh, look out.
Whoa.
There goes Convoy, the solo crusher.
Oh,
Gets past nicely, but here comes the Lamborghini as well. Closing in at a rate of knots. Very nicely done here from Andy Bishop in the navigating through the top end of this circuit department. Well done. What happened, Mr. Drifter? Perfect timing. Not fast, just furious with that little sound effect coming through. So it's all happening here. It all just takes its time to swell up, but the action is never too far away here on Sensational TV.
Dead set in the fair dinkum department, that is 100% right on there. And I've heard a knock at some point here, and we've just barred the commentary box from one man from coming in at this stage. A bit too early for him. Yep. I know he gets a bit better as the evening goes on because the rate of beers that start flowing into that man's mouth just liquidates his commentary gold. And that was a car going a bit wide through the runoff section there and recovering nicely. See the replay of that. That is a Pit Viper Evo off the circuit there and just navigating through nicely, getting out of the way. Bit of damage there on the front of that car too. Yeah. That bonnet is well and truly up and about and not where it wants to be. Hopefully it doesn't fling open and smack the windscreen. I don't think Assetto Corsa lets you do that, but that's okay. And they're circulating in 28th position is Mr. Brimble-Combe himself, the hairbrush, just circulating nicely.
Nicely done. Yeah, that car's been involved in a couple of little incidents today. The mechanics in the pit lane working overtime to keep that thing looking as schmick as it does, even with the damage. That paint job is absolutely fantastic. One of the best out there today. But there's a few little incidents that are starting to creep in as well. You see a few little off-track excursions starting to creep into a few of these guys driving rhythms. I think we're just at that stage where it is all about the mental toughness, physical fatigue, all starting to set in, as you'd expect in an endurance 12 hours as well. Not fast as Spirit says he can feel it in his nuggets. Oh, I tell you what, I could smash it. I could smash a 12-pack of nuggies right now. I'll give you the hot tip.
Yeah, Macca's nuggets don't go astray, that's for sure. Yeah. If you are dead set on the hangover department there, Mr. Lindsay, are you surely you're on those bandwagon as well?
I love myself the Macca's nuggets. Yeah, you can't go wrong with the Macca's nuggets, mate. But also, there is one other factor when it comes to this race that hasn't been spoken about: brake wear. Everybody will be on brake pads 2 for this race, so the cars don't brake quite as hard as they would with brake pads 1. But as we're approaching that 6 hour to go mark, the brakes will be feeling quite second hand. You don't have to do a brake change. Pads 2 will make it, but they will be very second hand all the way until the end of this point.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you raised there too, because when it comes to that sort of thing, I'm guessing different driving styles will wear out the brake pads even more so, and there could be a difference with the tyres, I'm assuming, Lindsay, unless these guys have more than enough tyre sets to get on board for the race, because I know you could use some worn sets if you wish, just to save a couple for the end. Would that be a factor here at a 12 hour, do you think?
Nah, you'll have more than enough tyre sets on ACC, unless it's been deliberately limited by ESO to make it so you do have less tyre sets, much like Fargon Racing did a couple of weeks ago for their Nürburgring round. They only had 2 sets of tyres for 4 races. Unless ESO's ESO's done something like that, they have pretty much infinite tyre sets.
Okay, very, very good. Very good and interesting to know that's not a factor they have to worry about. And very, very nice. Thank you, Gearhead. Appreciate the donation there as well. Sensational stuff here to be in the com box as well. That's generally what we love to do, and we love seeing all of you enjoying the stream as well here at Sensational TV. And thank you to everyone who are also now in the running for the stream $50 voucher. At the end of it, I'm telling you, boys and girls, and anyone else out there, dogs, cats, chickens, cows, whatever, intelligent monkeys maybe, some silverbacks out there, get the $5 note out and just start donating. That's all you need to do, and you can win yourself a voucher. And get on board and send that to whoever you want, or maybe just use it on yourself. Don't tell the missus that you got $50, because she'll probably give you 50 cash and say, I'll use it, thank you very much, and then you'll never see the $50 ever again.
Now, with the release of AC Evo just around the corner, I'm sure a lot of the viewers out there are chomping at the bit to get their hands on a copy of that. So that'll certainly go a long way. I don't know how much it's expected to be, probably over $100 as it is a new release these days, but certainly $50 goes towards the grand total of that when it comes out, hopefully dropping in January or February, depending on how they're travelling. We've got a request to find Carlson. He's down here somewhere. I did see his name earlier. I think he might be out of the car for now.
It was the 75 car though.
Number 75. There he is. That's Alan McIver in the hot seat at the moment. So see how he's going. Still in 24th position. He's got Brooker in front. James Delaney enters the fray. Watch out, the self-described fastest sim racer in the world. Whether that's true in reality or not, it's certainly true in his own mind.
We know it's not.
Yeah.
We know it's not.
Oh, we know it's not. But like to pump up his own tyres just a little bit here. James Delaney in the 25th position down here for Sparko Garage. Can he keep it off the wall, ladies and gentlemen? That Lamborghini's seen a few hits today, that's for sure.
He calls himself Mr. 250k because that's how much he makes at the Cass on a regular, he says, every weekend.
Oh, wow.
Also with his nightclub and bar just circulating nicely there for Mr. Delaney. So we'll see if that's in Monopoly money or in real life one day. We're not sure where this nightclub is, what it's doing, what's happening, but it's all there, ready for Delaney's, and he is flying. He's a 10th and a half up on his PB at the moment, so just getting into the rhythm here on the engine map number 4 there, Larko. That would indicate, if I recall correctly, more engine braking than normal.
Yeah, that is. So engine map 3 is the least, 5 is the most. So the higher the engine map goes in that 3 to 5 range, is the more engine braking you're going to see.
Fantastic
Very
insights.
interesting comments from the Coupe Supercoach.
Yeah, absolutely. As myself and Zach, not too familiar with the way that ACC works. We generally stream other titles, so this is our first time streaming ACC and learning all the ins and outs of this janky little broadcasting system that they've got in the background. I tell you what, it's quite something for a modern game compared to some of the older titles who are a much more streamlined approach. But we're getting our heads around it, ladies and gentlemen, and it does look fantastic on the screen in front of me. So hats off to Kunos there to making it nice and crisp for our viewing pleasure. We've had some more questions. We've got the questions firing in. We would love to hear your guys' opinions on the different manufacturers. Any personal favourites? Well, I'm pretty sure we got Larko's favourite there was the Aston Martin, if I'm correct. Is that right, Lindsay?
Yes, it is. I don't mind myself a Porsche as well, but Aston takes the cake for me. I absolutely love them, and they're all stunning. I don't think Aston has an ugly car.
It's true. It's true. Zacko, what do you reckon?
Well, if I had to have a car in my garage, it would have to be a Lamborghini, and I will quote the great Frank Sinatra. If you want to be someone, buy a Ferrari. If you are someone, buy a Lamborghini.
Oi.
Yeah,
there you go. That's
but then
says enough.
if you're a Top Gear fan, then you got to get an Aston. I mean, me personally, I'd love a DB9 after that race I had against the train in Series 4. Beating out the public transport, Hammond and May in the public transport, Jeremy in the DB9 absolutely smoked him to Monte Carlo. So I love the DB9.
Yeah, it's a beautiful.
Who doesn't love a
looking
DB9?
car. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're a machinery to behold to the eye. That's for sure. My favourite is going to be the Bentley Continental. It's not as flashy as the Aston or the Lamborghini. But I tell you what.
No, I'd have that too.
Yeah, you'd have one of them too. Listen, I wouldn't say no if anyone offered me any of these cars out there on track at the moment. I probably wouldn't even say no if someone offered me a bloody Fiat 500, to be fair. But look, a free car's a free car. If we could have our own way, I'd have one of everyone. But to take a favourite, it has to be the Bentley for me.
Well, I don't disagree because that car on the road is an absolute presence in itself. You see a Continental GT, and that's a bit of action there too. That was just getting out of the way. Was that McLaren over the Sparko Lamborghini? But the Bentley Continental GT just has a presence of just absolute class, and then you see it, and you know that thing's quick. It may be 2.4 tons of absolute British excellence, but geez Louise, that thing absolutely flies.
So I actually did grab some weights earlier because I was intrigued because I was saying the Mustang was similar weight. So the Bentley and the GTR are both 1.3 tons as a GT3 car, so 1,300 kilograms, and the Mustang not far behind, 1,283 kilos. So
there you go.
Very,
They must
have,
very heavy car.
Yeah, in GT3 terms, they must have done some absolutely NASA spec weight reduction on the Bentley Continental to get it down to 1.3 tons. That's for sure. You see them on the road; they are absolutely massive.
They are. They are an absolute tank. They just look like. My favourite animal on the planet is a rhinoceros. I don't know why. They just look dinosaur-y, but still in the modern times. And that thing just is awesome, and that's exactly the same size of what the Bentley is on the road. It's just a monster, but not as wide as. I'll give you my dream car, boys. Chat, give us your dream car. We've had Risky say it's an E63 Merc. My dream car is a Lamborghini Murcielago LP640. That thing is an absolute monster. That's my dream car. What are yours, boyos?
I already said mine, DB9.
DB9, yep. Munro, come on. Apart from Bentley Continental.
Yeah, let me get back to it. Let me get back to you on that one. There's too many to mention. But I'll tell you what, for practicality's sake, an absolutely off its tits Ford Transit van would do me.
The super van.
The super van.
Yeah,
something
super van,
something similar
big
to that.
electric thing that has the Goodwood record. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely a choice. I mean, if I was going for practicality, you can't go wrong with a big beefy Toyota Hilux.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What about that van they put the Jaguar, the Transit? They put the Jaguar engine in.
Oh yeah, the one
on
that
top gear. Yeah. Who was it? It was Hammond who drove that thing, didn't he? He dragged it off against a couple of them.
Yeah, because
in that estimation.
Yeah, they were like, oh, let's see if these supercars are actually quick. Then Hammond goes around to the back of the van and he opens the back, and there's a Jaguar engine in the back of the van.
Absolute piss take it was. It was so funny. I loved it. And it just took off and he's like, whoa! He didn't know what was going on. We've got some more comments coming through. Risky Pierce just giving me some absolute Tijuana in the chat there. Don't love a Kia Carnival. They can get stuffed. Every person driving one of them is an absolute donkey. And I don't love Kias, and I don't love Toyota Corollas. That's not me. But we've got 77 Aston Martin Vantage V8. That is a cracker. An MR2 AW11. Wow. That's going back. And then we've got Jesse Marshall on the Holden train. Thank you very much. GDS Maloo all day. And then vintage supercars. The BMW M1. Well, yeah, that's a cracker. And the Lamborghini Miura SV. That car is the sound of the Formula Masters that we've got on at the moment. I changed the sound. Yeah, it's just that soundtrack. That's why they sound so good. What are our thoughts on MG, boys, from the chat?
My family has the ZST. Old school MG, sure. Nowadays, no. They're hunks of garbage, and it broke down on the side of the road within like a year. So
Yeah.
not great.
Yeah, I think MG has changed hands in the ownership department as well, so they're being shipped off out of China. So you get what you pay for in terms of MG these days. But yeah, those little convertible ones you see around the car enthusiast groups, they're quite nice for a little I guess Cobra rip-off.
I love
Cobra rip-off.
not Fastest Furious. He's using abbreviation mega gross for MG.
Yeah, you can probably think of a few others too. I can imagine that's dead set.
Yeah, as moving on to the real questions in life though, as Aussies, right? What is your favourite Smith's chip flavour?
Ooh. I like the barbecue ones.
Yeah, chicken for me.
I'm cheesing onion. I love the yellow chips.
How good's that? Variety is the spice of life, viewers. So get your supercars, get your dream car suggestions in. Get your favourite chip flavour as well. We give you a bit of everything here at Sensational TV. When the racing is in a bit of a lull here in the mid pack, but this is the closest battle on track actually. It's Benjamin Hignett there in the 772 car chasing down Regan Herbert. He's only 2.7 seconds behind now. I've been keeping an eye on this battle over the last few laps, and he's just taking a few tenths out of him each time they go around. So we might actually get some on-track action here, ladies and gentlemen. And not only that, for one of the pointy end positions, as you can see, that's the car that he is chasing, the 420. You can't miss it. It's the leopard print with the bright purple down the sides. There it is there in the foreground. Just gaining on him every time they go around. Let's see, the last lap there for Benjamin Hignett was a 2:01.4. If Herbert is about 3 tenths off as well, so taking 3 tenths out of him on that time around. Indeed, we are shaping up for a bit of action here, boys.
It's getting there. It's getting there. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. And that car will get closer and closer, which when you see that as a race driver from the cockpit, that just gives you that little tickle that you have been waiting for all this time, just circulating round and around. And then all of a sudden, a livery that you know is the car you're chasing just starts to pop up ever so closer in the distance, and you get the eyes settled in. Your eyes are pointed forward. The brake markers start to be more and more accurate there, and that throttle tracing just ever so better. And he's coming up on a bit of lap traffic here now. Is Mr. Herbert? So that's I could say something, but it's not after the permitted time, because there is a Family Guy character called Mr. Herbert, and we all know what he does, if you're familiar with that. But anyway, up against the blue flags at the moment, and we are circulating around very, very nicely, and that Lamborghini is getting ever so closer for Hignett in the Ford Mustang coming down Conrad Straight. He's navigated around the blue flag in front of him, and that's probably going to be a bit awkward, because at this rate of knots, Hignett's also going to get caught up in this debacle here by the time they come up to the top section of the mountain at this pace difference. So maybe just a little bit of a evener outer or a balancer in the Delta department.
Yeah, as we've now reached the halfway mark, or in 53 seconds we will be at the halfway mark of this Bathurst 12-hour, and there was a bit of a lull period, as Chris spoke about, but now it looks like it could be heating up again, as we have a little bit of a train here as we head through Hell's Corner. Hignett still chasing down Herbert, and he's only a couple seconds up the road of the mountain straight, so it looks like we could see some on-track action any minute now. And yeah, there's been a good first 6 hours. I wasn't here for all of it, but if you had to describe the first 6 hours of this race, Sensational, how would you describe it?
Ooh, I would in 3 words. 3 words. Let's put it that way. Sensationally quick drivers. That's how I would say it, because we've seen a lot of people just absolutely blitzing it, and consistent too. Munro, give us yours.
Bit of everything. we've seen it all here, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen fastest laps of the race. We've seen slowest laps of the race. We've seen absolutely dodgy driving by blue flag drivers. We've seen some absolutely intelligent driving by the likes of drivers like Vic Chan and Matthew Lamb as well, both using their spatial awareness to get themselves out of a few little pickles along the way. So great, and hats off to all the drivers here competing today, because it is the biggest day of the year here for us here in the commentary box. Bathurst 12 hour. Absolutely exciting to be a part of on behalf of all the staff here at Sensational TV. There's only the two of us, myself and Zach, but I'm sure I can speak for him as well when I say thank you all for having us involved in this absolute spectacle of a race. But we've gone off topic a little bit there. What, in 3 words, Lindsay, what would you describe what you've seen so far?
Oh, what I've seen so far. It's a tricky one. Pretty damn exciting.
Pretty damn exciting. I like it.
Yeah. It's been really good. I mean, we have obviously had that little bit of a dying off period, but that's always going to happen over 12 hours. I mean, you can't expect there always being cars side by side, especially at a track like Bathurst. Such a long track, such a tricky track. There's always going to be gaps that form, but also something I've noticed, obviously pit stops I think have played a part in this, but the gap between the 2 leaders isn't as big as it was earlier.
No, it's not. At 14.5 seconds, that's definitely decreased a fair way. And the Bush himself out in front, not looking too bad over the locksmith. And the locksmith will be wanting to open a couple of doors early and maybe get around there in Lucas Keys just to see what that delta is, because the effective leader, I still think, is the McLaren of Paul Britt. Yeah. So Mr. Spears there is still effectively in the lead at this point in time. But albeit, if you do a pit stop there, I think by the time they come out, they will probably be 15 seconds in front of Lucas Keys by the time that sort of peters out as well, with about the 30-odd seconds that it takes through the pit stop, depending on what you do in that pit stop, by the way. It should be pretty good. We've had a disqualification, 556 DQ'd. Lap car took him out. No yellows called for 45 seconds while we were getting reamed by the field on a block track. They gave us a drive-through for trying to get out of the way and then disqualified. Well, that is a shame. And luckily I'm not one of the stewards, and we can just commentate it here. It's just it's a sad way to end the race there, Shane W. I'm sorry about all that, but you can keep yourself entertained here on the stream for the rest of the race. And just congratulate the other compatriots who you're racing against on their success. Yeah, that's it. I've just been flicking through some of the comments there in the ESO public chat, and it's all kicking off, and I do not envy the stewards team one bit right now. I do a 36-hour stream without sleep over trying to adjudicate some of the decisions over the course of this race, and especially dealing with the feedback from some maybe drivers who see it a little bit differently than the stewards. So hats off to all the stewards team, all the race direction team as well here at ASA. You've certainly got your work cut out for you. Yeah, good luck with that. I'm glad I'm not in there. But I tell you what, we're going to be joined just in a moment. We are joined now by Connor Hind, who is up there in the in the fight really for the podium positions there as well. So he's joined us in the commentary box to give us a rundown on how the car has been behaving, how your race has panned out so far. Welcome, Connor Hind. How's it all been going?
Good day, lads. Yeah, all right. We're kind of cruising along. We had some incidents into the dipper with a couple of blue flag cars, but we kind of picked it back up and we're back here now. So we're looking for a certain place on the podium, so see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some blinding pace yesterday in the qualifying and the top 10 shootout as well. So obviously things not going the way you planned it so far, but still plenty of time to make up and get up there on the podium, perhaps even the top step.
Well, we're kind of aiming for the podium, but yeah, I think maybe the wind's probably a little bit too far out from us, but you know, it happens. Like sometimes, like in the shootout yesterday, I smoked my second lap into the chase when I was up, so that was good. I was pretty happy right there.
Yeah,
I saw that. That was some sensational driving. Bloody absolutely fantastic to see. But my question to you
How
is,
are you
and now
lads
this
going
is
in
not...
here, though? You guys seem to be pretty upbeat. I'm enjoying it. We are in Valkyrie Motorsports.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got your teammate on screen at the moment, Benny Hignett, and he's doing a great job there for you guys. It was closing in on who was it before? You had a pretty short gap, but they must have jumped into the pits now. So, yeah, we can still hear you there. Zach, take it away, son.
I'm not coming through Discord, I don't think.
Yeah, I think we were battling with Pit Viper Alpha there, I believe. So it was the 420 who jumped in the pits.
Yep, they've just jumped in the pits. Can you confirm or deny that Zach is coming through in the Discord? He should be.
I can't hear him.
Yeah,
I can't hear it.
no.
That's why I was saying, well, not.
I can't see my name being light up.
That's
Yeah,
on your
it's a
end.
bit
I
of
haven't
heat.
touched anything.
He obviously doesn't want to talk to me, really, does he? Like, I feel a bit full on
I'm as
disrespected
eager
right
as
now.
a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. If you can hear me, Chris, just tell him that.
Yeah, because that's what I was. I forget that you guys are in a team speak as well between you two as well. He didn't speak, and I was just like, well, not. And then I've seen the
Yeah.
team speak and audio thing, and I've seen it's going on.
Yeah. Maybe I can hear Zach because we are in the TeamSpeak, which has the best audio bitrate out there in the world of voice comms. So that makes Zach come across the stream nice and crisp. But the way we've got it set up to talk to everyone, so we are both in a Discord voice call as well.
That?
No, still not anything coming through. It must be on your end in the settings-wise, Zach, because...
I've just changed it.
Yeah, you can hear him again?
There we go.
Yep.
Cool, he's back,
Now-
ladies and gents.
Welcome back, it's Zach O'Reilly. Thank you very much for having us here, Zach O'Reilly. Been great to have us. Now, Mr. Connor Hine, this is not a family-friendly stream, so let's just turn it up. I've been looking at your profile, and you did not want to give your nickname, and you said can't do it on family-friendly. So come on, mate, just give us something.
It was one of them was had a relation to Cone, so I'll let you kind of go with that.
What, chuffhead or something?
What was it, Chuffa? Fucking something like that. So, but no, I got a bone to pick with you blokes, right? I watched a bit of the stream last night. All right, so so you blokes reckon you get out there on a lap and smoke anyone on the grid? You reckon?
In AC, mate. In AC. Don't you worry about that. AC, we got you covered, I reckon. But ACC, I've only done 60 hours on that game, and not one of the platforms that I delved into during lockdown, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, you probably get... Oh, I don't know who does AC or whatever. You definitely get me on AC, because I think I have about 3 hours in that game. I thought you were going to offer something different of an answer, so I was going to say we could 1v1 in a shootout lap if you want, so...
Oh, mate, if you give me your setup and we just have it locked and we'll be in the same car, same conditions, I'm happy to get on. Chris Munro pussied out and decided to sell his gaming rig, but joke's on me because he can afford to buy an absolutely sensational computer PC now. I'm still delving through Centrelink payments just to get it on. Joking, I own my own business. But 1v1, absolutely on there, Mr. Hine. Just give me the name date. We'll put it on Sensational TV, maybe for a end of year special or something like that at around the circuit. Give me 3 weeks of practice and I'll be there.
3 weeks of practice, but Connor has to have none. He doesn't have a single lap of practice.
No, Connor can do whatever he wants. He's probably got 4,000 hours on ACC versus my 70 odd or whatever, 68 or something I got there. So I think that's fair enough.
We might have to book this in. I reckon it'd be a highlight, be a show.
It'll be streamed live on Sensational TV viewers as well, so we might even we'll make it a pay-per-view event. just to sort out the dick swinging that's going on in this commentary box right now, ladies and gentlemen. Gee whiz, I can feel the testosterone. I can taste it just about. It's all
you can
it's all
feel
happening in here.
the slaps as well. I can tell you with the dick swinging.
Yeah, it's one just hit me in the chin. I'm not so appreciative of that. Thank you very much. But Lindsay,
All I'm saying is I've got any of yours at F4 cars and Oran Park on iRacing. Any day.
Oh,
Look, you're probably right.
renting, mate. Not there. Not there for renting.
I am very good at Oran Park in the F4 cars. So any day, even if I was broken, if I had a broken arm, I'd still win. I reckon.
Well, as a famous saying says, it's not the questions you ask, it's the answers that you give, and I'm ready to give the answer of all time here to Mr. Hind. He'll be in for a red-hot, dead-set shellacking.
Well, we'll see. We'll book it in. We'll book it in. No, I have also been informed that apparently I am Mr. Chef Cook's son now as well. So
is he? Was that him or is that?
We have our grandma on the car on the rear wing, as you can probably see. So that's really good. Do you guys have a favourite livery? There we go. I'll ask you a question.
Yeah, mine's the mine's the 423. I think it is Pit Viper Epsilon. I reckon that is absolutely stunning with the design and the colour choices. So that's for me. That one there.
Yeah, it doesn't look too
Go on,
bad.
Larko.
For me, I've got the 95 car. They have been causing some problems in the lap traffic, but for any of those people that have taken part in our sprint series last season, you'd know that I had that same Lightning McQueen livery myself. So I've got a little bit of bias on that one.
A little bit of sentimental value.
Ka-chow. Get in there. Cracking film too.
Absolutely cracking film. My favourite livery, I'm still trying to roll through them, but I can't really choose a winner, to be quite truthful. I really do like the simplicity of the, what number is it? 121 of Lucas Keys in the Red Bull. I don't like Red Bull as a team, mind you. I just like that simplicity. But the Shell Helix Mustang and the 165 of Sean Muller's Aston Martin, the matte black with the gloss blue and red highlights through it, those triangle effects just does something for me. That's my favourites there.
Nice, good choices all around. I do like, as a driver, we've raced against them quite a bit, but if it's not our own livery, it's the 999 of Rick Lamb and Wait, the Laundry House livery is pretty good.
Yeah, it's got a bit of
graffiti-esque style.
Yeah, it's got a bit of that. What is it? The
rustic.
Yeah, it's that. Not Marvel, but it's like a DC Comics esque kind of.
Sort of like Deadpool sort of thing.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I forget what it escapes me, but something about that.
It reminds me of like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2. You know, when you're in one of those maps and there's just graffiti everywhere and rusty buildings and stuff, and then that's sort of what gets me back. If it the other way, it does look. It's different. It's different.
I like it. Yeah, great colour scheme and well done there to the Laundry House designers. It's all happening here. Martin Glastonbury with a $15 donation. Thank you very much, my friend. You go into the draw for the Steam voucher. I'm just going to pop your name into the list as well. Thank you very much. Great coverage, he says. Yeah, we're going all right so far. We're 6 hours in. We've just gone over the halfway point, and we didn't even, I guess, congratulate ourselves. I'm sure we will coming up to every hour, as BZ will be happy to know the red cordial has been poured, and so more excitement is just around the corner. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll tell you what, excitement happens on and off the circuit at Sensational TV. We keep it upbeat, live and interesting, as the great Richie Benno on the 12th man says. It's a cracker to have everyone in the chat, and also a pleasure to have our co-drivers and main drivers and also Mr. Larko sitting in with us, talking absolute nonsense at some point. At least we didn't get into singing about the Bathurst 12 hour like the Spanish dudes did at the Le Mans 24 hour this year. They just, at about 3 a.m. in the morning, they started breaking into a made-up song about the Le Mans series, so we haven't reached that sort of madness yet. But as Chris said, the red cordials are coming out, and they could endure some sort of levels that maybe even Larko can't even stick with. Maybe Larko, you have to get on the red cordials as well, me old son.
No, I think I'll be English.
He's already on the red cordials. He's already coming off the hangover.
It seems like it. No, I think I'll be all right. I've got my cheese and onion chips to the right of me, and I'm just gonna dive into them. I might go grab some chocolate as well.
Yeah,
bit of sugar for the ADHD.
Was the Ford going very wide there? Atkinson I think he was letting the car through, but it looked like he'd overshot.
Yeah, well, that can happen too. Like when you sort of get yourself out of a rhythm and maybe just out of your usual pattern of where you're braking on the track, you can just send it all into haywire there. And I think just taking himself by surprise and out braking himself, going a little bit wide there through the chase, but recovered nicely and keeps it on the black stuff, which is good stuff. And he's got the Kmart car making ways down the straight there, and getting out of the way nicely is the Mustang of James Atkinson. Well done there to him. He's got his son watching in the chat as well. Shout out to him. It's all starting to heat up here. I think we've had the lull. Here's Jamie Conboy. We've got an on-track battle, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is sitting behind the 165 Sean Muller. Only 0.7 of a second, the difference between these two at the moment.
Come on, Hindy, give us your best commentary here, mate, as a driver expertise yourself in ACC. Tell us how you would go about this sort of setup here for the convoy.
Oh, well, look, I know both these lads pretty well. And if I was convoy, I'd just send it right down the inside right. Oh, he's done.
Oh, no!
But anyway,
welcome to commentary. That's a curse if I've ever seen one. Holy moly.
Wow, that was...
Oh, no.
love you, Muller.
That's a curse. You're like, oh, yeah, I know them both well. If I was JC, you'd go for it. I also know them both well. I thought JC was going to go for it as well when you said it. I didn't think he was going to.
He went
the car
for
was
it.
looking on the nose. It was looking on the nose, looking aggressive, a bit squirrely. I was like, oh, he's going to send it.
Yeah, I mean,
the convoy as...
JC's used to his drift car GTR. He's not used to the tugboat of the Mustang. He's just...
Don't you go mouthing off about the premium Japanese engineering.
No, I love the Nissan. I love that he runs it.
I'll tell you what, the convoy just started dishing out counterfeit $50 bills and said, here, mate, have a couple of them. I'm going to punt you right off. But he tried to get out of the way, did the con man. And because that was very, very early and hard braking there, I would say. And he tried to miss him going off into the bunda there. But if that all happened basically as it should, realistically there, Mr. Hind, what would you have done? Would you have just braked a bit earlier, set him up for the next corner and tried to get him up Mountain Straight? Or would you gone for it there at the final turn or into Hull Corner?
It depends. So, like, if I knew I could brake deeper than the person in front of me, I would have gone there. But it depends. You've got to set the line up pretty early. Otherwise, I would have tried to get a run out of T1 to get him up the mountain straight. Please don't do it again, JC, for the... Good.
He's got an excuse. He's
learning.
He's going to get himself a little drive-through, I think, for that little move. For sure, that'll be going through to the stewards. But I think they've got a fair few things coming across their desk as this race progresses there. But poor old Convoy. He is the solo man, ladies and gentlemen. For anyone that's just joined at home, he is racing this 12-hour on his own. So mental fatigue is something that is to be expected. Yeah, give him a spell. Give him a lap and let him just go and stretch the legs, go to the toilet, have some lunch, for God's sake. It's 1:30 p.m. He's been at it since 8 o'clock this morning, depending on your time zone, but that is a long time. Over 6 hours, 6 hours and 20 minutes to be exact. But yeah, doing an absolutely fantastic job, bar the last couple of laps.
Well, I'll tell you what, I reckon by about the hour and a half mark now, so what are we? We're at 6 hours and 19 minutes in. So by 7 hours and 49 minutes, I guarantee he's wishing that this was a game like Gran Turismo 4 and had B-spec, so the AI just could race the 12-hour stint for you, maybe 11 hours out of it, and just said, nah, it's all up to you, AI. I'm going to take a poo break, and I'll come back in about 25 minutes, and you can keep circulating around, collision or not, and see where I end up when I come back, because I'll tell you what, back in those days, Gran Turismo 4, you could have the Toyota Minolta GT1 car, I think it was, and or it was the SO GT1 car, put it on B-spec, do the 10-hour stint, watch it do it in AI, and you come back with the fastest car by 800 horsepower, and you'd still be in 21st position. So hopefully ACC doesn't get that sort of behaviour there as well. But the solo man, Conboy himself, it's after midday, Christopher, and you know what that means. In every state in Australia, apart from WA, they can get stuffed. The rest of the Conboy intro is going to come our way in just a couple of minutes once I find it. So you can take over, and I'm going to get back to what he said there. It is entertaining stuff at its best.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep him on the screen for now. Zach's going through the database of all the drivers who participated in the driver intro little section that we put up during the week. So just tell us a little bit about yourself. So we've got something to crap on about for 12 hours here behind the microphone. So thank you very much to the drivers to help us out, really, with things to talk about. We've covered a lot of topics today. Connor, I don't know if you caught the madness that was happening on chips. We were talking about chip flavours, we were talking about Tim Tams, fast food. I think it must have been just before lunch when the boys were getting a little bit hungry in the commentary box. So I remember one of the comments from I think it was, I can't remember her name, but one of our probably one of one female viewers here at the moment, saying her IQ was depleted by about 100 points listening to that chat. So that's off to you.
How good? Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's real good for some people to have 100 IQ, isn't it? Yes.
Oh, look,
Yeah.
yeah, you don't need that much headroom, really. Get away with 80 odd in most forms of life, especially when it comes to racing. You just pop the helmet on and away you go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Jingos.
Connor, I have two questions. I'm going to start off with the normal one now that we're looking at JC. Now, we both know very well that he loves his Paul Ricard, but he's doing 12 hours solo here. Yeah, exactly, you get me. But how many hours straight do you think he would do it Paul Ricard?
Oh, I reckon he'd live there, if I'm honest. I reckon he just wouldn't sleep. I reckon he'd just go until he died.
Yeah, and now I've got the other question based off your random or funny fact. How did you end up getting banned from 90% of the pubs in North Tassie for smashing a window? Tell me the story.
Oh yeah, so I do love a drink. Known to the inner circles of my team and teammates and blokes I hang out with on VC, I do endure and love a bit of a red cordial myself.
Yes.
So it was a work do. We had like shit kits we had to dress up in, and you had to buy some other people a shit kit. You got drawn a name out of the hat, and we went on a pub crawl. We got to the last pub at the end of the night, and this pub is like one of the bigger pubs in Devonport, where I'm from. And the corporation that owns Devonport owns like most of the pubs, like in the northwest of Tassie. And I was pretty legless, and like it was harmless. Like I actually didn't mean any wrong by it, but I've fallen over going into the bathroom, and there's like frosted glass windows, and I've just full forearm open palmed this window, and I've just fallen straight through. So that's. The thing is, what I didn't do is I didn't go tell them I'd fallen straight through. I just walked off to a different pub to get another drink, which is owned by this same corporation. Because I was like, I was just like gone at that time. And yeah, so I got caught pretty quickly because this old like homeless looking beanie that I was wearing actually gave me away on the security camera footage.
My goodness. So the homeless beanie, you thought in all of your drunken wilderness, the first question, How do you fall over in a bathroom? Generally, those areas are pretty clear of any steps or, sort of obstacles on the ground. And then secondly, the homeless beanie that you had on, does that have any sentimental value? Did Grandma knit it for you or something? Because if that was the case, I would have just turfed it and just disguised myself as best I could for the rest of the pub journey.
Nah, the floor was actually quite slippy. Like I hit someone must have spilled a drink or I don't know, something. But I've just fallen, I've just tumbled. And like I've seen my whole life flash before my eyes and I was like, oh, here we go. And then that beanie is actually an op shop beanie, but now it has more sentimental value to me because of the story it holds.
Roger. See, that's the infamous beanie, in other words, that keeps you on song.
When the ban ends, I guarantee I'll be wearing that beanie back to the pub.
Oh, and another 12 months will come with it, I'd imagine.
That same pub.
They'll remember you. They'll have a photo of you up behind the bar for sure.
Absolutely.
I wonder how that works, actually. If you just went in on a lowly Thursday night, would they even remember you if they had a different set of staff on hand?
Well, I'm there quite a bit.
Yeah, right. Okay. So I suppose Tassie's pretty small, to be fair.
A couple of them would remember. There'd probably be a couple that would. I have one question for you blokes though.
Sure.
Going into before I dip out and see how my team's doing. So you know Ocean Gate, right?
I've not heard of it.
I haven't heard of that at all.
So
what are you talking about?
With Ocean Gate, right? Are you actually in the sea or under the sea?
Oh, we've already
We've already answered this.
We've been pondering this in the car 772, and I'm up here talking to you blokes about it now. It's not in text. We're actually talking about it. So what do you think about that? Where are we? Are we in or under?
Yeah, but we've already had a full conversation about this from somebody else in your car asking the question in chat. We kind of.
This is where
we went over it.
Yeah, this is what derailed.
Well, I'm here. I must have been driving, so we'll derail it again. So what's going on? Tell me.
It's just why we're in a shambles because of that nonsense in the chat. That is
Literally,
exactly
that was
what's
the first
happened.
question, and we haven't been back to the racing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Since.
Let's go simple answers all round, but we can't deep dive into it because the viewers will be going, you guys already talked about this. I'm going to say under the sea.
Yep, I'm
Under the sea. Okay, I'll take.
I'm in.
You're in the sea.
in the sea.
Yep.
In.
Yep.
Okay, I'll take it back to the boys and to the curator of this question, Mr. Jamwise Holmes, who's driving our car right now.
Yeah.
And oh no, he almost binned it. It's okay. He saved it. He saved the car. It's fine.
Oh.
Okay, I'll take it
He
back
was
to
off
him
in the bunda there.
and I'll see what he says.
All right, Connor, it's time for you to ship off kindly, mate. Thank you very much for being in the chat. We'll love having you around, that's for sure. And feel free to jump back in at some stage if you want, or get one of your teammates to come in. Maybe they can spill the tea on you. That was some hairy stuff there. That was sideways action. That is definitely Tokyo Drift style. I said Tokyo Chika. That's the song. That's not being racist. That's exactly what they say in the song. Don't you get me wrong there, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. But thanks, Connor. It's been a pleasure to have you in here, mate, and all the best for the rest of the evening and the afternoon. It's awesome. We've got the brush in here. We've got the hairbrush.
Yeah.
Shawnee Brimblecomb's just decided to jump in as well. Welcome to yourself. Before we get on to you, Mr. Brimblecombe, I'll just have to read out what Mr. Convoy said himself. It is just absolutely classic what he said about himself. These are the weird or funny facts about Convoy. He can insert the vermilion tip kidney prodner into his mouth better than anyone's missus, apparently. He can play multiple musical instruments well, but excels at none. And he's got an excellent shower singing voice, and he was school captain, volleyball and squash champion. And as he said, the favourite track is Paul Ricard. We've already been over that. But have you got any other interesting random facts about yourself, Mr. Hairbrush yourself?
Fun. Well, Paul Ricard's probably on my top 3 favourite tracks
Oh,
for
not
some
another
reason.
one.
Yeah. I don't know what it is about that track, but man, it makes for some bloody good racing.
So terrible. It's just all straight line overtakes.
It is straight line overtakes, but I guess that's what makes it good, because it's just like you make your car designed to do some overtakes on the long straight, and then you're pretty good for the rest of the race. But yeah, no.
Nothing in VTLs.
I think probably the best. I forgot what I wrote as my funny fact. So I might be doubling up.
I'll
or
get
saying
there for you.
completely
I'll get there
different.
for you.
But
I'll get there.
I don't like saying this to people because they're always like, "Can you give us a demo?" And it doesn't work, but which I'll explain. But I sing in a barbershop quartet.
Oh, yes. Hello,
Yeah, that's
hello,
it.
hello, my
Beautiful.
baby. Yeah. 1/3,
I just wanna
5th,
say,
and the
Shawnee-
7th all at once. Thank you very much.
You didn't
Yeah.
even put one in, mate. You didn't even put in your submission to the driver intro. I'm very disappointed.
Did I not? That's
No, you did. I remember seeing it.
That's
Oh, actually,
I'm
no.
pretty
I lie. Sorry, I found it. You're the guy who deleted a GT2 save for Gran Turismo 2. Is that
yeah,
correct?
that's the one. Yep. So my old man had beaten Gran Turismo 2 like 100% of it, and so he had his save with all his cars, and then I had my own save, and then one day I accidentally saved over his save with my save, because I was like, I wanted to start again because I wanted, I wanted my own save. I wanted to go from top to bottom, And
Yep.
so the cool story out of that is me and the old man were like, well, what's gone is gone, and so we worked together and we rebuilt the save bigger and better than it ever was before. And because my old man had beaten the game before, he knew all the good cars to buy, and I think his favorite was the R33 JGTC.
Oh, yep, the Pennzoil thing.
Not the Pennzoil one. I think it was the red and white one. I forget what the livery was.
Oh, I should know it.
Because Pennzoil's the yellow and black one, which is also super OG.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the
there's-
brand is, but it was the red and white one. And so basically you just make a beeline for that car and then you just win everything. And it was great.
I think that I'm looking at it right now. The Clarion livery.
It was.
That's
Was it Clarion or was it Tata or something? Or was it
BZ reckons Motul.
Motul, yeah,
Motul?
something like that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the R34 when it had Zanavi on it. That's what I'm thinking of. So I've stuffed that up completely.
Good
but I knew that
afternoon!
There was a
It's-
Pennzoil one. Just
Let me
strolls
tell you.
right in.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Sorry, we've been having technical difficulties in the old Godzilla. She's strong and fast, but she's difficult. Bit like my wife.
Oh, hope you're not within earshot there, mate. You'll be sleeping out in the garage tonight with a bit more of that talk. But we'll get to you in just a second, Gregory Brock, because we're about to go over the ASA Improv series with Sean Brimblecombe as well. So let's get that graphic up on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ASA Improve series. Who wants to talk us through that one?
The ASA series, for those looking to start out or build on their sim racing career, this is where you want to be. There is no experience requirements or even pace. Just get in there and have a good crack, because if you are wanting to improve your sim racing skills in an inclusive and education-oriented series, that is the place to be. I'll tell you that much. It's a fortnightly walkthrough on the pro side of things. Practice races are there as well, with competitive rounds for all the drivers to have a stab at. And there will be the occasional lectures on setups, physics and competition psychology and more. And that's definitely where you want to be. If you need to get the psyche into sim racing, just when you make a mistake, forget about it. Just focus on the rest of the lap, that sort of thing. Don't worry about that corner. Just learn from everything you do. And that is the place to be at ASA Improve. And what a sim racing way to start, because if you can get past that, you are just going to breed into what we're witnessing here today at the Bathurst 12 hour. That's for sure. We are seeing times within 1 or 2 tenths of each other per lap and per driver as well. The consistency is off its charts here for all those drivers, so it's a credit to ASA Improve as well for that side of things. It's part of ACC, and that's where you need to be for all of that at ASA Improve, Australian Simsport Alliance.
Yeah, definitely. It's been great to get started with improve. It's slowly building, slow and steady, and there's a few drivers who are doing improve in the race today as well. A few names I've recognised, and they seem to be a bit all over the shop. Few in the higher places, which is awesome to see. But the main thing, like the reason why I wanted to come on and just have a chat about it today was we just want to, I guess, make sure everybody's got the right idea about what it's about, because a lot of people have been calling it rookies and things like that, and I think while it is definitely for your beginners, like it's beginner friendly with all the coaching and walkthroughs available, we also want to have a more competitive side as well, because we have people that are definitely not rookies, but they are just looking to, I guess, improve themselves, as the title goes.
Hence the title.
And yeah, hence the title. And we want to build, I guess, like a sort of like a competitive championship for those who want to do a competitive championship, and then also a non-competitive side for those who are just looking to get some race mileage under their belt. So just through all the different class systems that we can do in this game, we can make that really clear and easy for those who are keen to get involved. But the main thing is just, yeah, we'd just love to see just anybody in like any sort of pace, even if you're fast and you just want to get some more racing on a Sunday night, like twice a week, every 2 weeks, then just come and join it and get amongst it, and be a guide, because we've got people constantly asking questions about, ACC, what car should I drive, what TC settings should I run, all these different things. And while myself, Meg and Ethan have got a fair amount of knowledge between us, more them two than myself, but there's always room for more people to share their opinions with what they think is the best setup or the best settings for different cars, because not everybody is a master of every car. I've been trying to slowly go through all of the cars and failing miserably on some. I don't think I'm going to be driving the Mercedes ever again after this race.
Yeah, you're one of the only Mercedes in the grid as well. So either you've
I wonder why.
You've either done something terribly wrong or terribly right. If that's usually the case, maybe in this case the proof is in the pudding. But maybe next time jump in the OP Mustang, from what we've been told in the chat over the course of the
doing
day.
Pretty well, hasn't it?
But I mean, the McLaren is the one to beat at the moment. They are out in front by about, it's a massive margin, ladies and gentlemen. But I'll tell you what, the Improved Series sounds like a fantastic place to cut your teeth as either a beginner or a seasoned veteran just looking to improve your skills in ACC land as well. Maybe you might get Greg Brock in there trying to up his skills a little bit, considering where the number one Godzilla team is placed at the moment. How's your day been going, Brocky? He's gone. He's had a...
No, I'm here. Sorry. They started off all right. It went well, and then had a few pit stops and didn't have much damage, and we were going quite well actually. And then we had a bit of a software bug kill us, and our systems that we were using to basically set up the car and make sure we got the right fuel and the right pressures and whatnot decided to have a glitch. And for every time we applied the pit stop strategy, all it did was turn on the window wipers of the car. So we had to completely stop, leave the server, come back in, and so actually so far I've only done an hour so far today. I've not actually been in the car for any more than an hour, but hopefully I'll get back in later on and do a couple double stints maybe and see how we go.
Yeah, you're going to take it home there, Brocky, or what's the go?
Oh, mate, I'm fat and old. I can't go that far. It's a case of I'll do my best and see if I can muddle my way through the traffic and pick up a few positions. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're just here for the fun and the laugh, enjoying the day with your mates, racing pretend race cars, and just making sure everyone's having a good time. And hopefully by the end of the day, everyone will have a smile on their face and come back for another one next time.
It's been an excellent series, mate. Don't you worry about that. What an event to put on, and we've commended you immensely. Pumped up your tyres. I reckon if you wanted to be anything and identify as something, it will be a 4,000 litre air compressor, because we are definitely pumping you up at this stage. It's great to have you in the chat at this point in time. Now, everyone's been debating what your age is and how old you actually are. And apparently you look a little bit on the age, or maybe just a little bit younger than what people say it is. Can you reveal to Simsational viewers out there and to ESO the age of the infamous Greg Brock?
16.
The big 6-0.
No,
Turn it up.
16. No,
Wow.
16.
I just turned last month. I just turned 42.
There we
42. Well, you're not even there yet.
Not even
They
there
all
yet.
say to
He's a
get
spring tricker.
not even there yet.
I'm a spring chicken.
Yeah,
go. Absolutely.
I was actually a lot of my friends back home in the UK were posting photos of them having a reunion, and not to blow my own trumpet, but I've definitely aged better than most of them.
That's always it's always good to see when the old classmates start posting photos and they're looking like a 200-year-old bloody oak tree sitting in the forest there, and you're soft-skinned and supple like a 16-year-old at heart. So absolutely,
Mate, it's the New
cracking
Zealand
stuff.
weather. I put it down to that. It's the New Zealand weather.
Yeah, not too much sun, I suppose. You don't have to worry about that. And if you have sim racing as a hobby, you don't need to go outside either. So a double win there for you and everyone else here involved in sim racing, which I'm sure is most of the people involved in this broadcast and watching too at home. All the good things happen indoors. There's no doubt about that.
So actually, I got an
famous
email sent through to me from my office, and all my staff are literally in the office watching this. So that'll be entertaining.
Shout out to
And
all the office staff.
If you're all sat there watching, get back to fucking work.
We're working on a Sunday.
Jesus.
Gee whiz.
Hey, what operation are you setting up there, Greg? That's a bit harsh.
the
Sunday's a day of rest, mate.
The Führer, mate. He's sending them to work 7 days a week.
Bloody hell, I'll tell you what. Now, I've also had in the chat, the Rando, he's predicted he's minimum 65, he must be. Do you know that person? And can you, if you don't, tell him to ship off?
That's got to be the teammate.
He is my
Nice
teammate,
one,
yes.
Brando.
He is
Nice
my
one,
teammate.
Brando.
Hello there.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
who we
yeah,
got?
How are you guys?
Yeah, we're joined by Cody Carlson as well, ladies and gentlemen. We had a big bet in the chat as well, $100 on your car to take out the win. I'm currently holding that bet at 50 to 1. So not fast, just furious has he's got to pay up. He's going to have to pay up at the end of the day unless your car can make its way up another 23 positions, Cody. He's actually in the car right now as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. He's out there on track.
Yeah, I got it. There was a late call to jump in the car, and I'm like, okay then, I'm stuck here now. I can't do anything.
How the hell are you driving that thing and talking at the same time? It's something I don't possess, that skill. How is it all going? How's the car feeling? What's the setup like? Give us some info.
When the setup is on point, she works well, but we've just been struggling with tyre pressures, and she's been wanting to spin around on us all day. The rears have generally been about a whole PSI higher than the fronts, and we've had one stint, which was luckily mine, where they actually all lined up, and not since then.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Bit of yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
No, it's not ideal having a car that wants to fight you for an endurance race. What you want is the Aston, says Lindsay. A car that's easy to drive. It's probably not the fastest out there on the grid, but very reliable in the way of consistency. Doesn't want to kill you. These rear-engine cars, when they do get the rear tyres heated up a little bit, they tend to want to spit you out into the wall. So we're just commentating on a battle here. This is Tim Nash going up the inside of Robertson, having a look into the chase. Robertson going off the track, a little bit of a door up there as well. And there goes Atkinson around the outside of the second half of the chase. He will make his way up into into 19th position. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of breakfast coming up on the way through as well. So,
Oh,
as
goodness
you were,
gracious
ladies
me.
and gentlemen, I'm getting a few little burps, a few little bubbles coming up through the trachea. But as you were,
I'll
gentlemen.
tell you what. Well, I was going to say that we haven't heard much from the hairbrush himself, Brimblecone, while he's sitting here. Mate, tell us about the strategy for the end of the race, because we've ticked over. Well, we've ticked over the halfway mark. We're at 5 hours and 15 minutes left. How many more stints are you going to do there, and what is it going to entail? Is it low fuel runs, high fuel runs? What are we looking at?
Oh, we're just trying to get as much mileage as we can out of every tank. Obviously, we had a few oopsies earlier in the race, which kind of threw the whole plan out the window. The whole thing just went in the toilet. So we're just filling it up, running it as hard as it can go. Map 1, because we were doing a bit of fuel save just to try and extend the stints and basically cut a pit stop out, but now it's just a case of just drive it as fast as it can go and kind of see what happens when we get to the end of the race. But I see a couple more stints in my future. We've got a guy, Ethan Payno, he's in for another half an hour at least, and then I think Brent will be getting back into the car, and then myself. So yeah, it's going well. It's not been an ideal start to the race after the first stint. It was the dream first stint, and then kind of all the wheels fell off the wagon all at once. So it is what it is. It happens. That's racing, especially at Bathurst.
Well, don't worry about that, mate.
If you don't have a crash at Bathurst, have you had a race at Bathurst? I don't think so.
Well, as the famous Michael Schumacher said, if you don't crash, you don't know where the limit is, and that's exactly what's happening with you guys. I think I've seen the bonnet a couple of times, just sitting up and proper.
A couple of times, yeah.
It's been good to watch us at Pit Viper Epsilon, that's for sure, and I'm sure you guys will do the Pit Viper crew crowd there. Very proud, as well as the race goes on. Maybe a top 20 coming your way, I reckon. Just don't forget, 5 hours and 13 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of time here for our races. Rocky knows about it, that's for sure. He's got plenty of time. His workmates are going to be putting the pressure on him come Monday tomorrow. They'll be giving him all the stick, I guarantee, of making him work on Sundays. And Cody Carlson just sitting here, lovely as well. Always good to have all the company here in the box, Chris Munro.
Yeah,
it's sensational, if you don't mind.
Yeah, absolutely. As Lindsay, our trackside Larko, has he got any questions for our guests in the commentary box? That would be appreciative.
Honestly, I don't have too many. I just have one for Cody, right? Last time I was in a VC with you and you tried to talk while being in the car, you put it right into a wall. How have you not done that yet?
Because I have already put it in the wall about 3 times today.
You've already used up the tokens, because I was in a VC with you when you were doing Le Mans last year and you put it in a wall in like 3 minutes.
I don't remember that. I must have hit it too hard.
I do not recall, he says. That's the right answer.
That's the politician's answer, if you ask me. That's a Royal Commission answer there. If I've ever heard one, turn it up. I can't recall that, and I'll follow it up with you after the interview, Mark Zuckerberg style. That's for sure. But well done. Well, it's a feat in itself there, Cody.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
That's correct. No evidence, no photos, no proof. That's it. It's a cracking effort from you, mate. Are you looking at probably going just a little bit longer than what you are at the moment, or how long are we going to see you in the seat for the remainder of the race?
Well, my timer currently says I've got 48 minutes of fuel left, so I'll try and get to the end of that, but if we keep going off how the car's been running today, it may be about 30 minutes left.
30 minutes of the greatest man in Chris Munro's favourite livery on the circuit. Chrome green, he gets excited, and that's awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Cody. I have no questions for you left, but that doesn't mean anyone else that doesn't have anything for you. We're going to stop snapping the wall there too, mate. Just keep it off the walls there, please, and thank you.
Little love tap there for Lindsay.
Love tap for Lindsay. Loving it. Loving it. It's been a cracking race so far, gents. Brocky, what's the predictions for the GDR at the end of the stint where will you be sitting, please?
Our goal is just to be top 20. I think if we can make top 20, then we'll be happy and satisfied. But I think realistically, as long as we get the car home in one piece and just finish up with the not ending up in a wall and everyone being pals at the end, that's the main goal.
And Hairbrush, give us yours, mate.
I think we can definitely claw back some time. We've got about a lap behind. We're about a lap behind P25, so that'd be pretty decent. But if we can get that lap back, then there'll be a few cars all within a nice clump that we can try and have a battle with. So I guess we'll see what happens. I'll try my hardest. We'll pull this car back.
Do or do not, there is no try, as Yoda says there.
Exactly right.
Yeah, all the Star Wars fans out there know what we're talking about here, as do the other two drivers. It's fantastic to have them with us here. It's gone off on a bit of a tangent here, Brocky, so don't judge us on the tinfoil hat commentary that we've been going on in the broadcast. If you've missed that, we've had pretty much some comments and questions that come through that are philosophical, but we're loving them. We have one question for you. This will settle you both. If a hot dog is in a bun, is it now just a sausage sandwich, or is it still a hot dog?
The hard-hitting questions here.
That is a hard-hitting question. If a sausage is in a bun, is it a hot dog or a sausage sandwich? I'm going to go with a hot dog. Because it's a bun. If it was bread, it'd be a sausage sandwich.
Yeah, it's all about the small details, and I think he's right there. Absolutely. What about What about a taco? Is it a meat hot dog?
Oh no, Brocky! Oh no, Brocky! Austin just yeeted it into the wall riding Tony Hawk style. He's facing the wrong way at Skyline there, not what we want to see for while you're in the pit box. Surely that's going to be a safety car. That is parked in the worst spot. He's got collected as well. Oh no, that is horrible stuff. Wowee, Samuel Austin, someone's just lost their drink in the background. It's got to go. See you, Brocky.
Oh,
and that is not what we want to see at the moment. Is there going to be a safety car here at this point in time? It's green flag racing still, but geez Louise, Samuel Austin, not what you want to do, just wall riding that. That is a cracking car. Safety car, boards and flags is not fast, just furious. And the safety car, well, the yellow flag is out 100% here. Whether we're going to see a safety car, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that is unfortunate stuff. We have a tendency to commentator curse the cars that we are watching and interviewing as well. So, drivers, if you want to get involved in the com box, do it at your own risk, because I think we've certainly put the clamps on two cars now. At the very least. Holy moly, it's all happening.
I better get out of here before my car ends up meeting barrier R.
It already has, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
It has already.
Can't get much worse.
We've done more than enough. The mechanics are getting paid good today. We're going to have to pay them over.
Definitely.
It's certainly earning
pay them
their
out of time. Thank you, Shawnee. It's been good to see you, or seen, as someone would call you.
Yeah, of course. I've heard that one before. Wow, that's a good one. I'll keep that one in my back pocket for next time.
My dad's name is Scene as well, so we'll just keep it at that. Thank you for joining us here in the Combox, mate. All the best for the rest of the Arvo.
Thank you very much for having me. Enjoying the broadcast. Thank you guys very much.
No worries. Thanks for joining in. And on a more serious note, viewers and Combox alike, Rochelle Taylor in the chat has just given us a shout out for car 17. Her brother is one of the racers. That would be Chris Taylor, who is behind the wheel now. They've painted the car in honour of their mum, who has recently had brain cancer. So she's watching on and cheering on the guys all day. So hopefully all is going well in that house, and our thoughts go out to the Taylor family.
Absolutely, and I mentioned it was one of my favourites on the circuit in terms of the paint scheme, the Shell Helix livery, and as Chris said, just condolences to all of that. The cancer is one of the things that we all wish as humans they would just genuinely find a cure for, which we already know they have, but it's a horrible way to go. I've had family impacted and also passed on by that, so my full heart goes out to the family at the moment, but we'll be cheering on Chris Taylor for the remainder of the race as well. All the best to him and everyone else in that family too. So thank you, Rochelle, and we're there for you, and our thoughts are definitely with your family.
We'll listen to the roar of that that Mustang as well. Let's ride on board. Let's get on that one with the. We'll turn the game sound up. It's time. The boys had a little breather here at Sensational TV, so we're going to go on board. Thanks to Mama Taylor. We're going to listen to the roar of Chris getting around the track here in that DJR-inspired number 17 livery of the Ford Mustang. Turn up your speakers, ladies and gentlemen. What a sound it's about to come at you. Welcome back, viewers. Just keeping up our nutrition here in the commentary box. It's a long stint, ladies and gents. That is coming up on 7 hours in the commentary box. If you've just joined the stream, welcome. My name is Chris Munro. I'm always joined by Mr. Zach O'Reilly as well. Let's get that comms graphic up. There we go. And we're joined today especially with our man on the track there down in the pit lane, Lindsay Larko, with the expert comments, keeping our viewers informed about all the ins and outs of the cars, how they behave, the I guess the back end stuff that comes along with ACC, Assetto Corsa Competizione. So, if you are new to the channel, we are running a raffle today. We're raffling off a $50 Steam voucher. All you got to do is donate to the stream, either in Super Chat mode or in the tips mode or in the Patreon mode. Any of those goes into the draw to win that $50 voucher. I'm just going to get up the list of names we've got now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, around the 10 to 12 mark at the moment. So the chances are pretty good. I tell you what, you got more chance of winning this raffle than you do, winning the Chook raffle at the local RSL. That's for sure. So get your predictions, get your tips in, and you can go into the draw there. Thank you to everyone in the chat for joining in as well. Not fast, just furious. They didn't listen to you, mate. Safety car boards and flags. He even wrote it in all capital letters, ladies and gentlemen. And the race direction just completely ignoring that request. Jamie Comboy is he's got a few fans in the chat as well. He's absolutely he's killing it there for a man on a solo mission. If you've just joined the podcast, the stream, Jesus Christ.
Wow.
It feels like a podcast, though.
It does a little bit, yeah. You're talking all sorts. We don't just stick to racing here at Sensational TV. We've delved into the philosophical workings of Ocean Gate, which we will not be revisiting again. Thank you very much. Absolute rubbish. Not Fast, Just Furious does ask a question in the chat, though. How can you guys explain what the tow and safety car procedure is in these rules? I'm not too sure. I think if you're just too much damage to get back to the pits, you're allowed to get a tow. Is that right?
So, yeah, I mean, if it's unsafe for you to be driving around the track at a super slow pace, if you've gotten damage, you can tow back to the pits, or if you've just gotten so much damage to the point where you can't move, you can tow back to the pits by pressing escape and return to garage. The safety car procedure, I have the rulebook here. So when a safety car or virtual safety car is called by the race director, drivers must reduce their speed and not overtake other drivers. When using a virtual safety car, the leader takes the role of the safety car and keeps the grid at a speed nominated by the race director. If the safety car restarts, the safety car returns to the pits and the leader maintains a pace nominated by the race director until the apex of the final corner. And then there's a bunch of restart rules, but there's no specific guidelines when it comes to safety cars and what makes them deploy. Obviously, it's a crash, but considering we've seen some absolutely huge crashes here this afternoon and this morning, clearly they're not bringing out these safety cars lightly at all, and maybe not at all, because I'd really like to see a safety car, but we've seen some huge accidents and no safety cars. Not even a virtual. No.
Like the umpires in a grand final, they just like to put their whistles away and let the players decide it out there on the oval. I'll tell you what, it is up to the race director's discretion, should I say, when it comes to deploying the safety car. We have seen, as you said, Lindsay, we've seen some absolutely wicked accidents out there on track today. One of which we're going to go back to, because we had Brock, one of the teammates, in the chat when this happened. Bang, bang, he goes up and mounts the wall there, going into Skyline. And then he gets collected as well, I think, by another car coming around the corner. Oh, it's close. We just want to try and get it. There it is. Wacko. That was, that was Lucas Key's car. That was huge. That was the 1-2-1, I think.
Is that a Red Bull?
I think it was, but they're currently in third position, so they mustn't have been injured too much because of it. It's hard to tell from that angle which Lamborghini it was, but certainly one of the Lambos.
And I'll tell you what, though, that incident itself caused a whole ping to the entire grid from our race director, Meg. They said, just a bit of general advice, please take caution when the yellows are shown. We've had a result that might have resulted in injury, and obviously taking care in yellows will help preserve your own races. Bathurst is especially narrow, and if there's an incident in Sector 2, there's a real chance there's a car on the track. That relates perfectly to that incident. And when it comes to the injury portion of it, for people who might not understand, that is because, especially on ACC and Assetto Corsa, it's on all sims, but when you get hit when stationary, the force feedback goes absolutely crazy, and there is a chance you get a massive hand or wrist injury.
Yeah, there was an injury actually not too long ago that we heard about. It was after the race where, everyone, once they finish, they go across the finish line. They usually go and park it on track somewhere. Someone did that, and it was after a couple of hours stint in the chair. So the driver was slumped over his wheel just having a little rest after he had 2 hours in the chair, and someone rammed him from behind, and the force feedback of his wheel spun the actual wheel around and collected him in the face, breaking his jaw, funnily enough. And, well, not funnily enough at all, but coincidentally enough, breaking his jaw. So, who said it's not a contact sport, ladies and gentlemen? It can catch you out even at the best of times.
Yeah, and I can tell you myself that I've experienced that. Luckily, it didn't break my jaw, but I was in iRacing with one of my mates, and he straight-lined me, and I was leaning over my wheel to reach my keyboard and mouse. Smacked me right in the jaw. I couldn't talk for like 2 days.
Yeah, it's
All I can say is just don't have a rectangular wheel. Just go Thrustmaster T300 style, like myself. Have a perfectly round wheel, and the contact won't be like hitting a brick wall. That's for sure. But it is, in all seriousness, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is very, very serious, and it's a rule that should be enforced for every league, because when you got wheels that are spinning at 5 Newton meters of rotational force, and you are struggling to fight the wheel with your own arms, and your own arms can generally do at least 50, 60 kilos, you've basically got that amount of speed coming right at you in the jaw, and no jaw is going to be able to survive that unless you are Jaws of the James Bond series. That's for sure. Not the way to go about it. That's in all seriousness there. But
I mean,
in all seriousness, yeah, go.
No, you're right, mate. Don't let me stop you there. You're on a good point.
No, you're the captain of the commentary team. I will give you all the license you want.
What I was going to say. I think it was that 5 Newton meters is on the lower end of the spectrum as well nowadays. With these new generation of wheels, they can get up to 25 at peak Newton meter, peak torque, should I say? So 25 Newton meters style. That would knock anyone out. Bit of Mike Tyson left, right, good night. It's not what you want to have after you've just earned yourself a 15th position in a bloody 12-hour race or something like that.
Yeah, look, I would be in agreement. 25 Newton meters is nothing to slouch at. That's for sure, especially when a rectangular-shaped wheel is coming at your jaw quick and fast. So not what we want to do, but the action is back on track here. Stephen Rees is circulating very, very nicely. Probably one of the cleaner drivers of the event so far, doing very, very well there for the Bathurst 12-hour at this point in time, sitting in 8th place, albeit nearly a minute behind his next competitor. One safety car, that will just negate every single thing, so stick around for that, ladies and gentlemen. As well, we've had Not Fast, Just Furious just getting on the 420 train here with a thinking brain at the moment of one person on the old forbidden belief, and just asking us some ridiculous questions. What is it? And we won't even read that one out. But no, Stephen Rees, that is hairy. He has just gone into the barrier. We'll get a replay of that shortly. Not the ideal way. We'll commentator curse him again. Not the way to do it. Someone's had a wheelbase in Gearhead catch fire after a race as well there in the comments section. That's definitely running at hot, mate. Wowee. Yeah, that motor was running at full 25 Newton meters, I reckon, for the grand scheme of things. Thrustmaster problems. Yes. Probably, yeah. I haven't had that experience yet, and I'm hoping it does not happen, because right above my wheelbase is a MDF wooden frame from a monitor stand, so that would catch on fire quick smart if that was the case too, but geez Louise. Aled Drives asks us, how can we enter these series? Well, mate, just see in the bottom of the Discord. We have had that question many a time. See Australian Simsport Alliance there in the description of the YouTube video that we are streaming right now. Click that Discord link and it will take you to that. And I'll tell you what, it wasn't Thrustmaster, it was Crapatech for Gearhead. And 8 Newton meters gone down. So that is what happens with Crapatech. Unfortunately, just stick to what you know. Keep it simple.
I have an 8 Newton meter Crapatech right next to me right now. I've never even had it go hot while using 8 Newton meters. It's a heat sink wheelbase. It shouldn't even catch fire. So that's some beam and G-force feedback. That.
Yeah. Well, look, when they're made by the sweatshops in Vietnam, you know, sometimes the 25 cents an hour wage just does not have a care factor for some employees, and he's probably copped that one.
At least my quick release doesn't snap in half every time I try to take my wheel off.
There you go. One of the employees left an old tissue there down in the gearing or the motor there. Maybe catching
COVID,
fire
put his mask in it.
halfway through. Yeah, but no, I used to have a Fanatec DD1, and it served me well for many years. Never even got hot. I can't even remember hearing the fan spool up on that thing at any point, and I used to run it pretty heavy. Just tooting my own trumpet with the big old Warwick Farms here, mate. I used to manhandle that thing around the track all the time. Oh, gee whiz.
Spaghetti arms over here, turn it up.
Welcome everyone in the chat. Thank you very much. Gearhead, he's continuing on. How'd you know? I was in a bar jar truck.
The one time my wheelbase was actually gotten so hot that it shut down was on BeamNG, because BeamNG's force feedback is so incredibly aggressive that when the car crumples into 5 million pieces, your force feedback just starts going and then it crashes.
There you go. Thanks to BeamNG out there. You can send the bill to Gearhead to get his 8 Nm CSL Elite fixed up there. Currently, we're riding on board with Ryan Whitmore in car 91, which is for team Moreham King, my favourite of the team names, and he's chasing down George Sicanius. Sounds about right. Sicanius, the Greek god himself there in the car 74. He's only a second and a half behind him. That car that you can see out the front windscreen is pole position, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Battle's pole position after 7 odd hours of racing. That is look out, there's a car off the track there. That is the car he's chasing down, ladies and gentlemen. That's the Repsol GTR itself, and we've seen it just sort of pinballing its way through this race. Many times it's come into contact with the wall. I think he's going to have a fair bit of damage after that one as well, and it's all just compounding for that team in the Repsol GTR. But now he's got Ryan Whitmore to deal with, only a second behind him in the grand scheme of things here. What a cracking race this is turning out to be, guys.
Yeah, well, mate, you can't complain about that at all. It's incredible stuff, and we've seen drivers complete their stints. Cody Carlson's done his stint. He is all over and done. And now we're seeing a battle here on the circuit, which could entail maybe a driver swap too, or an early pit stop here to get them out of that. But at the moment, it's 3/10 advantage in the space there of Whitmore, coming up on the Greek god himself in Sacanias. And he's looking very, very racy in that in the Aston Martin. That's for sure. The Repsol Honda, as Chris said, being a bit towier than a Roman sandal, I would say, at the moment on the circuit, just hitting the walls, looking at maybe apexing here, there, and everywhere, just getting all that sort of mischief out of the way late in the session. So by the time it comes to racing, at the dying minutes of the GT3 race, he can be eyes in. But it's just petered out to 1.2 seconds. So bit of rhythm there, and a flow coming back into the Greek god's wheelhouse. It's a bit of a minefield, I would say, there in the chat. We'll see the replay here. Oh, geez Louise, what's going to happen here? That is Mr. Cody Carlson's car himself. Slaps it into the wall. That is harder than a drug addict on a Thursday night on the fur wall. 100%. He is done and gone out, and even clips another car too. Surely, where's the safety car directors? Honestly to God, that is nearly $20 worth under the table there, Risky Pierce in the chat. That's for sure. But nothing to be said and done. Green flag racing, here we go. Ben Collins is probably getting paid $400 for this, and he's done 3 laps. I'll tell you what, $100, $130 a lap. I wouldn't be too unhappy about that either.
Yeah, they're in Jamie Whincup territory. I'm pretty sure that's what he probably gets paid at the very least. Come out for a stint out of retirement in the recent Bathurst 1000, but good luck to him and good luck to the race directors. I reckon they've had an absolute gutful at the moment. Just reading through some of the Discord happenings, and there's disputes here left and right about the way that people see incidents happening here in the race. It's not a job that I'd like to be doing at all. So the any money that those guys are earning, it's not enough. I'll give you the hot tip.
Well, I reckon that's comments from the Supercoach himself, Mr. Larko. Give us your opinion on that.
I mean, the race directors are definitely going to be having a pretty tricky job. With all, because they have to look at everything that we get a replay of the McLaren going wide there and the Ferrari nearly collecting him with the Kmart livery. But yeah, every single time we've replayed, the stewards have looked at that. Any single time there's been any sort of incident, the race directors have to look at that. And they don't just manage the stewarding either. They're managing how the race runs, how the serve is running, as we see Whitmore go down the inside of Brady Anderson. Oh no, it was
Other
Brady
way
Anderson
around,
going
yeah.
down the inside of Whitmore there, as on the inside of Griffin, getting that one done, the Mustang through on the Aston Martin. But yeah, they have to look at absolutely everything, how the server runs, any problems people are having, such as in the ESO general chat right now. Somebody has an issue and our race director is having to look at it right now and try and help them. They're doing all sorts of things, and it's crazy. They have to do so much.
Yeah, I don't envy them at all. That's for sure. I've just been keeping one eye on the ESO chat today, and there's been, if anyone's
Minefield.
yeah, if anyone's been having a look in there, there's been a car that's been DQ'd out of this race for their demeanour in the Discord chat, believe it or not. So not only on-field or on-track incidents being looked at by the stewards, but also off-track decorum being filtered through to the steward's desk. So yeah, tough job there for those guys. And look at this, Brady Adderton on a charge, just getting around one of the Nissans. He was the pole sitter from yesterday, ladies and gents. As you can see, his best lap today, or his last lap, sorry, was a 2-minute dead. He's on an absolute flyer. I'm going to just bring up, if I can, what his best lap was. I think it's in this section here. His best lap today was a 2-minute dead 0.6. So he's lapping at about his personal best as well. And each time he goes around, that time a little bit slower because he had to make a couple of overtakes. But they had a pretty poor start to this race, and just ever since have been clawing back what they can, and one overtake at a time. So good luck to that team.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
He's flying. They were 3 laps down, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, right.
3 laps at the start of this race after the incidents, and climbing their way through 14th is a absolutely massive feat. And his quickest lap was a 2-minute dead 2:30. So this guy, a qualifying specialist from last night's eventful qualifying and top 10 shootout, is flying, and definitely flying at the moment. It's the quickest lap of the race so far, so don't you worry about that. He's lapping quicker than the McLaren's out in front at the moment, and that's incredible to see. I'm really, really excited to see where he finishes. He's lining up a move here at this point in time on a blue flagger. See if he can get that job done. Not through the S's into the dipper, that's for sure. He'll probably get that job done here into Forest Elbow, onto the final straight of Mount Panorama. The Conrod Straight, and he's got that done beautifully, and the BMW just getting out of the way nicely and cleanly there as well. That BMW had more feet splay than a top-class ballerina at one stage. The toe out on those tyres were definitely in the 48 to 60 degree mark with some damage, so just getting out of the way nicely, knowing their own battles. And Mad Maddie, I'll tell you what, my sister's name's Maddie, and we have a nickname for her. I won't go into what that is. Oh, she's called the Fat Man, because all she does is eat the fat off the chops, anything that was on our dinner plate as a kid. So she's the complete opposite of fat too. She's a long distance runner, my sister. Anyway, but Maddie is driving very, very well at the moment, doing that long distance name. Pride and hopeful. Only 1.2 seconds here away from Smith. I tell you what, Smithy better get his legs up and ready to go. That's for sure.
Yeah, a couple of little battles starting
Slade,
to...
sorry, it was.
Yeah, a couple of little battles starting to heat up on track now, one of which we are looking at here. It's Chris Taylor on the back of Slade, and he's got a blue flag marker just in front of him to deal with. So looking out both ends of this car is Mr. Slade. He's got he's going to have to try and work out when the best time is to get around that car in front. It's the number 74. It's actually gone past. Actually, it's Sinakis, yeah. So he's down a lap on these guys. Currently, Chris Taylor just searching for a way around. Oh, no, he's gone off the track there, the number 75. That's going to compress these three up just ever so slightly. Look at that now. The Kmart Ferrari right up the back of that Mustang heading down the hill now. What are they going to do? Maybe look for a move into Forest Elbow, but that blue car ain't getting out of the way that easily. Don't you worry about that. He'll probably move over here coming down the straight, but that Mustang would fancy its chances now in the double slipstream just to get a little bit closer to that Kmart Ferrari by the end of Conrod Straight, and maybe look to move themselves up into 6th position. They've had an absolutely great day out here in the Bathurst 12 hour, avoiding most of the drama. I think only a couple of little off track excursions from memory, but nothing too serious. No major damage to have to report back to the garage with. And that number 75 not getting out of the way at the moment. So it's stations holding here at the moment. They're not getting out of the way at all. So they might be getting some comments from the race director here to get the hell out of the way, as these two guys are on the lead lap trying to get through. Or are they on the lead lap? No, they're not. They are a lap down as well. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars remain on the lead lap, guys. This is starting to heat up now with these two going up the hill.
Well, they're all having a good crack here at the moment. It's Taylor, Kumar and Holmes. Sherlock is getting out there trying to crack all of the codes and get that mystery of the setup of the Mustang solved so we can keep getting out of the way at this point in time. But, it's not even home. What is going on with my timing tower, honestly and truly? I don't know what's happening
here. The ACC timing tower is a mess. As someone who
it is an absolute mess.
It is a nightmare, and I'm loving the one that Chris is using, because I'm just using what I'm seeing on the stream.
All right, well, bugger it. So we've got the Flower, Indian Sensation, and a tailor-made golf driver, all line astern here, and they're having a good crack at this point in time. It's looking very, very, as you said, Chris, 1 lap down. It's not too bad, I reckon, after 7 hours and 21 minutes of racing.
Yeah.
And to be only a lap down now is not too shabby. We see in 161 laps, cars been 3 or 4 laps down in supercars, so that just goes to show how an abolishment that competition is here. Sensationally on AK Racing, and also for ESO, we see the best racing here at Sensational TV, that's for sure. And we're getting the best of it here. Chris Taylor driving very, very nicely, trying to get his ass his nose onto the arse end of Mr. Kumar, and get past all of these lap traffic markers at this point in time. A second to gap at the point in time, but Mad Matty, Chris, is having a good crack here at the back of Smith. Only 0.3 of a second away here between the two of them. Nearly got the move done there into the chase. Wowee. That's Ferrari versus Bentley, if I've ever seen it. Now they're right on the back of each other. Mad Matty having an absolute baller of a time here. The Haviland Bentley sitting in 8th place. Wowee, that car was in 18th at one stage there, Chris, or 20th as well. Finding himself in 8th place. That's a cracking drive from all of them. But Mad Matty having a good crack, getting into hole corner nicely, just using the slow in, fast out approach, getting that hole shot up Mountain Straight. That Bentley looks slippery in a straight line here. Looking on board here at the moment, I'm having a crack and seeing what the difference is, and that Bentley is just absolutely rode away into the sunset. That is full Titanic style at the moment in the Bentley, just boating its way across the Atlantic, not getting the apex though, so that's invited Mad Matty up, and a bit of oversteer, and that's it. Mad Matty's got the job done, and that will be P8 for Matty's, and that is cracking driving, but not if the Bentley has anything to say about it. He's going to have to give up the ghost there, is Smith, and that is all over. Dill, your job is gone. Thank you very much, Mad Matty. Straight into 8th place, and that Ferrari is going to make its way across the mountain and get out of any sort of slipstream battle before Conrod Straight. Wowee. What an exciting race this is turning out to be. With 4 hours and 36 minutes left, it's still spicing up here, Chris. We've got past that lull in the middle, and all the eyes forward here for commentary in the grand scheme of things.
In the grand scheme of things, certainly we've got, 7.5 hours under the belt. It's all starting to happen too. We had that little bit of a lull, and now we've got battles starting to form up and down the track. Lindsay can talk us through this next one here. We've got Chris Taylor still just hounding the back of Kumar. Can't make too much ground up, but look at the gap just starting to drop down now into Murray's corner. So maybe you can get this overtake done this lap, Lindsay, or the next. We're going to find out, mate. Talk us through it.
Yep,
Get
so
on board there, Chris, as well.
Taylor heads towards Hell Corner, he's going to have to get a good exit if he wants to get it done here on the Ferrari and be right on the back of the car he is actually fighting for. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong part. He has to get past the Ferrari. Who is Kuma? I'm all over the place. I looked at the wrong part of the leaderboard. Anyway, as Taylor is hunting down Kuma as we head up the hill towards the cutting, or through Griffins now, as back on the power. This is where the Ferrari will be stronger, but then the car in front of them, the other Mustang, is definitely going to be holding up that Ferrari. So they're going to be in a bit of a chat. I can't speak English right now.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
No
I'm normally all with the tongue twisty and stuff like that, but I just can't talk right now. As Kumar is still hunting down, but we look over the rear wing and Taylor chasing as we head through McPhillamy towards Brock Skyline down the hill. Just look at the elevation through that back end camera and now through the dipper. Look, the car drops down and it goes airborne for a brief moment as we now head towards Forest Elbow now. Taylor has to get a great run here as he's actually dropped back a little bit from Kumar as they both take different lines. The Mustang not actually getting to the apex, but now this is where the Mustang excels in a straight line, but Kumar should be getting past this Mustang any time soon. But you can see in the background, look at the straight line speed of Taylor's Mustang. He's closing and closing and closing. He's not even that far in the slipstream compared to that Ferrari and the Mustang in front as we head through the chase. Will Taylor commit to the move? No, he's going to stay behind. He's a bit too far back on this attempt as we head through the chase. A bit of a wobble there for Kumar, the Ferrari getting a bit unstable, and now Taylor could size up and move at the final corner here. Will he go down the inside? The Ferrari sitting in the middle of the track and now returning to the racing line as Taylor rounding Murray's is going to have an absolutely phenomenal Hell's Corner if he wants to get the move into P6, but right now it looks like P7 is where he's going to be staying. He's been in this battle for quite a long time now. This three-car train definitely is going to be causing some annoyances. Taylor will be sick of sitting behind, but as Kumar is still trying to also find a way past that Mustang in front.
Well, that is Josh Holmes in front of this battle pack, and he is sitting in 4th place. So, or it says 4th, but it might be 3rd. I'm not too sure, but still, the pace is relative here as these guys are trying to unlap themselves, but then race at the same time. Yeah. Cracking commentary there from the Supercoach himself, Larko. There just got it absolutely nailed there. Wowee, we're getting a run for our money here at Sensational TV with that sort of behaviour, and looks very, very well. And proper here for Chris Taylor. Just consistent, but also the Indian sensation himself in Harsh Kumar, absolutely dominating that Ferrari too. He knows where the pace is and his strengths and weaknesses, so he's getting on board, as you see from the splitter cam here for Chris Taylor, just over Skyline, getting it all under control. Look at the speed difference there. That Mustang in front is now corking the bottle, even though they're in front and in position to take a better lead of the race. But what is going to happen here between the rest of them? The Ferrari finding its strengths and weaknesses. Just a bit of understeer there on exit 2 for Chris Taylor. But there we go. As the super coach said, we have got the strength of the Mustang down Conrod. It is absolutely flying down that straight. It loses about a 10th and a half or maybe a car length at the Forest Elbow, but then gains it back by the end of the straight. Wowee. And smashing it through the gears at the moment. 281 k's an hour for Mr. Holmes in 3rd place, and this is nearly a cropper of a time here for all of them. Kumar just hounding the back, cannot get past, and it's keeping Chris Taylor in this little battle pack here for the time being. Wowee, are we going to see something happen? Because Kumar just going to get the brazen bits, and Tijuana, Mr. Holmes, straight out of contention in 3rd place. Or will he keep the car there and just defend it from Mr. Taylor? We'll find out in about 3 or 4 laps time, I reckon, at this rate.
Yeah, it's an interesting little scenario we've got ourselves in here at the moment with that lead car of this three-way battle pack being a lap ahead of these two. So they're trying to battle hard, the two cars in Sundry, but they also don't want to go trying to risk anything by taking out the car on a lap ahead of them. And also the car in front, Josh Holmes, probably wants to just defend these guys off because he doesn't want to let at least one of these two past, or even both of them, for them to only just keep continuing on the battle and slowing his own race down. So an interesting complexion to this little battle happening here at the moment. But I think what is happening here is Mr. Kumar does have the pace on not only Taylor but the car in front as well. And this Mustang in front is keeping the number 17 in this battle, as Zach said just before. So a complex little battle here as well. And you don't get that in sprint racing too much. This is pretty much an endurance specialty that happens once every blue moon, where you get two cars that are actually faster than the guy on the lead lap. It just happens to be that way this time. But this time around, now there's another lap car to deal with. That's the 4-2-3 of Pit Piper Epsilon, just getting out of the way of all three of these cars. Thank you very much. And they are line astern and play on, boys, as they were only a lap ago and a lap previous to that. So this battle just just in a bit of a stalemate here at the moment.
Yep, and I think it's going to stay that way as a stalemate for the moment, as I just think that Taylor is not quite closing up in the right parts of the circuit because of where the Ferrari is quick, and then the Ferrari getting stuck behind Holmes as well. They're all relative on pace, so it's not being held up, it's just not being able to go anywhere to try and defend, because if they start battling, they're going to fall away from Holmes, and their goal will ultimately not to be for the position right now. It'll be for unlapping themselves, and then they can go scrap away for the position as we head down the mountain straight, as Kumar actually looking closer than normal to Holmes as we head up towards Griffin's Bend, but nothing to avail just yet, no moves able to be made, as Kumar is going to have one heck of a mountain if he wants to get a move done here, but no, you definitely won't be getting a move done at the cutting unless the driver in front of you makes a mistake at Griffin. So as we head up the hill and through this very, very fast right-hander in these GT3s, completely flat out unless you have a bit of a slide, and now as we head through the fast left-handers through McPhillamy Park now, and just keep it absolutely pinned with a little bit of a lift through here. Once you get back to the floor though, the downforce will carry you through the curb as you head to Brock Skyline, and Kumar is closing in just a little bit on Holmes, but not enough to make a move just yet. But look at that through the dipper, Kumar basically pushing Holmes. So if they get a good run off of Forest Elbow, this could be a move finally to be made as Kumar runs out wide to try and get the better exit. Actually taps the wall there. That invites Chris Taylor into this. Finally, Taylor has his chance, and he's going to get through. He's going to use the legs the Mustang has in a straight line to take the place for the moment. And now he is going to be the one chasing Holmes, and it's going to be Mustang, and then the Ferrari is further in the background as well. There's two cars going wheel to wheel there over the hill. But as we head through the chase, will Kumar try and dive back down the inside? No, he's not close enough, but the Ferrari does gain under braking, but Taylor will be in absolute relief that he's finally through and not looking at the rear end of that Ferrari.
Yeah, excellent commentary there from the Supercoach himself, just getting right in amongst the action, getting upbeat, live and interesting there, as we want to hear in Sensational TV. That was a unforced error there from Kumar. Just told you he would get the fire under the belly and maybe do something unforced, and it's exactly what he did. Now the Mustang is just going to take all that gap and momentum away from the Ferrari up Mountain Straight here, because that thing is quick in a straight line. Then Kumar's going to get back at him up the top of the mountain, but nowhere to go, nowhere to pass unless there's something full-on aggressive and contact to be made. Kumar is now in a very difficult position. Now Chris Taylor has released himself and he can go after Holmesy, the investigator himself, but because those cars are definitely on pace in the same section of the track, I should say. But then when it comes to that, the Ferrari is going to be quick across this section. Up the hill we go, basically all the way through Silverman Park over the grate here. And we'll see into McPhillamy just if you can get a little bit of a gap decrease in the Delta department. Not at this time here. So Chris Taylor, well and truly released now, and a bit of clear track in front of him, can get that eye marks where your optic nerve points on song and ready to go. And you can see that Ferrari just absolutely pinning it through the dipper and the S's there, and he's managed to claw back another 2 car lengths alone in that section. But through Forest Elbow we go. Happy days here for Chris Taylor. He knows that he's got the legs here, and hopefully he can get close enough to Sherlock in front of him and get a slipstream from a Mustang to a Mustang, and that is just an unescapable route for the Ferrari. The Ferrari's got no answers for any of that, and he's even in the slipstream here right now with Chris Taylor and cannot get an advantage there in a straight line. Is the horsepower advantage of the Mustang in front, or the flying brick as it has been called so many times here tonight. And then Monkey do stuff there from Kumar and Taylor off there. And there goes our man Holmes into the pits from 3rd position, now taking a maybe a driver swap and some fuel. But now Kumar has seen that and can maybe take the position off without any unlap traffic in front of Chris Taylor to negotiate.
Yeah, he's not going to have the aid of the slipstream either, so I think maybe the number 17 car might just be a little bit vulnerable here as well, with Kumar just seeing all that happen in front of him. Has probably got a nice little profile in his brain about where the Mustang is fast and where it is slow, and he's probably trying to think where is the best point in the circuit that he can get this move done, and whether he needs to try and set that up a few corners in advance. I'd probably recommend that anyway. Here he goes, up through the cutting, side by side, a little bit squirrely for the number 17, and that's the position done there. Kumar getting it done a lot sooner than what we thought here in the broadcast. He didn't muck around wasting time trying to get that slipstream. He got it done under acceleration out of the cutting going up the hill. Thank you very much. And now Chris Taylor has another Mustang behind him trying to unlap himself. That's the pole sitter car just making their way through the field, doing blindingly fast laps. Brady Adderton, here he is at the moment. We're going to ride on board and see what he can see. Very aggressive behind the wheel, driving like he stole it at the moment, driving the absolute wheels off the last time around, just sitting casually in the 2-minute dead department with full fuel on board and worn tyres. Absolutely cracking stuff. Here he goes, pulls out of the slipstream, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be taking that position and another lap back off the number 17 Mustang. Thank you very much. Brady Adderton up still in 14th position, but still holds the fastest lap of the race, as you can see there, marked by the little purple marker in the very left-hand side of the timing tower. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a nice little piece there with 4 hours and 23 minutes to go. This day is going faster than I thought, ladies and gents. It's been nothing but fun here in the commentary box, and any other drivers that are out there having a little break out of the car, if they want to come and join into the stream and talk about how their race is panning out for them, it's quite welcome to do so. Just join the waiting room VC down under the main VC there in ASA ESO land. Do so, and I'll keep an eye out and drag you down, and we can have a chat.
But just know that it's at your own risk.
Yeah,
we've had some moments. If you read the fine print of the contract when you join the waiting room, just know it says there is a 95% chance that your car will end up in a massive accident. So, be advised.
Yeah, that's true. Join at your own risk or peril, whatever comes first. Hopefully not peril for the rest of the broadcast. We don't like seeing cars in the wall. But I tell you what, I wouldn't mind maybe a 4-car, 5-car pile-up just to get that safety car out there, as a lot of people in the chat have suggested, or maybe it's just the same guy in the chat repeatedly suggesting that they get the safety car out there on track. Oh, there's I think that's Slipstream International, one of the Mustangs, I think.
BMWs.
Yeah, just having
BMW.
BMW, sorry, just having a bit of a drama there through Forest Elbow. Managed to avoid any oncoming traffic as well, so maybe a little bit of damage, but they will plough on. As you see, these two have just left the number 17 in the dust there. So our analysis of that car, the number 75, just sort of keeping them both in it, was correct. We are the dead set super coaches here in the sensational commentary box, dead set in the fair income department. And I have seen Rabs kicking around outside the door as well, ladies and gents. So I don't know if we should keep the door locked, or maybe put up a bit of a bookcase against the door, because he'll be trying to make his way into the combox soon. But there's the 423. A great looking car, but it looks better when it's on the black stuff rather than out there in the grass, that's for sure. And now about to maybe lose a position. No, just another lap car coming through, taking that position back into Murray's corner.
Yeah, so...
Well...
Oh, you go.
Go ahead. No, yeah, you go, please.
No, I was just going to say, bit of an update, though, on our solo man. JC right now is in the top 10.
Yeah, he is. He's just scraped in there as well. Look at him in the 117, doing this all by himself. Hats off to him. That is one of the longest stints I've seen done solo in a sim. So I wonder how he's feeling. It'd be good to get him in the comm box after the race just to see if he's got any energy left to have a chat with us after the race. But great effort there from Jamie. Zach O'Reilly, what have we got in the way of sensational TV over the next couple of weeks? We've got a few broadcasts coming up as well.
Well, don't worry about that. We're on tonight again. Don't you worry. We work hard here at Sensational TV. AK Racing is coming your way for the V8 Supercars tonight, live from 7:30 p.m. or 7:15 p.m. realistically, Australian Daylight Time. Live from Brands Hatch. That is round 8 out of 9 and the penultimate round basically of the AK Racing Supercars broadcast and series for the V8 Supercars there tonight. That's live from Brands Hatch. That's going to be incredible stuff. I cannot wait to call that one. We've got Wednesday Cup coming our way as well on Wednesday too at Sensational TV. Then bang again, 2 weekends in a row of V8 Supercars. Wowee. We'll be live from Laguna Seca on Sensational TV for AK Racing's final of the season. And it's unknown what the format is. We're keeping everyone tight-lipped about that sort of thing as well, whether it's going to be a sprint race, an enduro, or something a bit more fun. So we'll keep that on the wire for our AK Racing fans there as well. Also, so a busy month of October coming to an end for Sensational TV, and then from there forth it is onwards and upwards. We'll be going global. I reckon we'll be broadcasting the Russian javelin throwing. They will be using grenades attached to javelins, and on the field will be targets, which would be guns and knives. So basically whoever can get the javelin straight to the gun and the knife, sort of like archery and darts, but on the ground, javelin throwing, the biggest explosion wins. So we'll be joining that live on Sensational TV in November, and obviously I'm taking the P155 there, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of racing on Sensational TV coming our way, produced and basically presented by myself, and then Chris Munro does all the hard work with all those graphics and beautiful transitions you see on the stream. It's an absolute pleasure to be here with himself and Larko Muddle himself there in the chat as well, commentating for today's Bathurst 12 hour. But it's all happening. We have granted Douglas Keane his wish and said, can we have a look at number 12? We've been on that for nearly 4 minutes of your lunch break there, Douglas. So hopefully that is going down a treat at the moment. Let us know what you're having as well, by the way. Or might inspire me for some lunch breaks at the moment. Being 3:55 p.m. in the afternoon here, I still haven't had lunch. And that's the dedication you get here at Sensational TV.
Yeah, that's right. All this talk of food earlier on in the day has got the stomach really worked up and ready to hook into whatever I can get my hands on in the next break we take here at Sensational TV. Larko, we got some insights down there in the pit lane about how we're travelling in the pit stop department. What lap, or at least how long, does a full tank last? I know you said about 60 minutes is the sort of benchmark they're aiming for, but if pushed to the limit, how far can they really take a tank of fuel?
A full tank of fuel, it's car to car. Obviously, each car has a different size fuel tank and also uses a different amount of fuel. The Mercedes can normally go the longest out of any car in the field and can normally just about at most tracks scrape an hour and a half just with some fuel saving. Full flat out pushing though, probably about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and 10 minutes for every car.
Yeah, that's interesting because the car number 99 of Terry Rayton at the helm at the moment, they are one pit stop ahead in the pit stop cycle. So you'll see there, they are actually in the pit lane as we speak. As you can see, the cars around them, I've got the pit numbers up on the wall. They've done, the top four have all done 6 pit stops. Connor Hind, who we spoke to earlier on in the Ford Mustang, has an extra one up their sleeve as well. 7 pit stops for him. Where could they be maybe a little bit further up the order had they taken the same amount as the cars around them, with Kumar, Taylor both taking 6 as well. 7 and 7 for Matty and Vintner. And then we start to get into 8s and 9s, and there's a couple of 7s down there as well. That's good for those guys, probably nice and consistent down there. But I'll tell you what, the winner of the pit stop debacle is the car 40. They've had 20 trips through the pit lane.
Wow.
Holy moly, that's a lot of pit stops. That's more than the top, well, almost the top 4 combined. Hard day at the office there for car 40. But we're on here with they have been in the walls. We've seen a lot of incidents popping up on the right hand side of my screen. The latest of which, let's just have a look and see what has been happening with the car 40 coming down into the final turn here. It's just a yellow flag, so maybe just a little adventure off the track. Yeah, nothing too major there at all. But I just like seeing the instant replay graphics there shooting up on the screen. Mia Rose is currently hunting down Lucas Keys. 4.5 seconds is the difference. I've been keeping an eye on it. It was 5 seconds not too long ago. So taking just a little bit each lap out of Lucas Keys. So the battle for the podium might be on here, ladies and gents, with 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. And with that, I'll just keep talking, boys. Don't worry about that. Here we go through the top.
Putting chips in my mouth.
Yeah, we've been caught mid-chip. That's fair enough. Easy done here in the comm box. A lot harder in the virtual comm box rather than being sat next to someone in the real world, where they can physically see each other when they put the microphone up to their mouths and make the transitions seem seamless between each talking section. But Mia Rose here, her last lap around was at 2:01.3. Very quick indeed. Plays a 2:01.2 for Keys. So Keys quicker around the last time out. Both of their fastest laps are bang on. Pretty much the same there with a 2:01.1 apiece. Who's got the fastest lap of the race? That's Brady Adderton with a 2-minute dead 0.6. So he is the only man in the 2-minute range, apart from Connor Hind, who is in 2-minute dead 0.9. So 0.3 off Brady Adderton in the fastest lap stakes. But in the positional stakes, Jamie Koza is in the lead of this race currently. Only six pit stops, so he's probably due for one over the next, we're going to say 13 minutes for him to come back into the pits, because the 999 are only 4 seconds or 4.7 seconds behind. If they can make up that gap to Jamie Koza in the next stint, they're going to be a full pit stop in front for when they all shake through. So that's a massive effort there from Laundry House. Zach O'Reilly, they've been on fire today.
Yeah, they have been, and I apologise for the blank air before, ladies and gentlemen. I was just in the kitchen away from the comm box there, just getting a sausage roll from the caterers here in our commentary box. They forgot to supply me with lunch. They gave plenty to Chris, but none for me, so I had to go waltzing on in there and say, what the hell is going on, ladies and gentlemen? But what an incredible drive here, and as you said, a clear pit stop. Wowee, where do you find that? Well, you find it when you're ultimately quick and you keep out of trouble, and that's exactly what's happening here. So I reckon the lag spikes have also been killing some drivers too. I have not seen many of them here on the stream today, Mr. Keen. Maybe you should take a keen eye on your ISP as well, mate, and get something else going, because it's not working for you. Maybe change the Super Loop or something. Maybe Aussie Broadband, something like that too, may help with some stable internet connection, or even a LAN wire, old school, straight to the modem. But yeah, Gearhead, are you the only one who notices the big fat antenna on the Ferrari? Well, look, now you've made me look, and now I can't stop looking at it. That's just disappointing. I'm upset by that. That thing sticks up prouder than a dog's dick at the moment on that car, and it's not looking very, very appealing at the moment. I've only just noticed it. I don't know how the hell they have that. It's like they're trying to broadcast to bloody Uranus or something with that sort of behaviour up there. It's incredible.
I didn't notice it either, actually. Look at that. It looks like a little
Look at
straw. Yeah, I just want to come
Straw.
and suck a bit of Pepsi Max out of the top of that at the top of that Ferrari there, one of those little bendy straws. But yeah, there you go. Never noticed that. Maybe a little bit of drag down the straight as well, upsetting the aero of these cars. Whose design was that? Absolute rubbish. Just stick it somewhere else, anywhere else on the car. That's a shocker.
Probably someone who was smarter than us, to be fair.
Yeah, probably. Or at least getting paid more.
Yeah, at least. But that antenna would just be used for tracking, and there's one on the Lambo as well. There's one on all of them. There's an antenna on all of them. On the top, they're just very small. The Ferrari probably has the biggest one. There it is on the Bentley as well.
Yeah.
Now you're never going to not notice it. I've just ruined you guys' day. But yeah, it's just for radio communications and also tracking and stuff for the broadcast.
Yeah, tuning in live. I can't see one on the Aston. I'm sure there's just a small one there at the back of the. I think I can see just a tiny little one.
Yeah,
just
it's a little black
before
one
the
on
wing.
back of the
Wing there. Delving into the finer details here in ACC, it's been fantastic. We've got a few comments here. That's how they communicate to the aliens, says O'Reilly and to O'Reilly and Munro. Yeah, of course they've got to ET phone home. There's one way to do it, and that's out of a big ass ugly antenna at the top of the Ferraris. BZ says it's not the size that counts; it's how they use it. That's been my excuse for the best part of adulthood. So I'm going to stick with that one for sure.
Oh, I've heard, mate, that you've said it yourself, out of your own vocabulary cords, 6 inches from the ground in the Munro household. Have a look at that man. They're sitting there ready to go. Here's Chris Munro. Lock up your wives, that's for sure. He's coming for you down at the Fortitude Valley. That's where he likes to hang out. And he will be there on song after this race. I reckon now that the sim rig's gone in the Munro household, there is basically maybe a bit of a drought starting to form in the way of celebrations for Christopher Munro. You can't celebrate anything, but I'll tell you what, if there's anything to celebrate, it's the commentary and the way that Sensational TV is onwards and upwards here. And it is our pleasure and privilege to be commentating for ASA's ESO 12-hour Bathurst here. And it has not disappointed us at all. It is, it's incredible. 4 hours and 8 minutes left, so we've nearly been in the seat for 8 hours, ladies and gentlemen. It's felt like a blink, to be quite truthful, and I'm loving every single moment of it. And so is Mr. Ice Cool himself, Christopher Cooley, just circulating around nicely in 13th. And he's done 8 pit stops at this point in time. Not too bad. That's about one more above the average, but don't worry, sitting in 13th is nothing to shy about with all of that sort of thing happening. And he's doing 2:01.6s, and that's not too slow in any man's department, that's for sure. That's only a couple of braking markers off between himself and the leaders, that's for sure. So it's very, very good. But I reckon Fly's even getting in on the chat here too. I've just read. I've had to stop watching when the missus was in the room because she was getting a bit curious about Munro's luscious voice there. Well, I'll tell you what.
Let me just turn up the bass. Hang on a sec.
Let's just put on the
here we go.
the late night DJ voice, and welcome to Smooth Sensational TV.
Welcome to Smooth FM there, ladies and gentlemen. This one goes out to Fly's missus. I'll meet you at the back of the toilet blocks later on, Dale. Thank you very much. Geez, I tell you what, the stream has delved into absolute insanity here in the Sensational Combox. I'm going to turn the bass back down.
Any Fly's getting curious.
Turn
it down, Chris.
Yeah, no, we
Turn
don't.
it down, honestly and truly.
Yeah, the Ferrari doesn't have the only antenna sticking up at this point of the race. I'll give you the hot tip.
Tell you what, imagine if Munro's voice was matched to my head, there'd be 400% possibility of the old toilet at the back situation. The wrong voice on the wrong head, as someone said to me. But that's okay. We'll keep it at that. Wolverine himself is sitting up there, and his jeans have just got 2 sizes too small. Thinking about what he could be doing with that deep dulcet tone voice. And I'll tell you what, Fly. You'd probably want to just start flying off into the wall where Chris can't get you, because man, women and beast, something could happen here at Sensational TV. But look, yeah, you can't have all the traits. I know. That's life. That's just their genetic lottery. Speaking of genetic lottery, this guy is on a absolute prowl. Is the con man, and I don't know how he's doing it. We are 8 hours into an endurance. He's done it all himself here. If his missus lets him race for 12 and a half hours, I hope to God he's got a ring on her finger for sure, because that is one understanding and legendary missus. That's for sure. He is unbelievable. So 8 hours just sitting in the sim rig on a Sunday. Generally, that's when you talk to your better half, talk about the finances, talk about how good life is, but he's just sitting here ploughing away. Oh, maybe there could be another alias there. Maybe the Misso is racing with him too, and she's the one who hasn't put it in the wall. It's just Convoy doing all the efforts, just doing all the panel beating.
Yeah, well, you know what? It could be a driver swap situation, but a real life driver swap situation. So he could have either his missus or his mate, his mum or dad or whatever, in the same household, and they just swap around every time they jump into the pit. So. That remains to be seen whether he's out there solo or not. It says on the entry sheet that he is in there solo, so I'm going to go with that narrative for now, unless someone can prove me wrong. Show me some footage of the live driver swap situation there in the Convoy household. He's about to come in now. He's just got the word from his missus, so it's her turn to jump in to the sim rig. So he's just pulling into the pits now, and as well as another Mustang there of is it the 61? I'm trying to remember. So many cars out there today, ladies and gents. It's the 91. No, it's not that one. Well, it remains to be seen. It is the 61. Oh, geez, I've outdone myself there, ladies and gentlemen. But that car has had more hits than Elvis as well. So good luck to those guys. Greg Brock and who's that? Frenchie. Good friends in real life. Up the inside goes French. Gives him a little bit of a tap there. I'm pretty sure these guys are racing for position. They are. It's on. So Brocky just holding French at bay for now. 7/10 is the difference going up the hill, looking a little bit squirrely out of the chase. And they've got 423 behind them, who is a lap car as well. So he's a lap behind these two, or at least 2 laps actually, looking at the timing tower. But Tony French giving him plenty of hurry up. His old mate his old mate Brock, should I say, as they come down the hill now. Is he going, oh no, Brocky's just put it into the wall. What an absolute disaster. Oh, comes back out onto the track, almost collects the Lamborghini as well. Oh, he's got massive damage there. Brock can hardly keep that car in a straight line. Look at the damage there. That is huge.
No.
Hits the wall again, compounding interest there for the number 1 team is Godzilla in the GTR. They are absolutely stuffed now. They're going to have to go through the pit lane. That's going to be at least, I'm going to say at least 5 to 10 minutes worth of damage fixation there. I'm going to say that was a massive one.
Full 180-degree right hand down at the moment is poor old Brocky, and it's not the way to do it. That's an unfortunate way to end the 4 hours left in the race. He'll get back out on the grid, but 10 minutes, 15 minutes in the pits, that's for sure. He just can't keep it on the track at the moment. Off at the chase, and hopefully no cars are coming through. That could be disastrous Bathurst style, but no worries about that. That is okay. He will circulate now, get that damage fixed, and keep on racing. Ooh, Mr. Gregory himself, the man, the myth, the legend, the 42-year-old, as we found out in the stream. So everyone can say anyone over 65. I reckon, Greg, you can just remove them from ASA straight away. Thank you very much. That'd be an insult. On that stage, ice cool, the super duper himself, Chris Cooley, is on the back here of the Bentley. This is for position. I'll tell you what, Jono in front, he's got his mirrors full right now of an Aston Martin. So Cooley just having an absolute battle here, brewing over the top of the mountain here at this point in time through the great section. Looking very, very racy indeed, I can tell you that much. Getting that car pointed in nicely through McPhillamy, and a bit of oversteer for both of them there. That was pretty hairy stuff too. Into Skyline, through the S as we go. What is the behaviour like here for the Aston Martin versus Bentley? The Bentley's just got the better drive there out of the dipper. And now we're coming up into Forest Elbow. Who's going to get a better run here onto Forest Elbow? And he's gone wide into the fence. See you later. That's it. And Chris Cooley, what's cooler than being cooled ice cold, but a bit of friction there. Up against the wall will be making that Aston Martin a bit hotter. And he's gained all that advantage and now lost it within just a little bit of a minute error for Forest Elbow. See you later. There goes Mr. Johnson.
Yep, an unfortunate moment there for Chris Cooley there, and potentially they will have to come into the pit lane. It depends on how much damage is on that Aston. It doesn't look too bad from an off-board perspective, so we'll see if they pull into the pit lane here. Off on the left-hand side, it doesn't look like it. No, they're going to keep pushing on and try to catch that Bentley once again as one of the Mustangs, Cook's car. I don't know actually who's in. Oh, it is still Cook in the car. In the background there, also hunting to lap Chris Cooley once again as we head through Hell's Corner, and Cooley is going to have some work to do to catch this Bentley. Johnson was putting on a reasonable fight against Cooley there. The Bentley not slow at all, and you can't be slow if you're in P12 on this grid. You can't really be slow if you're anywhere on this grid. Everybody's got reasonable pace here, it seems like, today, and there is now just under 4 hours to go here.
Wowee. 4 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. We've ticked under. That's 3 hours of 59 seconds. And there's a little battle heating up here for the lead. This is for position, but keep in mind that this car that we're following now, the 999 of Laundry House, is a pit stop ahead of the car in front. That's Jamie Koza. So they could just take a pit stop now. Or they will be taking a pit stop soon anyway. So Matthew Lamb will inherit the lead at some point, whether it be forcefully with an overtake or with the number 555 heading into the pits to take one of their scheduled pit stops. They'll be in the range coming up shortly, because I think the number 999 was about half a stint out of the rotation. So that might even come into play later on down the order, or at least a bit closer to the finish line. Whether they've done their sums before this race started and knew that they could take a little cheap pit stop early on in the race and then continue on and run out the petrol tank completely each time to get themselves to the 12-hour mark, or it was a matter of circumstance that they had to come in and take that pit stop to get on the alternating strategy. But however it has come about, they are almost a full pit stop ahead of the field now. If they can just close this gap that's getting in around under the 1.5 second mark, Matthew Lamb will put that car at least one pit stop in front of the rest of the field, and they've been deserving of it. They've been crackingly quick all throughout the day. It's a testament to Laundry House and the drivers and all the engineers and whoever else is behind the scenes of that car. They've done a cracking job so far.
Yep, definitely. And I would say that that is 100% driver of the day. Or drivers of the day, if they can manage to pull this off. The lamb chop himself just being the pace setter and the pace getter, that's for sure. At the moment it's looking very, very racy, is that McLaren, that's for sure. So the lamb chop finding his way onto the back here of Jamie Kosa. This will be 233 laps completed here by the time they circulate one more time. Wowee. Yeah. Bathurst 1000, eat your heart out, don't you worry about that. It's awesome to have us here at the track at the moment, and the McLaren versus Ferrari battle will heat up. Lucas Keys still in the car at the moment, in the Lamborghini, circulating nicely there. And I'll tell you what, the lady behind, Emir Rose, is closing in on him as well. That is a battle of the ages too for the last spot on the podium. What is it going to happen? Or when?
Yep. You go, Lindsay.
Yep. Hold on. So yeah, it is a good question. As Mia Rose very, very quick, so is Lucas Keys. Both of these drivers can drive just about anything on ACC and still be quicker than the majority of people in the game. As now Mia Rose is going to try find it around the outside of a lap car, gets that done into the cutting is in the background there as well. Is that JC, our solo man? Just another lap down, I think it is. In the background there with the Pixel Racers Ford Mustang, as you can just see how hard that Lambo is pushing through McPhillamy, just right up against the walls. Look at that, millimeters between that Lamborghini and its demise as we head through into Skyline now and just down the hill towards the Dipper. This is one of the more tricky locations of the track, and JC not slow by any means, and he's never slow, but considering he's been driving for a very, very, very long time now, you would expect the pace to surely fall off, but he is not suffering. Well, he probably is suffering from fatigue, but it's not showing out on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, no, doing a great job there is our man JC for Pixel Racer. I'm going to say I'm going to dock the S off that title. No need for pluralities there indeed, but I tell you what, it's about that time we pop the spotlight on another one of our partner leagues here at ASA Racing. The next cab off the rank, ladies and gentlemen, is LMU, or it's a Le Mans Ultimate, the official game of the FIA World Endurance Championship. I've never delved into this particular title. I'm pretty sure I got rid of my rig before that came out. But it is the WEC of the sim world, should I say, the World Endurance Championship. Hypercars, LMP2, GTE and GT3, multi-class racing. At its core, it will be spread over a sprint series on a fortnightly basis and all combined into ESO for more endurance-style racing. So maybe a little bit of a partnership happening between LMU and ESO. Taking many different worldwide tracks, including the infamous Le Mans circuit. Well, you would imagine so. They should just race at Le Mans every week in a different car and make it a one-make series. That would be something to put the rabbits amongst the horses, should I say? I'm coining that term now for the time being. Cat amongst the pigeons, nah, that's out. That's old news. That's 2018 stuff. It's all about the rabbits with the horses. But LMU, there, get involved if you're into that racing title. They've got all the racing happening over there. So just you know the drill. Join the ASA Discord. In the link is in the description below. If I can get me words out, go and join that and have a little crack at LMU. But back out on Le Mans Ultimate. Absolutely. Mia Rose still closing down that gap on Lucas Keys. That gap's down to 3 seconds. Might just go up to the lead here because Lamb has found his way onto the back of Koza as well. So getting the aid of a little bit of a slipstream here going up the hill. So we might see maybe a move here or over the next couple of laps. But I'd imagine Koza's pretty close to be looking at a pit stop there for the car 555. And so Matthew Lamb, as I said, a full pit stop in front of everybody else, so they can really just take it easy out there. They don't want to try anything silly in the closing stages of this race, or at least the closing third of this race, which is where we're up to so far.
Yeah, very well done, and it's incredible to see that this car is literally flying, that McLaren. I just at bewilderment with the Laundry House Racing. They know exactly what is going on, and they can see the pressure mounting. This could be pressure point because I don't think Koza will want to go a lap down on this guy because of basically what it means to him in the grand scheme of things. When it comes to the next pit stop, he will be back there at some stage, but not a lap down at this stage. It's not where he wants to be. Only 4 and a bit tenths off the lead here is the Chop. And the Chop is cooking very, very nicely here. Maybe just tearing itself off the bone there, just dripping in beautiful, salty goodness. There is the Lamb Chop. He is cooked up nicely. And the track temperature now, speaking of which, is 30 degrees. And it is 21 degrees out there as well. So the grip will probably start to fall away at this stage. The Lamb just being conservative here down Conrod Straight. Didn't think about that move there. Just saw that car on the inside and thought better of it. Bit of oversteer there for the Lamb Choppy. He's chopping the steering wheel at the moment. And Koza goes around one more time. So Daft Punk style, not coming into the pits just yet. Be it all bar about 3 and a bit tenths away at this stage as the gap decreases ever so consistently for the chop over Koza. Mr. Keys, however, in third place, doing a sensational job, and at the moment he's looking in his mirrors because he can see Mia Rose coming at a rate of knots at this point in time for P3. The last step on the podium here. Bit of prize money up for grabs here. Very, very good stuff there. Carl Johnson in a very good battle here too. Christopher Munro.
Yeah, just indicating on my timing tower there was a bit of an accident, but it was just a little bit of door banging there between those two guys down in the field. Chris Cooley is on the back of Carl Johnson, so we're going to join that battle again. We saw those two guys banging doors on the replay, so we'll join back in there with the Bentley just having the better of it at the time being. Chris Cooley in the 165 there, one of Zach O'Reilly's favourite liveries of the day. Up certainly in the A tier for me as well. I like the colour scheme. The dark sort of gunmetal grey there, and the chrome looking blue as well, very nicely done, giving me sort of Aussie flag vibes with the colour on the front there. That blue really matches the Aussie flag. Yep, there you go, a bit of patriotism there on a Sunday afternoon. What more could you want here in a Bathurst 12 hour? Looking, well, we've got two little battles starting to heat up here. Chris Cooley and Carl Johnson, and Matthew Lamb and Jamie Koza up there for the lead of the race. I'm going to keep one eye on each of these battles if we can. And there's another one shaping up towards the back of the pack here. GC8. So that is even a name. That's fantastic. If it is, good on his parents for naming him GC8. That's
after a Subaru.
Yeah. Well, who knows what came first, Subaru or GC? Who knows? Maybe they named a Subaru after him. But just giving that BMW a little bit of a tap there on the way into Murray's corner as well. You don't want to be doing that too much, do you, Lindsay? You don't want to be tapping too many of these cars around this track, because the damage starts to add up. And then when you do take your pit stop, you're going to have to be forced sometimes to take that damage and repair it. And that comes at a time cost. I'm pretty sure they're pretty slow out there in the old mechanic stakes. They are pretty efficient, to be fair, but they do take quite a while to fix some of these damaged cars up.
Yeah, they do, and these GT3 cars, despite being able to take a couple of knocks, if you take one too many, especially around Bathurst where it's really punishing, you will find yourself with a good bit of damage, as Greg Brock, who was just in a massive crash in the GTR earlier on, saying his race was a disaster, or his crash was a disaster. More to the point, but yeah, any sort of damage can really affect the way your car drives, and then you have to come into the pit lane and fix it. And as you were saying, even though the mechanics work pretty hastily, it's not really hastily enough here, and they don't fix the cars very quickly at all. Even a tiny bump feels like it takes an eternity when you're fixing it, just sitting there in the pit lane. But Matthew Lamb with a little bit of traffic, same with Koza, as they head down the hill. They're dealing with some blue flag runners, but none of them getting in the way too badly as they head out of Forest Elbow, and they're having to drive fast as Matthew Lamb tried to go right and nearly made it 3 wide as we head down the hill, down Conrod Straight. That was nearly a bit of a crash there, and that would have been Matthew Lamb's first proper incident of the race, but luckily he thought better of it to back out of it, but now he's going to go for a move for the lead, down towards the chase. Matthew Lamb for P1 is going to try it the long way round to the chase. He's going to be late on the brakes, but Koza pulls the Ferrari up with its good brakes and just about pulls up before Matthew Lamb can get the move done. Thus is the effect of having a car with really, really good brakes, like the Ferrari, and the McLaren has very weak brakes.
Wow, hey, what a drive there. And we saw that very weak braking style there, as you just said, Supercoach. Not getting it pulled up. McLaren cardboard brake disc, says his Pip Strat as well. That's a cracking sort of call there too. But now that blue flag are just getting out of the way. That's pretty smart there by the Lamb. Just used all the draft he possibly could off that lap traffic car, and he's right on the gearbox here at the moment of the Ferrari. Koza not giving an inch here. He's not letting it go quietly, that's for sure. And I reckon here Mr. Lamb will be looking to make a move somewhat around the top of the mountain if he can, unforced error style, or even into Forest Elbow will probably be the next bit if he's wise and smart at this point in time. Great to see the Chop doing his best work out there, and hopefully he can chuck a couple of pairs of scissors out the window and just said to Mr. Kozo, I've just chopped you, son. That is it, drag racing style. We are out and under as we circulate around at Bathurst 4 now. Wowee, the car behaviour on both these cars is so different. It's just incredible to watch the darty front end, it feels like, of the Ferrari versus the really, really lazy front versus a stable rear end on the McLaren. I think that's the reason why it's probably the car to have here at the mountain, just balanced in every way, shape and form, and proving that in the pace difference. We've got Forest Elbow done and dusted now. Is there going to be a bit of a suckage down the front, down the back straightaway here, and down, kind of straight. Lost, ran out of breath there. 133 on the board at the moment for these two. They are ready to go. Everyone's good debating that stable round of the McLaren, but it seems pretty stable at the moment to me. It's just doing nice things. It's balanced really well in this setup. It's looking at turn it in, point it once, and then just navigate that slip angle on the exit. So debatable, but in my eyes, it's perfectly on that slip angle, and that is why it is quick around here and very, very stable.
Yeah, I mean, the Lambo is quite planted to the ground. The McLaren, though, even though it has a similar characteristic to the Lambo with the engine being right tucked up on the rear, it is pretty balanced, but and it is pretty planted from an off-board perspective, but as a driver, it feels very light.
What happened, Mr. Drifter?
Well, thank you, Fly, for the donation there. You'll go into the draw to grab yourself a $50 Steam voucher. And he says we've earned ourselves a nice cold red cordial shoey. Well, I tell you what, that would be absolutely crook. But I'll certainly drink one out of a nice glass for you there, Fly. Thank you very much for the donation. I'll get you added to the wheel, the chocky wheel that we'll be spinning around after the race here. Stuart Turner in the chat says great racing. Yeah, it is. It's been pretty solid here for the most part as well. We've seen trials and tribulations, tears and laughters shed for the whole way through. But this battle for the lead is happening there. Dead set.
It's still not up and done and run, that's for sure. Sorry, you go ahead there, Supercoach.
I was just going to say, there's a car off at McPhillamy off in the gravel, and I didn't know. I can't see who it is. I don't know who it was, but they were just off in the gravel.
Yeah, I can't see. Let's go to the latest yellow flag. Maybe it was the car number 1. Could be. He's coming up to it. It's the Godzilla car just hanging it fat there, approaching McPhillamy now. This might be the one we're talking about. Yeah, there we go.
Oh yeah, take
it's
slapper.
The Nissan just taking a little bit too much of that inside curb. And out he goes to the Bunda, but gets back on the track safely to survive another lap here of the mountain. It is absolutely ruthless out here today. I don't know if many cars can say that they've kept it on the black stuff the entire way through. I'd imagine the top 4, or at least the top 3, we've seen the 420 car go off, not on under its own steam, but certainly thanks to a couple of blue flags being in inopportune spaces on the track. But Matthew Lamb just seems pretty content in sitting behind Jamie Koza for the time being. I think the couple of close calls they've had over the last few laps has probably just put the mindset in to that brain behind the wheel to think, you know what, it's not really worth pushing too hard behind this guy. I might just sit back and wait, because they know eventually that Ferrari is going to have to come in for a pit stop. It's going to be soon enough. I'm quite sure it'll be certainly before they need to pit again. But in the grand scheme of the pace department, it is getting held up here as well. So while they are in the net lead of this race, they really don't have too much to worry about at this point in the race, and certainly not enough to risk it all just to get a nice overtake out on the stream. But you know what? Everyone wants to be on telly, so if you can get it done, why wouldn't we broadcast that? And you can clip the clip and share it on your socials and say, look how much of an absolute legend I am. Share that around to all your friends and family.
Why not?
Why
That's
not?
exactly what it is. It's all about bragging rights. It's all about bragging rights, that's for sure. What have I missed there? I'm not looking at the correct screen here, am I? Just a little bit of a battle here. Here comes the Bentley of Mr. Johnson. Looking all over the back, and Cooley has got the move done. That is for position. Thank you very much. Thank you, says Cooley. Thank you. I'll take that up. And I'll tell you what, that's Mr. Taylor coming up behind them as well. Or it's not Mr. Taylor anymore. It's the other driver. I think that's the chef in the car at the moment. And coming up on this battle here, now Cooley's just got that job done right at the point of great oral pleasure. And thank goodness he is up into the lead, that's for sure, of that battle pack there too. And as Chris said before, $5 to from Fly, thank you very much. And hopefully a red cordial shoey is coming Chris Munro's way at the end of the stream. Hopefully he's got his shoe ready to go. A nice clean one, or the dirty one, maybe full of toe jam, you name it. It's going to be there, and he's going to be having a go at some way, shape or form of that shoey. And here comes the chef wanting to get in on this battle, and now we've got blue flags in front as well. That is the errant McLaren, Chris's favourite livery, sitting right there, and he's doing zoomies down the straight. He is going left, right and centre. Don't you worry about that. Not giving an inch at the moment is that Ferrari. I'm sorry, why was it called a McLaren? That's pretty amateur. And that is going to be a move for position here. Bentley's still got the straight line power there too. My goodness gracious me. So Cooley navigating that Aston beautifully on the back of him is Carl Johnson, and they're both neck and neck in the pace department. It was just a matter of who would take a unenforced error and then take advantage of each other's trials and tribulations. And that is the way it is done. Cleanly, fairly, and rock and rolling stuff there between Cooley and Johnson.
Yep, as now we see the Bentley of Johnston trying to retake that P11 position from that Aston of Cooley as we head down the mountain straight. And now we head up the hill, and then you head straight back down and then right back up again, as is the straight of the mountain straight. It's very up and down as you head into Griffin's, breaking up the hill, which allows you to brake super late into what is a pretty high speed corner. And now the cutting, you've got to be super brave and get it in. And the Bentley looking a lot more comfortable, as Cooley was just a little bit wayward on the rear, but nothing not correctable as we head through, back up the hill, through the trickiest part, and oh no, the Bentley, nearly a massive moment there, and it is a massive moment, into the wall. Johnson has just got it all crossed up. That is Cook right past to get a lap on, but Johnson, that was a very heart and mouth moment, and surely we get a replay of that from a bit of a better angle to see what happened.
Yeah, we certainly can do that. Car number 52. We'll just go back 30 seconds. Let's see if we can get a full angle of that coming through Reed Park here, or slapping it through Quarry, and then out of control as well. Bang into the outside barrier, just bouncing it around like a pinball machine. That Bentley going to have a little bit of damage there on the right-hand side, maybe a little bit on the left, as he slapped it on the left through Quarry just to start his woes. Oh, what have I done there? Champ Street, wrong one, wrong button there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to the live broadcast here, as Johnson is up behind the car that's just unlapped himself, the number 17. Of Johnson, whoever was in the in the car before. It's Brad Cook, actually. He's a lap in front, so he's rightfully in front of that Bentley, doing their best out there, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours and 37 minutes to go in this race. It's been green flag running since lap 1. So as you'd expect, the gaps are right out there, except for this one here. Matthew Lamb right up behind Jamie Koza, still just applying the blowtorch here at the moment. I thought for a little while, I thought he might just be taking it easy behind the Ferrari of Koza, just sitting pretty, smoking his pipe, if you will. But now it looks like the aggression has been turned up here in the Matthew Lamb stakes, and he might just be trying to maybe force an overtake here. And get that job done, and maybe make up some of that time that he's lost just sitting there behind the Ferrari.
Yes, what I'm actually wondering is when Koza's going to come into the pit lane, because we've been saying for so long now.
Yeah.
He's going to come in soon because he's a pit stop short of everybody. I don't know how he's done it, but he's been out on track for so long. He's supposed to be able to be out on track for about an hour and 20 minutes, and surely you're reaching that point. It feels longer, but it must be just reaching that point now. Surely, Koza's tyres and fuel will be running on fumes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think everyone in Laundry House are probably thinking the same thing. When is this guy going to jump into the pits? We can't force an overtake here because the pace, they're just a little bit too similar on the pace. And in the consistency stakes, Jamie Koza just keeping things very straight indeed, not giving anything for Matthew Lamb to chew on, chop style. So he'll be... he's getting a little bit frustrated there behind him, waiting for that pit stop to come. But will it ever come, Zach O'Reilly? I don't know. These guys, I've had the timer on. He's been out there for bloody, it feels like 6 hours without a bloody pit stop.
Well, no, it's incredible stuff. I reckon there's some fuel usage.exe going on in that Ferrari. That is one of the most fuel-efficient vehicles I've ever seen. All the hybrid dickheads out there, eat your heart out. There is no way, shape or form you're doing any good to the earth, because this Ferrari making every bit of amends in the fuel department, burning all that carbon monoxide out at a limited rate of knots, that's for sure. And Lamb just cannot get past him. It's looking like he's going to get a move on here now, though. This is the opportunity of the event. No, it's not there for now. BZRZ50 says he's holding well, considering, absolutely. Showing that that Ferrari is well and up to the chance and the challenge of keeping that McLaren behind, of the chop himself. And I'll tell you what, he's running out of scissors at the moment. He's choppy. Those scissors are not in the glove box. They're sitting in his lap. He's ready to hand it out, but he can't get it done. It's absolutely fantastic to see here that Ferrari of Koza just flying around and keeping Mr. Lamb honest. And that's what Bathurst is about. We have to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, there is basically 3 opportunities to pass. One is here, one is up at the cutting if you're brave, and then the other one is at the end of Conrod Straight. If you go in at Forest Elbow, you're a pretty brave person, I reckon, there, because it nearly always ends in contact. But that's okay. Tell you what, Lucifer Keys, Mr. Lucas himself, he calls himself Lucifer in our server. He's now getting hounded. Here comes Mia Rose, trying to trailer park girl move style around the outside. And not happening at the moment. Keezy under all sorts of pressure here. And right behind them, if that is Hind, right behind them, I'll go eat my shoe, because that is very, very close between all of them. It is not him, because he's got the stripy Mustang, but the 2 Lambos are at it. Ready and rocking and rolling. That final step on the podium. 3.5 hours left in the race. Is up for sheep stations at this point in time. Mia Rose having an absolute ball of a time here at the moment. She'll be trying to stamp that domination over the male fraternity here in Lucas Keys, and saying, I'm quicker than you, son. How does it feel to be beaten by a girl? I'll tell you what, doesn't feel pretty good, I can tell you that, after losing a couple of races back in primary school there to a couple of females in the long distance race running department. Feel a bit demoralising. But Mia Rose in the Warwick Kappa style, leopard skin pit viper, looking very, very racy at this point in time. Keys, however, has been Mr. Consistent all the way through the day, and he's probably relishing this opportunity, because he now knows that he's probably coasted around for a while, saved those tyres a bit and those brake pads there, Supercoach. And now he's got a challenge on his hands, but he knows he's got some credits in the bank, in the tyre deck and the brake deck department there too for Mr. Keys.
Yep, so Rose will continue to apply the pressure to the back of the fellow Lamborghini, as that is JC in the background trying to get a lap back, all the while this fight for P3 is happening. This is the final podium place that's at stake here, with 3.5 hours to go. It's been a long one so far, but definitely not a boring one. It's been highly entertaining, and the entertainment isn't over just yet, as we're about to see Mia Rose through Hell Corner. Is going to try get a good exit, as Keys using a lot more track there than Mia Rose, actually hitting the grass there. As now we'll see Mia in the slipstream, gaining on Keys, gaining on Keys, gaining on Keys, but I don't know if it's going to be close enough as we head towards Griffin's Bend, as Mia tries the outside again, but just can't quite pull up alongside, and Keys is able to return to the racing line. But now they have the mountain to go. This is where dreams are made and overtakes aren't, and Mia Rose is going to have to put one heck of a sector together if they want to try and continue to be on the back of Keys. They're both some of the quickest drivers in the region. They fight against each other on the track more often than not, and we're seeing it again here in the ESO Bathurst 12 hour, as through McPhillamy we're about to go, and then towards Skyline in a couple of moments time. So out of McPhillamy And then now entering into Skyline, Keys actually gets a little bit of a gap to Mia Rose, but then down the hill, Mia gaining under braking just a little bit, and now through the dipper, using a little bit more track, is getting to the right a little bit more easily than Keys was able to, maybe just a setup difference between the two cars. And now through Forest Elbow, the gap has extended quite significantly compared to when they started the mountain, but Mia is still going to have the slipstream here as we head down the Conrod Straight and towards the chase, but it's not going to be close enough for an overtake, I don't think. But Rose is gaining and gaining and gaining as they head under the Pirelli board, and Keys, as we head into the chase, should just be safe. But Mia Rose right up to the back of Keys' car once again as we head into the braking zone. Mia went very late. I thought they overshot the corner, but she did not, and she pulled up perfectly. And now we head into the final corner of Murray's, and this lap was to no avail, but maybe on lap 247 they'll have a fight here as we head into Hell's Corner again for the second lap in a row. Mia Rose following, and this time they have lap marked. It is the Nissan GTR, no. So this is going to play a bit of a factor. They both have to go to the left-hand side of the racetrack, and Keys did pick up a little bit of a slipstream, but not much. But Mia is gaining and gaining and gaining. And once again, I don't think it's going to be close enough as we head down towards the end of the mountain straight. And once again, no. And we're going to head up the mountain single file for the second or third time in a row.
Yeah, yep.
I'll tell you what, Mia has got the... sorry, Chris, go.
No, you're right.
Mia's got the quickest fingers in the land at the moment. She goes from 6th, coasts off the brake, off the throttle pedal as she's following Mr. Keys there, and then literally flicks it from 6th to 2nd in about, I reckon, 0.2 of a second. The downshifting pattern on her car is incredible, and that allows her to coast in, save a bit of fuel, and then brake that little bit later, as opposed to Keys' driving style there. Looks very, very linear, just shifts down at the same point, shifts through the gears very, very consistently, all the same speed between from 5th, 4th, 3rd to 2nd. And that's a different driving style that we see there. But Keys' Lambo, we just missed it before. That car over the top of the quickest section, the right-hander down into the chase, bounces twice as it launches itself over the mountain. That car is set up very, very soft in the suspension department, and just a bit unstable as it comes up over the Penrite sign just before it darts in. It bounces 3 or 4 times as it gets in there, just a little bit hairy. But finally, he's sort of relinquished a bit of the suck advantage there that Mia would have on him and relinquish it. Watch that. You just go from 6 all the way to then it goes to 4th and then 3rd, 2nd, bang, from Mia Rose. That is some interesting shift patterns there, but it can help you on the braking side of things too, that's for sure. Just gets the car settled right as you want it on the braking marker. Get that rear end dancing, get the slip angle happening, and propel yourself out the other end, Christopher Munro.
Yeah, that's it's all about finding what works for you in the hot seat. There's many ways to skin the cat, as the proverbial goes, and that's the same with setup advantage as well. I guess maybe it's a little less so in these GT3 cars, as there's probably an optimal window for suspension and ARBs and all that sort of thing, dampers. But I know in other cars or less powered cars, you can really just set them up however you want, however you like, whatever you're used to. And you can make them go faster any way possible. But I know when I used to play ACC, it was very setup dependent. And you get people actually buying setups online. I don't know if that goes on anymore, as they've all probably been leaked and everyone knows what the meta setup is now at this build or whatever it goes. It's part of the reason why I gave up this game a long time ago. But tell you what, it does look fantastic. And what else looks fantastic? That Laundry House McLaren right up behind Jamie Koza still. Both of those guys probably thinking, it's got to be soon enough that I come into the pits. Jamie Koza maybe waiting on a teammate there to jump in. Here goes Matthew Lamb just pulling out of the slipstream, very deep under brakes, both of them. Jamie Koza just can't hang on to the track, and that is the new race leader now, or at least the old race leader, finding his way back into the lead of the race after a very long-winded battle there with Jamie Koza, making a mistake or forcing a mistake there as both drivers going very deep into the chase. But only one managed to come out the other side on the black stuff. And there he is there, Matthew Lamb in the 999 Laundry House McLaren. Those guys are on an absolute barnstorming run here today. They are now in the lead of the race and on a, an alternate pit strategy, which makes them have been through. They have been through the pit lane once more than everyone else. They're on 7 pit stops as opposed to the 3 cars behind them all having 6 pit stops. It's probably about time, I reckon, Jamie Koza pulls that Ferrari in and gets it serviced for the last few stints here at the ASA Bathurst 1000. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time, I think, at least for me. I don't know how you boys are faring. Let's pick a car that we can ride on board with around this circuit and give our dulcet tones a little break and maybe a little toilet break for all of us here in the sensational commentary box, as it looks like Tony French has had a bit of a drama there up the top of the hill as well. He's actually might have come a gutser there. Let's have a little look at what's happened to the car number 27. Instant replay here coming into the cutting. He's got 2 cars in front of him. So maybe just getting balked in the vision department here coming through Quarry Bend. Maybe just slapping the outside wall. Yeah, oh wow, slapping the inside wall and the outside wall. That is a massive shunt. Massive hit there for Sparko Garage. That car is absolutely stuffed. He's going to limp his way back to the pit lane and get that serviced again. Wowee, the day just goes from bad to worse there for the number 27, that's for sure. But they will live to fight the rest of this race, hopefully.
Definitely hope to find that end of checkered flag in some sort of a good position there, and doesn't matter where you finish. To finish a 12-hour and not DNF a race is a feat in itself, and I'll tell you what, Slady here at the moment looking very racy, coming up on the end of a lap traffic marker. That is one of the Johnsons in front of him. That car's had definitely more hits than Elvis, that BMW today. The BMW's share price has dwindled into oblivion there, and he's just got out of the way, and you can see what's happening. Oh, please don't be in contact. Oh, geez, that was close, I reckon, there. Just got out of the way in time there, and Phil Slade just goes straight through and says, thank you very much. I'll get that clear in front of me. 56 and a bit seconds, mind you, between himself and Liam Curran. So don't you stress about that. Is that Liam Curran, the cricketer, as well? My goodness gracious me, we've got heaps of names here that are just popping up all over the place. Who the hell knows? And it looks very, very racy at this point in time. But it is holding up very nicely here at The Voice, says Ronald Marshall. It must be the red stuff, he says. I'll tell you what, it's just the absolute skill and 400% capacity of the vocal cords that Chris and I have. We are singing men, and we know how to strain the voice box, and just talking ad nauseum about Ocean Gate, about biscuits, about pizza, about the racing, about everything else just gets us right ready and rock and rolling, that's for sure. And we won't give up the ghost here, and we couldn't have done it without the help here of the Supercoach Larko himself. That's for sure. It's been fantastic to have everyone here for you broadcasting this 12-hour. Hope you enjoyed the afternoon so far. It's been an absolute cracker. We are 3 hours and 23 minutes still left off the finish line here. And I'll tell you what, within the last 90 minutes, that is the spice period. Curry everywhere at the moment. Curry powder left, right, upside down, chili flakes, you name it. In about an hour and a half, or an hour's time, an hour and a half's time, we will be there. We're going to be calling the action for the finish of the Bathurst 12-hour, the final stanza, as they would say, going to be uproaring and ready to rock and roll. And Phil Slade will want to be inside that top 10 as he's sitting at the moment, barring some sort of disaster there. Supercoach, give us your thoughts on where we're sitting here for the final stanza at the Bathurst 12-hour.
I think that we are looking for basically a strategy game here. The gaps are pretty extended now between a lot of drivers. Obviously, Lucas Keys has a gap to Mia Rose now, as Mia Rose did pit. And I think there's been a driver change there as they've dropped to P5 after that pit stop. So after the pit stops, we've got to see how that plays out. That's for the final podium place. Other than that, there's not really a fight on track for the win. I think I'm still hoping for a safety car. I think a lot of people would still be hoping for a safety car as Chris Cooley is just negotiating some traffic here in the Aston Martin. But I think it's just going to be a strategical game here, and also a couple of teams and us here in the comms box, I think, all hoping for a safety car. And that could really spice up this race. But right now, that McLaren of Matthew Lamb out in the lead, looking like an absolutely dominant force. And I don't think that is going to end up stopping. That McLaren has been on another level here in this race, and they are well and truly clear of the rest of the grid right now, and it's going to be very interesting to see if they can keep that up. They've had a completely nose clean race at the moment, so if they can keep that up, that'd be a phenomenal drive from them, but that's about it for what we're expecting. But right now, we've had an onboard with a Lambo, a Ferrari, a Ford. We haven't had a onboard with one of McLaren, so if I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like I need a toilet break and a new water, so if we're gonna go on board, maybe with the McLaren.
Welcome back, viewers. Just having a small bite to eat here in the commentary box. We've been delivered an absolute cracking little spread here from the catering team here at Bathurst. So they're taking well care of us, that's for sure. And I've just peeped a little bottle of red cordial there as well. So I'll certainly be cracking into that after I finish this sandwich. But in the meantime, what have we missed here in the grand scheme of things? Matthew Lamb still out in front for Laundry House. Ethan Cale now up into second position as the pit stops all start to shake out. The top four all on 7 pit stops. So he's in. Lucas Keys out there in third position as well. Not handing the car over again this time, as they had their 7th pit stop as well in the meantime. Liam Curran out there in the 420 machine in 4th position, also on 7 pit stops. Benjamin Hignett there in the 772 Valkyrie Motorsport machine. They've done 1 extra as well. They're on 8 pit stops, so they're up ahead. But sitting there in 5th position at the moment, Kafil Slade in 6th. Also on 7 with Brad Cook on 7th as well. Andrew Longy there, that is for Fargon Racing for sure. It is. He's partnered with Steve-O and Matty for the day. And they've had a nice little quiet run over the last couple of hours, just clawing their way up into 8th position. So good news for the Fargon crew there. Jamie Conboy. Mate, look at this fella go. He's 9th position. He's been in the hot seat all day. I can almost picture the smell that is happening in that room currently, but you can use your imagination for that.
I can taste it.
You can taste it. Oh my God, it'll be seeping into your pizza, Zach O'Reilly. It's not the worst or not the best thing in the world. I'll give you the tip. John McAdam down there in 10th position in the Bentley, the leading of the Bentleys in that Caltex livery, looking very nice indeed. Carl Johnson in the other Bentley behind the number 52, just making his way around as well in 11th position. Tim Purcell, we're going to run through the whole field, why not, in 12th position there in the 421. It'd just feel wrong to just do the top 10. Everyone out there has put in as much effort as the next team as well. Sean Muller there in 13th. In the 165 machine, they've had an eventful day as well. You can see that car's a little bit scratched up. They've had a few little excursions indeed. Michael Merritt in the 623 machine. That was on pole to start this race, and they find themselves after a little bit of misfortune and a probably suboptimal opening stint down there in 14th position. So when we saw what was his name? Brady Adderton out there on track. He was just absolutely a machine behind the wheel, driving that wheels off the thing. Andy Bishop in 15th, the car 74 doing his best out there as well. And the poor old Repsol Honda, I remember we commentator cursed him as well not too long ago, so sorry about that. The Dorito there in 16th position. And we've just stumbled across a little battle on track. A couple of Aston Martins going at it here. The Dorito and Whitmore locked together in a tight battle over the top of the mountain, Lindsay.
Yep, so it's going to be Lightning McQueen versus another fellow Aston here as we head down the hill towards Forest Elbow. So it's going to be Whitmore on the attack versus Dorado here as we head onto the Conrod Straight. Aston versus Aston, both V8s are going to be absolutely roaring as we head down. These two very, very loud, very, very fast cars. The right-hander through to the chase we go, and it's going to be Whitmore pulling to the right-hand side now. Will he switch back and go to the inside? No, he can't quite pull up enough alongside on Dorado, so Whitmore is going to have to fight another day, and now he's had a great exit offered the chase, and now he might go down the inside at Murray's. Will he commit to the move? No, he's not quite close enough, but now he has the mountain straight after turn 1 to try and fall back on, but they are approaching a lap car of a BMW here, so the blue flag's being waved in front of him, but that's going to give Dorado a bit of a slipstream here to hurt Whitmore as they try go for a move as we go onto the mountain straight, as I think that the 95 car made a bit of a mistake, and now Whitmore is already going to be side by side with Dorado, and that is Whitmore through, and now Whitmore's going to go to the right hand side of the BMW, get through past him, Dorado's going to go to the inside and get through as we head into Griffin's Bend, but move made for Whitmore, and I'm not even sure what sort of mistake the 95 car made there. I think maybe just a bit wide out of Helg's corner. It's easy to do.
Yeah, it looked like maybe even a misshift or something like that, because on the exit there, it just completely stopped just about. The Aston of Whitmore had to kind of almost take evasive action and get to the left-hand side of the track, but he does it successfully, and he's off up the road, and there's already a 2-second gap between him and the car 95 as well. So great driving there, great awareness from Whitmore as well. That team down there in 16th position. So we could continue on with our little trip down through the field. Philip Davidson, should I say. No French flavour there in the car 777 team as well. Easy to remember in 18th position. Michael Clark, former Australian cricket captain and all-around good guy in the sim. Flog on the cricket version, but there he is in the car 557. Stephen Lewis in 20th position, 959. They are bright yellow Ferrari. Thank you very much. You can't miss that. Douglas Keane in 21st position. Tony French in the Sparko Garage 27 Lamborghini doing his best out there. We've seen that car have a few hits as well. It's been through the wars indeed. David Rotatori, the car number 75 down there in 23rd position. Phil Rando doing his best to save what is left of Godzilla Team Motorsport. Absolutely terrible day behind the wheel, but they'll be finished in just over 3 hours' time. Scott Starkey Brown, 25th position there in number 15. GC8 in the 808. Nice kick drum there as well. Ethan Payno in the 423. That car's had a few hits as well. We've seen it get damaged and then re-damaged and then fixed up and repaired and then damaged again. Aidan Squires down there in 28th position with Mike Lewin behind him, Lockie Prince behind him, Ollie Baker in the car 40, rounding out your field. They've done 22 pit stops, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lot. Thank you very much, but they plough on. But back to the front of the field, Paul Britt has taken over from Lambo and still in the lead of this race. That's cracking stuff there from the 999 team.
The chop is out. The chop is out. Oh, there's a car stuck at Forest Elbow as well. That is a yellow flag sector we can see there on the timing tower. Will this bring a safety car? I'm not too sure. This could be interesting. Green flag has been waved, so too bad for us. Hopefully we're just wanting to see one safety car. Come on, Benny. Just call it early, mate. Honestly and truly. But that guy on stream, Rotatori, was sideways, perpendicular to the race line at Forest Elbow. Got it all ready and sorted. That is okay. The Supercoach wanted to chime in there. Give us your best, son. I'm waiting for your excellent comments.
All right, so I just did notice that the gap from P1 of Paul Britt has actually closed significantly between P2. They had 30 seconds before they had to fight with the Ferrari. I keep forgetting what car number it was, but the Ferrari that was holding them up that basically just never seemed to pit. Before that fight, they had 30 seconds over the next car behind them, and all of that fighting with the Ferrari has pulled P2 right back into this, only 10 seconds behind, as with 3 hours to go. Ethan Cale, who was the car, that is the car that was fighting them so hard in P2, only 10 seconds behind, when earlier in this race it was well over 30.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what you expect when you get to 3 hours and 5 minutes. They have been on track for 8 hours and 54 minutes. The cracks are starting to show a little bit there, as we just saw them, but unforced errors sort of kicking into the grand scheme of things. And Paul Britt out in front, only not even a long way off. He is only about basically a third off where he normally was in the grand scheme of things. They were a pit stop ahead. And now we're looking at not that far away, 10.7 seconds at this stage between himself and the Bush himself in Cale. The Locksmith 10 seconds further back down the road. Then the Cricketer himself in Liam Curran 4th. Hignett in 5th. Timmy Slade's Lovechild in 6th place there as well. The TaylorMade Golf Course and the clubs sitting there in 7th as well. And Mr. Short there, the con man in 9th, doing the solo efforts and God's honest work there in 9th place inside the top 10. Have a look at that guy go, honestly and truly. Pretty much barring any incidents of his own, just apart from one Punterino, down at Murray's, but other than that, he's just been flying around all day. And I reckon we need a prediction for this guy because in the chat, it's gone absolutely dead as a cemetery at the moment. No one's talking. No one's wanting to get in on the action. Here's your prediction where the con man's going to finish. Already one prediction come through from Warren Baker. Even Kale is going to take the win. Oh, geez, that's a bold statement there. I reckon my co-commentators here will probably have an hour-long discussion on how that's going to happen here. Maybe the Supercoach can chime in on how that could be possible from 10.5 seconds down.
Well, I mean, being Bathurst, anything's possible here at the Mount Panorama Circuit, and we have seen that gap closing, but right now they're on similar pace with 3 hours to go. We never know how this is going to play out because there is also still strategy differences as there were 3 wide there towards Skyline before they all singled out. That's car off on the left, but yeah, it's not out of the range of possibilities, but it's also not likely. But it all depends because Paul Britt could have put more fuel in the car than Kale did as well when they all came into the box. There's different strategies, different fuel, which can account for the differences in pace all race. So if a car's been taking less fuel all race, and then they've gotten a gap that way, and then now they're putting more in so they line up for the end of the race, that could be the deficit in pace. But it's all just finding out, and I think the final hour, once we hit that 1 hour to go mark, is where the race will become a lot more clear, because there won't be many pit stops left for a lot of drivers, and we will see that gap will be solid going into the final stint of the race, and we will see how this race will actually pan out. But with 3 hours to go, right now I think that Paul Britt and that team in the McLaren will be very, very comfortable still.
Little play on words there for the Leighton House team back from, whenever they were getting around in racing. Similar colour livery there, the sort of the light bluey green sort of thing. But yeah, that's
bluey green.
Yeah, I don't know. What would you call it? Aqua, blue. I don't know. What's that colour?
I would call that prime
Teal?
swimming pool green.
Swimming pool green. That is an official Dulux colour, ladies and gentlemen. So if you want to paint your wall in your house, the feature wall, if you're into home DIY, that's the colour you got to tell the bloke at Bunnings, and he'll get a brand new tin of Dulux off the shelf. There you go, swimming pool green. Thank you very much. But yeah, these guys out in front by a long way here at the moment, 10 seconds lead and a pit stop as well. So they can go just a little bit further because they had come in. They're on the alternate strategy as the rest of these guys behind them. Ethan Kale. Still a possibility for any of these guys to take the win as well. Don't count out just a lapse in concentration and that McLaren ending up in the wall somewhere, because it's entirely possible with a fair bit of damage that any of these cars can end up either winning it or binning it. So it remains to be seen. With 3 hours to go now, coming up exactly on the 3 hour mark in 47 seconds. That's a pretty good stint from those guys. Pretty good stint from us as well, if I do say so myself. The day's not over. There's still 3 hours of racing to come. We've got a bit of action down the track here. These two are battling, but they are not battling for position. They're both, one's 6 laps down on the other, but he's giving him a little bit of a headache over the top of the mountain. Who's that car? 11 Slipstream International, been in the wars today. Aidan Squire's at the helm at the moment, 14 times through the pit lane. It's kind of a common theme back down here at the bottom of the field. A lot of pit stops happening indeed. 808 car though, however, it's only gone through the pit 9 times, but still made they're down there in 27th position, so maybe just consistently down on pace, but keeping it clean so far as the 808 McLaren there. Just getting out of the way of our second place getter there at the moment. I think that's Ethan Kale. It is. We're gonna ride with him for the rest of the lap and see how it goes. But predictions in the chat, we're getting them through. Blunt Force says he predicts Convoy going to 8th position. BZ reckons JC for 10th. Fluky says JC for 8th. Lots of guessing for the race there. Biazza says Jesus Munro. What have I done there?
You were burping halfway through the stream, just trying to scull it down, I think. The red cordial was just on there.
It's all happening.
Not that I gave a rat's toss bag, but BZRZ50 just decides to chime in and give his best criticism. That's what he's good for.
Sorry, mate.
It keeps us on our toes here. His apologies about that, says Chris Munro. But yeah, have a look at the chip. The cable chip is going through there. And it's been a sensational sort of drive here, and a sensational effort from all of our donors here, including Michael Mamone. Thank you very much. $15, $14.99. Thanks for providing the entertainment throughout the day, lads. The young fellas loved it. Well, that's what we're here to do, and we love entertaining everyone here, and I'm hoping that everyone out there in Viewerland has done so. And Mamone, you will be in the draw for the $50 Steam voucher raffle at the end of the stream. If you just joined us, make sure that you have pushed that donation button. That puts you in the running for a $50 Steam voucher. All you have to do is just give us a tip, as much as you think we're worth or as little as you think we're worth, and you could be in the running for a $50 Steam voucher there for sure. It's going to be an absolute belter. Here we are, 75% and more done here at Bathurst. We've ticked into the final 3 hours, so 3 times 4 is 12, so that is 75%, 3/4 done. Quick math, Zach O'Reilly. And hopefully we don't have P1 hitting the wall anytime soon there, BZRZ50. And thanks to Corey Sweet for the kind words. Been popping in and out to check out the race throughout the day. Awesome commentary, fellas. Congrats. Well, it's been a team effort, that's for sure. And I hope you've enjoyed the dulcet tones of everyone here in the combox. We haven't had a driver knock in for a while there, Christopher Munro. I think it's just starting to get a bit serious there in sim racing land.
Yeah, it might be the case. These guys getting a little bit long in the tooth, so to speak. But the call goes out. Any co-drivers out there listening in to the stream and have got nothing to do, maybe they've finished up for the day. We're getting to that pointy end of the race where there's probably a few drivers who have done and are pretty much finished with their stints for the day. So they'll be sitting back with a cold beer, kicking their feet up, watching the stream. If you want to get involved, come and get involved. Come and do our job for us. Thank you very much. Just join the broadcaster waiting channel down at the bottom of the ESO massive big voice comms they've got going on for this race. If you just jump in there, I will keep one eye on it and I can drag you down and we can have a little bit of a chat about how your day is going. Barring that, we might shine the light on another one of the leagues that happen here at ASA. We've only got 3 hours to go and 2 leagues to get through, so we may as well get through them before the last hour, because I reckon that's when things are going to start to shape up here in the excitement department. So
just quickly in chat, Mia Rose saying I would, but we remember what happened earlier.
Ah, yeah. So I guess the word's gone out about the dangers of joining the live commentary team. I can assure you, it's all superstition, and but
it's all safe. Actually, the little fine print, it's gone. Definitely not just hidden in the bottom right hand corner of the contract when you join the waiting room. You should really get in here, it'd be interesting to see the insight from some of the drivers out on the track.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the door is open for any of those co-drivers there wanting to get involved. Anyone else, even in the Discord, that wants to come and give us a hand, that'd be cool. Just to give a bit of variety to our viewers, who I'm sure are sick of hearing my voice, for one. I don't know about you blokes, but gee whiz, I've had enough of hearing my own voice. We've still got a couple of hours to go. But let's have a look at our next cab off the rank. It is the British Touring Cars, run by ASA Championships over there on RF2, or R Factor 2, if that's the way you want to talk about it. BTCC is the British Touring Car Championship front-wheel drive rockets with door-to-door banging racing fun on R Factor 2. This series is a UK-based series, so tracks like Brands Hatch and Knock Hill will be where it's all at. Great fun and great close racing. Knock Hill's a cracker of a track. We've done that a couple of times in the Wednesday Cup. And it's always produced pretty good racing and a little bit of carnage down there at turn 2, where they turn right after that first little chicane. They tend to back it up into each other there, but it's a cracking circuit. Actually, a lot of the UK circuits are really cool. They've got their own sort of vibe about them, flowy and tight racing. Pretty good for V8 supercars actually as well. So maybe we explore a few of those next season over there in,
Well, we are
in
tonight.
V8 lane. Yeah, absolutely we are. So a bit of BTC V8 crossover there happening as well. So if you're into British touring cars and you play RF2, jump in the Discord and come and have a crack at that, because it's a pretty popular series too. I had a peep down there the other day. There's a fair few cars out on track, so plenty to sink your teeth into there. So we'll get that off the screen and we'll join in with who have we got out there on track doing good things. Let's see Tim Purcell. He's on a personal best for the car there so far. So he's doing well in the 421. That's another nice looking livery there too. I like neon colours, it seems. So that it draws my eye to it. That's for sure, Zach O'Reilly.
Well, absolutely. When it comes to neon, Chris is like a mosquito to a UV light, to a zapper. And he will not relent any focus away from that. He loves it, that's for sure. And Tim Purcell doing a great job here in that BMW, sitting in 11th place. Maybe some relation to a Purcell I know. Does have a brother called Tim Purcell, but we'll find out. There may be many Tim Purcells out there in the field. But BMW looking pretty on song. We haven't really ridden on board with a BMW. Let's see if we can see some of the action and see how these cars go about it. They're a very front-heavy sort of setup here, and you can just see the speed that they are approaching. 240 now into fifth gear. The Motec dash there just changes a bit and gives you some sort of indication of what speed they're doing at some point. Then we've got fuel data, everything like that as well. I reckon he hits about 285 by the time he gets to the braking mark here. He slaps it down fifth, fourth, third, and into third. So third gear for a BMW around the chase there. It's first gear in a Mustang, second gear in McLarens and Lamborghinis. But fifth gear, second gear and third gear, not something we're used to seeing in a GT3 car. Second gear for Murray's now into Hell Corner. We are approaching across the front straight there. And up the mountain we go one more time. Slaps it into second. Looking very stable. Look at that wheel action there, gents, in the commentary box. Just turns it in once and then slides it out the other side. Basically, no correction of the steering wheel needed there at the moment. Tim Purcell, Jensen Button, S-Key, very, very smooth indeed. Maybe a Carlos Sainz smooth operator style. Let's see how he navigates turn two. Just points it in once, just gets it in now, throttles out, just a little bit of a hint of oversteer there. Missed the apex just a touch, so I had a bit more steering angle on it. Into the cutting we go. Look at that, slapping it down to gear. Second gear now, hugging the inside Audi Sport concrete barrier onto the outside. Looking very, very smooth at the moment. It's planted and settled. A lot of downforce into fourth as well, just powering through this section of Bathurst. Up the lovely mountain we go over the great section. This is fantastic driving. I'm loving seeing this. Fifth gear now as we approach Bartholomew coming into Skyline here. Will he hit sixth gear or not? No, just keeps it in fifth. Breaks it down, shifts through the gears, hitting that inside ripple strip as well. Third gear now to second to retard the speed of the car. Into the dipper we go. Third gear now, short shift out there, just past the Shannon's board. Looking very, very nice and tight against those walls there as well. Second gear into the Forest Elbow and then back, bang, straight out onto Conrad Straight as well. Beautiful driving there from Purcell, looking very calm, controlled and collected there, Supercoach.
Yeah, the BMW is quite a stable car. It's always a bit understeery though. It's a bit of a tugboat, if I'm honest. Similar size to the Bentley in its width and not quite as long, but it is very big, very tall, and if you're right up behind it, you can't see anything, but it is also quite understeery. A lot of drivers like it, but it isn't the quickest as Purcell actually coming into the pit lane, but you can definitely still extract some pace, and you can extract some pace from pretty much any car in a GT3 field. But yeah, it's a very stable car, but as because it's heavy, it's not great through the corners, and with its V6, not too special in the straights either. It's just kind of average.
Yeah, it was super popular when it was first released. When that was maybe a couple of years ago. It was before it got BOP'd down. That was all you'd see in any lobby was just full of BMWs. It's sad to see the old M6 not getting used anymore in any kind of in any leagues. I've not seen any of that around. That was a nice car to drive. I actually liked the M6. It was always slow in the BOP stakes, but very rewarding to drive around, especially this circuit here. the Mount Panorama one, but a weird little steering wheel though to look at in VR.
What happened, Mr. Drifter?
And look at that, Ronald Marshall coming through clutch with the $20 donation. Thanks, Ron. Good to have your support here on the chat. We'll see you around for the V8 coverage too, I'm sure, with the chief engineer, Marshall Brothers Racing. We'll be out in force trying to get that team home later tonight in the Brands Hatch racing coming up tonight. But thank you very much, Ron. Very much appreciated. Thank you, sir. You will go into the draw for your $50 Steam card. Just pop you into the system now, and hopefully that all works. It does. Fantastic. Oh, co-commentators, what do we got here now? What do we want to see? Let's pick a car and let's follow them around for a little bit.
I reckon this car right here, the Repsol Nissan. Mark Witchell, I know him well. A good buddy. On board with him, and let's see if he's going to put it in the wall again, because this Nissan has been in the wars.
Yeah, it has both Nissans actually taking plenty of paint off. So they've had a tough day out in the office as the Nissan manufacturer as a whole. So good to see they're both still out there circulating as well after so much adversity coming their way. Specky K in the chat says, "How's the energy levels going, boys?" You might be able to hear it in our voice, but just a little bit of a lull in the energy tank. But we did just take a little break where we all just smashed a whatever kind of food we could get our hands on in a very short amount of time. Chicken roll just absolutely thrown down my throat, and I'll wait till that kicks in as we see the GTR getting a little bit out of shape there across the top too. No wonder they've been in the wall. Maybe a little bit more setup work required. Look at this, down through the S's. Had to take an evasive action down across the middle there. That's not going to fare well if he keeps doing that. It's quite bumpy indeed going across that middle section. And one foul move and you could end up facing the wrong way and certainly wiping out yourself on the very close proximity of walls that surround this circuit. Hardly any runoff anywhere around this circuit. If you come off here, there's a 85% chance that you're going to be stuck in a wall or a tyre barrier somewhere along the line. Specky is picturing a pelican eating a fish. That's pretty much what I was about 10 minutes ago, trying to shove this chicken roll down my throat. But it was delicious. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Look, don't worry about the pelicans. They tend to flock around Chris Munro's balcony because the amount of chips he throws out, there are literally millions of them, and the amount of poo that hangs around Chris Munro's balcony there. His cat loves to eat it and gets his nutrition that way. No, I'm joking, of course. But
so you probably hear the cat in the background. I'm trying to catch the bloody thing and put him outside. But, he wants to just get his voice on stream. So sorry to everyone out there. The cat is being featured on the stream tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But
I don't think anyone will complain.
No, I just...
he's a good boy.
He's all right. He's doing his best. He just wants a bit of that chicken. Sorry, mate. It's all gone.
It's in your stomach, mate.
Yeah. He's not getting any of that. Whether it be pelican-style regurgitation or not, there will be nothing coming his way.
Pelicans are very, very common where I live, actually. Where I live, it's just Pelican Central every time you go to the lake, because I'm just on the lake, and pelicans here, there, and everywhere. Something I didn't say food-wise, actually, when I first joined the comms box all those hours ago, like 7 hours ago now, it was 7 or nearly 8. I actually had a bowl of sausages, bacon, and chips.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, with me when I joined the comms box. So, yeah, I had a good breakfast.
I'm jealous of that. I
Yeah,
could murder a bloody bowl of sausages. I'll give you the hot tip.
I know. That's what I was doing. I was sitting there, and every time when Zach was asking me questions about the cars, I was like, I'd finished a sentence and he'd give me a response, and I'm like shoving a sausage in my mouth. I'm like, please, I want to eat.
You know, I'm pretty quick here at the moment, but in other things I like to take my time, if you know what I mean, and just catching out our co-commentators there, that's for sure. and it's good to see we're all ready to rock and roll. And with the amount of time left in this race, Chris and Mr. Larko yourself, 2 minutes 44 seconds. Those gaps are looking pretty diabolical, but at the same time, it's looking very promising because there are those pit stop strategies that we are coming around at the final point of knot, and there could be some driver swaps. We're going to see the quickest drivers in basically from now on, bless you, or are we going to see the co-drivers just jump in and give a false sense of security to the rest of the pack and let that mental fatigue come through and take advantage of that when the time comes?
What I would actually like is for Lamb or someone in that leading car, their co-driver. I want them in the box because that's the interesting talk. That would be ideal. But I think they are probably in pools of sweat too big to even talk. They're probably drowning.
I think they're in tight discussion about how they're going to spend the $1,000, or at least which number they're going to pop it on when they head straight to the CAS after the conclusion of this race. What number are they? 999. So I guess number 9. Go hard. $1,000 on the 9. That'll give you what? 33 grand back, I think. Is that right?
Jeez.
33 times 1,000. Yeah. There you go. 33 grand if you hit that on the roulette table. Bit nice if you could do that, but easy come, easy go. And that has to be your attitude when walking into a place like a bloody casino, because seldom do you walk out with anything but a headache and an empty wallet. So we do not condone any of that rambunctious behaviour here on the stream. Specky K in the chat box asked, what's the fuel burn like with the different models of cars? I guess we can go through that again. We did go through a little bit of a deep dive into the cars, but that was hours ago now. So for any of the newcomers to the stream, we'll go on like a bit of a spectrum. What are the best performing cars in terms of fuel burn to the most taxing in that order, I guess?
So I believe the Mustang and the GTR are the two most fuel burning. I'm just not sure which one of the two takes the cake with the least fuel efficient. The BMW's really good on fuel. The Aston is relatively just average on fuel. The Lambo just above average on fuel from memory, and the McLaren is just a bit below average on fuel, I believe. And the Mercedes is really good on fuel. So
there you go. Mercedes being the one to choose if you wanted to limit the time spent in the pit box, or in the pit lane rather. I think over the stretch of 12 hours, having a car that can go just a little bit further on fuel could end up saving you a pit stop in the grand scheme of things, and that can equate to about 30 to 45 seconds, would you say?
Over the course of a race distance, yes. In a singular pit stop, probably about a few seconds a stop. But then again, the Mercedes actually, no, actually, I've gotten my facts mixed up. It's not good on fuel necessarily. It's just got a huge fuel tank.
Ah, right. So it just can go a little bit further, but that comes at a cost of extra weight as well. As you can see, that 423's bonnet is up again. The mechanics there at Pit Viper Epsilon have really been at it all day, and they're going to have to fix this car again next time it comes into the pits. But the car 75 is right on its tail. These guys separated by a lap at least, so no battling for position just yet. Hayden Spiteri just in the pits there for the 461 racing there, just getting going. That's a nice look at that livery. Nice colour scheme as well. Oh yeah, Jamie Conboy still sitting pretty there in the top 10. If the camera will catch up to him, he's just sitting on the back of Liam Curran there in the 420 car, but they are separated by a lap as well. Jamie Conboy's done 10 pit stops, ladies and gentlemen, and he's still up there in the top 10. That's a cracking effort, if you ask me. Not to mention the fact that he's been doing it solo. The pit lane is just it's been fantastic from him.
well, you can't complain about that. The solo man himself, who said he can deep throat someone else better than any other of your misses, and that's just the quote that we have got from himself there in the chat, and that's his words, they're not mine. You can take it or leave it as you wish. Hopefully the 6-year-olds are not watching it going, Dad, what is a DT? It's a drive-through penalty, champ. That's what it is. But we all know what the real meaning is here, that's for sure. And he's done an absolutely cracking job here. Just a one-man show and putting that Mustang in the correct places when it needs to be. And just showing that the guy has got talent. Don't you worry about that. I'll just do it myself. And one of his best displays, I would say. Yeah, well done from Warren Bacon. Well done to Convoy. And we'll see what happened here to Mr. Henry Ford's great, loved, long grandchild. And straight into the wall. Wowee. That was a pole axe and a half. That is definite damage. And he's just got out of the way nicely. Oh, no, he hasn't. No. He's sent the Bentley into the wall. Turn it up, champ. Honestly and truly. What an absolute disaster. That is what happens when you get fatigue in the brain. You start thinking about it. And we think that the fatigue is what is setting off that sort of behaviour here at the Bathurst. With 2 hours and 38 minutes left to go, it's starting to creep in, boyos. Yeah, that car has been in the wars all day, though. On my right-hand side in this little broadcasting section that I have control of here in ACC, it comes up with all the little incidents. And I'll tell you what, car 40 has been on there more than any other car. And like, I'm just looking at it now, more than half the screen is taken up by car 40, just having yellow flags and incidents just as long as they go. So the race directors being very lenient with car 40. I'll tell you what, if I was there in the race director's chair, they'd be getting a black flag and have the afternoon off, an early shower and some, what's the saying there? A bit of talcum powder and a early shower. Is that the saying? You'd be dead set. Yeah, you'd be hitting the showers and getting on the talcum powder by now. That's for sure. Without a shadow of a doubt. Oh, says the man himself. I was about to hit the button there. I thought the man had just been knocking at the door. He's yelling in through the window, ladies and gentlemen. I can hear him outside. Oh, he's not getting in just yet. I can hear him. He's got the crowbar just sort of popping through the window, so we might have some sort of form of infiltrator into the commentary box very shortly. Christopher Munro and by Jingos, if that happens, this last 2.5 hours is going to be entertaining for hopefully only about 5 or 10 minutes, because we can only put up with the great man for so long. Once he's had about 12 pints, he's been down there hitting them all. He's been down there hitting them all day. I've seen him on the Carlton drafts. He's absolutely murdering those tins down there in the circle. He's been trying to chat up the young waitress behind the bar as well, much to her behest. I've just lost me words. Behest is what I was searching for, ladies and gentlemen. But Rabs just has the run of the pit lane down there, doing his best impersonation of someone about 50 years younger than he is. But nothing can hold the good man down, that's for sure. Speaking of good men, Jamie Conboy out there is dead set, giving Liam Curran the full-on hurry-up across the mountain. I might have even just seen a little bit of a flash of the headlights there to the Lamborghini, saying, come on, Champo, let's pick up the pace a little bit. I want to get my wriggle on down and unlap myself here as well, get up into the top 10. He's got John McAdam, there's the car in front of him on track, the car 183, and he's dead set, he's got about 43 seconds to make up there. But maybe a pit stop indeed can make that happen. About half the top 10 now have made completed 8 pit stops through the course of this race, and the other half doing 7, so really low on the pit stop count. I suppose that's what you got to do. You want to spend as little time in the pits and as maximum time as you can just out there circulating, ticking off the lap counter. Speaking of which, how many we've done? 273 laps. That's a record here for us in the Sensational Commentary Box. How long can we go for? Another 2.5 hours for sure, and a little bit more after that. So looking forward to that. But Convoy is my driver of the day so far, just for the fact that he's doing it on his own. Andrew Longy's out there now for Fargon Racing, and I'm still waiting for one of these co-drivers to come and talk us through their race. The broadcaster waiting channel is empty. We had a big
We had a big charge of the light brigade there around the 6-hour mark. We had about four or five drivers in there, and that was a bit of a circus. It was good fun in there as well.
We had one of the drivers who was driving in the comp box. The comp box was packed. There was like 6 of us.
Yeah.
Cody Carlson was out on the track while doing an interview. It's like post-shootout in Bathurst. Then they get the drivers' thoughts on their lap afterwards. But it was that, but he was just driving in the race. Like, we need more of that. Like, where's the fun, guys? We need the co-drivers getting in on the madness.
Yeah, I need to be given the perms that I can just drag anyone at random down into the... I've been trying, but I have not the relevant Discord permissions to do so. Someone sort that out, and so we can take some people by surprise. Welcome them to the broadcast as they go down the skyline or something like that would really throw a rabbit amongst the horses. How good. Any minimum co-driver switch time? I'm not too sure. If they do, it's just go balls to the wall, hell for leather, have as many driver swaps as you want, I'm pretty sure, with the rules. Is that right, Lindsay?
Hold on. Sorry, I was just trying to get a co-driver on board.
Oh no, that's all right. You go and sort that out. Do some reconnaissance down in the garage. I'm pretty sure there are no minimum co-driver requirements, so these guys can spend as long or as little as they want in the car, Specky. So it's good. So you can pretty much lump the entire load of work on your fastest driver and just push him to the actual limit, or push him or her to the limit.
Push him to the limit.
Push to the limit. Yeah, there you go. And just hope they don't bin it with a bit of fatigue. But we've seen, for the most part, all these teams working together as a tight unit and sharing the load around between them. So it's been good to see. It's been an absolute spectacular day, and plenty of action to be had both on and off the track. If you can read the ESO chat, it's all happening in there. Reprimanded. We've had a car DNF'd or disqualified for for getting a bit lippy in the Discord channel. So we've had it all here, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll tell you what, it is heating up in there quicker than Gordon Ramsay's ovens. I'll tell you what, it's a lot of people saying that there should be specific examples of what to do when there's a safety car, or what to do for some track days and whatnot, and then you got people hating on each other. And then if you look up at the stewarding channel, I counted 42 at the 2-hour mark, and we are about up to 71 incidents there in the stewarding department. By Jingos, they're going to have their work cut out for them. That is incredible stuff. Not too happy out there are some of the drivers, but that doesn't matter, because we're as happy as a dog in a pig pen at the moment, rolling around there, just getting everything dirty and filthy as we possibly can. That is a BMW, I think, off in the background there too, so not best way to go around Hull Corner. Might be going straight to Hull there, but Ethan Cale, the Bush himself, is on a flyer, and is looking like he's trying to stave off a errant Bentley behind him who's trying to unlap themselves or take a lap off from where they are, and that will be Mr. McAdam himself up there in the Bentley. And these guys in Ethan Cale and Adam Bentley are on two different strategies, and that's what we want to see. But I'll tell you what, when it comes down to the clock ticking down, Christopher, we definitely love a good sprint to the end, and I think that's what's going to happen here for these guys in the strategical genius department. That's in all sundry. I can possibly put it out there to all of our viewers. What do you reckon?
Yeah, the cream's just rising to the top slowly as the day progresses. It'll be hard to stop the 999 out there in front now, barring a safety car. That might really spice things up a little bit, but I don't think we're going to get one, just for the fact that we haven't had one since the first lap. So I think the umpires have put the whistle away, and they're leaving it up to the drivers to get the job done and sort it out themselves. Perhaps it's a bit... there's a bit of pressure out there too for the safety car drivers and the race directors. They don't want to make a call unnecessarily if there's a lot of money on the line as well. So they want to just make sure it's the car that deserves it in the pace department and in the strategy department, and not someone who. Not to say that any of these cars don't deserve to win, But if it came down to a safety car restart with, say, 4 laps to go, and someone goes bowling through and takes out the top 4, and then someone comes in from behind and wins, that would be certainly a controversial finish to this this first ASA venture into, or ESO venture into ASA territory here in the Bathurst 12 hours. So they want to keep that as controversy-free, I'm sure. But it'd be great to see for us anyway in the comms box. Andrew Longy's here on for a personal best. As we speak, he's about 4/10 up on his best in the low to mid 2:01s. Oh, here he is. He's back.
Yep. This was actually the car I was trying to contact some of the co-drivers from.
Yep.
I failed. They ignored me.
Oh. Dead set. Given the cold
Yeah.
shoulder.
Fargorn, they're obviously representing Fargorn Racing, who are a part of this ASA group. They run on Tuesday nights, and I do the comms over there. And I tried to contact Maddie and Steve, and they both just didn't respond. So I see how it is. How it is. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I'm struggling to find a co-driver. Is Mark Witchell in the car? Yes, he is. Damn it. He was going to be next on my hit list.
Yeah. Well, anyone you can get out there and do the reconnaissance mission for sure. Oh, as we see Riley Price just getting very up close and personal with the walls. Maybe a little bit of a scrape there as well. Pushing it to the limit with 2.5 hours to go. He's got a 14-second gap to make up to the car in front. That is Sean Muller. Maybe that is giving him maybe just a little bit of encouragement, knowing that if he can put a few hot laps together, he can certainly bring that gap down and maybe challenge for 12th position here overall. That's a pretty good effort considering the pace out there today has been absolutely unreal. Specky K's asked, who's had the quickest pit stop and what's the average? I think I might be able to answer that with my... Oh, maybe. Let's have a look.
I'll give you the quick answer there, Specky. Don't worry about Christopher Munro, the amateur error here. I'll tell you the quickest pit stop of the day is absolutely no idea on my behalf. So Munro, you can take it away.
Yeah, 22.5 Hayden Spiteri. So that's obviously a short-fueled thing down there. He's in 30th position. In car 61, they did a 22-second pit stop. The longest pit stop is...
that'd be a 10-minute one, sure.
Yeah, it's going down the bottom here. 169 seconds, I believe, for the same car 61. So...
they got the quickest and the slowest for the day. Where are we?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that
stuff there.
Yeah, that number underneath is their worst pit stop, because as you climb up the ranks, those the difference between those two numbers tends to get a bit smaller. So I'm just going to make an assumption and say that is the best and worst pit stop of the day. But in the top 10, we're gonna narrow that down. The top 10. Who has the best pit stop? It is car number 420, Liam Curran, with a 27.3, and that is on par with John McAdam in the 183 car as well. They're on the same time, 27.3. Longest pit stop in the top 10 is car 420 as well with a 37.7. So all fairly even up there in the top 10 in terms of pit stop strategy, longest and shortest. But pit stops in general, in total, the number 1 car, or the number 999 car out there in the lead of the race is a pit stop ahead of everyone, except for the car 772 of Valkyrie Motorsports there has also joined them on an 8-stop strategy so far. So just all starting to shake out. And as we said earlier, once we get down into the final hour, that's when we're going to know exactly where the gaps are, and if there are any movers and shakers in that last hour, it'll be cracking to see, and everyone on board will be able to follow that action here on Simsational. So if you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button, because we enjoy seeing all those come in, and it helps us here on the channel just to do bigger and better things, bring you bigger and better content for your sim racing needs.
Damn straight there, that's for sure. When it comes to racing, You get the best in the business, and that's all we broadcast here at AK Racing. The best, whether it's ESO and ASA or AK Racing. You got the best here, and you got the best team in the bizzo. Ratings on the radio chart will be just at solid 10s, I reckon, at this point in time. Maybe even 70 to 80% between the ages of 18 to 50. Then you get over to the 55s, and you might just enjoy a bit of Scafey and Crompo just boring the living piss out of you as they commentate at Bathurst 1000. But not here at Sensational TV. Don't you worry about that. We have got all of the books in a row, and we are lining up all of the drivers here, and it's been a sensational effort from everyone in sundry. Liam Curran in the Warakappa-esque Pit Viper Hurricane, just circulating nicely in 4th place, and he's a good half a minute away from Luke Keys in front of him. Lucas will be flying around. Those two were pretty close at one stage about an hour ago on the track, but the pit stops have come through and been done and 1-4 now. So the Lucas Keys entry is flying, and up on the back lapped marker there of a Aston Martin. Looking very racy is Lucas Keys. Kept his nose clean all day, as Supercoach said earlier. Just been brilliant stuff to watch. Really, it just has been one of the cleanest examples of motor racing at this point in time. He did not hit anyone now, I can guarantee you. That was the Aston Martin just losing all grip and friction on the road and going straight off there at the chase. So a fantastic drive there from Lucas Keys. How did the shoey go, Speaker K? Well, that hasn't happened yet, but it's at the conclusion of the race tonight. Mr. Munro will be finding the dirtiest New Balance shoe that he can find and go for it from there. And look at that. That was Aston. Yeah, I'm telling you, but it's going to happen. Don't you worry about that. Whitmore doing a great job too here in 15th place. The number 91 Aston Martin driving very well. Tony French sitting at a half French man, just representing that in the Sparko livery Hurricane. And that in front of him was, what's that? Was that Robertson? No, that wasn't Robertson. That's Robertson there now in the BMW. That car has been in the wars as well today by Jingos. That thing has had more hits than Elvis and Led Zeppelin put together. Been repaired more times than Whitney Houston's life and Amy Winehouse all at the same time, I'll tell you that. But unfortunately for those humans, they are no longer with us, and Brad Robertson's car is definitely there on the track, that's for sure, and repaired, ready to rock and roll. And he's getting a bit of a wriggle on here to the Aston Martin in front of him, and probably trying to unlap himself a bit more there, commentary boyos.
Yeah, it's always the end goal, really, just to get yourself in front of the car that's in front of you. It's a simple game here in racing terms. But on the surface, it looks a simple game, but there's so many more factors coming in underneath it all. What these drivers are thinking about, what the setup has done. If anyone out there is watching that isn't into sim racing, they may be watching a loved one out there. The amount of time that goes into prepping a car for one of these events is astronomical. These guys would have been at work for hours and hours during the week and probably the weeks leading up to this event, just fine-tuning the setup, which is involved in like aero balance and suspension balance, stiffness, and how much body roll you want, how much dampers and fast and slow dampers, whether you want them to be a bit of a stiffer ride or you want a bit more leeway over the bumps. But these drivers have certainly done their homework, and wow, you look at that, Brady Addison is back in the car. You can tell by the body language of that car and how close he's getting to the walls. Just little four-wheel drifts on the exit of Quarry Bend there, just looking magnificent behind the wheel. Geez, he's a speedy customer indeed. To all those people at home, these guys do so much setup work during the off season, or at least getting prepped for one of these races. You wouldn't actually believe that people do that for video games, but I said the dreaded V word. It's a sim, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a game. It's a sim. It's not a sim. It's a lifestyle. As we see one of the cars giving a flash to the car in front. And what a lifestyle, Lindsay, to have. You yourself getting into it at a younger age. I wish I had a sim rig when I was your age, mate. I would have killed for one of them back in the day. But getting into it a bit later in life, yeah.
I've been sim racing since 2017, and I'm 15 for reference. So, when I was 7 or 8.
Oh, wow. You barely reached the pedals back then, but...
Yeah, I begged for like a year straight for a wheel, and then for Christmas I got a G29. That served me until 2022 when I got my Fanatec, and yeah, I started league racing in 2022, so but nowadays my league racing seems to have taken a bit of a step back, and I do more of this commentary side, which I really enjoy, but I don't mind myself the odd race either, so yeah, sim racing's always a bit of fun. And I don't know, it takes up a lot of my time, so outside of work and school, I don't know, I feel like I'd be quite bored without it.
Yeah, absolutely. You can always go and play golf or lawn bowls, but I'll tell you what, sim racing is where the excitement's at in terms of excitement, and a pretty family-friendly hobby, to be fair, because you don't have to leave the house. You're not one of these blokes that goes and plays golf for 8 hours on a Sunday and comes home blind pissed to the family. So I remember one of the blokes in our Discord was saying his missus gets the shits because he goes onto the sim rig. And it's like, oh, geez, he's in the house, he's behaving himself, he's not on the hit and miss, he's not out there gambling the money away, he's just in there enjoying himself on the sim rig. So we all suggested in the chat that he finds a new missus.
Yeah, the missus can ship off, I reckon.
Gotta go.
After that sort of behaviour. She's got to go. Take the ring off, just go down to Cash Converters and tell her to get rightfully STUFFED. I will basically the most safest, loyal person you can ever have in the household, but we'll stop ranting and raving about that, Christopher Munro.
We shall.
I'm telling you, it's getting hard to keep the great man out at this point in time. I think we're going to keep him here maybe 5 minutes, and I think we're in trouble. I think he's given us the... yep, he's looking at me now and giving me the 5-minute warning before that crowbar comes through the window here. At Sensational TV's commentary box, and I don't think we can hold him much longer. So 6 o'clock, and I think we are on for an absolute shitstorm here in the commentary box from the famous doyen of the commentary position, and I won't say that too loudly so he can hear me. We'll keep that a mystery who it is going to be. But geez, we're in trouble.
Don't want to pump his tyres up too much. He's got the biggest head I've ever seen in real life, so it's dead set one of those novelty balloon-sized noggins, filled with plenty of knowledge about not only racing but anything that comes to do with commentary. Dead set in the Fairtingham department. Here goes Michael Clark. That's the 557. I thought that might have been the 555 there, having a bit of a moment, but it was not. We'll go back to see if we can find him there. The 557 having all sorts of dramas there at the exit of Forest Elbow, getting it back on the track nicely. But we might just go and check that out again in replay format. Just coming down the hill, getting a little bit squirrel. I'll let you call it there, Lindsay.
I was just going to say, I know we're looking at the replay here, but JC had a big danger sign next to him. There we go. That's the Ferrari into the wall there. I think that might have been a bit of netcode contact, because that was clearly contact with the Mustang, but they didn't actually go close to each other. But why did JC, for a brief moment there, have a big orange exclamation mark next to his name? Because you know the software better than I do.
Well, let's find out. We'll go and have a look at his point of view of this accident. Here is what we just saw, ladies and gentlemen, but we are focused on JC instead. Coming around the outside, and I think he just maybe clips the outside. Yeah, just clips the front end of the 557 on the way through, those cars making contact with each other and sending the 557 into the fence, and at a rate of knots too. So 557 now in the pits getting that all repaired. So coming together there, JC, a bit of a lapse in concentration, but that can be all forgiven for a man who's been sitting in his sim rig for almost 10 hours now. Holy moly. He deserves a medal for his efforts today, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's one of those rate of attrition things. Can he keep it together for the last 2 and a bit hours left in the race? It's just incredible. I really cannot believe that someone can sit in that rig from 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. wherever they live, or maybe even 5 a.m. in the morning if they're in WA, to just race all day on a Sunday. Wow, what a gift. I'll tell you what, when you see those memes out there, ladies and gentlemen, that say, give me your husband, or tell me your husband won't cheat on you without telling me your husband won't cheat on you. Just go and take a picture of this man in his sim rig and of John Boy and Conboy, and that's the prime example right there, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No danger there at all. So, as I said, a family-friendly hobby for anyone to get involved with. That is for sure. Coming up on 2 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen, that will be happening in 14 minutes' time. What will we see in that final 2 hours? Will we see a safety car, ladies and gents? It would be unlikely, but certainly would spice up the action here on track. I tell you what, Pickford just hit the 808 car, says someone in the chat there. Well, let's go and have a look at what happened there to the 808 car. If the camera can find it, here's the 808. There's Pickford in front. What's going to happen here? I don't know if they're going to actually catch up with Pickford or not. No, they're just coming into the pit. So maybe that happened before this little section of replay they've given us. Maybe not. So. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. RAAF Lightning up to Forest Elbow, you reckon? So, all right, I'll give it one more go. What number is Pickford there? He is the number 11. No, I don't even know. Saw it there before. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, talk amongst yourselves. Car number 52. All right, let's go. This could be it coming into Forest Elbow. Yep, that looks pretty good to me. Here goes Pickford, the blue flag car just getting out of the way. Pickford coming up behind in the Bentley. Oh, just travelling a bit too slowly there in the on the inside of the track is car 808. Put your foot down, son. It's better to get out of the throttle about halfway down the straight or even towards the end of the straight. That's you don't want to be travelling slowly on the exit as cars will be coming at you at a rate of knots and trying to accelerate themselves as fast as they can out of that corner. But that's unfortunate there for the 808 car. They've been doing well down the back. I can hear what is that going on in the background there. Sounds like someone knocking at the door or kicking in the door. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? The shackles are being kicked down in this commentary box. And I think we're going to... Oh, here he comes, ladies and gentlemen.
Get stuff. I'm coming here. I do not care anymore. I'm coming here. Down south in the Fair Eagle department, we have got a belter of a race here at the moment. 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. I'll tell you what, the 99 State of Origin call is going to make it 100th here. We have got the New South Welshmen on track here versus the New Zealanders versus the Australians. And maybe even some kind of international pro-foe. I'm not too sure what we see. But I'll tell you what, Fat Man, I have about 14 and a half pints deep of the Bolter XPA, and by crikey, it has been a dead set ringer of a race. We have seen safety cars. We have seen ball terror of moves around the outside, down up the inside, dummy half sort of style, passing. Billy Slater, eat your heart out. And I'll tell you what, back in 2015, I think it's ready to turn the lights out right now, because the Sharks have dominated this race in the McLarens, and I think the Sun better turn off and just get the hell out and turn this race on its head. It is done and won in my department.
Absolutely, good to see you in the commentary box, Rabs. Hopefully they're treating you well down there in the catering department. We've got a little bit of a battle heating up here between Rolly Price and Sean Muller. Let's talk us through it, Rab style.
Well, down the outside he goes here now, coming off the half-back flank here. Looking very racy indeed here at the moment is the BMW. Sensational livery there. The sprunk livery, I've been literally wanting to sprunk myself all day. But the bartenders and the security have said absolutely no chance there, old pal. But I'll tell you what, it's a bit of racing going on here, coming down the front straight away into Hell Corner. And I'll tell you what, it has been hell for some people today. I'll give you the hot tip. And just a bit of oversteer on the exit there for the Aston Martin. Oh, here he goes. Paul cylinder saver, eat your heart out. He is going left, he's going right, he's running left, right, straight upside down. That is an athlete and a half there in that BMW. I'll give you the hot tip. Mr. Price, eat your heart out. You are going to take it in to turn two, and I cannot remember what the corner names are. I am still learning the Sensational TV commentary guidelines here, but since I am Ray Rabs Warren, I could not give an absolute stuff. And that was some exciting play there, but all just the referees get in amongst it and say, no, thank you very much. And I'll tell you, Chris, the stewards I've seen in their box, they are literally living in another world. I don't care what goes on track there. That was just state of origin stuff. He has got the crowbar out and said, absolutely no way, champ. I'm going to smack you from here to high heaven. He's cracked the helmet. We'll see the replay here now between the BMW just coming up through the cutting, getting up the hill here now. Look at this. This is sensational stuff. I reckon he's going to have a bit of biffo here between the two cars. Just into the fence and walk. Oh, he's going to be hitting the showers and getting the talcum powder out. I'll tell you what, fat man, if I don't see that bloke in the pits very shortly for some damaged repairs, I'll go eat my hat.
A bit of biffo there indeed, Rabs. How does this stack up to your usual gig of calling the State of Origin and maybe the odd NRL Grand Final here and there over the last few years? I know you're getting into your racing in your early years, in your late years, should I say? And how does it compare with the great oblong football game that you're so used to?
Well, let me tone it down a bit here in the commentary box. I have been an absolute doyen of the State of Origin calls. 99, in fact, I called. Didn't get to the 100th because Channel 9 decided to give me the ass. But in the grand scheme of things, 45 NRL Grand Finals and 99 State of Origins don't come close here, because when it comes to all of the fuel on the track, the E85, I've been sniffing that before the bar was open this morning at about 12 p.m. and that got me going. I give you the odd tip. So I reckon in the grand scheme of things, ladies and gentlemen, racing is where the Rabs is going to be now. Don't you worry about that. Racing with Rabs is here to stay at Sensational TV. I'm not getting paid enough, but I don't give a toss. I am literally here for the love of the motorsport, and sitting beside yourself, fat man, and this scrawny little skinny spaghetti-armed 15-year-old here in the commentary box. Don't even know your name, son. But I have heard that you are a bit of a brain, so I'm going to give you some credit there. You and Fatty Vorton can go into the same realm as the expert commentary aficionados.
And I think that'll do you, mate. The blokes at the bar are saying it's last call drinks for you, so go grab yourself another XPA. And any parting words if you like, but off he goes. He's out the back door as well.
Go the Blues! Go the Blues!
Turn it up. So that was Racing with Rabs, ladies and gentlemen. Lindsay, what do you reckon about that?
I reckon he's an interesting character, isn't he?
Certainly is.
He did give out the compliments, so yeah, I can't complain. But I don't know about you, Chris, but I need a bathroom break.
Yeah, absolutely. Go and take one there, and I'll hold the helm for you. Because we got
I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. We got 2 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. Putting the call out for any co-drivers out there wanting to get involved.
Has he gone?
I think
He's
he
gone.
has.
Oh, thank God.
You might have passed him.
Jesus,
on the
I can't
way
see
up,
him, Indy.
on the way up the stairs.
No, I didn't see him, thank goodness, because that crowbar was looking very, very sharp. I can guarantee you that on the Rabs Warren department.
Yeah.
Wowee.
I had to
what
tell
a
him.
man.
Yeah, had to tell him it was last drinks they called down at the bar, so he was out of here quick, smart. Don't you worry about that. Off on the trail to find another Bolter XPA. He told us he was drinking. Oh, that's a little upper class for our man Ray Warren. Usually on the old Carlton Drafts or something like that, on the cheaper end of the scale. He doesn't care. He'll drink turpentine if you gave it to him.
Well, I think I heard on the wire. I think I heard something as I was going to the toilet that he said he was sniffing fuel.
Yeah.
Before the bar was open or something. Well and truly.
Yeah, he's lost.
Honestly. What kind of force are we dealing with here in the Rabs department?
Yeah,
Jesus!
Well, they let anyone in here lately, but look, he gets a bit eccentric there in his later years. You got to accommodate for him, an absolute legend of Australian sport, and certainly Australian commentating. Josh Holmes is a car we haven't called too often here, up there in Valkyrie Motorsport, the 772. Josh Holmes. Doing probably the rest of the race, I'd imagine, stint-wise, because the two other drivers they have in that car, Hignett and Connor Hine doing a fair bit of the heavy lifting so far. So Josh Holmes doing well out there, 5th position currently, sticking it fat. He's got a 16-second gap up to Begg in front. And he'll be begging him to just slow down a little bit so he can catch up and maybe make another overtake. Because at the pointy end of the track here, I think the prize money is being paid down to 5th position. So every position gained from here is a fair whack in the prize money department too. I'll see if I can find exactly what it is here in my information pack. Yeah, it is 5th. So the gap from 5th to 4th is a $50 gap. So thank you very much. If he can take that, it's a big one. The gap from 4th to 3rd is 150 as well. So Begg has got a 31-second gap to Chris Murphy in front in the 1-2-1. So that's nothing to be sniffed at there if you can chase him down. But I tell you what, the car in the hot seat now is the Laundry House McLaren. Staring down the road, it's a $600 win, ladies and gentlemen. So the top 2 cars combined get $1,000. That's what it is, I'm pretty sure, if that's the latest update.
Okay, all right.
There you go, $600 to the main team.
Okay, well, still, doesn't matter.
No.
Money's money.
Good money.
And the casino is the casino. And I reckon that's where they're going to go.
Yeah.
And maybe triple their money and get that back up to $1,000 each. Who knows? Put it, maybe go on the features on the pokies, or maybe just go for a bit of spin the wheel style here at Simsational TV, just like we will be doing for the Raffle.
Yeah.
If you don't know about it, you've heard it enough, but we're going to keep telling you. There is only about a 1 in 15 chance at the moment of you winning this $50 Steam voucher we have got coming to one lucky winner at the conclusion of this stream tonight. And it is $50 Steam voucher. Use it anywhere you want in there. Very handy for Assetto Corsa Evo coming out in January, I would say. And all you have to do is donate to the channel, or put a little bit of money on the little $sign button you see there at the bottom of the screen. That puts you straight into the draw automatically. We've had about 15 or 16 people donate today. Thank you very much for the cause, but also now they are in the race for $50 coming their way. What better way to do it? So get those donations in, and also like and subscribe to the video if you haven't already. It's been an absolute ripper of time here. 10 hours nearly down of dead set fantastic commentary, and Infiltrator in the commentary box. We've had drivers as well tune in off the circuit and whilst driving. We've had safety cars, we've had passers, we've had send-its, we've had bins, we've had everything here at Simsational TV. 2 hours just ready to go, Chris. Wow, what a fantastic event it has been.
Yeah, it has been, and a credit to everyone behind the scenes getting this all up and running. It's been pretty much a smooth event too, in terms of everything running on time, no server crashes or anything like that. So hats off to everyone involved in the back end of these events, because it's no easy feat to organise 100 and odd blokes to get together on a weekend and all be on time and get their entry fees in and all that stuff, get their liveries sorted out, put them on the server. There's a hell of a lot that goes on behind the scenes. So once again, hands together for those guys behind the scenes. Greg Brock, Steve Reese, Meg D, all of the ASA crew doing a fantastic job out here organising the Bathurst 12 hours.
Bathurst.
Yes, I've adopted a bit of the Ray Warren inflections there. Thanks Ray for that one. I cannot do the Ray voice, but I wish I could.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bathurst is just coming into play now. I think that's what we're going to call it, Bathurst 12 hour, because the horse is amongst the rabbits well and truly here. In the Chris Munro department, Jamie Koza is lapping in the 555 Ferrari, looking very, very nice indeed. 12.2 seconds off the back of Lamb, now 12 seconds. So the chop is cooking, but not cooking as well as he thought he would. Maybe a bit too old in the chop department, maybe just getting onto a bit of mutton at the moment is the chop, but he is still 12 seconds in front, that's for sure, in the Bathurst 12 hour. Ready to rock and roll. I'll tell you what, Lamb and Kosa, you can see the splits in the sector times there as well. looking very racy, is Kosa. He is green in the first and the third, and then the second goes to the lamb shank. So looks like he's going to get a bit of a lamb shank from the missus if he gets the win here. Here's the lamb himself.
Yeah, he's making inroads there on that lead car. Only 11 seconds now cover the top two. Matthew Lamb in the 999, still maybe a pit stop up his sleeve, depending on how long they can run this Ferrari for, because that previous stint, it was a longer one, so they might be just trying to gain that pit stop delta back down to be on level playing terms with that car in front, which is a very interesting concept indeed. Instead of going for the standard just under an hour, I think they were running at the start of the day, just pushing those stints as long as they can to maybe go for maybe an underfuel in the final stint, and a bit of a splash and dash perhaps to get to the line, and hopefully overtaking their compatriots in the pit lane, or at least out on track with a bit less fuel on board. But they're going to have to do well to outsmart the Laundry House crew. They're probably all over this, and every possibility been explored as well. They do have the option of going short or going long, really, with that kind of lead. With just under 2 hours to go, we've ticked under 2 hours to go, ladies and gentlemen. Congrats all out on the track, still revolving around. There is still 31 cars out there, only 4 casualties over the 12 hours. That's a absolutely cracking effort from everyone there.
Yep. 10/12 done in the fraction department of this race, and it's looking very, very racy for the back half of the stints here for our drivers. How many more driver changes are we going to see? I'm not too sure how many we will see, because this guy Chris Murphy's taken over from Keys. Is Keys going to be in the hot seat for the final stint? I'm not too sure. It's only 20 seconds between himself and Kosa in front too, and Kosa is already making his way up Mountain Straight. He's 2/3 of the way there, and now we are rounding into Hull Corner here for Mr. Murphy himself. So that is the gap in the basically as a Mountain Straight difference. That is what 20 seconds looks like in the racing department, ladies and gentlemen. So look at those gaps there. You can see in relativity to where they are, but we've got some battles heating up here, Chris. Adderton is climbing onto the back here of Johnson in 13th place, only 1.2 seconds away. And with that pace advantage, I reckon, for Adderton, I don't think this gap is going to be that far away for too much longer.
Yeah, no, he's driving like a man possessed out there, clawing back as much of this recovery drive as physically possible, and what is possible for this car as well, driving it on the limit for his entire stint every time he's in the car. So look out, who's he got lined up there in front? Carl Johnson. This is 4th position, ladies and gentlemen, so Brady looking to get into the top 12 after being as low as perhaps 20th during the day with a terrible first stint there. Setting them back against the 8 ball, or behind the 8 ball to start with. After starting this car on pole position, it's good to see them working their way through the field. And Brady is certainly sweating there in his sim rig. But the way you can see that car is just being chucked around the circuit.
Look at that.
Yeah, very much a car in control, and classic. Classic to watch as well on your screens. Is he going to make a move down here into Forest Elbow? He does not. Just decides to back out and focus on your exits. That's the best way to get the overtake done, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry about doing any of this lunging under brakes. The most overtakes are done pretty much on the straight before you get to the corner, and all that comes down to is getting a better exit than your car in front, and being close enough to implement the overtake when you get into the braking zone. It's not as if you need to outbrake someone. But speaking of which, there goes the... Oh, geez, that's a bit sloppy there from the Bentley. Just mounting the curb, taking out the Kmart car, and now just holding Adderton hostage there in the middle of the track. Really not much he can do. Adderton maybe looking for a bit of a switchback here, but I don't know what this Bentley's doing. He can see the relative pace advantage of the Mustang as well. So what does he think? He's going to defend this car until the end of the race? Absolutely not. There's an hour and 55 to go. Just stick to your race, buddy, and your racing line. But I'll tell you what, when that red mist descends, there's nothing that can stop you from going for an attack or a defence in this case. But it looks like the job's going to be done up here into Griffins.
Yep, so Addison's going to go down the inside and get through on the Bentley at Griffin's, and now as we head up the mountain, it's just going to be Addison's job to keep the car on the edge, and he has been doing that successfully so far, so I don't think he'll fall back behind Johnson, up the mountain, and I think that we'll see him pull away very, very quickly from this Bentley as we head through the fast left-handers and into McPhillamy now, and you can just already see that gap starting to pull. Brady Adderton is absolutely flying out there, still holding the fastest lap of the race on lap 292, just under 2 hours to go, and this car has been flying along, and you've just got to wonder what would the race have looked like if they'd had a bit of a better start.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon challenging that 999 car out in front, definitely in the pace department. But as we've said many times on the broadcast today, pace is only one of the factors that contribute to success in an endurance race like this. And this is a picture-perfect, example of that. These guys being the fastest car out on track. And that little purple tick next to this car has been there pretty much all day, ladies and gentlemen. Every time Adderton's in the car, he either improves on that or at least holds it steady and keeps it fat. But here he comes now into the pit lane to get some more fuel, some more boots, and perhaps even hand the car over to one of his teammates. But it's all about consistency, ladies and gentlemen, and that 999 car out in front has been nothing but this entire race.
Definitely, and it's been interesting to watch all of the other drivers battle their way through, and then you see the Chop and the team just absolutely flying through there. Not a worry in the world, and that blue flag in front of him is a bit of a worry, just slapping the wall a bit harder there, but trying to get out of the way, and it's just ready to rock at the moment is the Lamb Chop. Looking very, very racy. He's going to get the Mustang out of the way with the blue flags waving there. The marshal's in the distance there, giving the signal, and he's right in the slipstream now. That Mustang will just peel off to the right-hand side of the circuit, you would assume, once the suck gets too much for the McLaren, and he will sail on down past that Mustang in, I think that's P18 or 17, I think that Mustang is from memory, but got the job done, and looking very, very good. And is that the Chef in the Mustang behind him? It is. So the Chef now wanting to get onto the back of the Chop. I've been waiting for this for the whole race event, ladies and gentlemen. The Chop next to the Chef, and what are we going to see between the two of them? Wowee, if this gets a bit closer, that could be something of a couple of wordisms coming our way here. Supercoach.
Yeah, this battle is heating up now, and the gap between Koza and Lamb is just continuing to shrink. And as we come into the dying stage of this race, we saw it was 10 seconds, about, 40 minutes to go. Right now, I don't think if Koza continues closing at the rate he is, that we'll see that gap will close enough for a fight at the end. But as they inch closer and closer, there's also the chance that Lamb and the other cars in the other drivers in the 999 will fall under a bit of pressure.
Well, yeah, and that with that rate of attrition there too, 100%. Finding some pace late in the stint is Jamie Coaster, that's for sure. He is looking very, very racy. His best lap is basically bang on what the Chop is doing too. 2 minute flat 292 versus 2 minute flat 312. Only 20 thousandths of a second between the two of them. So that is incredible. And the last lap was a 201.3 for Kosa versus a 202.8 for the Chop. So just climbing ever so close and edging so closer, I should say. Thank you very much, Fazali. Good stream, lads. I bet you fellas would be due for a kip directly. The rest of vocal cords. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you very much. Highly appreciate that. And you are also in the running for a Steam gift card. $50 could be coming your way at the conclusion of the stream, drawn out of the chalky wheel from Christopher Munro's commentary position here. It will be excited to draw that out. So all the best to all of our instant winners that could be there. What we're seeing here on the replay, Carl Johnson in number 52, just getting there in the Bentley. He's going to maybe outbreak himself. Yeah, he has completely. And geez, he's just come up to the side of Murph's livery there in the Ferrari and just belted him. That was a couple of laps ago, I'm pretty sure. But that's okay. All is well and true and done and won in love and war. And Jamie Kosa now 8.5 seconds away from the lead.
Yeah, he's making some inroads here. Is Jamie Kosa, Matthew Lamb just out in front is completely aware of the lap times coming through from that car in the 555. He'll be given probably lap by lap updates on the deltas happening there with those two. But a dead set gaggle of blue flags in between him and the car 999 as we speak anyway. So he's going to have to navigate his way through all of this traffic if he wants to start to make inroads to the lead of this race. But dead set, this is starting to heat up. I think this gap is going to be under 8 seconds anytime now. And whether that is a symptom of the 999 car being low on tyres or high on fuel or what, the pace department is certainly in the on the side of the fence that Jamie Koza's sitting on the 555 car. They've got the pace at this stage of the race, and this is when you want it too, ladies and gentlemen. In the closing stages of the race, Lindsay, that's when these cars start to come alive, and whoever can start to stick fat and put in these lap times will do their best to take out the victory of this race. And these guys had a 30-second lead at some point throughout the race, and that's come down to just under 9 seconds now at the moment. So anything can happen here with just under 2 hours to go.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Go ahead, Super Coach.
No, you go.
I insist.
No, it doesn't matter. It's all about you, mate. It's your turn. Oh, sorry, I butted in.
All right. Well, I don't even remember my fucking. Oh, whoops.
Yay! There we go.
Whee! We got one. We had one at about 7:52 in the morning this morning, and now we got the other one about 10 hours later.
I've forgotten my thought process.
Oh, Jesus.
He's forgotten what he's going to say, ladies and gentlemen. That's all right, because...
But he can drop the F-bomb.
Yeah, that's all right. As long as we remember our F's and Q's, we are going a long way to an entertaining
And C's.
stream. That's all right. Oh, C's. We might get to, ladies and gentlemen.
Emily C-bombs.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll do our best to try and keep it somewhat clean. F-bombs are fine. We're on the internet. Anything's possible out here. And if you're new to the internet, that's your own fault, really. But good luck, everyone out there at the moment.
New to the internet.
Yeah.
Sorry. I started choking on my water. I was mid-sip and I started...
Oh, no. Someone call an ambulance. So we get the ambulance.
Right. Okay. Anyway.
Bullermeister has just donated to the stream as well. Thank you, Buller. You are in the running for that $50 Steam voucher coming at you. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, absolute legends, all of you out there in sim watching land here on YouTube, on the internet. That's a thing you do on your computer, I think. I don't know, these kids these days, everything's digital. Gee whiz. As you were, Lindsay, you can finish your thought now. Sorry.
No, because I still can't remember what I was on about.
He's gone. He's the
He's
body
lost
of
the plot.
body of a 15-year-old, but dementia like he's in his 80s. But that's all right. He goes all right behind the sim wheel as well. Poor old Jamie Koza just getting caught up in a lot of this lap traffic currently. That gap has now evened out to 10 seconds. Now he's free of all these blue flaggers at the moment, and he's got himself just a little bit of free air. He's got 1, 2, 3 cars between him and the 999 on track. So he'll try and navigate through those guys as quickly as possible if he can. Looking at where the 999 is out on track, it's got clear air in front of them for quite a way actually as well. So they can start to turn the screws and maybe just break the hearts of the car 555 here for OES Orange. They've been on it all day. Jamie Koza from last night as well. These guys qualified 5th, I believe, and have made up a few positions throughout the race. Only 4 casualties so far, Mellow Ninja, believe it or not. Sorry, that's derailed my thought process exactly. Isaac says even his wife is digital. Holy moly.
Oh, we've got an electronic wife simper over here in Isaac. Full on promising that she will be meeting him one day down at the local casino, and that day never comes. She always gets caught up in something or something like that. I'll tell you what, a 65-year-old, fat, overweight, 100-kilo beast is your wife at the moment there, Isaac. Full catfish material there. I'll tell you what, you should go on that show, I reckon. probably make you famous there too. You get about 50 grand for each time you're on that. Just for your own sadness, just rock up to that random house and find some absolute ripping form, bald-headed, long beard, smelly, cigarette-wearing, smells of piss kind of set up there. And that is where your digital wife is at, my friend. I'm sorry to tell you. And he reckons that's the old plan. Well, if that's the old plan I'm thinking about at Alpine F1 Racing, I'll tell you what, that is not too promising. Because the L plan just went absolutely nowhere.
Well, speaking of Alpine and L-Plan, Track Racer actually just announced they're making a wheel rim, and it is an Alpine F1 steering wheel, and it is worked on with Alpine because of their TRX partnership.
Yeah.
Last year at ADAC, they've now announced that they're releasing an Alpine A522 steering wheel, so that's really exciting in the scheme of F1 sim races.
I feel like it's taken a long time for the sim racing companies to get onto this idea, to be honest. They should pretty much, the sim racing manufacturers should be manufacturing nothing but real life replicas of racing rims. I don't see why they shouldn't, or why they can't do that. Everyone that races sim racing has a favourite car, a favourite team, something. If you can buy some of the merch.
Where's my Aston Martin wheel, please? I want my Aston Martin GT3 wheel.
Exactly. It can't be that hard to do unless it's like a copyright thing in the marketing terms. I'm not too sure.
I was going to say that maybe the wheel shape and technology is a bit of a confidential agreement between the teams. Might be a bit ergonomic there for each individual car and style, and they don't want to give away their secrets to the other Red Bull manufacturers out there. Basically, without doing the blueprint scandal that we heard about for copying stuff from McLaren-esque style, sharing Ferrari's data back in 2004 or 5, I think it was. That's probably why it's taken. Spygate, that's the one. That's what I was looking for. That one there is probably the reason why it's taken that long to do so. But I'll tell you what, we have got an absolute mad person in here. Joined us in the commentary box, and we speak no other of Mad Maddie. She is here, ready to rock and roll. How are you, Mads? What's happening?
Just quickly, I finally convinced someone to join.
Well done. The reconnaissance mission was a success.
Yeah, I'm doing good though, guys. Bit tired. Long stints.
It's a long day. At least you guys get a bit of a rest in between stints. Us up here in the commentary box, we're the hardest working people out here in the server for sure. We've had nothing but a couple of minutes.
Convoy maybe gets a vote. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Forget that guy. Don't worry about him. We're pretty sure he's got an AI running the software for him on the inside, and he's just kicking back on the lounge, watching the proceedings and watching his Mustang just set perfect lap after perfect lap. Actually, we've got him on the screen at the moment. He's getting a fair bit sideways, so maybe a little bit of fatigue setting us in there. But talk us through Fargon's car today. How has that been going from your point of view, Maddie?
Pretty decent. Mostly just in our own little space, really. Not in many battles. Our stints have been a bit here and there, you know. Sometimes we're getting low 201, sometimes up in the 202s. Not really sure why, but it's what it is. I managed to bin it on my very first lap this morning.
Oh, no.
1 minute repair job. So that put us back a bit, and then I think Steve-O came across a car on the top of the mountain, and that was a 30-second repair job. So and that's kind of offset our strategy too. It's going to cause us to have an extra pit stop at the end that we wouldn't have had to have otherwise. So, you know, here and there.
Yeah, disaster early there for the car 433. As you said, Steve-O coming across an errant car as well, so maybe not the best of luck for the Fargon Racing team here today. But sitting in 8th position currently, so sitting pretty and made a pretty good comeback as well. We've been watching it slowly. You've got the rain light cranking there on the back as well for Anthony Pantano. I'm not sure if he's aware of that, but that's all right. Gives an extra bit of sparkle.
No, we've been having that cranking all race. I don't know why, but it's what it is.
Yeah, just bumped the button somewhere along the way, perhaps. It's been an action-packed day of racing. What's the comm situation like in that main section? Is it just lots of calls from the race director? Are there drivers shouting to each other when they get into trouble, or what's happening up there?
No, it's been pretty quiet for the most part. Just a bit of race director warnings. Not much more than that, though.
Yeah, that's what you want. You don't want too much chatter up there while you're trying to concentrate. But there's always a couple of hotheads up there, usually in a group chat like that. You effing
definitely
this,
had
get
one
off the
hothead,
bloody
but
track. Oh yeah.
we won't talk about that.
Name names. Who is it?
No. They've been DQ'd.
Oh, true. He's gone. Okay, I think I know who you're talking about as well there.
Half 40.
Yeah, keeping
Good
your...
friend of mine, actually.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
we can blame you for vouching for that one.
I'll tell him off later, don't worry.
Yeah, excellent.
You can tell him to ship off and just hop in his boat and ship right off. That is absolutely fine, and we will give you the permission to do so here at Simsational TV. How long have you been sim racing for, Mats? What's your favourite platform? Is it ACC still, and where do you rate yourself in the grand scheme of things as a driver out of 10?
Yeah, ACC is the main game. I've been doing it for a bit over a year now. What do I rate myself? I don't know. Out of 10, maybe a 7.5 or an 8.
Highly regarded there. That's pretty good numbers. I'd rate myself about an 11 out of 10, but that's just me.
Lindsay's probably the only one who knows me, so Lindsay, why don't you rate me?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Honestly, from what I've seen, you versus Steve-O in Fargorn and you in ERD, I mean, yeah, I reckon you're probably bang on 7.5 or an 8. You definitely, you still got some way to go to catch up to Steve-O, but other than that,
definitely.
You're pretty close. And actually, that brings me on to my next question. Obviously, Steve-O normally drives the McLaren, you normally drive the Mustang, and I believe Longy is the one who normally drives the Ferrari in your team. How's it been adjusting to the Ferrari?
Not too bad. I drove the Ferrari for 8 months straight before I jumped in the Mustang. Just, getting back in the flow of it. The first stint, I was just a bit like, oh, what's this thing? It actually turns. That's really weird. But then by the second stint, it felt really good. And yeah, we just went for the Ferrari because of the fuel economy tyre wear. It just seems like a pretty obvious choice to me.
Yeah, and then obviously you might not know directly, but how do you think Steve is feeling with the Ferrari?
I think he's feeling good. Yeah, I mean, his quali pace, that lap he said in the 60-minute, I thought was pretty ridiculous, to be honest. So he's definitely feeling it.
That's good. I think we've run out of questions there. Unless,
no, I'm drinking a bit of hit and miss at the moment. I'm just taking a sip. I thought someone else had an interesting question. I've got one for you, Matt. What's your dream car?
Dream car? Ooh. Ferrari 458 Italia.
Oh, good choice.
Oh, absolute beauty that thing is. That'd be the only Ferrari I think I'd ever buy. Maybe an FXX as well. But yeah, that car is simply just beautiful. Probably one of the best cars I've ever built. I reckon that's for sure. So pretty. Colour, you going to go red, or did you go a different alternate colour? Munro reckons that you could only get a Ferrari in red, nothing else. What's your opinion?
I'd have to go red, yeah.
Yes. Got to. Yeah.
There we go.
I don't mind it in yellow or like a dark blue, but nah, it'd be red.
Could give a pass for a black one, maybe. But red
Black just gets rid of all the shape of it. Get rid of the lines.
Yeah. Hides those lines, man.
Oh, sorry. Well, look, next time I buy a Ferrari, I'll make sure it's not black. Let's say that.
Yeah, when you trade your old one in, mate, just make sure you don't get a black one.
Yeah, I'll try not to. So whatever I got in the dealership on the day, I suppose.
More
Very true.
realistically, though, I'd probably go for a GT86. I love those.
Oh, bang on.
They're a good car. I like them.
What about a little, MX-5, the convertible with the pop-up headlights, even better handling?
Cool,
what about those little jiggers?
I don't think I could go with a convertible. It's just too inconvenient.
Yeah,
you can get hardtops for them.
Yeah, a hardtop would be good. Sure.
I saw a little MX-5 hardtop the other day. They look really good. With that hard top on, it really turns into a different car. As we just switch down to the action on track, Greg Brock right up behind Livingston here. This is a battle for position, and Brocky's just murdered him up there in turn 2. Absolute wild scenes. Turn it up, son. He runs the league, but he thinks he owns the track. That is certainly not the case here. He's going to have to answer the stewards for that one. That's some dodgy driving here at the back end of this 12-hour. Holy moly.
I reckon Matty's going to have to get on the blower there and just give Brocky a bit of the how's your father sort of messaging there and say, mate, you ran the competition. How about you keep the standards up there, Brocky?
Yeah.
What's going on, mate?
Dead set. Let's take a quick replay look at that one, maybe from a different angle if we can get it. Here we go. Brocky just chasing, searching for which side of the track he wants, goes to the inside, forgets to use the brake, or at least, maybe it's actually Livingston just turning into the gap there where Brock's car was occupied. So a different angle there, showing a different story about what happened there in that little exchange. But I'll let Brocky off the hook there. That one he was certainly just turned in on, and came out the other side in a better position. Thank you very much. So, lads, what's next on the cards
ladies.
for lads and ladies? I'm so used to saying the isms as they are. So, what's next in plan for car 443? Are you doing any more stints, or are you done for the day?
Should be done, assuming all things go well.
Yeah.
And it'll be Steve Reese in the car soon, and splash and dash for 8 laps at the end.
There we go. We heard it first here, ladies and gentlemen. The strategy for Far Gone Racing Ferrari out there. A couple more stints and then a splash and dash to the end. We got almost an hour and a half to go, certainly up to the pointy end now of this 12-hour race. It's gone fairly quick in the grand scheme of things, but it's certainly a long stint for everyone involved out there on the circuit and here in the commentary box. But I guess the story of the day now is, can Jamie Koza and OES Orange chase down Matthew Lamb and Laundry House Racing up there in the McLaren? The gap is just pretty much neutralised here at 11.5 seconds. It's been that way for quite some time, even though Jamie has found himself a little bit of clear air, so he hasn't got the big gaggle of blue flags that he had the last time we checked in on him, and no extra pace has been taken out, or no extra cutting of that lead gap has happened. So 999 still sitting pretty with 9 pit stops up their sleeve compared to 8 for the 555 OES Orange. Zach O'Reilly.
Yeah, well, look, when it comes to gaps and deltas, we got excited about 6 or 7 laps ago. It was down to 8 seconds at one stage and has petered out to another 3.5 seconds, so 11.8 now. Probably, as you said, neutralised, but is there any gas left in the tank for the Ferrari? They are obviously using a very fuel-efficient car, and that thing's nearly a hybrid, as I said earlier, but looking very, very racy. And that is a car that you want to have at the end. Will they do a splash and dash, just like Mad said there for Far Gone Racing, at about the 17-minute mark, the 17-minute left mark of the race, and do the same strategy to maybe hunt down the Chop himself out in front? I wonder if the Chop's going to go through for the final stint here. He's been in that car for a little bit at the moment, and maybe he is the quickest guy out in that car. So why would you take him out? That is the big question. The Greek God, however, circulating nicely, 16th place at this point in time. Good 21 seconds, sorry, off his next compatriot in Tim Purcell out there at the moment. He's got a lot of driving to do. He's got blue flags. I reckon he just nudged the wall there too, just a love tap, maybe knocked the mirror off in real life. That was some close stuff, but Jamie Kosa flying at this point in time. Lap traffic in front of him too, and is going to have to negotiate that. Hopefully that's not going to bring the delta any further stretched at this point in time. He doesn't want to be any further than 13 seconds away. If you work it out, there's an hour and a half left, 13 seconds. Can't math at the moment, can't get that done, but I reckon it's more than 2 or 3 tenths a lap he's going to have to get down. It would be, what would that be? 30 times 2, so it'll be 50 times 2-minute laps around here. That would be 100. So probably bang on at this point in time for him to gallop on and get his way out of every sort of lap traffic marker at this point in time. Here we are on board with Tattling.
Yeah, down here in 6th position. And we're joined on the stream by one of the blokes there in the hot seat for OES Orange in the kart 555, Ethan Cale, joining us in after a couple of blinding stints out there. Car sitting pretty in 2nd position. What's the talk like there in the garage there at OES Orange? Is there any glimmer of hope of running down that 999 car?
Hello, I just thought I'd join. Say hello. I saw on the stream that you were, I don't know, just looking for a chat, so I thought I'd join. Yeah, it's in a bit of a sticky spot. I think we're kind of a bit stagnant, just trying to weave through traffic, not hit any dramas or anything. Had a few problems early on. We've been quite unlucky with the blue flags as well throughout the day, so it's just set us back, step by step. But be happy to be in P2 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a cracking effort from the team as a whole. Pretty much chased down a massive gap earlier on in maybe the last couple of hours with Laundry House just out there by 20-odd seconds in the lead. But you've managed to cut that gap in half and a little bit more as well. Jamie Koza setting some nice laps, and but as you said, getting a little bit tangled up with, or just held up a little bit by blue flag traffic. But that seems to be the common complaint of the day. From the most part, we've seen it's been pretty good, but it's very hard to navigate around when you come up to a gaggle of these cars going up across the top of the mountain, and you can lose a few seconds at the time each lap around. So I will get to a question, I'm sure. I'm just going to keep letting my mouth do things, and words will come out. Are you getting in the car again for the rest of the race, or are you kicking your feet up now? Job done.
No, that's the plan. We had a bit of a communication problem before, so Jamie had to double stint. But we're looking at, I'll jump in at the end. Our strategy's paid off really, really well. We haven't had many incidents at all in relation to damage or anything, so we've been able to kind of run to what we planned, and we've cut a pit stop out of just by having a good fuel consumption across the race. So cutting that a free 56 seconds to a minute. So I'll jump back in for a bit of a sprint run at the end, and just pray that I don't want to wish bad upon them, but wouldn't mind P1. So hope something happens.
Yeah. Look, even just a safety car restart, maybe just to bring everyone up to nose to tail for the last couple of for the last hour or something like that. That could certainly be an option there for you guys to pinch the win off the 999 car. But they've been pretty dominant out there today, pretty much from the get-go, finding the lead and really turning the screws.
They're a pretty good team. I mean, Lambs, they're all very accomplished in their own right. So I guess it's our first time. We've slowly been building up the pace to be battling them, and it's pretty cool to finally put a really, really strong team together with Hobbsy as well, and I guess put it to him. Lamb's done a fair bit of driving today, but as he's shown, he's just on fire. So we're just trying to minimise those mistakes, keep it on the track, keep going fast. The track's starting to cool off a bit now, but I think the car definitely felt better in the heat. So we'll see. We've so far so good. We did have a pretty big spin earlier on, which cost us 20 seconds, so that wasn't great. But that's really the only issue we've had. So
yeah, right. I don't think we caught that one on stream, or if we did, it's gone into the ether of all.
Abyss,
yeah, pretty much of just calling the race non-stop here for 12 hours. So that's unlucky. A spin cost you 20 seconds. If you take that into account in the aggregate, that'd put you 8 seconds in the lead of this race, perhaps, if that didn't happen. But the racing game's full of what ifs, so you can't get yourself bogged down in that kind of talk. But I tell you what if you you just keep plugging away at the moment and putting in a good stint. I tell you what, you're not out of this race yet, or at least for the win. Anyway, you're doing well up there on the 2nd position. We got who's behind you there, Chris Murphy in the 1-2-1 car. That is the BCR team in the Lamborghini. They've been pretty quiet today. Lucas Keys doing a fair amount of driving. I think it's only a two-man team as well. So both him and Blankheister, I'd say. Actually, Chris Murphy is in control of that car, so he's not in on the entry list. That's a little mistake on my behalf, but that's okay. What else have we got to report? So only one spin there for OES Orange, but for the rest part, it's been pretty clean racing from you guys.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second. Am I muted? I'm not. Sorry.
You're right.
Have a chat with him. Yeah. Look. Yeah, all we can do is do everything right from here on out. Yeah. A bit of a tricky race. There's incidents every time we kind of come across the hill. We're always stuck in something, but like that's endurance racing.
Yeah.
And yeah, just want to say thank you for doing the stream today. It's been a pleasure.
Worries.
I'm looking forward to watching it.
No worries.
So I'm going to bounce now because I've got to get ready.
One question before you go.
Yep.
One question. Have you ever put your last name in the oven and salted it later and ate it? The old kale.
I do not like kale, so that's a little tip for you.
Hard-hitting question.
I don't like it.
Fair enough, mate. Maybe it'll give you another 2 tenths if you ate some, I reckon.
Maybe I should go with snack.
That's my opinion. Go with a snack, mate. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thanks for sticking around, and we'll see you on track shortly.
Cheers, boys. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A racing perspective there from Ethan Cale and Matty Mads before that for Fargone Racing. So a couple of the cars in the top 10 as well for this endurance race here for ASA Racing. It's been an overwhelming success so far. It's great to be a part of it. Looking to this little time battle up the front, and Matthew Lamb does have the advantage now. His last lap, he's just been consistently in the 2-minute deads for as long as I can remember, just pounding away and breaking the hearts of OES Orange behind, who are just on the opposite side of the 2:01, so maybe a couple of tenths off each lap. And over the course of a stint, that just adds a couple of seconds each stint to that gap. So those guys are doing a great job out in front, but also doing a great job is everyone out there today just to stick fat and be a part of a 12-hour. It's a big time commitment, not just on the day, but you've got qualifying and you've got all the setup work and car setting up and organisation of your teammates that happen pre-race as well. So hats off to everyone involved.
Massive joint effort, as you said, Christopher. And it's one of those beautiful things about Sims racing. Brings everyone together. You know, you get the occasional moron, the occasional one who just wants to ruin it for everyone, as we saw got DQ'd. They have none of that nonsense here at ESO, which is a credit to the standards that they hold. But otherwise, it's been beautiful stuff here. What's happened to the chop? Don't tell me something's happened here between the chop, Meister. Blue flags in front of him at the moment. They're going to come together, or is he going to touch the back here of that Nissan Skyline? Oh, wow, gee, that was close. Doesn't look like anything's happening yet. Can we see something maybe through the S's? Nothing.
Just
giving
moment.
us a false moment there, and that's it. No collision. All play on for the chop. It has decreased, Chris. It's 10 seconds now. It's come down 3 seconds in about 20 minutes or so. 20 minutes, 2, 4, 6, 8. He's got, I reckon he could catch the back of him by the end of this at this pace.
Yeah, he can. He just needs a few more moments like that with some lap traffic to aid the success. Those two cars coming together there as well on the exit of Murray's. But no harm, no foul done. That GTR in front looking a little bit worse for wear there on the exit as well, just trying to keep it on the circuit. That thing has been through the wars, as is pretty much all of these cars today. They've been through the thick of it all. The GTR, they're just getting out of the way of the Caltex Bentley. Thank you very much. He goes through and chuffles his way up the order there. That is Dylan Smith in the Bentley. But that gap, just neutralised at the front there at 10 seconds. And then behind them is gaps of 30 seconds, 55 seconds, 13 seconds, 104 seconds.
BRB.
Yeah, absolutely all happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have our man down in the pit lane, Lindsay Larko? He's still with us.
Yes. Yeah,
just having a little break while I just talk like it's going
much.
out of
Having a
fashion.
snooze.
Yeah, tell you
I was
what.
just sitting here like, where is he going to stop talking?
Yeah, he doesn't. Once he gets into
well,
these moods, it's your turn,
Yeah,
mate.
no, I'm
There you
not
go.
needed.
You can't
No,
stop him there, Marco.
So now we look to Jamie Kozer as he continues to try and close, and now we cut to John Stockton. To those who watch basketball or know anything about basketball, you might recognise the name from someone else, but it's further in the back there. The Bentley's trying to go down the inside, and he did get it done on the lap car there just before McPhillamy. That was a very risky manoeuvre to go for, even if the BMW was getting out of the way. A bit of a tight section of track, as is the entire mountain, but John Stockton in the Ford Mustang gets a little bit more of a breather to that Bentley that's chasing him to lap him again. But Stockton is no slouch. I've raced him a few times, and he's pretty good. And he's not normally in the Mustang, however, so he's probably definitely had to do some adjustments to his driving style to get used to this thing. But as we head down Conrod, he will be seeing the benefits of being in this big 550 horsepower, 1.2 ton machine that is the Ford Mustang as he heads into the braking zone at the chase. And yeah, he's just trying to close in on the cars in front. It's actually the car for position in front of him is in the pit lane. The Ferrari of Dale is right in the box, so he is coming out now, so that gap is still going to be too far for Stockton to make any significant inroads. But that is Craig Dale there in the Ferrari, who has the Caltex Bentley chasing him. So both of the cars in P20 and P21 have a Bentley behind them trying to put a lap on them. So hopefully the Bentleys get through nicely, as Dale in that Ferrari looking quite comfortable. The Ferrari seems to be one of the cars of choice today, even though there's only one or two cars inside that really high area of the field that are in Ferraris. It has good pace, as the P2 car is really showing with Ethan Cale and Jamie Kozer. They are pushing along very well. The gap's still 10.7 seconds to Matthew Lamb in P1 as they are closing up to Cook in the Mustang, trying to put another lap on that Mustang. And that is just the gap you get in endurance racing. From P2 to P7, they're about to put another lap on, and they already have one, as we're getting an instant replay here of Phil Rando going up the hill in the Nissan GTR, as Cook behind them as they head towards McPhillamy. What is going to happen here? The Mustang, the GTR kind of just checking up in the middle of the entrance to McPhillamy at a corner where you do not need to brake at all, and Cook luckily reacted in time to get it out of the way.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a compliment to all the manufacturers out there. They've got their strengths and weaknesses, and ACC is giving them on the grand scheme of things, albeit we have the weight penalties here just to even out the BOP. Some cars have got 27 kilos of weight, some have got -7 kilos of weight. So that's the difference between a couple of them, just to balance out the performance as much as they possibly can. But some cars suit different driving styles, as we know. And that is a testament to those guys. They know where their strengths are, and they're going to stick to them. So it's going to be interesting to see by the time the clock ticks down where it's going to be. The chop is still 10.5 seconds away from any danger from Kosa in front of him and Jamie himself. And then half a minute behind Kosa is Chris Murphy in the 1-2-1 Red Bull liveried Hurricane, and they're circulating nicely too. They've kept their noses clean all race, as have Jamie Kosa here too. So it's been good. The top three are where they should be, and I think apart from the errant spin that we heard before from Far Gone Racing, these guys have just basically put it where the money is, and they're on their way for some prize money here tonight. It's been fantastic to see. We are 7 o'clock p.m., 6 p.m. in Queensland at the moment. 1 hour and 14 minutes of racing left to go. This is where it's going to spice up, and we've just seen those 2-minute lap times start to approach that at this point in time. 2:01s were our top two drivers by a long shot. There was a 2:01.0 versus a 2:01.2. Then our third place, Chris Murphy, is flying around with doing 2:01.9. So high 2:01s versus low 2:01s is the spectacle from first to third at this point in time. Everyone behind is doing 2:02s, 2:04s. And then 2:03s. The errant 2:01 is coming from Tatalin in sixth place in the 5:12. Greg Murphy style, Rebel Racing Ferrari. That's a cracking drive from him at the moment, doing very, very well.
Yep, so now we look at Alexander Tonkin still flying along in that Mustang, and has been quick all race long with just a poor start, costing them the chance at an even better result. But P13 right now in that Ford Mustang, still with the fastest lap of the race. So just pushing along, weaving the way through the blue flag traffic. They're 18 and a half seconds behind Tim Purcell in a BMW. So I think that maybe we have a chance for that battle to kick off as well in the next hour and 13 minutes, which is all we have left to go, which is crazy when you think about it. The race started 8 o'clock this morning, and now there's only an hour and 13 minutes to go as it hits 7 o'clock in the correct time zone, the AEDT time zone. I'm just always going to throw shade at Queenslanders because I think daylight savings is good.
It's beautiful stuff.
It's 7 o'clock right now. Race finishes just after 8 o'clock, and 313 laps in just 9 laps time, we'll have covered 2 Bathurst 1000s.
Yeah, not a bad shout for a day out, but thanks for the Queensland government for not giving us a bit of that daylight savings action. It's nice to have a little bit of extra daylight in the day, whether it be a pseudo, I don't know what you'd call it, a Matrix-style bloody simulation where you just wind your clocks forward and pretend it's a different time. That's great. I'm all for it, to be honest. But the real time is 6 p.m. at night, as it is for, 6 months of the year and the rest of the eastern seaboard as well. So, moving along to Alexander Tonkin here. Tonkin, should I say. What could have been? As we were explaining earlier, if this car had been up the front of the action from the start. It's a cracking livery too, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if we can have a little bit of a closer look at that. HRT Toll Racing, and that red bonnet really suits it with a couple of little highlights up the side as well. Looks fantastic with the Aussie flag on the rear quarter panel too.
Pretty ironic that it's got a HRT livery on a Mustang.
Yeah, it's the cardinal
that's
sin.
It's an absolute cardinal sin. And I think the devil, speaking of cardinals, the devil has got to him with that poor race start you said there. Maybe had his high time in heaven at the gates yesterday, and then race day today, the old man upstairs has just gone, off you go down to Hell's Gates, and that's what happened at the start, and they've been on the back foot ever since. The quickest car, arguably, in qualifying trim, still circulating in the mid to low, well, the start of the teens at this point in time, but still, what a great drive. They were in 25th position at some stage, climbed their way all the way up to 13th position, so it's always good to see a redemption drive. We love a bit of underdog stuff. We love a bit of reimagination, and they've done that here too. But still, no one is topping our man Convoy solo and sitting inside the top 10 here in the other Mustang. Wowee. This guy definitely deserves some horizontal dancing tonight. I'll give you the hot tip from his missus. That is a full-on fledged event today, and he's done everyone proud in the Convoy family. I'm sure
for that. Good-looking car too. A bit of purple, bit of, I don't know what you call that, aqua green. And the white wheels, sort of WOG style, if you ask me, takes me back to the late 80s, early 90s on some of those race boats we used to see there, Christopher Munro. Travelling down to Southern 80 on the Murray River. Beautiful stuff.
Longy. Oh, hey, Chris. You have your mic on mute.
Do have my mic on mute. Thank you for that.
Goodness gracious me.
Good. I wonder how long it's been.
No, it's only been...
That's his first one for the day.
Yeah, not bad. It was just for this one, as there was a bit of background noise here, so I thought I'd spare the stream that. But thank you for that. What was I talking about? I can't even remember, so I'll pass it off to anyone else who wants to have a crack. Lindsay.
You're focusing on pit stops. Yep, so the far-gone car just came into the pit. Steve Reese now behind the wheel, as you were talking about it. Longy handing off the car to him in that far-gone racing 433 Ferrari, and now he has one more hot stint to go to try and get P8. I believe that's where they were before the pit stop, so they'll just be looking to hold position in that Ferrari and just bring this to the end with 1 hour 8 minutes and 12 seconds to go. And we are approaching the final hour, an hour 8 minutes, as I just said. It's been a long one, but not a disappointing one. Very exciting, a lot of action going on as we look to Chris Murphy, who is coming up behind. Oh no, is he? Which car is he there? He's the Lambo. Never mind. He's not coming up to the lap cars. I don't know why I thought he wasn't the Lambo, but anyway. As he comes down Skyline, there's two lapped car Ferraris that hopefully do not get in the way, but he also has 61 seconds to the car behind, so he has a bit of a buffer. He can just play this patient, wait it out, and just get past them down the straight, or whenever he closes up to them enough. It's the 75 car in front of him. I believe Cody Carlson isn't behind the wheel. I think it's the teammate, but I don't know the name of Cody's teammate. But as we head down the Conrod Straight,
that would be Livingston
towards the chase. Yeah, Livingston behind the wheel of that Ferrari. He's about to put another lap on, and then the car in front, I am absolutely clueless. As Murphy heads into the chase and towards Murray's now. He's going to be very close behind the 75, and there we go, the 75 just pulling off to the left-hand side and letting Murphy through, and they've had a relatively good race, all things considered. They had a fight for the podium earlier on with the car in P5, the other Lamborghini, with Mia Rose, Grant Begg, and a couple other drivers that I am blanking out on right now. But yeah, they're having a good race. Lucas Keys was behind the wheel earlier. Now we have Murphy in the car, and they're just going to bring this one home as they get past the black and gold Ferrari towards Griffin's Bend. But not too much racing going on at the moment, I don't think. It's all strategy related now coming into the final hour, which is normally the opposite to what you see here at Mount Panorama. So it's interesting to see how this has played out, but that's what happens when you have no safety cars. It happened, well, we had one safety car, but that's what happened in the real life Bathurst 1000 as well, and it went well, way more quickly than in normal Bathurst 1000, and we're seeing only one safety car again here in the ESO Bathurst 12, and it creates a bit of a strategy game instead, which isn't a bad thing, but also the field has spread out quite significantly at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. The closest battle on track, looking at it now, is probably the top two at 11 seconds. And then down here, the battle for 4th and 5th between Begg and Holmes is around the same gap, about 12 seconds as well. Looking down the field, then you start to get into the realm of laps in the gap there. The gap between 18th and 17th is a 2-lap gap. That is insane. And down further, we've got an 18-lap gap to car 40, who's been through the pit lane. Have a guess, ladies and gentlemen at home. I'll give you 1 second to picture a number in your mind. 29 pit stops for car 40. That is that's a new record. Holy moly! We've got yeah, that's insane, isn't it? 23. Nope, it's 29. DZ, you missed out on that one. But as you can see on the timing tower, the movers and shakers there on your right hand side, the top 3 all making up positions to get into the podium positions there. Matthew Lamb making up 5 positions there in the 999. Koza starting in 3rd, now in 2nd, but the movers and shakers are this car we're focused on at the moment, the 121, up 8 positions on their original starting spot. That's a cracking drive, and mostly attributed to Lucas Keys, who was just on fire in the early stages of the race, making overtaking look easy to those watching at home. Dylan Smith also down there in 8th position, making up 11 spots too. Anyone that sort of made it through that gaggle at the start would has just give themselves a free kick down the field as well. So that was probably a couple of those guys getting through on that, which really puts them on the front foot for the rest of the race. But since then, we've seen no big pile-ups, really. A few big sort of incidents involving 1 or 2 cars, but nothing in the multiple car department just yet. Coming down to the final hour, ladies and gentlemen. Can anyone run down the 999 car? It's looking less and less likely.
Less and less likely. 12.2 seconds. I think that is all she wrote here, barring an absolute disaster. And I don't think I'm going to be around for the end of it, Christopher Munro. And I'll tell you what, Puddle of Mud, it's nearly time for me to ship off all the way. I've got to get on the Concorde and fly my way over to England. That is going to be a Starlink style special. Maybe the SR71 will get me up there quickly, because I need to exit the commentary box and go and broadcast elsewhere. And you can see that live on Sensational TV as well, ladies and gentlemen, too, for 8K Racing's V8 Supercar Series from Brands Hatch, round 8 of the championship, the penultimate round. And I'm going to bid everyone here today and tonight farewell. It's been a pleasure to be on the stream and calling the action with you, and it's always been a pleasure to be by myself in the commentary box, with myself and Christopher Munro. Lindsay Muddle there as well, being our Larko for the day, and the infiltrator, Ray Rabs Warren. Wowee, what an absolute ridiculous sentiment that guy says. But thank you all. I've really enjoyed it. I cannot wait to see who the winner is post stream on both sides of the things. Good luck, Chris. Enjoy the shoey, mate. That's going to be so fun.
There'll be none of that. Don't you worry.
The shoey's happening. We're over 600, mate. Have fun with that. Good luck to all of our raffle winners. For all the raffle winner, basically. Thank you to all our donators and everyone in the chat. Bye for now, but not bye forever. Keep it flat out, boyos. See you later.
See ya.
Cracking stuff. Thank you very much, Zach, for his 10-hour, 11-hour effort there behind the microphone. BZ, I don't know where this idea of me doing a shoey once we got to 600. I never said that. I think I said I'd do a shoey if the car, what was it, car 74 made it onto the podium, I think. Or 75, sorry. Yeah, they're up to 23rd position
yellow flag,
now.
Tonkin's got a yellow flag.
Okay, let's see
That's the fastest lap holder.
Yeah, let's see what happened there. Ladies and gentlemen, with the instant replay, we're coming down the mountain. He's in the lead here, so maybe a little errant bump here from that BMW from behind, or maybe just an outbraking manoeuvre here. No, look at this. Up the inside goes the BMW, off the curving and just smashes in to the number 623. That is disaster, and now just a bit of added pain to the woes there, trying to get back out on track, doing a little bit of a spinella as well, but not hurting their overall positions, really just getting overtaken by Tim Purcell. I think that was the culprit of that hit, maybe.
Yep, being the BMW, I think it would have been Tim, but that's really, really unfortunate for that car. I mean, they're not losing any places for it, but they've been on really good pace on a charge back through. They don't. They were actually charging towards Purcell. No, it wasn't Purcell.
No, it wasn't
It was one of
Purcell.
the other Beamers.
Yep.
They were charging towards Purcell, only like 13 seconds behind, and they were quicker than him. So we could have seen a battle at the end, but now I think the gap's just going to be a little bit too big as Johnson comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, Cal Johnson coming in for the final pit stop there for Team 52. That is, ladies and gentlemen, of course, Kovacs Racing there in the white Bentley with the Aussie flag there on the back. That looks familiar. I had a very similar livery myself last time I drove the Bentley. It was in the Fargon. Geez, it would have been the Spa 6 Hour going back a couple of years. So very good stuff there. Bentley was my car of choice when I used to race this sim back in the day. Not always the quickest in a straight line, not always the best through the turns, but the reason I liked it was because you sat on the correct side of the car when you're inside the cockpit.
Yep, the right-hand side. Yeah, I mean, that would be a really weird adjustment to make for ACC, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, once you get used to, because I mean, all of my sim racing career has been mainly in V8 supercars, so you do get used to sitting in the right-hand side, and being in VR as well, you feel like you are sitting in the seat of an actual car. So moving across to the left-hand side just throws it all out of whack. It doesn't take that long to get used to, but to be fair, I just preferred things on that side. And we are into the last hour. Thank you, the Malaysian Marvel, for pointing that out to us. 58 minutes to go. It's been a pleasure so far, and it's gone so fast. I say that every time, but here we go up there. Chris Murphy just circulating now. They're 40 seconds off the lead, and that means that Matthew Lamb is made his pit stop, his final one for the day, with 58 minutes to go. So a long stint coming up for him. Where is Jamie Koza, and are they able to get to the end? I don't think they are. They're going to have to make another stop sooner or later. Whether it be sooner or later, that remains to be seen, Larko.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a wide variety of stops here, because obviously we heard from Matty earlier in the Fargon Racing, they're doing a splash and dash. At the end, it's going to be a mix of people pitting around about now, around about 30 minutes before the end, and then just a couple minutes before the end potentially as well, depending on how the fuel strategies have played out. And I think that's going to be really interesting to see, because we could even see some positional shake-up if people have gotten the strategy wrong.
Yeah, well, that's right. If people have done the sums correctly, they might be able to just get in there and splash and dash and make themselves a really quick pit stop for the last time, and potentially jump any cars in front that may have got their sums wrong and had to spend a bit longer in the pit lane than they initially thought. So yeah, this is where it all starts to happen, ladies and gentlemen. The action is starting to unfold before our eyes here on the Sensational Stream. Dead set in the fair dinkum department. It's all happening, but now it's time that the cards are being shown on the table here in the proverbial 12-hour game of poker here in the strategy department. So a lot of these drivers now are going to pop their hand down, and we get to see how long they spend in the pit lane for their final stop. That last stop there for Matthew Lamb was a 27.8, so a standard pit stop there for 999 Racing. And they, to be fair, thank you, my friend, to be fair, they don't have to really try anything outside the realm of possibility. They just keep going and doing what they've been doing, because they're the ones to beat. They don't have to prove anything to anyone else. Do they indeed, Lindsay?
No, they don't. They've done what they needed to do, and yeah, I think that they're just going to keep pushing on. They don't need to push too hard. They're just going to get the result, take it home, and be pretty happy with it. I mean, P1, P2, P3, you all get money at the end of the day, and I think they're going to be pretty happy with it.
Yeah, it's not often you get to walk away from a sim race a little bit richer than you first went in. Usually you've got to take into account a little bit of power, a little bit of time lost as well. So, but I'll tell you what, the fun and enjoyment factor is enough to counterbalance that, but also a little bit of money in the skyrocket is certainly not frowned upon too by these drivers in the top top 5, all getting paid down, and the first in the Pro-Am class, which I'm struggling to find on my app, which will tell us exactly who is in that Pro-Am class. So what we're going to do is just change the view here for 1 second. We're going to get rid of the tower, and we're going to cycle through.
Get normal ACC.
Yeah, a bit of normal ACC. Tim Purcell, the car 421, is the next Pro-Am driver, and so they get I think it's $150, am I right? Or maybe 100, and then 50 going to the second place car, which is the 74 Nissan of Sakanias. I'm struggling with that, with the pronunciation of that. I'm sorry, Mr. Sakanias.
Yep, so the Pro-Am class there now. Finally, we know who is who. When Zach was here, he was also just in ACC itself as well, so I was going to ask him, but I kind of never got around to it because every time I was going to, I just, I don't know, it slipped my mind. There was always something going on. This race has been action-packed.
Yeah, it has. Look, it's never been too far off the excitement factor, but a few little lulls throughout the race. And you try and take advantage of that as a commentator, being on the mic all day to try and shove any kind of food in your face when you get the opportunity, which I'm sure everyone at home can hear me doing right now.
Yeah, I've got nuggets and chips.
Oh, fantastic! Got a little bit of marinated chicken as well. So let's go on board with the car so the viewers can hear that instead of me chewing. What about a Bentley? We haven't been on board with one of them today either, so let's do that. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the roar of the V8 going down the hill and turn it up. a sound, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best sounding cars on the grid, I reckon, in my opinion. The Bentley Continental GT car 2018, I believe.
Yep.
Beautiful car, beautiful sound, and beautiful coverage there on ACC. Tell you what, we've got more fans for Jamie Conboy turning up in the chat. That's JRM Monarchus, number 16, cheering Jamie on. And why wouldn't you? He's made his way up into 9th position now, doing this race solo. If you've just joined the coverage, he is now well into his 11th hour behind the wheel of that sim rig. And I'll tell you what, I don't want to know what that room smells like that he's sitting in at the moment. And how has he not gone to the toilet this whole time? Has he just been ducking off during the pit stops? That's a great effort. Or has he gone the old water bottle trick next to the sim rig, trying to stick the old cashew down the neck of the Mount Franklin?
I would honestly say that's the most likely scenario, but we can ask him after. There's no way we're not finishing this 12-hour race and not interviewing him after this.
Yeah, we'll try and get a hold of him after the end of the race. He'd be probably looking to lay down as well, I imagine. So if we could get him, that would be great. But don't feel like he's obligated, because I bet he's absolutely knackered now. He'd have one eye on the countdown timer as well, counting every lap that goes by. We're into the 325th lap, ladies and gentlemen. 12 hours. Wow. We've had trials, we've had tribulations, we've had just about everything thrown at us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And the top 10 is now just starting to fan out with their final round of pit stops. The top car there, Matthew Lamb in the 999. They've completed their final one. Ethan Cale as well. I'm pretty sure they've completed theirs. And that gap is sitting pretty at about 13 and just over 13 and a half seconds. That was the real story of the grid. We wanted to see a little showdown for the win in the dying stages, but barring disaster, I think these gaps are going to stay as they are if we continue in green light situation, which it has been pretty much all day. So it lacks in the excitement stakes, but it's fair enough, because you need a solid excuse to bring the safety car out, and we did see that on lap 1 all those hours ago. That was early this morning. We saw a massive big pile up at the start of this race. I wonder if I can go back that far and have a look. I cannot in the events, so
no, you can only go back, I think, 30 minutes.
Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, 30 minutes.
Yeah, 30-ish minutes. But we're on lap 326 here, so that means as of 4 laps ago now, we have completed 2,000 kilometers of Bathurst, which is just absolutely insane to think about.
Yeah, it's a long way. That's from Brisbane to almost Melbourne. If you're driving in a straight line, that's a long way to be doing it in full concentration mode, as these drivers have to do to keep these GT3 machines on the track and in good working order, without just binning it into one of the many walls that can end your race around here at Bathurst.
Yeah, and only one car has managed to do this so far, at least to our knowledge in the comms box. And that is Matthew Lamb in that 999, and the other drivers in that team. They've had their nose completely clean.
Yeah, cracking effort.
They have not gotten into a single incident from what we can tell. They've had a couple close calls we've seen on the replays, but they are absolutely flying, but they're also vigilant. They have been absolutely sending it even through traffic and just able to weave in and out of it, and they are just on another level, that team.
Yeah, they've been another moment there from the 623 that's Adderton, but now he's pulling it into the pits as well. So maybe their last pit stop, well, definitely their last pit stop. That will make it 11 for the day. But yeah, the top team, Laundry House Racing, Matthew Lamb at the helm. He's done the majority of the laps out there today. His best is a 2 minutes flat 0.8. So not the fastest lap of the race, and not even the second fastest lap of the race. That not even the third fastest lap of the race. It goes in this order. Brady Adderton with a 2 minutes flat point something. I can't get that information there up at the moment. But then Mia Rose with the 2 minutes 4. Then Connor Hind with the 2 minutes 8. And, Ethan Cale with the 2 minutes 7. And then Cole and Lamb on the 2 minutes 8 as well. So not the fastest in the pace department, but just, as you said, just keeping the nose clean. Very smart driving as well by all the drivers navigating through the endless traffic as he now, car 75 just bouncing off the outside wall there at the cutting and letting the leader through as well. That could have been disaster as well. That can easily have bounced the wrong way and into the oncoming path of the 999. But the awareness in that lead car has been absolutely fantastic all day.
Yep, their racing IQ has been on display full force for 11 hours and 17 minutes, and it has been absolutely phenomenal to watch them drive. It's been an absolute pleasure watching them just pull away from the field. At one point it was all the way up to 30 seconds, and right now it's down to 10, but there's not going to be enough time. It's been dwindling at that 10 to 12 second range for the past hour and a half, and nothing has been really done about it. I think that Ferrari is just at its limit, and I think that the 999 is just nursing this thing home at the best of its ability, just getting through the traffic to bring this one home. 42 minutes, 47 seconds to go here, and yeah, it's been a very, very long one, but the 999 car will be in relief very, very soon.
Yes, absolutely. They are all looking forward to the finish line. The co-drivers there of Matthew Lamb, that is, who was it? It was Terry Rayton, it was Britt, and that was it, just the three of them there. So Britt and Rayton just kicking their feet up now, watching Lamb just bring it home for Team 999 and Laundry House. Fantastic effort by those guys. We'll tune back into them later on in the race because there's a couple of gaps that are just starting to come down the order here as well. Looking to the car number 165 of Chris Cooley. They've got Brady Adderton that's just come out of the pits, actually, so that gap will probably go up again, but 6.2 seconds as we speak. Adderton just coming out of the pits, getting his tyres warmed up, and will probably start to triple off down the street again, so we won't worry about that one too much. Pickford, 9.2 seconds to the BMW of Purcell in front. Look, anything can happen down the field here, and anything can happen indeed up the field because we've got that many cars circulating around. 31 last time I checked. 31 cars circling around at this point. Navigating through all the traffic can be hairy at the best of times.
Yeah, and that is something that's played a huge factor in this race. It always does as JC comes in for one last pit stop with 41 minutes to go. I think he'll drop back down to P10 as there we go, Ben Vittner, and the Bentley goes through, but I don't think Purcell is close enough, so JC should get a top 10 finish all by himself, might I add. So very, very impressive. I know we've been talking about it a lot, but that's because it deserves the accreditation it's getting, and it's truly a phenomenal race. We now look to Mia Rose in the Lambo trying to fight her way through quite a decent chunk of traffic here past the McLaren. Now there's a Mustang and a Ferrari, I believe, of the 75 Ferrari, which we saw get very close to the a race-ending moment for the leader earlier at the cutting. But Mia Rose closing in on them now, and the Mustang and the Ferrari go side by side through the cutting, as now Mia Rose is now going to try split the middle, and they're going to go 3 wide in the final corner. No regard for their race. Mia Rose, she just wants to get through the traffic. She saw her opportunity, split the middle, and that is a very, very scary moment. But Mia Rose got it done, and full respect to her for that one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's see that again from a different angle. All these guys and girls battling for sheep stations and not even positions. Oh, there we go. The 75 just having a little bit of a moment. But as you can see, a gap about the size of a Lamborghini opens up for Mia Rose, and she goes, thank you very much. Oh, a little bit of a touch and squirrely into the braking zone, but managed to get it pulled up just in time before a little excursion off the track. Fantastic move there, even if it was a blue flag. That was action-packed.
Yeah, it was a very, very brave move. I think put me behind the wheel of that Lambo and I wait, but that is exactly why I'm not the one in I think what P4, P5 in this race.
P5,
so
yeah.
yeah, Mia Rose making the moves that need to be made, I guess.
Yeah, you got to do it. You got to make your own fun out there as well sometimes. So you might not want to just sit behind a couple of cars. You want to get involved. You want to get your elbows dirty, so to speak. And you see a little gap there, you just got to go for it. Something about an et and centre quote. And then a sim racer running out of talent usually is the case. But in this time, Mia proving that she's got the talent to back up those quotes here so often.
Yeah, and there's there's very few drivers who can back up those quotes, and that Senna quote is, it lives in the brain of a lot of sim racers that don't have any skill whatsoever, and they normally are the ones that end up causing crashes and then saying, hey, that's not my fault, cough, cough, Jared Ellis, cough, cough. If you know him, you know him. If you don't, you don't.
I do not, but
he's a good mate of mine. Yeah. He's a good mate of mine. But there's a lot of drivers like that, but there are few, Mia Rose being one of them, that can't back the quotes. Now, Purcell in the BMW is into the pit lane, so that BMW now pulling out of the pit lane, so that is JC back into the top 10.
Yeah, back into the top 10.
Yep, back into the top 10. And that Pixel Racer Ford looking very, very nice out there. Hours later, as I say that, he runs very, very deep. Because that was actually, I think there was a big little scrape on the side of that livery. So maybe some race wear going on there from JC, but what can you expect over 12 hours? There's always going to be a couple scratches.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking back through the logs currently, and nothing about the car 117. So maybe that was picked up earlier in the race. As we say, we can't blame him. He's been out there all on his own for the full 12 hours, and thankfully for ACC, you can get away with that without being DQ'd. Not like iRacing, where you can have the solo challenge of the B12, but as soon